Chapter 1 Everyonius rebellious, the whole familius villainous. I refuse to accept this. The sudden exclamation that erupted from her lips startled Linglong, causing her to look around in confusion. She realized that she had become the center of attention of the vast arena, with Elias fixed on her, awaiting an explanation. Linglong herself was bewildered. Due to the next moment, a torrent of memories flooded her mind, and she tragically discovered that she had transmigrated into a novel. She found herself with an Aris and lyric cultivation story, transformed into the character sharing her name in a supporting character, Linglong. The protagonist, heroine, was adopted auteur of family, gifted with extraordinary talent and fortuitous destiny. The entire family done her excessively, while her biological daughter, Linglong, possessed mediocre abilities and a haughty demeanor, serving as the perfect foil to her sister. In the original narrative, heroine was the very one the disciples recruitment conference, becoming the coveted prize of every sect, while Linglong barely scraped by, only to be signed to Thelia's prestigious sect. Resentful, Linglong caused us in front of everyone, leveraging the famaliskin to pressure heroine into taking heroine to the steam-chasing sect. Once admitted, Linglong was relegated to the outer sect, enduring hardships and performing menial tasks without learning anything of value. Meanwhile, heroine, as a direct disciple, made remarkable progress, becoming the of the cultivation world. Consumed vigilance, Linglong resorted to underhanded tactics to torment heroine, ultimately leading to her own downfall. Heroine stripped tarot for cultivation, and their master expelled her from the sect. Shimatot ragus and at the hands of heroine was admire, dying gapity foldeth. At this moment, they were at the cultivation conference. The year heroine was 50 and she herself only 11. In front of the crowd, she showed her defiance, preparing to throw 8 and trumpeters. Heroine went to taking her teetering sect. What are we refusing? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yanghua, fielder of teaching sect and Derangi Westmaster, furrowed disbrow on questioned the disruptor of the proceedings. As the youngest and most gifted research professor in the nation, Linglong had previously devoted very waking hour to her studies, only to find herself trapped in this new existence just as she was on the brink of Fabry through. Suddenly she felt disinclined to strive and longer. Why not just let things? After all, hard work would yield a favorable outcome and she wouldn't end up with a tragic fate. What did it matter if she du pinforced sect? Was it more appealing to live comfortably and enjoy life? I refuse to accept that parents are biased. Linglong shouted defiantly. My sister possesses exceptional talent and is destined for greatness. Yet, in his disciples recruitment conference, me instantly prepared aspirit potch, 10 spirit fruits, and 100 spirit stones form, while my sister received nothing. This is profoundly unfair. Although she's an adopted daughter without blood ties, we have a shared many years of affection. The treatment is inexcusable. The crowd erupted in murmurs, pointing fingers at the family in shock. How old have a thought that a mere mundane family could possess such wealth, affording spirit potches, spirit fruits, and spirit stones from the cultivation world? Such an expense presented a significant financial burden for an ordinary family. Yet, they were equally astonished betwixt and toft family's as an adopted daughter, gifted and sought after by sex, while her biological daughter received such lavish gifts, leaving adopted and with nothing. It was outrageous. Fortunately, their biological daughter, though lacking intellect, was kind-hearted, bringing these injustices to light. Otherwise, heroine might have had to suffer in silence. Hearing this, Zhao Yanghua was fiercely protective of heroine, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Nonsense, even regard Ranjai is our treasure, how can you treat her so poorly?" Linglong's parents were momentarily taken aback. They had indeed prepared those items, but he were me in for wrong that they thought Linglong with her mediocre talent would likely achieve nothing on son any to us to resource in her. Little did they know, before they could present their gifts, Linglong had already exposed their intentions in front of so many people. The crowd was already murmuring about the family's favoritism, praising Linglong for her honesty and kindness. Now if they tried to explain that those gifts were intended for wrong, they wouldn't lie invite further scorn. Thus, they couldn't lie swallow their grievances and accept the situation. These was their oversight who will make amends for wrong when we return, ensuring she suffers no further injustice, Linglong's father quickly stated. How dare you say so, Kathing? The lack of preparation has already caused wrong distress. There is no need for a spirit potch, as he will provide her with something far superior, but the spirit fruits and stones must be doubled, Zhao Yanghua declared. Doubled, the saw Linglong's parents turned dash and each of those items weighs exorbitantly priced for an ordinary family, and what they had already prepared for Ranjai we had consumed nearly half their savings and now they were being gasked to provide double. This will surely lead the family to financial ruin. They glanced at heroine hoping she might intercede, but upon seeing her standing beside Zhao Yanghua, Harry slightly reddened, struggling not to cry, and their lips pressed tightly together in silence, their hearts ached. Resolutely they declared, very well, we will compensate Rangi with double. Hearing this, Zhao Yanghua nodded in satisfaction, and Rangi wiped away her tears, managing a faint smile. Since if it is the case, let this matter be solved, the disciples recruitment conference will continue. With the brief interlude concluded, the atmosphere returned to its lively state. Linglong averted her gaze from them, expressionless as he brushed off dust from her sleeves. She had long grown accustomed to such disparities, and as a newcomer, she certainly would not fight tooth and nail for familial affection and care. From this point forward, let each person find their own peace. With spirit stones and fruits in her possession, she could lead a comfortable life in her new sect. Far from heroine, surely life would be harsh. Wait, what was the name of worst sect that had just expressed willingness to accept her? It was a nothing like Qing, Xian, sect? Linglong's entire body trembled, as if a thunderclap had struck her from a clear ski. The Qingxian sect was not array as in the original text, mentioned almost as frequently as teaching sect, not for its prowess, but because the major villains in the story from this sect it was truly a den of rebels, veritable at bed of villainy. From a certain perspective, that was quite formidable indeed. What twice even more terrifying was to tell the major antagonists from Qingxian sect met here demise the hands off Yerong Yue, did this me and Shuastum tofus the same fate, ultimately falling victim to Yerong Yue? As upon direct this shocking revelation, a voice filled with both anger and urgency called out from behind her. Linglong, you wasteful child, what nonsense are you spouting in front of so many people? Yi Linglong feign surprised. Was I wrong? You prepared those items, didn't you? Of course, Yawarung, what prepared those items, but he worry all for wrong you hurdle it means those things will be of greatest, while you, with your mediocre abilities, might no teven mana get to cultivate for long before returning home, what a waste. At that moment, her father spoke sternly, his expression grave. The family may be wealthy, but we can squander resources so recklessly. You can forgoer sure I will ensure Ranji you reaves double, if we fail to deliver in your promise, the Qixing sect may have a thoughts about her. Yi Linglong found Thyron amusing, beautiful you can't fulfill our promise, want me sect they have thoughts about me? Have you considered what kind of sect that's taken Ayuan? Ye family head, do you truly believe Qingxian sect is just any sect? Of was east at least he breezed drifted from behind, causing Yi Linglong's parents stuttered, their expressions darkening as they saw the figure Yoho had silently approached them. Being caught in public for looking down on a sect was not only embarrassing but also humiliating. Moreover, in the cultivation world, sects wielded far greater power than mundane familias namaturho and significant theseemed, they we wear it in a stuffant. Now, Yi Linglong's parents were thoroughly alarmed. Chapter 2 Is this the power of villains? As he fumbled forwards, Yi Linglong curiously scrutinized the individual before her. In his 20s, he possessed an elegant demeanor, exuding charm and refinement that far surpassed elderly figures from various cultivation sects. Based in her observations, she deduced the themust but he's in your discipline of Qingxian sect. These ways abident natan lidi concerni or disciple stipiclim body dogental person after all. Thesini or discipline of the protagonist deranged was a quintessential gentle mole character who sacrificed of everything yet remained unrequited. Leaving many readers she art broken but also because it was reasonable for as in your discipline to recruit new members for its sect, as she was destined to the sloth sect, responsible for its affairs. Upon seeing this in your disciple, Yi Linglong's impression of Qingxian sect improved significantly. At the very least, note of your villain within the sect appeared as a fearsome and malevolent figure. At that moment, her utterly heartless parents finally managed to articulate a response. The Qingxian sect is a major power in the cultivation world, not something mere mortals like who can casually critique. We hope you can overlook her earlier offense. Thesini or discipline chuckled lightly, his air freshing like a gentle breeze. You are a mystic Qingxian sect, including the sect of Idran disciples, comprises no more than 50 individuals, thirdly qualify as a Samajor sect. Upon hearing this, Noten led Yi Linglong's parents dropped their jaws in disbelief. Buchado was to Kenneback, what kind of sect could claim to have fewer than 15 members, and a random sect next door could easily wipe at him with him a flick of a finger. Thesini or disciples words left Yi Linglong's parents utterly speechless, their minds racing as they struggled to find our response. Their inability to speak did nothing dirts near discipline from continuing. Here marked, however, y'all were correct in on regard if I fail to fulfill our promise, the Qixing sect will indeed have a thoughts about Yerong Yue. Similarly, if I are renege in your commitment to Yi Linglong, the Qingxian sect will also have its thoughts. Ash spoke, his slender fingers flickered lightly, igniting a small flame of thought danced at his fingertips. The little fire was soon undeniably adorable and enchanting, thought it radiate to heat that caused bits of sweat to form in Yi Linglong's parents' foreheads. Our family is a prestigious lineage with it is to spanning a century would never go back on our word. Will ensure that everything Yi Linglong needs is prepared when she joins Qingxian sect. Yi Linglong's parents still assured him. Now. Ye mother was momentarily taken aback, just as she was about to protest. Ye father nudged her gently. What do you mean? I told thee out of bring you to know. Don't dawdle, hurry. Ye mother, not daring to delay for evenamment, quickly retrieved a spirit pouch and handed it to Thesini or disciple. Here, a spirit pouch containing 10 spirit fruits and 100 spirit stones. Thesini or disciple weighed it and hishened, then turned and tossed it into Yi Linglong's embrace. Count them, if ever no nice missing, he will demand tenfold compensation. At this, Yi Linglong's parents turned pale. In the vast cultivation world, no sect was blunt as they were even the steam Qixing sect that merliar quisted oblithi mount. How could a sect with fewer than 15 members, one ethic was seemingly undesirable, make such demands? Yet, they did not voice a third hots. The sect may lack prestige, but its members were intimidating. They had neither the courage nor the means to express their grievances and couldn't swallow their indignation. Seeing her parents' aggrieved expressions, unobliged to speak up, Yi Linglong felt a surge of satisfaction within her. Was this the demeanor of Evelyn, unflinchingly expressing the hypocrisy of voters, even their wickedness was refreshingly straightforward. Yi Linglong suddenly found the prospect of joining Qingxian sect appealing gadly schuden faith to endure tears and grievances. Watching her parents' sorrowful faces, she guessed their daughter had no choice but account the contents of her spirit pouch, confirming hot nothing was amiss. Not missing. Very well, let us depart. With that, Thesini or discipline turned and began to walk away. Yi Linglong stood there a momentarily stunned, glancing back at her parents, who looked as if they wished to strike her down, before happily skipping along to follow him. Senior disciple, wait for him. Suddenly, Thesini or disciple halted, causing Yi Linglong to nearly collide with his back. Had her ned toward his expressions arious and dearness. Who told you I am the senior disciple? Yi Linglong was taken aback, scratching her head uncertainly. Aren't you these in your disciple? Come, master. I am the sect leader of Qingxian sect, and I am your master. Yi Linglong was left dumbfounded. Who asexually the sect of Qingxian sect, Thenitorius villain awasho yun. However, considering Thescaliophte cultivation conference, where numerous sects were represented by either elders or disciples, she had never heard of a sect leader personally attending. Even if Qingxian sect had fewer than 15 members, it still had any or disciple how it comitois that the sect leader himself had to step in? What kind of sect was about to join, it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Cold she still back out no? What are you dawdling for, come master? Master. Your expression suggests you have doubts about me. Ito, asked the leader of a sect, what do you appear so much you Jerthanethers, they've never heard of a sect of Idrin like 20s. Huazayuan's face broke into a warm smiley afterwards, as if her flattery had struck a chord yet seemed that showering him with compliments was not take. Ya will understand and see a joint Qingxian sect. Thank you, master, for not abandoning me and for allowing me to enter our sect, providing me with a foothold in this realm of cultivation. I shall never forget our kindness. Having delivered her praise, Linglong expected to receive some acknowledgement in return, only to hear Huazayuan lead out a dismissive snort. Do you think I kept it do because anuni else wanted to? Linglong was taken aback, wasn't that the case? The Qingxian sect set standards. Linglong gasped, astonished at that Qingxian sect standards. Where recruit besedden Luke's Huazayuan gestured toward a group of individuals nearby. Those Ublayan Dunworthy on a scan for Jitabutan Turing me Qingxian sect. Linglong cast a glance at the group, feeling somewhat shocked. However, it was clear they had no desire to join Qingxian sect. Let's go Thizzier, Dwarothy and Leon being accepted, just follow back to the sect, and do not concern yourself with the other trivial matters. Were the procedure as for accepting a disciple registering new members in the alliance, and disuinge identitikans considered trivial? Linglong incidentally, just as Huazayuan waved summoning Gasparit's word that landed a feet, Hestepadontif's word. Getin. Linglong followed Huazayuan onto Spirit's word, which so arid in Tathaski, ascending towards the azure heavens, their figure stood out starkly against the dark mountain peaks, drawing the astonished gazes off Mannion lookers below. Wixectisthus, they're a flying gona sword like heights nothing, how audacious. I heard it's Qingxian sect, they get luck IDs you're in picky dupona disciple, taking her back with them. So it's Qingxian sect that make a sense with so few members, they don't need a holy crowd of elders to escort new disciples back through mountains. After a considerably time, Huazayuan brought Linglong to a landing just outside the grained entrancy of Qingxian sect. Linglong looked up and was immediately struck by the imposing gates of Qingxian sect, the plaque above a thentran sever bold, grand characters, and just only glancing convey dozens of overwhelming grandeur. Beyond the gates lay an endless expanse of stone steps leading up the mountain, resembling a long gondarduous path of cultivation. Linglong had to admit, she was profoundly impressed with Qingxian sect's entrance. She recalled the original text's description of Qingxian sect's gates, which featured not lie inscribed characters, and behind which lay 19 and steps leading direct light of the Qingxian sect's plaza. In comparison, the Qingxian sect utterly eclipsed the Qingxian sect. Chapter 3 is our Qingxian sect about to disband? Master, are we going up there? Linglong inquired. With your petite frame, you won't reach the mountain even after walking for an entire day and night. Huazayuan chuckled. I brought you here for a stroll to help you memorize the appearance of our Qingxian sect's entrance, to ensure you don't take a wrong turn in the future. Linglong was taken aback. Is it common for people to mistakenly enter the wrong sect? Indeed, your third senior brother does so frequently, and the sect leader of the neighboring sect comes here to lodge complaints every few days. Our Qingxian sect is somewhat extraordinary. Come along. Huazayuan guided Linglong back onto his sword, and after traversing several mountain peaks, they landed gracefully. Before them lay a row of exquisite and beautiful courtyards, with every wall and tile meticulously crafted. It hardly resembled the most impoverished of sects. At that moment, several individuals outside the courtyard were sweeping, and upon witnessing Huazayuan's arrival, they all greeted the sect leader respectfully. Linglong counted roughly, there were more than 10 disciples engaged in cleaning, both inside and outside the courtyards, on the steps, and in the corridors. Their attire did not suggest they were direct disciples but rather appeared to be ordinary disciples. With so many ordinary disciples, along with the direct disciples, it was simply inconceivable for the sect to have fewer than 15 members. Surely, our Qingxian sect is not in such dire straits? Huazayuan pointed out the various courtyards to Linglong. This courtyard here, counted from left to right, belongs to your senior brothers, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Linglong nodded, but suddenly froze. Wait, does master mean to imply that each of her senior brothers possesses their own courtyard? Then this courtyard over here, counted from right to left, belongs to your senior sisters. The first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, you are the sixth in rank, and your courtyard is that one. Goodness, such a splendid courtyard truly belongs to each individual, including her, the newly arrived junior sister, who astonishingly also possesses a courtyard of her own. She clearly recalled from the original text that when Yue arrived at the Qingxian sect, she was assigned a private room, eliciting envy from all the disciples, with many harboring jealousy and even resorting to exclusion and malice against her. In the Grand Qingxian sect, being assigned a private room upon entry, instead of sharing with others, was a remarkable privilege. Yue was the first to receive such an honor. Furthermore, those who were assigned to double rooms were treated as inner disciples, while outer disciples were relegated to sharing with 4 others. The original host had been forced to accompany Yue to the Qingxian sect, where she ended up in a 4-person room. Reflecting on this, Linglong could not help but marvel at her own astuteness in making such an excellent choice, successfully avoiding the 4-person room and obtaining a prestigious private courtyard. The conditions of our Qingxian sect are indeed splendid, who has been spreading rumors that Qingxian sect is the worst sect in the entire cultivation world. What a well-crafted narrative, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to enjoy such benefits upon entering. Master, does this mean I am now considered a direct disciple of Qingxian sect? Hua Xiaoyuan cast her a peculiar glance. Qingxian sect has fewer than 15 members in total, counting all disciples, including you, there are only 13. We do not distinguish between direct and ordinary disciples as other sects do, but if we tally these disciples, there are certainly more than 13, Yi Linglong pointed out, gesturing to the ordinary disciples sweeping the path. What are you thinking? Those are the servants your fifth senior sister assigned to clean the sect. Yi Linglong was dumbfounded. Our Qingxian sect is indeed rather downcast. Your eldest senior sister has entered seclusion, your second senior sister went down the mountain for training with your third and fourth senior sisters, and your fifth senior sister has returned home to visit her family. Thus, you are currently the only remaining female disciple in Qingxian sect. What a stroke of luck, she had become the sole female disciple of Qingxian sect right after entering. How marvelous this plot twist is. Come, now I shall introduce you to your senior brothers. Hua Xiaoyuan turned, leading Yi Linglong from right to left, starting with the courtyard of the seventh senior brother. Upon entering, they were met by several cleaning servants who greeted Hua Xiaoyuan respectfully. Where is he? Replying to the sect leader, the seventh young master has gone to the neighboring sect for a sparring session. How long has he been gone? When will he return? The return date is unknown, but he has been gone for over a month. Did you not know? Hua Xiaoyuan fell silent, and Yi Linglong was once again taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that her master, as the sect leader, would be somewhat unreliable. Yet, she found this was not the most outrageous aspect. The most absurd revelation came when her master guided her from the courtyard of the seventh senior brother straight to that of the eldest senior brother, only to discover that Qingxian sect possessed not just one female disciple but also had only one male disciple remaining. Standing in the courtyard of the eldest senior brother, Yi Linglong felt her composure begin to unravel. It was no wonder Qingxian sect was deemed the worst sect. With such an unreliable sect leader, it was a miracle that the sect was still operational. When the eldest senior brother, Pei Luobai, stepped out of his room, Yi Linglong found herself somewhat convinced by her master's claim that Qingxian sect selected disciples based on appearance. Pei Luobai stood tall and graceful, resembling a slender bamboo. His features were cold yet exquisite, surpassing even her master in attractiveness, and his serious demeanor exuded a reliability that her master lacked. Recalling how he ultimately sought vengeance for his slaughtered clan but was defeated by Yi Rongyue, Yi Linglong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Indeed, the eldest senior brother appeared quite commendable. Luobai, this is your master's newly accepted disciple for this year, surnamed Yi, named Linglong. From today onward, you shall be responsible for her instruction. She is young, with modest cultivation and average aptitude, so I trust you will devote some extra effort in guiding her. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong struggled to maintain her composure. Now she understood why her master was so unorthodox, beginning introductions with the seventh senior brother instead of the eldest. It was because placing the eldest at the end allowed for a natural transition to handing her over to him, after which her master could simply walk away. It was evident that Qingxian sect was on the brink of dissolution. Understood. Pei Luobai glanced at Yi Linglong but did not say much else, as if he had long grown accustomed to such matters. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave now, Hua Xiaoyuan declared, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance, as if he had fulfilled his duties as a master. Yi Linglong turned to Pei Luobai, her expression one of bewilderment. Do you know which courtyard you will be residing in? Yes, master pointed it out to me just now. That's good. You may return to rest. There will be servants to attend to your daily needs, so if you have any further questions, feel free to seek me out. Is that all? Yi Linglong was once again left speechless. She recalled that in the original text, upon Yi Rongyue's first day at Qixing sect, she had to navigate a lengthy series of procedures. Receiving her disciple robe, obtaining her disciple token, recognizing her room, identifying the lecture hall, training grounds, cultivation chambers, meeting the elders, coordinating with the administrators, and memorizing the sect rules. It was an entire day of busyness before she could finally rest. By the second day, she seamlessly transitioned into the life of a Qixing sect disciple, attending theoretical public classes taught by the elders and learning the foundational cultivation techniques, ultimately rising to prominence among the new disciples. Yet, on her first day at Qingxian sect, she was left unattended. Had she merely come to fill a quota for disciples? Chapter 4. Born a disciple of the Qingxian sect, departing as a spirit of the Qingxian sect. Pei Luobai had already contemplated returning to his quarters when he noticed Yi Linglong still standing in a daze. He turned back, inquiring, "Is there something troubling you, junior sister?" How to articulate it? Yi Linglong felt the weight of myriad issues, for not a single corner of the Qingxian sect was free from problems. Yet, when it came time to voice her concerns, she found herself at a loss for words. If this was indeed her reality, then perhaps leading a leisurely life at the Qingxian sect was not such a poor choice after all. At least no one would scrutinize her, and she would be spared from the incessant presence of Yi Rongyue. Observing her speechless state, Pei Luobai assumed she was merely shy. After all, she appeared to be no older than 10, still a child, and it was perfectly normal to feel apprehensive when leaving one's parents for the first time to join a sect. Thus, he retrieved a beautifully crafted spatial ring from his spatial storage and handed it to her. This is a welcoming gift from your senior brother. The Shumi ring can hold countless items, making it more convenient for you to store your belongings in the future. As Pei Luobai placed the ring into Yi Linglong's hands, she felt an overwhelming shock within her, her expression growing even more vacant. The Shumi ring, in the realm of cultivation, the most basic storage item, was a spirit pouch, ubiquitous and affordable, accessible to all. Her parents had even acquired one for Yi Rongyue, and she had managed to procure one for herself as well. The mid-tier storage item was the spatial ring, which, while relatively common, was still quite costly. Only those from prominent sects or illustrious families could afford one, while ordinary scattered cultivators could not. In the original narrative, Yi Rongyue's master gifted her a spatial ring upon her entry into the sect, igniting envy among many disciples of the Seven Stars sect. Despite the wealth of the Seven Stars sect, acquiring a personal spatial ring required at least a year of hard work to accumulate points for exchange. High-tier storage items were the Shumi rings, which were typically possessed only by elder masters of major sects. They were not only expensive but also exceedingly rare, a luxury unattainable for many in their lifetimes. Yet now, her senior brother had bestowed upon her a Shumi ring as a greeting gift. Was he truly serious about such lavish treatment? Was the Qingxian sect so affluent? Noticing that Yi Linglong remained in a state of stunned silence, Pei Luobai furrowed his brow slightly. Having already presented her with a welcoming gift, why did she still appear so bewildered? At that moment, he discerned that her attire was of fine quality, exquisitely embroidered, indicating her noble lineage and a life of comfort. Ah, he understood. It was likely that the gift seemed too modest for her discerning taste. Consequently, he reached into his ring once more and produced a bag filled with fragrant spirit fruits, placing it into Yi Linglong's embrace. I know that, being young and newly arrived at the Qingxian sect, you may find it quite overwhelming. If you feel homesick or downcast, you can enjoy some spirit fruits. Their rich spiritual essence can uplift one's spirits. This bag contains 500 spirit fruits. Consider them as snacks, and if you run low, feel free to come find me. Just as Yi Linglong was recovering from the shock of receiving the Shumi ring, she was once again astounded by the sheer magnitude of this gift. 500 spirit fruits to be consumed as mere snacks. Such words would send any ordinary disciple of cultivation into a frenzy, let alone Yi Rongyue, who had only received 10 spirit fruits from her parents after much financial strain. Yet here was her senior brother, offering her 500 to enjoy as trifles, spirit fruits as snacks. Her hands trembled as she clutched the bag of spirit fruits. Did she truly deserve such an extravagant lifestyle? Was this not all a dream? Seeing that his junior sister still displayed little reaction, Pei Luobai sighed. This girl's thoughts were indeed difficult to decipher. Very well, that he reached into his ring again and produced another bag, placing it in her arms. Yi Linglong suddenly felt a heavy weight settle in her embrace, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Forgive me, junior sister, for my ineptitude in gift-giving. Here are 10,000 spirit stones. Purchase whatever you desire. Yi Linglong was once more struck dumb by the magnitude of this fortune. When Yi Rongyue had departed, her parents had managed to scrape together only 100 spirit stones. But this time, she swiftly regained her composure, fearing that if she did not respond adequately, her senior brother might empty his coffers. Senior brother, this welcoming gift is far too generous. I cannot possibly accept it. Not to worry, I merely feared you would not find it to your liking. I do appreciate it, I cherish all gifts from my senior brother. I was simply a bit slow to react. That's good to hear. Now, you should return to your rest. When can I begin my cultivation? Come to my courtyard whenever you wish to cultivate, I will teach you. Clutching the weighty treasures in her arms, Yi Linglong felt as though she might swoon from the kindness of her senior brother. Perhaps this was destiny. Heaven had sent her an unreliable master, yet compensated her with a generous and gentle senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. I shall return to my courtyard now. Very well. Yi Linglong proceeded to the courtyard assigned to her, which was pristine and tidy, adorned with thoughtfully arranged greenery. Upon entering, she was immediately attended to by servants, making her feel more comfortable than she ever had at home. As she entered her room, her spirits soared as she fumbled with her Shumi ring, placing all her belongings inside before extracting a spirit fruit to take a bite. Ah, so this is the sensation of being enveloped in rich spiritual essence. Delicious. She recalled that in the original narrative, Yi Rongyue had first tasted a spirit fruit a month later, during the monthly assessment, when she had splurged and consumed 3 in a desperate bid to enhance her spiritual power, lamenting the expense for quite some time afterward. If only she knew that Yi Linglong could indulge in spirit fruits as mere snacks, would her elder sister not be driven to madness? Contemplating this brought immense joy to Yi Linglong. In the memories of the original owner, the first 10 years of life had been filled with treasures solely belonging to Yi Rongyue, with Yi Linglong relegated to watching enviously from behind, never even afforded the chance to touch them. In truth, the original owner was not as inept as she seemed. Her ability to enter the realm of cultivation was indicative of her innate talent. However, all resources had been funneled to Yi Rongyue, leaving her with naught to claim, which had led to her current predicament. Had her parents possessed even a modicum of conscience, they could have at the very least allocated resources equally, allowing Yi Linglong to enter a mid-tier sect with her qualifications, rather than languishing in obscurity until she was discovered by the Qingxian sect. Yet, on the other hand, it was fortunate that she had been taken in by the Qingxian sect, otherwise, she would have been squeezed into a 4-person room at another sect, struggling to accumulate points for resources. In light of this, the Qingxian sect felt akin to paradise. She resolved that in this lifetime, she would be a disciple of the Qingxian sect in life and a spirit of the Qingxian sect in death. Having swallowed the last bite of her spirit fruit, she reached into her ring for another, her cravings unabated. Just as she took her first bite, she suddenly froze. Wait a moment. The original text had stated that the Qingxian sect was rife with villains, their fates grim, with each person serving as a stepping stone for Yi Rongyue's ascent, especially her senior brother, who had met a tragic end, pierced through the heart by Yi Rongyue's sword, with his life as treasure claimed by her afterward. His fate was indeed dismal. No, this simply would not do. He was her senior brother. In a state of agitation, she was suddenly startled by a gust of wind at the door, as something darted inside, causing her to choke on her spirit fruit and erupt into a fit of coughs. Chapter 5. Can't roll, so I'll let my senior brother do it. At that moment, she sensed someone sitting beside her, and upon turning her head, she indeed found a person occupying the adjacent chair. With striking eyebrows and luminous eyes, he possessed a handsome visage, his features were sharp and well-defined, exuding an undeniable charm, and he appeared quite youthful, not much older than herself. The moment I heard that Master had brought back a little junior sister, I rushed over immediately. TSK, I never expected it to be a true little junior sister, so diminutive, like a sprout. Linglong twitched her lips. Although she was indeed young, she found the comparison to a sprout rather unappealing. I thought all my senior brothers would resemble the eldest brother, tall and upright like a bamboo stalk. Who knew there would be one like a winter melon? Upon hearing this, Ning Mingcheng nearly sprang from his seat in indignation, but ultimately, mindful of his senior brother's image, he could only respond with a sarcastic tone. What a sharp tongue you have, little junior sister. No wonder you have consumed spirit fruits, your combat prowess is indeed remarkable. Do you still dare to provoke me? Ning Mingcheng chuckled. Despite her small stature, the little junior sister was undeniably adorable, charming enough to win anyone's affection. He then retrieved a bead from his ring and twirled it in the palm of his hand. I have come to present a welcoming gift. Call me sixth senior brother, and this bead is yours. Linglong glanced at him and sweetly called out, sixth senior brother. A single call was indeed worthwhile. The sweeter her words, the more gifts she received. At being young, she excelled at being cute and endearing. Hearing her call, Ning Mingcheng felt his heart soften, generously handing the bead to Linglong. She examined it closely, unable to discern its significance. This is a fish pearl. If you infuse it with spiritual energy, it can summon rain. Although it may not be as precious as the gift given by the eldest brother, it is quite amusing. You should give it a try, it's truly entertaining. Linglong infused spiritual energy into the fish pearl, and soon, a loud splash echoed outside as rain began to fall. Both of them were momentarily stunned. Linglong, is this truly rain? This is akin to pouring out water used for washing one's face, Ning Mingcheng. But is this the extent of her spiritual energy? Rumor has it that the little junior sister ranked last in this immortal cultivation recruitment conference. The truth does not deceive me. Sixth senior brother, this bead, this is the extent of its effect. It's merely a playful trifle meant to amuse you. Linglong nodded, surprisingly not doubting Ning Mingcheng's words. Sixth senior brother, will master really not teach us cultivation? Not at all. He has never concerned himself with our affairs. What does he do every day? Who knows, he leaves us here and resides on another mount. Every time I visit, he is either practicing calligraphy or sipping tea, living a life more leisurely than that of a country elder. But if no one cultivates, what will happen to our sect when we encounter formidable foes? Can master alone repel all adversaries? This was a matter of life and death, and Linglong felt compelled to ascertain the truth. Master? Ning Mingcheng laughed. You would be better off relying on the eldest brother. With his golden core, he would face opponents without a hint of embarrassment, though I would feel embarrassed for him. Ah? Linglong was astonished yet immensely pleased. The eldest brother sounded remarkably formidable. What is the eldest brother's cultivation level? Yuaning. Cough, cough, cough. Linglong was once again caught off guard. Be cautious. You nearly choke on a spirit fruit. Did you grow up drinking milk? This was not her fault. Who could have imagined that as the head of the Qingxian sect, Hua Xiuyuan possessed only the golden core realm, while the eldest brother had already attained Yuaning? What did Yuaning signify? In their lower realm of cultivation, the highest level was Yuaning. Once one broke through to the transformation stage, they could ascend to the higher realm for further cultivation. Thus, among the various sects in the lower realm, all current leaders and elders were of the Yuaning stage. In other words, in the lower realm, golden core cultivators were plentiful, while those at the Yuaning stage were of a distinguished caliber. In the original text, when Yi Rongyue defeated Pei Luobai, he was at the Yuaning stage, while Yi Rongyue was merely at the golden core stage. As a talented young woman, she overcame a significant adversary, garnering immense admiration and applause. Currently, Yi Rongyue was still merely at the Qi refinement stage, having spent only 3 years transitioning from Qi refinement to golden core. To surpass her senior brother took just 3 years, demonstrating that Yi Rongyue was indeed formidable. However, from another perspective, if the eldest brother had already reached the Yuaning stage, should he diligently cultivate and break through to the transformation stage in the next 3 years, what could Yi Rongyue possibly use to compete against him? Her head, with this thought, Linglong felt a wave of relief. How dare the diminutive Yi Rongyue challenge her senior brother? No matter how high her talent, what did it matter? It was all about cultivation. If I cannot roll, I shall let my senior brother roll. At the break of dawn the following day, she resolved to keep a close watch on her senior brother's cultivation, urging him onward. Without hesitation, Linglong appeared in Pei Luobai's courtyard early the next morning. Pei Luobai looked at the newly arrived little junior sister with astonishment. Wasn't she the one who ranked last in the recruitment conference? Why did she seem more diligent than the first place? Are you truly going to begin cultivating? Linglong nodded vigorously, her 2 little tufts of hair bobbing in agreement. Her adorable and eager demeanor was irresistible to anyone. Very well, extend your hand, and let me examine your spiritual root. Linglong offered her small hand, and Pei Luobai placed his large palm over hers. A stream of spiritual energy flowed into her palm like a vein. Her spiritual root had been mentioned in the original text. She possessed the triadic roots of wood, water, and fire. A mixed spiritual root made cultivation inherently challenging, and with two conflicting roots among the three, it was as if those two were rendered utterly useless. With a jumbled and ineffective spiritual root, she was essentially among the weakest of her kind. In contrast, Yi Rongyue had a powerful single spiritual root of fire, pure and superior, allowing her to cultivate at an accelerated pace. Eventually, her spiritual root would undergo mutation, leading to a qualitative leap, and later, she would obtain the Phoenix Divine Fire, elevating her very bloodline. Warily, she gazed at her senior brother, fearing that he might discover her abysmal aptitude and refuse to teach her. Whether she cultivated or not was inconsequential, she could simply bide her time until death. However, her senior brother must break through to the transformation stage. Anxiously, she contemplated what excuse to offer to smooth over the situation. At that moment, Pei Luobai withdrew his spiritual energy and spoke. You possess the triadic roots of wood, water, and fire. Although your roots are somewhat mixed, making cultivation more difficult, this also signifies that your future potential may exceed that of others. As long as you are willing to exert effort, you will not lag behind. Yi Linglong was momentarily taken aback. Was her senior brother comforting her? In the past, everyone had deemed her a waste, believing she should not squander resources or effort. Even her parents held such views. She had long since grown accustomed to the disdain of others. Yet, her newly acquainted senior brother did not share this sentiment. He claimed her potential was greater than that of others and assured her that if she worked hard, she would not fall short. Little junior sister, I will begin teaching you from the most fundamental heart techniques. It may be a bit challenging at first, but if you cannot grasp it in one go, we shall practice it multiple times. Chapter 6, Who Isn't a Genius? Yi Linglong obediently nodded. Understood, thank you, senior brother. Being young, she still retained a hint of a childish lilt in her voice. Just hearing her speak made Pei Luobai instinctively soften his tone, speaking even more gently, lest he frighten her. You are still quite young, cultivation can be rather tedious for you. Therefore, if you can memorize this introductory technique today, I will reward you with 100 spirit fruits. If you manage to memorize it within 3 days, I will give you 50. How does that sound? His tone was akin to coaxing a child, exuding warmth and patience. It was hard to believe that the original protagonist from the novel had never received such treatment, let alone Yi Linglong herself, who had traversed from the modern world. In her previous life, she was a prodigious scholar, excelling in every subject and skipping grades, leading to her parents imposing strict expectations upon her. Scoring full marks was expected, even losing a single point would result in a reprimand. There was no room for indulgence in her education. Under such immense pressure, she became the youngest research professor in her country, dedicating her life to scientific pursuits, to the extent that she hadn't even finished reading the original book. Indeed, she had only read half of it, knowing that most of the Qingxian sect perished at the hands of Yi Rongyue, yet she remained uncertain about the subsequent fate of the sect, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. Noticing that Yi Linglong was lost in thought and hadn't responded, Pei Luobai pondered briefly before pulling out a spirit fruit and handing it to her. Let us reward you with a spirit fruit before we begin studying. You must be nourished to have the energy to learn. Yi Linglong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the spirit fruit. What kind of educational approach was this? The rewards came even before the learning commenced. If she were more lethargic, she would have already begun to slack off. However, Yi Linglong believed that if she truly chose to be complacent, her senior brother would undoubtedly produce the promised 100 spirit fruits without hesitation. He had never intended to educate her properly, he simply wished to pamper her. Pushing the spirit fruit aside, she donned a serious expression and, in her childish voice, stated, Senior brother, according to our agreement, I should only receive spirit fruits after memorizing the technique. You mustn't give it to me in advance. Pei Luobai couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. Indeed, you are right, little sister. I shall adhere to our agreement henceforth. Now, let us begin to memorize. Yi Linglong was taken aback by his smile. He seldom laughed, but when he did, he was truly captivating. Pei Luobai took her small hand and seated her, then gently opened her palms. Channeling his spiritual energy, he infused it into her palms, resembling interwoven threads. I will now recite the technique for you. As you memorize, try to feel how the spiritual energy operates according to the technique. All right. Pei Luobai recited the technique slowly and meticulously. Once he finished, he withdrew his energy. Have you remembered everything? I have. Excellent. Now, I will recite a line, and you will follow me. We shall repeat it several times until you have it memorized. Senior brother, I have already memorized it. Pei Luobai was taken aback. He had inquired whether she had remembered his explanation, yet her response seemed to indicate otherwise. As he wore a puzzled expression, Yi Linglong began to recite the technique verbatim. This amount of memorization was trivial. Who wasn't a genius? Upon completing her recitation, Pei Luobai was left speechless. He considered himself a genius within the realm of cultivation, yet when he had memorized the technique years ago, he had needed to repeat it several times. Yet, his little sister, who had been the last to join the apprentice selection ceremony. Senior brother, I can recite it perfectly backward, you can listen. As she began to recite it in reverse, Pei Luobai hurriedly covered her mouth in shock. Little sister, you must never recite the technique backward. Ah, indeed. While reciting formulas backward might be inconsequential, internal cultivation techniques cannot be recited in reverse, as it could lead to dire consequences. Observing Yi Linglong playing around with the concept, Pei Luobai felt both amused and helpless. Senior brother, may I now receive the promised reward? Pei Luobai promptly handed over 100 spirit fruits to Yi Linglong, for his little sister was both adorable and clever, deserving of the finest rewards. Now that you have memorized it, let us proceed to the next step. Try to circulate your spiritual energy according to the technique. It's alright if you don't get it right at first, just keep trying. Yi Linglong nodded and, turning her palms upward, executed the technique with a single attempt, successfully demonstrating the effect of the spiritual energy converging at a point, just as Pei Luobai had shown. Pei Luobai watched as his expression gradually stiffened, ultimately leaving him in stunned silence. How could someone who had placed last in the apprentice selection possess such comprehension? Senior brother, is this correct? Yes. As soon as Pei Luobai's words fell, Yi Linglong chuckled lightly, flipping her small hands, and recreated the same effect in her palms, then brought her hands together to produce a different result. In the blink of an eye, she playfully varied her techniques, exhibiting a proficiency that suggested she had already mastered the concepts. Observing Yi Linglong, who was thoroughly enjoying herself, Pei Luobai, who had prepared to coax her patiently with spirit fruits for several days to help her grasp the introductory technique, fell into a prolonged silence. For a brief moment, he even questioned whether he was merely average. Before he turned 30, he had reached the nascent soul stage, a feat accomplished by no more than 10 prodigies in the entire realm of cultivation. Yet, in the presence of his little sister, he was experiencing a true sense of what it meant to be overshadowed by talent. Though she possessed mediocre spiritual roots, her intellect was genuinely remarkable, and her comprehension was astonishing. Senior brother. Her childish voice interrupted his thoughts, bringing him back to reality. What shall we learn next? The rapid progress was unexpected for Pei Luobai, who pondered for a moment. Following our current pace, I should teach you swordplay next, allowing you to apply your spiritual energy to combat techniques, thus acquiring the foundational combat abilities of a cultivator. Alright, let us learn swordplay now. However, I haven't prepared a suitable spirit sword for you. Pei Luobai felt somewhat helpless. It truly wasn't his fault. Then I can use any wooden or iron sword for now. As long as they could expedite her progress to entry level, she could train alongside her senior brother every day thereafter. That won't do. My little sister should begin with a fine sword. This will ensure the best and most solid foundation. Just hearing that made Yi Linglong feel elated. Then I shall listen to you, senior brother. Very well, today you shall return and practice what I have taught you. Tomorrow, I will take you to the sword tomb to select a sword. The sword tomb is quite dangerous. You must heed my words and avoid any mistakes. Okay. As Yi Linglong agreed, her smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her cheeks adorably chubby. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of what the Qingxian sect sword tomb truly entailed, naively assuming it was akin to the 7-star sect sword tomb, nestled within a treasure tower. Chapter 7 The Secrets of the Qingxian Sect. Upon returning to her courtyard, 6th senior brother came to visit. When he heard that eldest senior brother intended to take her to the sword tomb, he was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. What? Eldest senior brother is taking you to the sword tomb tomorrow? Yi Linglong bit into a spirit fruit, her expression one of skepticism as she scrutinized 6th senior brother. Such a reaction to a mere excursion to the sword tomb, could there be some undisclosed secret at play? Why are you staring at me like that? If you're going, then just go, but you must heed eldest senior brother's instructions and not wander off, understood? 6th senior brother, are you certain there is nothing else you wish to tell me? Nothing at all. In the next moment, Yi Linglong blinked, a mist gathering in her eyes, and with a quivering lip, she burst into tears. Ning Mingcheng was taken aback by her sudden outburst. The petite and exquisitely beautiful junior sister resembled a porcelain doll, and her crying was enough to shatter one's heart. Junior sister, why are you crying? Because you won't even tell me the truth. I am going to the sword tomb tomorrow, and everyone says it's dangerous, yet no one has explained why it is so perilous. What if I inadvertently touch something I shouldn't and end up dying there, unable to return? Goodness, you won't die. Eldest senior brother will surely keep a close watch over you. Ning Mingcheng found himself at a loss against her tears. He sighed. Alright, as long as you remain at the Qingxian sect, you will eventually come to know. Instantly, Yi Linglong wiped away her tears and resumed nibbling on her spirit fruit. Ning Mingcheng opened his mouth to speak, but was rendered speechless by her abrupt change in demeanor. There was no need to be so pragmatic. 6th senior brother? Do you know why the Qingxian sect is considered the weakest sect in the entire cultivation world? It is because various sects choose to establish themselves in areas rich in spiritual energy to facilitate their cultivation. However, the mountain where the Qingxian sect resides is lamentably devoid of spiritual energy, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. His words struck a chord with Yi Linglong. Apart from when she was munching on spirit fruits, she had hardly felt any spiritual energy in her surroundings. Her rapid progress was solely due to the spirit fruits gifted by eldest senior brother. The Qingxian sect may be unsuitable for cultivation, yet eldest senior brother has already reached the nascent soul stage, and you have attained the golden core stage as well. At your age, that level of cultivation would be considered exceptional in any major sect. That is because beneath the mountains of the Qingxian sect lies a perilous secret realm. The spiritual energy within that realm is exceedingly abundant, and treasures abound. All disciples of the Qingxian sect cultivate within it. Whenever I wasn't in the courtyard, I was honing my skills in the secret realm. Ning Mingcheng produced a vibrant red spirit fruit, glistening with sheen, and offered it to Yi Linglong. Even this spirit fruit was plucked from the secret realm. Otherwise, in such a barren place as the Qingxian sect, how could we indulge in spirit fruits as snacks? This one is particularly delectable. Harvested this morning, the flame fruit is more flavorful and infused with richer spiritual energy than ordinary spirit fruits. Yi Linglong accepted the flame fruit he handed her, recalling that it had been mentioned in the original story. Yi Rongyue had acquired it after reaching the foundation establishment stage while exploring the secret realm with her sect. At that time, Yi Rongyue had exerted herself to slay a level 3 flamebird guarding the fruit, and it was her greatest reward from that expedition, envious glances cast upon her by many. Subsequently, the 7 Stars sect had awarded her with commendations and rewards, both to showcase their prodigious young talent and to encourage other disciples to strive for challenges, and now, 6th senior brother casually gifted it to her, indicating the abundance of treasures within the Qingxian sect's secret realm. Junior sister, why aren't you eating? 6th senior brother, it must have been difficult to obtain this flame fruit, right? I've heard that level 3 flamebirds guard it. Your 6th senior brother is a golden core cultivator. What is a level 3 flamebird to me? Yet, the golden core stage mattered little. Prior to Yi Rongyue obtaining the flame fruit, that very level 3 flamebird had gravely injured a golden core disciple. Come now, don't wear that expression. Although flame fruits are not commonly found, I assure you that plucking it wasn't particularly arduous. Do you see any signs of injury on me? I know you worry for your 6th senior brother, that's all that matters. Yi Linglong nodded, noticing that 6th senior brother appeared lively and unscathed. Indeed, the Qingxian sect harbored hidden talents, and their golden core cultivators were no ordinary ones. So, is the sword tomb also located within the secret realm? Indeed, that's why I mentioned that place is exceedingly dangerous. In the cultivation world, greater opportunities are often accompanied by greater dangers. The secret realm of the Qingxian sect is teeming with treasures, so you should comprehend its peril. Therefore, does our master teach us nothing? Is it true that all the senior brothers and sisters must seek opportunities to cultivate on their own within the secret realm? Exactly. The Qingxian sect, one either cultivates desperately or languishes in mediocrity and departs. Upon learning this secret, Yi Linglong felt a sudden pang of discomfort. No wonder the Qingxian sect appeared both impoverished and affluent. It was impoverished because other sects provide hands-on instruction and abundant resources for exchange, allowing their disciples to cultivate in comfort, while the Qingxian sect required its disciples to risk their lives to cultivate. It was affluent because all who remained had long since adapted to the rigors of relentless cultivation, their strengths far surpassing those of others, and their gains significantly greater. She had received so many spirit fruits and spirit stones from eldest senior brother that day, and now had acquired 6th senior brother as flame fruit. She accepted them effortlessly, yet these treasures were procured through perilous endeavors in the secret realm. Ultimately, the treasures they risked their lives to obtain would fall into Yi Rongyue's hands. Now she understood why, in the original story, Yi Rongyue amassed wealth after defeating the Qingxian sect's antagonists time and again. The thought alone ignited her ire. Yi Rongyue had already stolen all her parents' affection at home, and in the future, she would seize all her senior brother's treasures before ultimately killing them. Junior sister, why are you crying? You're talking nonsense. I am not crying, I just got some sand in my eyes. Shall I blow on them for you? No. Yi Linglong inhaled deeply and asked, 6th senior brother, is there a chance to break through from the nascent soul stage to the god transformation stage if one remains in the Qingxian sect's secret realm for cultivation? Indeed, our eldest senior sister has attained the god transformation stage. Yi Linglong's eyes widened in astonishment. The Qingxian sect actually had a powerhouse in the god transformation stage. It was known that the leaders and elders of major sects typically only reached the nascent soul stage, as once they broke through to the god transformation stage, they would leave the lower realms for the upper realms to cultivate. Individuals in the god transformation stage were exceedingly rare in the lower realms. However, she seldom emerges from her closed-door cultivation, making her rarely seen. Yi Linglong nodded. It mattered little that she was rarely seen, for her existence proved that breaking through from the nascent soul to the god transformation stage solely through the Qingxian sect's secret realm was indeed feasible. This meant that eldest senior brother had a significant chance of reaching the god transformation stage. As long as he could break through before encountering Yi Rongyue, he would surely not lose. 6th senior brother. I have made up my mind, I shall begin cultivating in the secret realm tomorrow. Yi Linglong exclaimed excitedly, springing to her feet. Once she entered the secret realm, eldest senior brother would undoubtedly accompany her, and as long as she studied diligently, he would surely support her efforts. Let us all strive together. By the end, even if there were 10 Yi Ranjius, it would make no difference. Chapter 8 Infantile all-encompassing care. Ning Mingcheng was rendered speechless by her sudden outburst of excitement. Little junior sister, you must not act recklessly. Taking the sword from big senior brother and leaving is perilous. Even if you wish to cultivate in the secret realm of Qingxian sect, you must at least wait until you reach the golden core stage. What? Golden core stage? Yi Linglong's fervor was instantly extinguished. Only those at the golden core stage can enter, but there is no spiritual energy in Qingxian sect. How can a novice cultivate? Your senior brothers and sisters will assist you in finding treasures required for entry, and if you need spiritual energy, they will provide you with spiritual fruits. If you seek experience, they will first take you elsewhere. In short, do not recklessly enter the secret realm of Qingxian sect before reaching the golden core stage. Ah, how long will that take? That depends on individual diligence and talent. Second senior sister took third and fourth senior sisters out for training. Upon their return, they should have a good chance of breaking through to golden core. Fifth senior sister has returned home. She has only reached the mid-foundation stage and still has a long way to go before reaching golden core. Yi Linglong nodded, her focus on the first phrase regarding diligence and talent. Though her spiritual root was poor, she was intelligent, her aptitude may be average, yet she was diligent. Heroine Yue took 3 years to progress from chi refinement to golden core, so she too had hope of catching up. Little junior sister, are you listening? I'm listening. Remember to heed big senior brother's words when you arrive at the secret realm tomorrow. Do not wander off, understood? Understood. Ning Mingqing scrutinized her with suspicion, seemingly unconvinced. Linglong paid him no mind and promptly shooed him away. After he left, she took out the red flame fruit she had just acquired and consumed it without hesitation. The rich spiritual energy enveloped her, warm and soothing. She quickly closed her eyes and began to absorb and transform the energy of the red flame fruit according to the mental techniques taught by big senior brother. She recalled that in the original narrative, Heroine Yue had hesitated to consume the red flame fruit, saving it until her breakthrough to golden core, yet here she was, merely a novice in the early chi refinement stage, brazenly devouring the fruit. If others were to discover her squandering such a precious resource, they might very well be compelled to strike her down with a sword. However, such concerns were trivial. What mattered was that she needed to enhance her strength before heading to the sword tomb tomorrow, in order to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. For Linglong, immersing herself in diligent practice was the most familiar state of being. Thus, she engaged in meditation and cultivation from day to night and from night to dawn, only concluding her practice when the appointed time arrived. Upon opening her eyes and retracting her aura, she found herself having progressed from early chi refinement to mid chi refinement, now at the same cultivation level as Heroine Yue. With a cheerful tune, Linglong hopped over to big senior brother's courtyard, only to overhear him reprimanding sixth senior brother upon entering. You should not have disclosed information about the secret realm to her. She is still too young. If she gives up on Qingxian sect before reaching golden core, master will. Pei Luobai's voice trailed off as he and Ning Mingqing turned to see Linglong standing at the courtyard entrance. Little junior sister, you've arrived. Why are there so many secrets in Qingxian sect? I just got here. Big senior brother, are we leaving now? Yes, let us go. Is sixth senior brother coming too? Indeed, we shall accompany you together. Oh, it seemed they were quite worried about her. Ning Mingqing flipped his palm, and a brightly colored, soft, and adorable bird appeared before her. This is merely a second-tier 7-colored bird. It has a gentle disposition and lacks speed. If you ride on its back, it will carry you comfortably, far better than flying on a sword. With that, Ning Mingqing placed a delicate cushion on the bird's back, indicating for her to sit upon it. Linglong gazed at the 7-colored bird, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was a tame spiritual beast, exceedingly precious. In the original narrative, even Heroine Yue, who was fortunate enough to have an abundance of resources, only acquired her first spiritual beast after reaching the foundation establishment stage. In the entire realm of cultivation, it was rare for those at the foundation establishment stage to possess a spiritual beast, most acquired one only upon reaching the nascent soul stage. This 7-colored bird is so beautiful. Sixth senior brother, how come you have a spiritual beast too? This was a gift from fifth senior brother. He specializes in beast taming and gifted one to each of us. This particular 7-colored bird is so gentle and lacks offensive capabilities that no one wanted it, so I took it in. When you meet fifth senior brother, he will surely gift you one as well, and you can choose whichever you like. Wow, will I really have a spiritual beast? Linglong exclaimed with delight, realizing her starting point had already surpassed Heroine Yue. Let us go. Linglong joyfully climbed onto the back of the 7-colored bird, gently stroking its feathers. The bird happily turned its head and pecked at the palm of her hand, displaying its gentle and amiable nature. As the 7-colored bird took flight, both big senior brother and sixth senior brother soared into the air as well. She knew that those at the nascent soul stage could fly without a sword, but for sixth senior brother, who was merely at the golden core stage to do so, indicated that his strength was formidable indeed. After flying over several mountains, they entered a deep canyon, where the temperature dropped increasingly with each descent, a biting chill assailing them. Fortunately, having practiced diligently throughout the night, she was now capable of channeling her internal spiritual energy to ward off the cold. Just as she was about to showcase her abilities, big senior brother glanced back and casually cast a protective barrier around her, enveloping both her and the bird. Well, while she could manage on her own, this added layer of protection was appreciated. After a prolonged descent, the trio finally touched down. Upon landing, Linglong noticed ominous black mist swirling around the ground, exuding an aura of danger, as if warning against the intrusion of outsiders. Big senior brother led the way, utilizing his spiritual energy to inscribe a peculiar and intricate symbol, which he then embedded into a stone tablet. Linglong mimicked his actions, drawing a symbol in her palm and silently committing it to memory. Soon, a flash of light revealed a dark fissure, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, beckoning them to enter. Big senior brother showed no intention of releasing her from the protective barrier. Instead, he attached a rope to the 7-colored bird's neck, guiding it to carry her into the secret realm. Linglong felt akin to a newborn infant, enveloped in comprehensive protection. With such vigilant care, it would be remarkable if anything were to befall her. As they ventured into the secret realm, they made their way directly to the sword tomb, surrounded by crumbling walls, the remnants of bloodstains still visible, and skeletal remains scattered about, exuding an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. She recalled descriptions from the original narrative of the sword tomb belonging to the 7-star sect, a tower constructed by the elders where the swords of deceased sect members were interred, allowing those fated to retrieve them as a legacy left by their predecessors. In contrast, the sword tomb within this secret realm resembled an ancient battlefield, where the swords lay atop the souls of those who perished in conflict. She was uncertain of the events that transpired here, but merely gazing upon it evoked an involuntary sense of shock and dread, as if the sorrow of the countless souls sealed within for millennia had seeped into the very essence of those who came after, fierce, malevolent, and unforgiving. Chapter 9 Bean Sprouts. Accept me. At the very entrance of the sword tomb, the eldest senior brother utilized his spiritual power to create a barrier that isolated the outermost edge of the sword tomb from its deeper recesses. Only after this did he turn to unravel the protective shield surrounding Linglong. At that moment, the seven-colored bird suddenly shrank in fear, trembling uncontrollably, prompting the sixth senior brother to swiftly take it into his possession. Junior sister, search this area for a sword that resonates with you. Once you find it, draw it forth swiftly, he instructed. Linglong nodded in acquiescence, beginning her quest within the confines delineated by her elder brother. As she wandered, she observed countless remnants of swords, marred with dark stains of blood, and noted the grayish malevolent spirits swirling around her feet. Though they posed no immediate threat, they were a testament to the ferocity of the battles that had transpired long ago. After a prolonged search, she had yet to discover a sword that harmonized with her essence. The deeper she ventured, the farther she strayed, until a chilling voice echoed ahead. Come here. Taken aback, Linglong glanced towards the source of the voice and beheld a black sword embedded in the highest stone monument at the center of the sword tomb. At first glance, the sword appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any luster, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded an extraordinary aura. Its shape and intricate patterns were imbued with immense power and enigmatic depth, evoking profound reverence. As she prepared to approach, a thought of her two brothers crossed her mind. In a moment of caution, she intended to inform them, but when she turned back, she was met with an endless expanse of the sword tomb, no entrance, nor any sign of her brothers, and not even a trace of the barrier her eldest brother had erected. Linglong felt a fleeting pang of panic, but her resilient spirit quickly steadied her. This sword tomb was evidently a remnant from ancient times, harboring powers that surpassed even her eldest brother's control, rendering his barrier ineffective. It was no surprise that she had been led here while they were unable to intercept her. If she were merely lost, panic might have been warranted, but upon hearing that voice, she understood she had been deliberately lured here. Therefore, it was unlikely her life was in danger. After all, with her mid-stage chi refinement cultivation, she could be effortlessly dispatched without such elaborate machinations. Come here. Who are you? Why should I heed your command? Come here, and you shall find out. I'm not curious. It matters not whether I know. After a brief silence, observing that Linglong had not advanced but instead wandered aimlessly, the voice returned, this time tinged with urgency. If you do not come here, I will end your life this instant. Oh, do come then. Once again, silence enveloped the air as the voice seethed with frustration. You will regret this. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the surroundings around Linglong changed abruptly, a force powerful enough to rend her asunder swirled around her. When calm returned, the towering stone monument and the black sword embedded within it stood merely 3 paces away. How absurd, to utter such threats and create such a commotion, only to teleport right before her. This was rather foolish. Hey, are you the spirit of this sword? Ha, it seems you possess some discernment. Not particularly, any sane individual would not resort to such foolishness. After a 2-second pause, a roar erupted. Foolish human, are you attempting to provoke me? So both foolish and fierce, yet unable to handle a simple rebuttal? This sword was not worth her time. If even the foolish can irritate you, your temper is truly worthless. This was indeed a valid point, yet, the sword remained incensed. How could she reclaim the upper hand? I am off to seek a sweet, gentle, and kind sword. You can wait for others. With that, Linglong turned to leave, inciting immediate panic from the black sword, which again called upon its power to warp space, ensuring she would always face it no matter where she turned. Are you truly unwanted? Your actions seem quite pitiable. I do not care. Today, you must accept me. Why should I? Are you infatuated with my beauty? Could a mere bean sprout utter such shameless words? How utterly infuriating. If you refuse to accept me, we shall remain in this stalemate. But you must at least tell me what you desire from me? If you accept me, I will procure all the treasures within this secret realm for you. Such trivial temptation I can withstand. Trivial? The black sword was driven to madness. Did it not comprehend the vastness of treasures hidden here, or did she truly possess something better, rendering it unworthy? Surely not. What was her origin? Could she truly be so affluent? The black sword began to panic. Just be straightforward. If your reasoning is sound, I may very well accept you. After a lengthy silence, the black sword sighed. I desire your blood. Linglong froze. Her blood, she swiftly rifled through her memories of the original text, recalling that she had always been a haughty, ill-fated villainess, unaware of any merit she possessed until her demise. Dead, suddenly, memories flooded back. In the original narrative, she had met her end pierced by the myriad blades of Rongyue's devoted followers. In the aftermath, Rongyue had hurriedly come to collect her remains, lamenting their decade-long sisterhood and refusing to let her body lie exposed in the wilderness. While retrieving her remains, Rongyue had taken a drop of her heart's blood, which, despite her lifeless state, had remained warm and vibrant. After cremating her body, Rongyue had retained this drop of heart's blood, which had never been utilized in the portions she had read, leaving her entirely ignorant of its potential. Now, given the black sword's reaction, her heart's blood must surely possess significant value. Upon closer examination, aside from the brothers of the Qingxian sect being slain and robbed by Yi Rongyue, her own fate was also one of death and plunder. How fortunate Yi Rongyue was, it seemed she could reap treasures from any victim, even this seemingly inconsequential pawn had proved to be valuable. Hey, I have already stated my intentions, you must agree swiftly. What is so special about my blood? I cannot say for certain, but I can sense a formidable vitality within your blood, a vast and encompassing life force capable of reviving and nurturing all living things. This made sense. The black sword had lost its luster and power, so it was natural for it to covet her blood if it possessed such capabilities. Is it true that if I accept you, you will bring me all the treasures of the secret realm? Having revealed the truth, the black sword awaited Yi Linglong's compliance with bated breath. Was this truly the extent of her resistance to the allure of treasures, merely for a single reason? Had it been outwitted? How could this little bean sprout be so cunning? It is true. The voice of the black sword came through gritted teeth, and Yi Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Since you have so earnestly offered, I shall graciously accept. With her words, she pricked her fingertip and allowed droplets of blood to fall onto the sword's blade. In the next instant, the black sword erupted in radiant light, and she was enveloped by a surge of energy as the space around her appeared to shatter. The scene transformed abruptly, revealing the blood she had willingly offered, now encased within a glowing orb floating before her. The black sword had not absorbed her blood, it had only expressed a desire for it, without specifying that it was for its own consumption. Damn, this black sword was even more devious than she. Chapter 10. Heeding only the words of the junior sister as Yi Linglong descended to the ground, she beheld a darkened expanse adorned with myriad white-green crystals that emanated a soft, ethereal glow, illuminating every corner of the space with clarity. Before her lay a vast lotus pond, upon which floated exquisite blue lotuses, their petals shedding delicate points of white light, exuding an aura of unparalleled purity. At that moment, she became aware that the spiritual energy within this peculiar realm was so dense it seemed almost tangible, resembling a colossal spiritual pool. She had never encountered such a concentration of spiritual essence. Even the energy released from the flame fruit she consumed the previous night paled in comparison. It was so rich that she felt an overwhelming urge to sit down and commence her cultivation on the spot. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to her blood, which had been enveloped, as it soared from her before and plunged into the lotus pond, landing atop the largest and most beautiful blue lotus at its center. It was then that Yi Linglong noticed a small, black entity lying within the heart of that lotus. The blood slowly approached, inching its way into the creature's mouth. Once all the blood had been consumed, the little black entity stirred, unfurling its curled body. In that instant, Yi Linglong was mesmerized. It was a small black snake, strikingly beautiful, its body adorned with delicate and perfect lines that could endure scrutiny in every detail. Bathed in the ethereal light of the blue lotus, its scales shimmered with a breathtaking luster. Unlike ordinary snakes, this one bore two small protrusions atop its head, as if something had yet to fully form. At that moment, its eyes suddenly opened, revealing orbs as captivating as glazed glass that seemed capable of perceiving the very essence of the world, sending a sharp pang through Yi Linglong's heart with just a single glance. Unbeknownst to her, she had momentarily held her breath, yet, in the next heartbeat, it closed its eyes again, as if it had never awakened, prompting Yi Linglong to exhale in relief. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward, yearning to observe the creature more closely. Just then, a familiar and urgent voice called out from behind her. Junior sister, I found her, she's over here. Startled, Yi Linglong turned to see her sixth senior brother hastily approaching, followed closely by her eldest senior brother from another direction. Between her and them lay the initial sword mound, still punctuated by countless broken and shattered swords. She stood frozen, glancing back and forth, only to realize that the lotus pond had transformed back into the sword mound she had originally occupied. Everything that had transpired seemed like a fleeting dream, as if nothing had occurred at all. Yet, judging by the urgency in her senior brother's demeanor, she had indeed been missing, only to be returned now. Junior sister, where have you been? We were frantic with worry. Are you hurt? Ning Mingcheng arrived, drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, clearly shaken. I was just here looking for swords. I didn't go anywhere, Yi Linglong replied, withholding the truth. The cursed black sword had managed to breach her eldest senior brother's barrier, whisking her away from their sight and then returning her without their notice, indicating its power far exceeded theirs. If something had indeed occurred, revealing it would serve no purpose, as they would be unable to assist her and might even endanger themselves, so she opted for silence. Junior sister, are you injured? What just happened? How did you vanish from my barrier? Pei Luobai, upon arrival, immediately grasped Yi Linglong's arm, checking for any signs of injury. I don't know, I was just following your instructions to search for swords in this area, but I couldn't find a suitable one after searching for ages. What is this? Pei Luobai pointed to her right hand, causing Yi Linglong to raise it, her previously innocent expression suddenly shattering. The wretched black sword was indeed in her grasp, having just played a trick on her, and now it shamelessly lingered at her side. I found this ugly sword on the ground. It is truly repulsive and ordinary, and I was just about to discard it. With that, Yi Linglong hurled the black sword away, acting before Pei Luobai and Ning Mingcheng could intervene. The two stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. That sword was anything but ordinary. In all their visits to the sword mound, they had never encountered a weapon of such quality. It was mysterious and powerful, imbued with vast energies yet remaining inconspicuous. Its former owner must have been extraordinary. However, it mattered not that the junior sister disliked it. The sword's obsidian hue did not align with a young girl's aesthetic. It was normal for someone of her youth and modest cultivation to overlook its exceptional qualities. Moreover, the sword's enigmatic nature made them uneasy about her wielding it. Then let us seek a more aesthetically pleasing one. I once saw a colorful, sparkling sword that you would surely adore, Ning Mingqing suggested, eager to guide Yi Linglong towards that blade. Yi Linglong couldn't help but twitch her lips at the thought of a colorful, sparkling sword. Was that not akin to a toy sword adorned with light bulbs? She would surely be the subject of ridicule if she brandished such a thing in battle. Though young, she was not so naive as to prefer such childish trinkets. Just as she was about to refuse, the black sword reappeared before her, insistently pressing itself into her hand. The scene left Pei Luobai and Ning Mingqing in shock. Could it be that the sword had chosen the junior sister as its master? If so, it would be the first sword they had ever encountered with a spirit. In the entire lower cultivation realm, no sword with a spirit had ever been known to exist. This was unprecedented. If true, the sword's origins were undoubtedly significant, far beyond what a mere mortal could handle. This sword, Pei Luobai struggled to find the right words to persuade the junior sister to abandon it, but she had already discarded it for the nth time, and it had returned yet again. Black sword, I do not know your origins, but my junior sister's cultivation is still nascent and her talent is average. She is certainly not suited to be your master. Might you consider choosing another? Pei Luobai implored, yet the black sword remained obstinate, clinging to her without a hint of acknowledgement, suggesting it was only just beginning to awaken and could not comprehend human speech. Eldest brother, why are you being so polite to it? Yi Linglong exclaimed in frustration, placing the black sword on the ground and stamping her feet upon it, bouncing vigorously several times. This act caused Pei Luobai and Ning Mingqing to break into a cold sweat. The sword was of exceptional lineage, its power immeasurable, and it possessed a spirit. Anyone encountering it would treat it with utmost reverence, yet the junior sister was trampling it beneath her feet. If it chose to retaliate, the consequences would be dire. Junior sister, please get down. I won't. I shall stand upon it until it raises itself. No sooner had she spoken than the black sword indeed lifted her up, soaring into the air with her. Whoosh! The sudden flight left her utterly stunned. If you drop me, I will have my vengeance, she threatened, and to her surprise, the black sword obediently set her down gently on the ground. This astonishing scene left Pei Luobai and Ning Mingqing once again in a WED. It became clear that the sword did not disregard human speech, it heeded only the words of the junior sister. This development presented a new challenge. Chapter 11. Defying heaven, earth, and fate. Yi Linglong descended gracefully to the ground, and the black sword flitted eagerly before her. I no longer require your presence. You may leave. The black sword swayed in front of her, its silence speaking volumes, questioning her sudden change of heart after she had previously promised to accept it. Am I merely a child? Do you truly believe the words of a child? How foolish. The black sword, agitated, lashed out at the air in an iridescent display, warning Yi Linglong of its formidable nature. Yi Linglong chuckled. She had already witnessed the futility of its threats and found no cause for alarm. Besides, it was currently in need of her, making any act of aggression unlikely. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, it seemed her blood could only be willingly given, as a direct act of violence to obtain it would prove ineffective. Thus, the sword had no choice but to adopt a more conciliatory demeanor. Perhaps this was the reason why, in the original narrative, Yi Rongyue had been unable to utilize the blood that was taken from her heart after it was stored in a ring. Yet, she sensed that Yi Rongyue would eventually discover a method to employ her blood. The thought intensified her disdain for Yi Rongyue. This unfamiliar black sword at least recognized the need to appease her for her blood, while she, raised by her parents, awaited the arrival of someone who would kill her to seize it regardless of whether it could be used or not. In light of this, the black sword's deception did not seem so egregious. Perhaps it would be best to disregard its trickery and send it away with a casual excuse. Stop swaying. I will not accept you. You are too dark and ugly, not at all fitting for a lovely girl like me. Upon hearing her words, the once appeasing black sword immediately froze. The scabbard flew open with a swift motion, and a blinding flash of swordlight, accompanied by a fierce sword aura, erupted from its blade, clearly indicating its anger. Yi Linglong was utterly taken aback. Who would have anticipated that this persistent sword would be most offended by her comment on its appearance? Seeing the fierce aura and posture, Pei Luobai and Ning Mingqing hastily rushed to shield Yi Linglong. They activated their spiritual energy, bracing themselves for a fierce battle, while Ning Mingqing summoned a colorful bird, signaling for Yi Linglong to climb onto its back and escape. Meanwhile, the black sword refused to back down, its sword aura swelling dramatically, enveloping the area around them, indicating that none would escape unscathed. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. At that moment, Yi Linglong felt a stirring at her wrist and quickly lowered her gaze to discover that a small black snake had somehow coiled around her pristine wrist. No wonder this black sword insisted on following her. The little black snake was with her. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the black sword darted past her two senior brothers and positioned itself before her, its blade flashing menacingly, instilling fear in her companions. In that fleeting moment, the little black snake on her wrist opened its eyes and glanced at the black sword. At the next second, the menacing aura of the black sword dissipated, transforming into a vividly colored, sparkling sword that emitted a childish and blinding light, as if it were accompanied by a soundtrack of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Yi Linglong, astonished by the sword's taste, thought it was excessively garish. Her two senior brothers, prepared to risk their lives against the black sword, were left bewildered. Relinquishing their dignity for such a profound affection seemed absurd. Meanwhile, the shimmering sword lamented, "Oh no, I cannot endure this humiliation." Blinded by the brilliance of the colorful sword, Yi Linglong looked down at her wrist, only to find the small black snake had vanished. A sudden realization struck her. Had its earlier appearance been a response to her impending danger, at that moment, she contemplated the possibility of nurturing the little black snake if it required her blood to restore its form. The black sword, intent on guarding the little black snake, would undoubtedly remain by her side, given her current inability to protect the little creature. Perhaps it was reasonable to reluctantly accept this garish companion. Please cease your dazzling display. It pains my eyes. The colorful sword obediently halted its flashing, appearing almost as if it wished to be reprimanded. Your sense of aesthetics is truly outrageous. Each time, you become more maddeningly ugly. A simple white would suffice. Instantly, the colorful sword transformed into a pure white hue, its demeanor reflecting a joy so profound it nearly brought it to tears, clearly distressed by its previous appearance. Very well, I begrudgingly allow you to accompany me, but you must refrain from being so fierce in the future. The white sword vigorously nodded in agreement. Did you not just attempt to harm my senior brothers? Go and apologize to them immediately. Linglong intentionally aimed to establish her authority over the white sword, otherwise, it might resort to violence at the slightest provocation, particularly against those she cared for. She had discerned that its previous stance was indeed a threat, though it would not harm her. Its intent to attack her brothers was genuine, serving as a form of punishment for her. In response to her words, the sword genuinely flew over to the two brothers, nodding its hilt in a gesture of apology. They exchanged glances, filled with mixed emotions, both astonished that such a powerful sword would heed their junior sister's commands and touched by her fierce loyalty towards them. Although they were reluctant to allow such danger to linger near her, they recognized that she had made her choice, leaving them no room to intervene. Now that we have obtained the sword, we should depart from this perilous place, Pei Luobai urged, the fear of their junior sister vanishing before their eyes still fresh in their minds. They could not allow her to face such uncontrollable danger. Very well. Linglong secured the white sword within her ring and obediently climbed onto the back of the colorful bird, soaring back to their courtyard alongside her brothers. After safely returning her, the two brothers reiterated their warnings to avoid provoking the white sword and to summon them if needed before taking their leave. As soon as they departed, Linglong released the white sword. Now, explain to me what transpired. The white sword babbled incessantly, confirming her earlier suspicions while conveniently omitting any mention of its master. Linglong shot an exasperated glance, sending it to the Qingxian sect's secret realm to retrieve a few Qian fruits. Once it left, Linglong reached to touch her pristine wrist, where she soon felt the presence of the little black snake. Gradually, it revealed itself, though its eyes remained shut, appearing to still be in slumber. Its calm and gentle demeanor was utterly enchanting. From that moment forward, she had another life to protect: herself, her senior brothers and sisters at Qingxian sect, and this little black snake that followed her. She would stand against Yue, defy the narrative, and confront heaven, earth, and fate. Thus, she resolved to embrace the spirit of her past life and dedicate herself earnestly to her cultivation. Chapter 12. Why is this bean sprout so pretentious? Linglong declared that she would cultivate diligently, and after taking a bite of the spirit fruit, she swiftly entered a meditative state. Bai Jian returned after quite a while, bringing back 3 fiery red fruit. As expected, upon seeing these plump and vibrant fruits, Linglong's mouth watered. She had just savored one the other day, rich in spiritual energy and utterly delicious. Well done, Xiao Jian. Linglong exclaimed, reaching for the fiery fruit, just as Bai Jian's cool voice interrupted her. If you wish to meet an untimely demise, you should hastily consume them all. Linglong halted her hand, retracting her mouth with a displeased glare directed at Bai Jian. Did you not just eat one yourself? With your meager cultivation, how dare you consume it directly? I commend your audacity. Having consumed one is one thing, but the last time you devoured a fiery fruit, your spiritual veins expanded at an alarming rate and have yet to recover. Do you not cherish your life? Can you not speak civilly without threatening me? Indeed, I can. Linglong raised her right hand, poised to awaken the little black serpent resting on her left wrist. Bai Jian, startled, quickly apologized. I am sorry, I was wrong. I just died once. The current me is reborn, a sword that understands civility and courtesy. Linglong scoffed, your master is still in my grasp. Do you think I cannot handle you? However, she was merely teasing this foolish sword. She would never rouse the sleeping serpent over such trivial banter, for it cared for her far more than she did for it. Remember, there will not be a next time. Truly, this little bean sprout is full of bravado. May I propose a matter for discussion? Speak. Please refrain from bestowing upon me any ridiculous names, such as Xiao Jian. I am older than your ancestors by several generations, and I have a name. Oh? Pray tell, what is your esteemed name? This was infuriating. How could this little bean sprout be so condescending? Xianing. Ah, Xianing? What of it? I have not heard of it. Master, allow me to vanquish her now, and I shall find a suitable blood bag for you later. I can no longer endure this. As Xianing was on the verge of erupting, Linglong gently tapped her left wrist. Instantly, the world fell silent, and it lay motionless upon the table. Linglong withdrew her hand with satisfaction. A sword should not perform in such a theatrical manner. She stowed the fiery fruits within her ring and resumed her meditation. However, to be frank, the spiritual energy in Qingxian sect was exceedingly sparse. Aside from the delightful sensation she experienced after consuming the fiery fruit, she could not feel any spiritual energy at other times. Linglong sighed. Xianing. Xianing remained still, unresponsive. If you continue to feign death, do not threaten me with my master. What kind of hero I am merely a child. What profound truths can you impart to a child? I cannot comprehend them. She vowed that when her master awakened, she would turn this bean sprout into a paste for him to sample. Speak if you have something to say. The spiritual energy here is too thin. Take me to a place within the secret realm where the energy is abundant. I must cultivate. With your aptitude, before Xianning could finish its mocking remark, Linglong shot it a warning glance. What is it? It is not impossible to cultivate. Oh? At the very least, defeating the small fry of the cultivation world should pose no significant challenge. Why do you look at me like that? I speak the truth. Although you currently possess 3 spiritual roots, your unique constitution will allow you to comprehend more spiritual roots in the future. If you are willing to strive and encounter fortuitous opportunities, refining all 9 roots is not unfeasible. Upon hearing these words, Linglong paused in contemplation. What was it saying? Is it not true that fewer spiritual roots are better, the purer, the more precious? What nonsense are you spouting? Even a single spiritual root, when refined to its utmost, is merely 1. Can it compare to someone who has refined all 9? You insignificant ants believe that purity is paramount simply because you cannot refine even 1, let alone 9 simultaneously. Xianning smirked derisively. Claiming that having too many spiritual roots is a disadvantage is nothing more than self-deception. Yet, so many fall for it, treating it as a truth. Linglong rested her chin in thought. According to Xianying's theory, did she not possess an advantage over Rongyue? Rongyue had a singular spiritual root, enabling rapid cultivation and swift development. Meanwhile, with her 3 roots, she would naturally progress at a slower pace, requiring more effort. However, if she could successfully refine all 3, outpacing Rongyue would be a piece of cake. With this realization, Linglong felt invigorated, springing to her feet. Let us go, we shall begin cultivating this very moment. Xianning was momentarily taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, then found it amusing. Truly, she was but a child, so naive. Under Xianying's guidance, Linglong returned to the Qinglian spirit pool. The moment the rich spiritual energy enveloped her, every cell in her body rejoiced. She quickly sat down, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. Xianning circled around, observing that this bean sprout was entirely engrossed in her practice. It could not help but view her in a new light. Though she was childish and exasperating, petty and sharp-tongued, her focus in cultivation was commendable. If she continued on this path, she might indeed soar to great heights, astonishing all of us. In the days that followed, Linglong spent her days seeking out her senior brother to learn sword techniques, and her nights in the secret realm to cultivate. Originally focused on refining her wood spiritual root, after the previous fiery fruit, she had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Following Xianying's advice, she utilized the abundant spiritual energy in the secret realm, spending a month refining both water and fire roots to the same mid-stage. With all 3 roots at the mid-stage of qi refinement, although her cultivation had not increased, she could distinctly feel her foundation becoming more solid, her entire being more grounded and stable. Whether circulating spiritual energy or practicing sword techniques, her breath and fluidity had transformed. She could guarantee that if someone of equal cultivation stood before her, she could effortlessly send them flying with a single strike. Having tasted success, she devoted another 3 months to refining all 3 roots to the late stage of qi refinement. Not only did she focus on her own cultivation, but she also incessantly urged her senior brother to practice diligently. Her senior brother instinctively reported his cultivation progress upon seeing her. The Qinglian still radiated faint spiritual light in the pool, and within the secret realm, Linglong's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. She opened her eyes and sprang up from the ground. All done. Xianning, startled by her sudden outburst, was plunged into a fit of irritation. Why are you so loud? The original text states that 4 months later, Rongyue will accompany her senior brother from the 7 Stars sect to the Western Mountain secret realm to rescue their companions besieged by a little demon. What is Rongyue? This is unimportant. What matters is that the little demon seems to be named Zizhua. What is Zizhua? Before Xianning could finish his question, he was yanked by the sword handle, and Linglong executed a graceful leap, perching herself upon its blade. Quickly, return to find my senior brother. Chapter 13. This little junior sister is quite fearsome. After landing, Linglong effortlessly stowed away her Xianning and dashed into Pei Luobai's courtyard. At that moment, dawn was just breaking, and the morning sun had yet to cast its golden rays upon the earth. Just as she was about to raise her hand to knock, the door to Pei Luobai's room swung open from within. Upon seeing Linglong, a flicker of tension crossed Pei Luobai's face. This little junior sister was indeed somewhat intimidating. For the past 4 months, she had come to him daily to learn sword techniques. While practicing her swordplay, she would insist he consume all the spirit fruits she had saved. After compelling him to eat, she would demand that he utilize the spiritual energy within the fruits to cultivate alongside her, insisting that for every moment she practiced, he must practice equally, without a second's respite. She would justify this by claiming that any time she disrupted his cultivation, she needed to compensate for it to feel better, and she viewed herself as both her role model and target, believing she must tirelessly strive to avoid disappointing him. Furthermore, each morning she arrived, she would inquire about his cultivation progress, requiring him to demonstrate his current realm. If she deemed his progress insufficient, she would present him with 3 times the amount of spirit fruits compared to the previous day, urging him to consume them and continue cultivating. Pei Luobai found himself on the verge of nausea from the sheer quantity of spirit fruits he was forced to eat. In an effort to consume less, he would sneak away to the secret realm after she departed. However, if he achieved better results than she anticipated, she would reduce his daily quota of spirit fruits. Through his diligent efforts, he had managed to reduce his intake to just 3 fruits daily. Calculating the days ahead, he anticipated that in just a short time, he would only need to consume 2. The thought of it filled him with a sense of gratitude. Under the relentless pressure exerted by his little junior sister, his cultivation had progressed rapidly, reaching the mid-stage of the yuaning realm, just a breath away from breaking into the late stage. Although he felt immense appreciation for his fervently motivated junior sister, he still harbored a tinge of fear upon seeing her. After all, she was undeniably formidable. Not only was she strict with herself, but she also imposed rigorous standards upon him. If he displayed even the slightest sign of laziness or retreat, she would sit at his doorstep and weep for an entire day. "Little junior sister, why are you up so early today?" he asked, noting that she usually arrived only after the sun had fully risen. "Senior brother, it's terrible. 7th senior brother is in trouble." "Zijua, what has happened?" "He just sent a paper crane back to the Qingxian sect, saying he encountered danger in the West Mountain secret realm and is requesting help." Pei Luobai's brow furrowed slightly. 7th junior brother was typically brash and often engaged in battles and sparring, challenging sects located thousands of miles away from the Qingxian sect. He adhered to the principle of taking responsibility for his own actions. Whether he triumphed or suffered defeat, he never boasted nor invoked the name of the Qingxian sect for assistance. Thus, his first instinct was to suspect that his junior sister had misunderstood the situation or that some malicious outsider was attempting to ensnare them in a trap. Where is the paper? He would not act hastily unless he had substantial assurance. However, she reasoned that it was perfectly reasonable for a child to act impulsively. With that thought, she rushed forward, clutching his arm and tugging him toward the exit. "Senior brother, we must hurry. You need to save 7th senior brother. If we delay, he will surely be bullied to death. Little junior sister, do not act rashly, there is something amiss here." It was not a significant issue. She was just a child. After all, impulsiveness was entirely reasonable, wasn't he it? "There's nothing amiss. If you won't go, I'm leaving right now. I must rescue 7th senior brother, Xianing." With a swift motion, Xianing shot out from her ring, carrying Linglong away in an instant, leaving Pei Luobai momentarily stunned. In a state of urgency, he could only quickly pursue her to avert any danger. So be it. It was rare for her to exhibit such concern for her senior brother, and even if it were a trap, he would accompany her. At the very least, in the lower realm of cultivation, with his mid-stage yuaning prowess, it was unlikely that anyone could harm his little junior sister under his watch. Pei Luobai followed Linglong as they soared toward the West Mountain. The West Mountain secret realm was a stable minor secret realm, primarily inhabited by first-level demon beasts, with a small number of second-level ones, and third-level beasts were practically non-existent. Since the discovery of the West Mountain secret realm, the sect alliance in the lower realm had established rules. The secret realm opened once a year for 5 days, allowing disciples with lower cultivation levels to enter for training. After 5 days, the secret realm would enter a year-long maintenance period, awaiting the arrival of next year's disciples for their trials. Thus, the West Mountain secret realm was considered extremely safe. Disciples entering for training did not even require the supervision of sect elders, as long as there was a leading disciple present. Over the years, nothing untoward had ever occurred. However, upon landing in the West Mountain secret realm, Pei Luobai detected genuine fluctuations of power within, as if something had indeed gone awry. Could it be that the plea for help received by his junior sister was authentic? Yet, how could a hot-headed golden core like 7th junior brother find himself in a low-level secret realm such as this? With his heart filled with confusion, Pei Luobai guided Linglong into the West Mountain secret realm. "Little junior sister, stay close to me. This is a place for Foundation establishment disciples to train. There are numerous first-level and second-level demon beasts within, which pose a significant danger to you as a chi-refining disciple." Pei Luobai's concerns were not unfounded. In the realm of cultivation, first-level demon beasts corresponded to chi-refining disciples, and second-level beasts matched those in the Foundation establishment stage. However, since demon beasts possessed innate cultivation and inherent brute strength, they were generally stronger than human cultivators of the same level. Linglong nodded seriously, her expression one of earnestness. Then, taking advantage of Pei Luobai's momentary distraction, she turned and unleashed a burst of spiritual energy at a nearby branch. The branch trembled, and the first-level gray bird perched upon it fell to the ground, lifeless. One strike was all it took. Indeed, training with 3 spiritual roots proved to be quite formidable. She wrapped her exquisite ring. "Xianing, quickly go retrieve my spoils. Why bother with that rubbish? You wouldn't understand. This is my first encounter with a demon beast. It's of great sentimental value. Bah, you just think I'm too idle and are looking for trouble. Ah, after 4 months with me, you're finally starting to think." Ultimately, Xianing complied and retrieved the creature for her, continuously reminding himself not to bicker with a child, as children were naturally immature and rather bothersome. Pei Luobai led Linglong on their journey, with her stealthily dispatching foes behind him while Xianing collected trophies along the way. They continued until they arrived near a vast lake within the secret realm, where numerous disciples from various sects were gathered. At least 10 different sects were present. In the center stood a man clad in blue robes adorned with a 7-star pattern, accompanied by a woman dressed in pink, who was none other than Yi Rongyue. This was not good. They had arrived first, and trouble was brewing. Linglong made a swift decision. She drew Xianing from her ring and flung it with force into the fray. Chapter 14. And with her fiery temper, she would never indulge such individuals. Without any forewarning, the shadow, Xianing, was unceremoniously cast into the air, cursing profusely. It swore that once this blood bag was rendered useless, it would surely make her pate deadly. Linglong's impulsive throw lacked any finesse. As Xianing braced for a rather ungraceful descent, it deftly executed a stylish flip, embedding itself firmly in the ground amidst the crowd. As the sword soared from a distance, the disciples of various sects collectively raised their heads in astonishment, their gaze drawn to the approaching figures of Pei Luobai and Linglong. In stark contrast to the neatly attired disciples of their respective sects, the duo, clad in their own garments, appeared particularly conspicuous and striking. Disciples of the various sects are present. I am Xiaolini of the Qixing sect. Might I inquire who you are and why you present this sword before us? Xiaolini furrowed his brow, directing a scrutinizing gaze towards Pei Luobai, while the others regarded him with palpable wariness. Their unconventional attire indicated they were not disciples of any alliance sect but rather seemed to belong to noble families or were rogue cultivators. Typically, the scions of prominent families in the cultivation world, who could cultivate independently without joining a sect, looked down upon ordinary disciples, exuding an air of arrogance. As for rogue cultivators, they were often solitary, traversing the cultivation realm, frequently embroiled in trouble, provocations, and theft. After all, a more unscrupulous approach often ensured survival. From their appearance, the two individuals bore the semblance of affluent scions rather than rogue cultivators, and their immediate delivery of a sword was undoubtedly provocative, signaling that they were not to be underestimated. Thus, the disciples heightened their vigilance, particularly towards Pei Luobai. Pei Luobai turned to Linglong, junior sister. What prompted you to throw a sword so carelessly? I never anticipated it would fly so far. Who could have guessed it would land upright? Looking as if it were eager for a fight, Linglong spoke truthfully, her sole intention being to interrupt the forthcoming actions of Rongyue and her senior brother. Little did she know that Xianing, with its inflated sense of pride, insisted on making such a dramatic landing, making it appear as if she had intentionally come to brawl. Upon hearing their exchange, the disciples opposite them were momentarily taken aback. Junior sister, this title implied they were indeed from the same sect. At that moment, Rongyue, standing beside Xiaolini, exclaimed in astonishment, Linglong, what brings you here? This exclamation drew Linglong's attention to Yuei. In the original narrative about the Shishan secret realm, it was noted that Rongyue had entered with the lowest cultivation level, yet she ultimately dazzled everyone, creating a significant contrast and garnering admiration and envy. Her current surprise likely stemmed from the fact that, after entering the Shishan secret realm, she was no longer the lowest in terms of age or cultivation. Even if she eventually shone brightly, it lacked some of its original significance. Linglong discerned Rongyue's subtle feelings and smirked arrogantly. Are you not here as well? Why should I not come, my dear sister? This utterance of sister immediately led several individuals present to deduce Linglong's identity. 4 months prior, during the disciple recruitment conference in the cultivation world, Rongyue had been fiercely sought after by various sects as a prodigy, while her sister's plight had been publicly exposed, revealing her harsh upbringing. So, this little girl before them was indeed Rongyue's sister. It was said that the two sisters were worlds apart. The elder had joined the esteemed Qixing sect, while the younger had seemingly ended up in the least prestigious sect. Had it not been for her openly defending Rongyue in front of everyone, few would have remembered her, as Rongyue's brilliance commanded all attention. In response to Linglong's retort, Rongyue momentarily froze, a hurt expression crossing her face. I apologize, I was merely anxious. I worry for your safety. You are still in the initial stages of qi refining, and the Shishan secret realm is a place for foundation establishment disciples to hone their skills. It is far too perilous for you. Having long heard of Rongyue's exceptional talent coupled with her gentle and gracious nature, never holding grudges or displaying arrogance, it was evident to all present that she truly was as kind-hearted as rumored, enhancing her reputation further. Junior sister, you need not demean yourself, you have done nothing wrong. It is those who are overly aggressive who ought to reflect. Xiaolini cast a sympathetic glance at Rongyue. Upon reading the original text, Linglong had recognized Xiaolini as Rongyue's devoted admirer, who, in the end, lost everything. She had once lamented the foolishness of such devotion. However, upon meeting him in person, Linglong felt that labeling him as foolish would be an insult to the very concept of the word. With her fiery temperament, she would never coddle such individuals. Are you not also in the qi refining stage? Why does my presence pose a danger while yours does not? Whom do you look down upon with your words? Rongyue's eyes widened. Growing up together, Linglong had always been headstrong and willful, but her previous remarks had lacked any depth. Yet now, her fierce demeanor was accompanied by sharp, well-articulated retorts. It was my senior brother who brought me here, thus I am not in danger. I am merely concerned for your safety. Why do you seem to target me? Is it because I joined the Qixing sect while you ended up in an obscure sect? Rongyue was not without her temper, and Linglong's provocation had riled her. Am I not also brought here by my senior brother? Do you not see him standing there? You claim I am targeting you, but who was it that publicly spoke on your behalf at the recruitment conference, securing you double the entry gifts? You seem to have forgotten my kindness, fixating instead on my recent rebuttal. Left speechless by Linglong's response, Rongyue stared wide-eyed, struggling to formulate a reply. While Linglong regarded her with amusement. She had never lost in a battle of wits, having achieved a perfect score in the language section of her college entrance examination. Her prowess was undeniable. Furthermore, you plainly belong to an obscure sect. Is that what your master taught you, or do you genuinely look down upon our sect? Sister, you are merely in the qi refining stage. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? At that moment, the nearby disciples, having overheard everything, could no longer contain their whispers. Why Heroine is so gentle, yet her sister is so fierce, with inferior talent and such a temperament, they truly are polar opposites. She may be fierce, but is she not speaking the truth? Heroine's words, while sounding magnanimous, concealed disdain for her sister. How can someone so talented be so condescending, and yet unable to retort? Is this the caliber of a prodigious maiden? Truly disgraceful. Just a refining disciple, ceaselessly boasting about her prodigious sister. I am nearly nauseated by it, not to mention, the way she referred to an obscure sect reveals how much Heroine looks down upon her sister. If it were me, I would not only retort but ensure she concedes an apology. Spare me, with her senior brother protecting and pampering her, do you dare to scold her? You are courting death. That senior brother is a golden core cultivator. There are foundation establishment disciples everywhere, who could possibly contend with him. Indeed, seeing Heroine biting her lip, distressed by the perceived injustice, Xiaolini felt a surge of compassion, his concern evident. Chapter 15 of the Clash of the Overprotective Brothers. You sharp-tongued little girl, do not dare to bully Heroine. She speaks to you with kindness, yet you respond with barbs. Your jealousy is evident, twisting your features beyond recognition. I have encountered many like you, and none have met a favorable end. Upon hearing these words, Linglong couldn't help but chuckle. What do I have to be jealous of? She and I are both at the chi refinement stage. How is she superior to me? You. Xiaolini was so enraged that smoke seemed to emanate from his ears. He raised his hand, conjuring a surge of spiritual energy, his expression grave enough to frighten. Witnessing this scene, the other disciples from nearby sects instinctively took a step back. Most of them were at the foundation establishment stage, while Xiaolini was a formidable golden core cultivator, particularly a late-stage golden core, capable of crushing anyone here as easily as squashing an ant. It is said that the disciples of the Seven Stars sect are fiercely protective of their own, and it seems this is indeed true. He would do anything for Heroine. With such a stark warning in the air, it appeared that Heroine's sister would have to concede. As the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect, I cannot allow an outsider to bully my junior sister. If you speak another disrespectful word, then I shall. His threatening words were abruptly cut off as Pei Luobai raised his hand, unleashing a blast of spiritual energy without uttering a single word of warning, startling everyone present. Xiaolini saw a fierce wave of spiritual energy hurtling towards him and swiftly transformed the energy in his palm into a protective shield, bracing himself against Pei Luobai's strike. In that moment, no one anticipated that a protective shield conjured by a late-stage golden core cultivator would shatter like paper with a resounding bang. After shattering Xiaolini's shield, Pei Luobai's spiritual energy surged towards his face. To shield Heroine from harm, Xiaolini took the blow with his own body. Struck in the chest, he staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ugh, seeing her senior brother utterly powerless and in such disarray before Linglong's senior brother, Heroine's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Linglong from the most inferior sect? How could she have such a powerful senior brother? It is well known that the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect is the foremost golden core in the cultivation world, possessing the best aptitude and talent among the sect's disciples, someone who could look down upon contemporaries from other sections. Cough, cough. Hearing Xiaolini's violent coughing, Heroine snapped back to reality. Senior brother. Are you all right? I won't die, I merely used 30% of my strength to give him a warning. Pei Luobai stepped forward, firmly positioning himself in front of Linglong. Originally, I did not intend to involve myself in their squabble. Children should resolve their own disputes, yet here you are, many years their senior, shamelessly inserting yourself into the fray. If you are not ashamed, I shall make you feel even more humiliated. Upon hearing this, Linglong straightened her back, pride swelling within her. What does it mean to have vision? Her senior brother exemplified it. Not only was there a vast disparity in their cultivation levels, but their moral character was also starkly apparent. Watching Heroine's face pale and her lips tightly pressed together, Linglong felt a thrill of satisfaction. I merely issued a warning, yet you resorted to violence. You have gone too far. Xiaolini protested. What right do you have to warn my junior sister? Who do you think you are? Linglong couldn't help but marvel at the turn of events. Her senior brother, typically reticent, was unyielding when it came to confrontation. His serious demeanor as he looked down upon others was simply captivating. Moreover, my junior sister is merely 11 years old. She is young and timid. Your so-called warning frightened her. For this alone, it is entirely justified for me to strike you. As Pei Luobai's words settled, everyone instinctively turned to gaze at Linglong, who wore a neutral expression, showing no signs of being frightened. Yet Pei Luobai's sincerity made one wonder if this child truly appeared so dazed due to fright. I will continue to monitor her situation. Should your warning leave an indelible mark on her psyche, I will personally visit the Seven Stars sect to demand an explanation from you. At this proclamation, even Linglong found herself momentarily stunned. Wait, wasn't her senior brother being rather fair-minded just now? Shouldn't they, as senior brothers, refrain from intervening in children's disputes? Yet, how did this conversation take such a puzzling turn? If her psyche were harmed, he would demand an explanation. Wasn't this a blatant display of blind favoritism? Wasn't this even more excessive than Xiaolini's actions? She almost fell for her fair and just senior brother's ruse. Not just Linglong, but even the disciples from other sects realized they had nearly been deceived by Pei Luobai's solemn demeanor. All of them were fiercely protective of their junior sisters, and compared to Xiaolini's incessant bluster, Pei Luobai had completely overshadowed him. At that moment, Heroine observed Linglong and Pei Luobai, biting her lip and instinctively clenching her fists. Throughout her life, she had never regarded her younger sister highly and had never desired to compete with her, as they had never existed on the same level and had nothing to contend over. Yet she never anticipated that there would come a day when she would lose face in front of Yi Linglong. What on earth was her senior brother's background? How could he be so formidable and treat her so well? Had she perhaps given all the spiritual fruits and stones prepared for her by her family to curry favor with her senior brother? As Yi Rongyue pondered this, her heart felt somewhat lighter. At least her senior brother's support for her was genuine. She did not need to appease anyone. In the future, she would undoubtedly forge her own path to greatness, requiring no one's protection. You all, just as Xia Lini was about to speak, he was halted by Yi Rongyue tugging at his sleeve, shaking her head at him. Senior brother, let it go. The disciples of the 7-star sect are magnanimous. We should not hold grudges against others, especially since they are also disciples of a sect. We ought to coexist peacefully. Indeed, my junior sister is the most magnanimous. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. Yes, let us not forget our primary objective. We are here to rescue our fellow disciples and must not allow trivial matters to delay our mission. Hearing their light banter, Yi Linglong initially did not wish to grant them any face, but their mention of the rescue reminded her of her own responsibilities. According to the original text, Yi Rongyue's first venture outside the sect for training led her to the Western Mountain Secret Realm, where her fellow disciples discovered a hidden realm within the secret realm during their exploration. Upon entering, they found it to be a treasure trove, with dangers and rewards far surpassing those outside. They encountered the little demon Ji Zizhua, who had also entered this secret realm. Later, when the secret realm was sealed, all of them, along with Ji Zizhua, were trapped inside. After Yi Rongyue and Xia Lini broke the seal and rescued their fellow disciples, the 7-star sect accused Ji Zizhua of sealing the entrance to kill and rob them, leading Yi Rongyue to join forces with other sects to injure Ji Zizhua and reclaim stolen treasures. From that point on, Ji Zizhua earned a notorious reputation for sealing the secret realm, harming disciples of various sects, and committing countless atrocities. Eventually, several sects united to accuse Ji Zizhua of his heinous acts against them, solidifying his infamous reputation as a little demon, which only grew more severe until he met his demise at Yi Rongyue's hands. Chapter 16, I am only targeting your insufficient strength. When Yi Linglong perused the original text, she too regarded Ji Zizhua as a nefarious character. However, not long ago, when her 6th senior brother introduced her to her fellow disciples one by one, he mentioned that the 7th senior brother, Ji Zizhua, possessed a fiery temperament and had a particular penchant for challenges, having ventured to provoke every nearby sect. When he approached these sects for challenges, they, upon seeing him arrive alone and merely at the golden core stage, aimed to teach him a lesson, hoping to instill in him the realization that arrogance would lead to dire consequences within their ranks. Yet, to their astonishment, each time they accepted his challenge, they were left utterly humiliated by the 7th senior brother. Even if some disciples managed to injure him to a degree, he invariably retaliated with greater force, leaving them in a state of near defeat. In his confrontations with the neighboring sects, he had never tasted defeat, growing ever stronger and bolder with each encounter. Though his cultivation was not the highest, he had undeniably become the most formidable fighter within the Qingxian sect. Despite his love for challenges, the 7th senior brother adhered to the principle of taking responsibility for his own actions, never implicating the Qingxian sect in his endeavors. Furthermore, his challenges were always announced in advance. If the other sects chose not to respond, he would not press the issue. In his earlier days, when his strength had yet to fully mature, he had suffered defeat at the hands of others, returning to the sect barely clinging to life, yet he steadfastly refused to reveal the identity of his assailant, stating only that he had failed in his challenge and could blame no one but himself. After hearing her 6th senior brother's account, Yi Linglong came to believe that the 7th senior brother was a person of integrity, entirely incapable of committing heinous acts such as sealing off secret realms to kill and plunder. Moreover, given his cultivation and prowess, if he were truly intent on murder, not a single disciple from the 7-star sect in the foundation establishment stage would have escaped alive, let alone emerged to accuse him. The sects later mentioned in the original text that claimed the 7th senior brother had been a long-standing villain were likely those he had previously challenged and defeated. Their resentment for their own inadequacies had led them to slander him, which she found utterly detestable. Were it not for the fact that the 7th senior brother never invoked the name of the Qingxian sect during his challenges, she would have nearly forgotten his true name, Ji Zizhua, and thus almost missed the unfolding events. She had faith that her 6th senior brother would not deceive her, and thus she firmly believed in the 7th senior brother's character. She would not allow him to bear the weight of unjust accusations or suffer undue indignities following this incident in the Western Mountain Secret Realm. Indeed, rescue is of utmost importance. The lives of the 7-star sect disciples are paramount, Xia Lini declared with a grave expression. Please, everyone, step aside. I must forcefully shatter the entrance to this secret realm. Upon hearing this, the other sects began to retreat, holding their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Had it not been for the incident involving the 7-star sect disciples, they would have remained unaware that the long-standing Western Mountain Secret Realm concealed yet another realm within. This secret realm was undoubtedly extraordinary, otherwise, how could it have ensnared individuals, compelling the disciples of the 7-star sect to seek aid from their sect? As Xia Lini raised his hand, preparing to channel his spiritual energy, Yi Linglong suddenly dashed forward and positioned herself directly in front of him. Wait. What do you intend to do now? Once was enough. Do you truly think everyone will indulge your antics? Xia Lini felt a surge of annoyance at the sight of Yi Linglong, whose malicious thoughts belied her tender age, brazenly embarrassing her sister in front of so many. Am I the one causing chaos, or are you simply too foolish? You are aware this is the entrance, as are those inside. While you ponder breaching it from the outside, those within are unlikely to remain passive. They may very well be attempting to escape through the entrance. If you were to forcibly break through, what if you injured those behind the entrance? Xia Lini was momentarily taken aback. Yi Linglong's reminder was indeed valid, yet he could not allow her to best him in this exchange. Do you think I need you to tell me that? I am perfectly capable of considering such matters. Once I breach the entrance, I will exercise restraint to ensure no harm befalls those behind it. Step aside. Despite his words, Yi Linglong remained steadfast, showing no intention of yielding. You seek to break the sealed entrance without harming those behind it. Such a challenging task, do you truly believe you can accomplish it? You may have faith in your abilities, but I find it impossible to trust you, especially since you cannot even withstand a single blow from my senior brother. Your strength is evidently lacking, with only your tongue proving formidable. Xia Lini's expression darkened at her words, and he trembled with rage, raising his hand as if to strike Yi Linglong. You insolent junior disciple, do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? At that moment, Pei Luobai swiftly stepped in front of Yi Linglong, his expression as cold as ever. Then go ahead, make your move. Xia Lini was infuriated to the point of boiling over. He had never endured such indignity in his life. He could not comprehend how such a skilled individual could emerge from an unknown sect. Such talent should be coveted by every sect in the realm of cultivation. Which sect do you belong to? How could you produce such an impudent disciple? Time after time, you obstruct my efforts to rescue my fellow disciples. Could it be that you are deliberately targeting the 7-star sect? Must you brandish the name of the 7-star sect so casually? My intentions are solely directed at your inadequate strength. You claim you will exercise restraint, yet I simply cannot place my trust in you. I will not allow you to forcibly breach this entrance and endanger those behind it. Yi Linglong, do not overstep your bounds. You may act willfully, harbor resentment toward me, but you must not toy with the lives of the 7-star sect disciples, regardless of the circumstances. The senior brother is also a disciple of the 7-star sect. He would never jeopardize his fellow disciples. This matter does not concern you. I implore you to step aside. At that moment, Yi Rongyue, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward to chastise Yi Linglong. The other sect members nearby could no longer contain their condemnation of Yi Linglong's actions, asserting that while her willfulness might be tolerable, trifling with lives was beyond reproach. Who says this matter does not concern us? My 7th senior brother is also within. Seeing your unreliable senior brother preparing to act recklessly, am I not equally anxious? At this revelation, those who had been criticizing Yi Linglong moments ago quickly shifted their stance. Ah, so her senior brother is also inside. No wonder she is so frantic. The senior brother from the 7-star sect does seem rather lacking. If it were me, I would be fearful as well, with my own senior brother trapped inside, relying solely on the unreliable outsider, who could remain at ease. At that moment, Yi Linglong firmly positioned herself in front of the entrance, resolutely blocking it. I will not allow you to forcefully breach the entrance. Xia Lini, overwhelmed with fury, felt his head buzzing. Not only was this young girl opposing him, but even the disciples from other sects were criticizing him, adding to the immense pressure he felt. What do you propose, then? Yi Linglong pointed to a spot about 10 feet away. Breach it from that position. At her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, each person staring at Yi Linglong in disbelief. Are you mad? Chapter 17. Witnessing their anguished embrace, Xia Lini was the first to exclaim, soon followed by a chorus of dissenting voices. Not a single individual supported Yi Linglong's actions. The entrance to the secret realm had always been its most vulnerable point, for it was inherently designed to open and close, never substantial enough, making it the most suitable and easily breached location. Yet, Yi Linglong astonishingly intended to forsake breaching the entrance in favor of dismantling the outer wall of the secret realm. This signified an illogical strategy of targeting the thickest part instead of the weakest. The outer wall of the secret realm was not akin to a mere household door that could be broken at will. Linglong, I understand your resentment towards me, but could you refrain from causing chaos at this critical moment? Lives are at stake. We must prioritize rescuing our seniors, Yi Rongyue implored with a pained expression. Step aside. Even if you doubt my senior brother, you could still have him breach the entrance. Why must you insist on this location? If we delay the rescue, can you bear the consequences? Yi Rongyue's words resonated with reason, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd. Indeed, saving lives took precedence. Yi Linglong found herself irked yet amused by Yi Rongyue's words. How had she never noticed her pettiness before? With every utterance, she twisted her actions into a narrative of personal vendetta, attributing her endeavors solely to jealousy. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Pei Luobai, expressionless, stepping aside toward the very spot she had indicated. Clear the way. I am about to forcibly breach the secret realm, he declared. At this pronouncement, a collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. He truly intended to attempt a breach from this point. Could he genuinely succeed? Was Yi Linglong merely boasting? Pei Luobai's straightforward approach silenced Yi Rongyue and Xia Lini, shifting the attention of the entire gathering towards him, filled with both tension and anticipation. Forcing one's way through the outer wall of the secret realm, this would surely become the talk of the town. In the midst of the crowd's anxiety, Yi Linglong felt an equal measure of trepidation. This task was undeniably challenging, and she held no absolute confidence in its success. When she had initially proposed the idea, she had even envisioned her senior brother wielding Xianing. After all, Xianing, despite being a broken sword, possessed considerable strength, and the combined power of both would greatly enhance the likelihood of success. Yet, observing her senior brother now, perhaps he might indeed accomplish it. He was a man of few words yet fierce resolve, surely he could pull it off. Amidst the collective anticipation, Pei Luobai drew forth his long sword, channeling his spiritual energy into it, and then swung it with all his might. With a thunderous roar, he cleaved a massive gash into the outer wall of the secret realm, wide enough for two to pass through simultaneously. As Pei Luobai successfully opened a breach, Linglong's excitement propelled her into a joyous leap. Amidst the stunned silence, she shouted, "My senior brother is extraordinarily handsome." Her exuberant declaration jolted everyone back to reality, their gazes now filled with admiration and excitement for Pei Luobai. Was he not far more impressive than Xia Lini? Among their generation of disciples, having someone so formidable would undoubtedly prevent him from fading into obscurity. After all, even Xia Lini had gained fame. What warranted Pei Luobai's anonymity? At that moment, even Heroine could not resist stepping forward, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of reverence as she looked at Pei Luobai. "May I inquire about your cultivation level, brother? Which sect do you hail from, to possess such formidable strength capable of breaching the solid outer wall?" Witnessing this scene, Xia Lini felt a pang of jealousy but ultimately stifled it for Heroine's sake. Pei Luobai sheathed his sword, casting not even a glance at Heroine, simply responding indifferently, "What does it matter to you?" Heroine stood there, her expression shattered. She had never experienced such rejection in her life. Lowering her head, she bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. However, Pei Luobai remained oblivious to her pitiable demeanor, while Xia Lini rushed to comfort her. Some individuals are simply ungrateful, born without the ability to recognize kindness. "Rongyue, let us not waste our energy on such people." Rongyue inhaled deeply, nodding. "Indeed, the safety of our seniors is paramount. These matters are inconsequential." Linglong, observing the theatrical exchange between the two, could not help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. The display was rather entertaining. "Junior sister," Pei Luobai called her, then gently turned her head away from the two, directing her gaze towards the newly created breach. "Is this acceptable?" "Yes, absolutely." Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Her senior brother was basking in the limelight, why should she divert her attention to him? Were Linglong to hear such thoughts, she would undoubtedly retort, "Of course, it is to witness their tearful reunion." How delightful! At that moment, a voice emerged from within the breach. "Look, the wall of the secret realm has been forcibly breached, we are saved." Upon hearing the voice of a disciple from the Seven Stars sect, Xia Lini and Heroine rushed forward. As they reached the breach, another voice echoed from within, "But why was it the wall beside the entrance that was breached and not the entrance itself? Wasn't it our senior brother who came? Has he already breached the outer wall?" Xia Lini's expression stiffened, his steps faltering, while Heroine pressed on without hesitation. "Senior brother, senior sister, are you all right?" "We're fine, though we encountered a malevolent being who injured us. Thankfully, we all survived." "Has our senior brother arrived? Hurry and subdue that little fiend. He sealed the secret realm, stole our blazing cloudbirds, and injured us all." Upon hearing this, Linglong dashed into the breach, followed swiftly by Pei Luobai, with other disciples from various sects entering in droves. "What little fiend? Is there another little fiend inside?" "Yes, he is over there. His name is Ji Zizhua," a disciple from the Seven Star sect pointed, and everyone turned to see a youth beneath a massive phoenix tree, channeling an unceasing flow of spiritual energy from his palm to repair a spiritual orb before him. Within the orb was a colossal blazing cloudbird, struggling violently against its confinement, desperately attempting to break free. Linglong followed the gaze of the crowd and at last understood why Ji Zizhua was dubbed a little fiend. His cherubic face, round and plump, made him appear deceptively youthful, almost her age, yet in truth, Ji Zizhua was already 16, 5 years her senior. This little fiend dares to be so audacious. "Today, I must teach you a lesson and avenge my fellow disciples," Xia Lini declared, drawing his sword and charging forward, with Heroine swiftly following suit. "Senior brother, I will assist you." Witnessing this, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect found their resolve and drew their swords in unison. "We shall join in. Today we will capture this little fiend and avenge our comrades." As they surged forward to attack, Linglong, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "Stop!" However, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect paid her no heed. In a last resort, she retrieved Xianing from her ring, hurling it forcefully while exclaiming, "Tonight, let it feast on blood." Instantly, the released Xianing radiated an overwhelming aura, its presence imposing and fierce. Chapter 18. Is it possible? Am I truly this formidable? The posture adopted by Xianing was far more graceful than before, and its power had increased significantly. In an instant, it surpassed the rushing disciples of the Qixing sect, overtaking Heroine, and catching up to the foremost runner. Xia Lini, upon witnessing the sword soaring forward to block his path, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Xia Lini's lips. If memory served him right, this sword belonged to that insufferable child, Linglong, did it not? Were her senior brother to intervene, he might have posed a challenge, but with her meager cultivation at the qi refining stage, did she truly believe she could obstruct him? Since she wished to humiliate herself, he would gladly oblige, allowing her to experience ample disgrace. Thus, Xia Lini swung his sword forcefully, intending to cleave Linglong's sword in two, envisioning the scene where she would lament over her broken sword, weeping inconsolably before the crowd. The mere thought of such a spectacle brought him satisfaction, prompting him to unleash his full strength without a shred of mercy. With a resounding clang, a tremendous force erupted, sending shockwaves through Xia Lini's grip, rendering his hands numb. In the next moment, before the watchful eyes of all, his sword shattered into two pieces. The smile lingering at the edge of his lips was abruptly replaced by a look of disbelief. Yet, this was not the end, for his excessive force had caused Linglong's sword to rebound with a thunderous crack, the hilt striking his face and skewing his nose, sending a crimson spray of blood erupting into the air. Xia Lini was sent crashing to the ground, the back of his head hitting the earth with a resounding thud that reverberated in the hearts of all present. At the sight of the scene, even Linglong was left dumbfounded. Happiness had arrived far too suddenly. Though she had longed to strike Xiaolini, she had never imagined he would be reduced to such a state. Amidst the instinctive gasps of the onlookers, Yi Rongyue was the first to regain her composure. "Senior brother." She rushed to Xiaolini's side, crouching to assess his condition, only to find him clutching his bloodied nose, the broken hilt of his sword in hand, a sight most pitiful and tragic. In that moment, the disciples of the Qixing sect swiftly surrounded him, for he was their esteemed senior brother, the one who had come to rescue them from that wicked fiend. Yet, they had barely begun to fight, and now he lay incapacitated. What were they to do? With no one to support them, panic ensued. "Senior brother, are you alright? How could this happen? This is outrageous. Someone has schemed against our senior brother." At that moment, Yi Rongyue could no longer maintain her composure. She sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Linglong. "Yi Linglong, how could you possess such a venomous heart?" "You." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Linglong let out an exaggerated gasp, her bright eyes wide with feigned innocence as she approached, her red dress fluttering. "Is it possible? I merely tossed it carelessly. Surely, no one genuinely believes that a mere chi-refining novice like me could orchestrate such a scheme against a golden core senior brother of the Qixing sect in front of so many witnesses? Is he injured because of me, really? Am I truly that formidable?" Yi Linglong's earnest and loud inquiry left all the disciples of the Qixing sect utterly bewildered. Even Yi Rongyue found herself speechless, her mouth agape, unable to muster a response. Although, was it not a bit of an exaggeration to suggest she had schemed against the senior brother? Moreover, her demeanor appeared rather proud, as if she were eagerly awaiting their acknowledgement of her supposed culpability in the senior brother's plight. Hearing Yi Linglong's words, the fallen Xiaolini spat out another mouthful of blood. Had he unwittingly stepped out without consulting the omens today, how had he encountered such an infuriating child? The disciples of the Qixing sect exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain how to respond, while those from other sects watching the spectacle began to murmur, some unable to stifle their laughter. At that moment, Yi Linglong let out another exaggerated squeal, even more ostentatious than before. "Oh dear, is this spiritual sword crafted by the Qixing sect? It's broken, yet spiritual energy emanates from the fracture. It is evident that this sword is no ordinary item. The craftsmanship of the Qixing sect is unparalleled. If my sword were to break, it would be akin to scrap metal, devoid of any spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, many disciples from other sects turned their curious gazes towards the broken sword, indeed noticing the faint spiritual energy escaping from the fracture. This sword was of fine quality, albeit its breakage was rather absurd, even inferior to the unremarkable white sword in Yi Linglong's possession. The disciples of the Qixing sect, including Yi Rongyue, fell into a profound silence. How were they to respond? Surely, they could not admit to the inferiority of their sword's quality, yet to claim their sword was flawless would only serve to highlight the superiority of Yi Linglong's. Wait, was she truly waiting for them to praise her sword's excellence? Realizing this, the disciples of the Qixing sect fell into an even deeper silence, while the fallen Xiaolini discreetly spat another mouthful of blood in an unnoticed corner. Fortunately, Yi Rongyue was astute. She quickly regained her bearings, lifting her head to confront Yi Linglong directly. "What are you doing throwing swords again? This is the second time today. Are you intentionally trying to provoke the Qixing sect? I know you resent and hate me, but must you bring your personal grievances to such an occasion? Your despicable actions have not only harmed my senior brother but have also allowed that wicked fiend to escape." Yi Linglong pointed towards the already approaching Ji Zizhua behind her. "Are you referring to him? He hasn't run away, has he? Could you perhaps open your eyes and observe before speaking? It makes communication quite challenging." Yi Rongyue was so infuriated that she felt smoke rising from her head. She had been so focused on targeting Yi Linglong that she had not noticed Ji Zizhua's presence behind her. After all, he appeared quite diminutive, and in the crowd, it was easy to overlook him. "That does not change the fact that you deliberately provoked the Qixing sect. That was only because you all sought to harm my seventh senior brother without discerning right from wrong that I intervened. I had warned you to cease your actions, yet no one paid me any mind, so I was left with no choice." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This little fiend, Ji Zizhua, was indeed Yi Linglong's seventh senior brother? "You claim that this little fiend is your seventh senior brother?" Yi Linglong scooped up Xianing from the ground and cradled it in her arms. "Sister, please speak respectfully. If you continue to insult my senior brother, I may just hurl this sword again. It is not as finely crafted as yours, and it may very well act beyond my control." Yi Rongyue was infuriated. She certainly did not fear Yi Linglong, but given that her sword had caused such grievous harm to her senior brother, she was not foolish enough to dismiss it as mere coincidence. For the time being, she could not discern any ulterior motives and dared not act rashly. Moreover, Yi Linglong's senior brother was still present, while her own had already fallen. It would be madness to engage Yi Linglong in battle. Chapter 19. A rascal, receive my blade. Since you claim he is your seventh senior brother, then he is indeed a member of our sect alliance. I implore him to elucidate why he chose to seal the secret realm, injure my fellow disciples of the Seven-Star sect, and abscond with our blazing cloud bird. The elder brother had been wounded, and now Yi Rongyue had no choice but to stand up for the Seven-Star sect. Otherwise, they would be left leaderless, vulnerable to the machinations of those with malicious intent. "Seventh senior brother, we have just heard their side of the story. Now it is your turn to recount what truly transpired," Yi Linglong inquired, turning to Ji Zizhua. To her surprise, Ji Zizhua did not immediately defend himself but instead pointed excitedly at Yi Linglong and asked Pei Luobai, "Master brother, is she our newly arrived junior sister?" "Indeed," Pei Luobai replied. "She is so adorable, and clever as well. Was she just now defending me?" To be precise, she journeyed a great distance, urging me from the sect to support you. Zhua's eyes sparkled, and the smile on his cherubic face grew even brighter. My master may often be unreliable in his affairs, yet every disciple he brings back is exceptional. Greetings, junior sister. Seventh senior brother, let us postpone our pleasantries, please recount the events that just unfolded, Linglong urged. Very well, I shall heed your request. Linglong could hardly contain her amusement at her senior brother's demeanor. He seemed unperturbed by the accusations hurled at him, or by the swords drawn against him. His gaze and attention were solely fixated on his newfound junior sister, as if her presence eclipsed all else, rendering the chaotic happenings around him insignificant. Over a month ago, I heard my master mention his intention to attend the upcoming recruitment conference, during which he would bring back new disciples. I pondered the necessity of a welcoming gift for the new arrivals, yet could not think of anything suitable as I wandered about aimlessly, until yesterday when I sensed unusual activity in the Western Mountains secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, I discovered the blazing cloud bird. Its feathers possess remarkable hardness and defensive capabilities, making it an exceptional material for crafting defensive spiritual artifacts. I intended to capture it to assist third senior sister in preparing a spiritual tool for the new disciples. However, while I was engaged with the blazing cloud bird, I was ambushed from behind by them. They sought to seize the bird from me, but I refused, resulting in a scuffle. Considering they were mere Foundation establishment disciples, despite their treachery, their strength was inadequate. I could hardly bring myself to employ excessive force, merely teaching them a lesson before driving them away. Yet, to my astonishment, the secret realm suddenly began to tremble ominously, as if it were on the brink of collapse. I had intended to leave with the bird, but upon reaching the entrance, I found it sealed by them. I surmised they feared others would come to claim a share, thus sealing off the interior, only to ultimately bring ruin upon themselves. With our exit barred, we could only strive to stabilize the secret realm, preventing its swift collapse. I expended considerable effort to mend the failing realm, thereby halting its disintegration and safeguarding everyone's lives. Zhua scoffed derisively. In the end, upon witnessing their allies arrive to rescue them, they turned the tables, accusing me of injuring them in a bid to steal the blazing cloud bird and of sealing the realm. Now they have come to besiege me. Had it not been for master brother and junior sister's timely arrival today, I would have surely succumbed to them, having exhausted my strength in repairing the realm, leaving me no choice but to flee and endure their slander. The stark contrast of Zhua's account left the disciples of other sects astounded. Had it not been for Linglong's desperate intervention, it was likely they would have rallied to attack this little villain. Zhua, however, with both sides asserting their narratives, who could discern the truth? Upon hearing Zhua's version, Linglong's initial suspicions were confirmed that the entrance to the secret realm had indeed been sealed by the disciples of the Seven-Star sect, and Zhua, a golden core cultivator, had ventured into a Foundation establishment realm solely to prepare a gift for the newly initiated disciples. Regrettably, in the original narrative, the protagonist did not go to the Qingxian sect but instead accompanied Heroine to the Seven-Star sect, a year when there were no new junior sisters to welcome at the Qingxian sect. Zhua had been away for so long that he was wholly unaware that the gift he had painstakingly prepared would ultimately go unreceived. This further illustrated that Zhua was a person of simple and earnest intentions. Otherwise, how could he have failed to ascertain whether there were any new disciples before hastily preparing a gift? Thus, the notion that he had schemed to harm a few Foundation establishment disciples of the Seven-Star sect, thereby tarnishing his own reputation, was beyond Linglong's belief. Fortuitously, she had arrived in time, preventing her seventh senior brother, who had labored to prepare a gift for her, from suffering undue indignities. All was not yet lost. You slanderer, our disciples of the Seven-Star sect act with integrity. How could we possibly engage in such despicable and shameless deeds? Only lowly sects like yours would resort to theft and robbery, one disciple of the Seven-Star sect declared emphatically, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhua. To slander me is one thing, but to insult my sect is intolerable. Zhua roared in fury, raising his hand to channel his spiritual power, ready to retaliate. Yet, before he could act, his junior sister sprang forth, drawing a white sword and lifting it high to strike at the disciple's face. As this familiar scene unfolded once more, the disciples of the other sects murmured, "Here it comes again, she has thrown that sword for the third time after striking the Seven-Star sect twice, could it possibly not hit again? Surely not, she is merely at the chi refinement stage." The disciples of the Seven-Star sect thought, is she attempting to employ the same ambush tactic against master brother? He is well prepared now. With such a clumsy ruse and low cultivation, how could she possibly succeed? Let us see how he deals with her. Seventh senior brother Zhua lamented, "Oh no, not only is my junior sister's cultivation low, but her fighting skills are also lacking. That sword-throwing posture resembles discarding refuse, it is bound to miss and become a subject of ridicule among everyone. I must quickly devise a way to salvage her dignity." Heroine thought, "I refuse to believe it. I simply cannot accept that her technique will succeed, she is undeniably an untalented waste, it cannot possibly work, it must not." Master brother Pei Luobai mused, "The charisma of our junior sister has evidently reached such heights that, regardless of the simplicity of her sword-throwing posture, that sword will unerringly make amends for her." At that moment, though each had their own thoughts, all eyes were fixed intently on the trajectory of the flying sword. The disciple of the Seven-Star sect had already steeled himself, ready to deliver a powerful strike, determined to recover the dignity lost by their master brother. "You wretched scoundrel, how dare you insult my sect? Receive my blade." As the sword flew forth, Linglong added a dramatic shout to amplify the atmosphere. Chapter 20 of the younger junior sister truly appeals to his taste indeed. The spectacle was grand, yet the execution left much to be desired. With the sword's trajectory askew, what miraculous effects could one anticipate? As the majority gathered to revel in Linglong's misfortune, she formed a decisive gesture with both hands and proclaimed, "Turn." Miraculously, the white sword pivoted mid-air, returning to its intended path, and, catching everyone off guard, lunged directly towards the face of the Seven Stars sect disciple. Alas, he was prepared. With a swift swing of his long sword, he aimed to cleave Linglong's blade and deliver a forceful slap to her face, then redirect his attack towards her. One must admit, his plan was indeed splendid. With a resounding clash, the disciple of the Seven Stars sect stared in disbelief at the shattered remnants of his long sword, his mind blank. Worse than Xiaolini, he had forgotten to dodge entirely and was met squarely by Linglong's white blade against his forehead. A piercing scream erupted, and blood gushed from his forehead, appearing more gruesome than Xiaolini's plight, prompting nearby disciples of the Seven Stars sect to hurriedly assist him. This scene left all witnesses utterly astonished. Was Linglong truly this formidable? Could she genuinely control her sword from a distance? Had her manipulation of spiritual energy reached such unprecedented smoothness? Was this within the capabilities of a disciple in the chi refinement stage? As skepticism lingered, she called out, "Return." The white sword, astonishingly, soared back into her palm. Despite her adorably round face, the fluidity of her movements could not conceal her grace. She truly could control her sword from afar. Such a feat was not easily accomplished even by many Foundation establishment disciples, yet she, a mere chi refinement disciple, executed it with such finesse. Was she truly the last participant of the cultivation conference? Pleased with her performance, Linglong retrieved Xianing, satisfied with the display, and looked forward to more joint displays of prowess in the future. Let me reiterate, anyone who dares to insult my sect or my senior brother shall not escape my wrath easily. Not even the seemingly upright disciples of the Seven Stars sect. Yi Rongyue felt a surge of indignation at Linglong's blatant mockery. But you cannot disregard reason entirely. Then let us discuss reason. Your fellow disciples claim that my senior brother sealed the secret realm and harmed them while seizing their blazing cloud bird. Where is the evidence? All disciples of the Seven Stars sect can testify. We witnessed it together. Can you still accuse us falsely? Yi Rongyue retorted. At this moment, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect only dared to nod in agreement from behind, too intimidated to step forward. Linglong's sword was far too fearsome. Sustaining injuries was trivial. Who among cultivators had not endured wounds? What truly mattered was the potential loss of their spiritual swords. Each of their spiritual swords had been painstakingly earned through arduous tasks to accumulate points for exchange with their sect. To have it shattered so easily was a fate more grievous than death. Does a multitude of witnesses validate your claims? Yi Rongyue, have some dignity. What does your numbers matter if you cannot even defeat me? Let us adhere to evidence. Do not continually assert the righteousness of the Seven Stars sect based solely on our numbers. I feel embarrassed for you. Having said this, Linglong turned her gaze to the other sect disciples present. My seventh senior brother and the disciples of the Seven Stars sect claim the entrance to the secret realm was sealed by the opposing party. It is simple. Let us now examine the entrance to discern whose spell it truly is, and the truth shall be revealed. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. Fortunately, when they had broken into the secret realm, the entrance had not been destroyed, allowing the evidence to remain intact. The identity of the perpetrator would soon be clear. As Linglong strode towards the entrance of the secret realm, the faces of the Seven Stars sect disciples turned pale, panic setting in. They exchanged anxious glances, but recalling the lessons learned from their senior brother and junior brother, none dared to act against her, instead watching helplessly as she reached out toward the entrance, only to find it sealed. Linglong raised her hand, channeling spiritual energy in an attempt to forcibly breach the entrance. However, vibrant colors flashed as intricate runes momentarily appeared, rebounding her and her energy back. Seeing this, Zijua swiftly flew to her side to support her, taking over the task of channeling energy. The continuous influx of spiritual power caused the fleeting brilliance and runes to persist, manifesting clearly for all to witness. Upon observing the formation, every spectator was left stunned, their eyes widening in shock, instinctively gasping in awe. The formidable and distinctive magic of the Seven Stars sect was unmistakable. The colorful lights were a dead giveaway. Thus, it became evident that the liars were indeed the disciples of the Seven Stars sect. This is the Seven Stars sect's confinement formation, supposedly crafted by the sect's elders for the safety of disciples venturing into the world. Once the formation is sealed, we cannot breach it from our side. It can only be penetrated from the reverse. In other words, if the disciples of the Seven Stars sect had forcibly broken through the entrance to the secret realm, the formation would have collapsed, and at that point, they could have turned the tables and accused you of wrongdoing, leaving you with no recourse. Zijua was astonished by his junior sister's quick thinking. Precisely. No wonder the senior brother of the Seven Stars sect, Xiaolini, insisted on breaking through here. Had I not intervened, the evidence would have been destroyed, and you would have been subjected to the vile act of having the truth twisted against you. Having concluded her statement, Linglong turned her gaze upon the disciples of the Seven Stars sect, loudly demanding, now that the evidence is irrefutable, do you have any further arguments to make? The disciples of the Seven Stars sect turned ghostly pale, rendered speechless and frozen in place. Yi Rongyue, witnessing this scene, felt utterly bewildered. Could it truly be that the disciples of the Seven Stars sect were the ones lying? How could this be? This matter had nothing to do with her, yet as a disciple of the Seven Stars sect, she was now embroiled in their disgrace. What was she to do, initially believing that with such ironclad evidence, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect would be unable to refute? She was taken aback when several dared to stand up defiantly, and not just one. Even if we utilized the Seven Stars sect's confinement formation, what of it? It was his arrogance, relying on his golden core cultivation, that provoked us to seize our blazing cloudbird, leading us to take such desperate measures. Exactly, he was the one who attempted to snatch it first. If it weren't for our pride, who would willingly confine themselves within a secret realm? Indeed, if there is any fault, it lies with him. Moreover, his actions were far more despicable. We did not injure him, yet he harmed us. Hearing this, Linglong could only laugh in exasperation. Their skill in deflection was indeed impressive. However, there was no need for concern. She was well equipped to handle such obstinate individuals. Seventh senior brother, since they insist that the blazing cloud bird was theirs first, why not be magnanimous and return it to them? Zizhua paused momentarily before quickly grasping the implication, a grin of excitement spreading across his face. This junior sister of his truly knew how to appeal to his preferences, so they wished to be obstinate. Very well, let them have their fill. Alright, I shall return it to them. Prepare to catch. Chapter 21. Is this the genius girl? She is so strong. With a swift motion, Zizhua raised his hand and released the blazing cloud bird that he had just confined with his spiritual energy, sending it hurtling towards the direction of the disciples from the Seven Stars sect. The cloudbird, having struggled in its confinement for quite some time, was now frenzied and enraged. Upon gaining its freedom, it unleashed all its pent-up fury in an instant. With a resounding whoosh, flames erupted as the searing fire and formidable magical beast's power surged towards the Seven Stars disciples. Get out of the way! A voice cried out in alarm, and the disciples of the Seven Stars sect scrambled in fear, desperately trying to shield their heads. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the flames and magical energy. In that fleeting moment, many were injured by the cloudbird, some were thrown aside, others fell to the ground, and a few were engulfed in flames, turning half the sky crimson. Witnessing this scene, Rongyue could scarcely contain her agitation, stamping her feet in distress. Stop, how can you harm others like this? If anything were to happen to them, they could drop dead on the spot, and it would be of no concern to us. Linglong, unaccustomed to indulging Rongyue's complaints, interrupted her coldly. Anyone with functioning eyes and ears heard them boasting shamelessly that they had captured the cloudbird. Regardless of whether they were lying, we graciously returned the cloudbird to them. As for their ability to capture it, that is not our concern. Linglong's arguments were sound and irrefutable. Rongyue felt a deep-seated resentment towards these individuals, lamenting their foolishness in lying and deceiving. Even when faced with damning evidence, she found it utterly shameful to be associated with such people. Yet, despite her disdain, she could not bear to witness their demise. Returning home, she would find it impossible to explain from birth. She had always held her head high, garnering admiration and praise from others wherever she went. This was the first time in her life she had to lower her head, and it was to someone like Linglong, whom she considered a waste. Reluctant yet left with no choice, she clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves, took a deep breath, and forced herself to speak through her discomfort. Linglong, have your senior brother retrieve the cloudbird. With their meager strength, they could never have captured it. Oh, are you admitting they lied? Yes, they lied and deceived, even going so far as to frame your senior brother with solid evidence. Their injuries are but a consequence of their own actions, but their sins do not warrant death. I hope you will not pursue this to the bitter end, but rather grant them a chance for redemption. Every word out of Rongyue's mouth was logical, and with so many eyes fixed upon Linglong, she was reluctant to escalate the matter further. She feared no repercussions from the Seven Stars sect, but having gone to such lengths to restore her senior brother's reputation, she could not bear to see it tarnished again. This is your own declaration. The senior brothers and sisters from other sects have also heard. Let them serve as witnesses. The onlookers from other sects nodded in agreement, eager to testify, while whispering among themselves about the Seven Stars sect, which, despite being the largest sect in the cultivation world, had produced disciples who were both foolish and shameless. Aside from Rongyue, others truly felt disgraced today. Senior brother, please retrieve our cloudbird. Very well, I will heed my junior sister's request. With the cloudbird reclaimed, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect breathed a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, their expressions grim as they tended to their injuries. They were battered and exhausted, lacking the strength to maintain their bravado any longer. Seeing their disheveled state, Zizhua was in high spirits. Had it not been for his junior sister's timely arrival, he would not only have failed to reclaim the cloudbird but would also have been burdened with the infamy of harming disciples of the Seven Stars sect. He would have been labeled a little demon throughout the cultivation world, though he did not care for others' opinions, who would relish being wronged, while he generally believed in the principle of taking action rather than speaking. Today, his junior sister had left them speechless, leading them to admit their own disgrace, which was simply delightful. At that moment, Rongyue, aware of the loss of face, wished to avoid lingering in such a crowded place. She addressed the disciples of the Seven Star sect. Let us move further inside and find a quiet place to rest and heal. Understanding that they had suffered a tremendous embarrassment today, with their senior brother injured and no one to advocate for them, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect set aside their previous grievances and followed Rongyue to a different location to recuperate. Seeing them so readily comply, Rongyue felt the pride that had been momentarily shattered by Linglong resurfaced. It was worth noting that she had joined the sect last and had the lowest cultivation level, yet thanks to her exceptional talent, she had garnered her master's favor. Her fellow disciples had often envied her and conspired against her. However, after Yi Linglong's intervention, they had become submissive, turning her misfortune into a blessing. From now on, her standing within the 7 Stars sect would be stronger, and her path smoother. She raised her head to glance at Yi Linglong. As for the face she had lost today, she would reclaim it swiftly if her talent was evident, and those inferior to her would never catch up, even if they devoted their entire lives to the chase. Merely an unremarkable Yi Linglong, she did not need to regard her with any seriousness, for the gap between them would only widen in the future. Perhaps it would not take long for the difference to become glaringly apparent. Everyone, let us take flight on our swords. We shall venture over there to explore. Upon finishing her words, Yi Rongyue drew forth her spiritual sword, standing upon it as she soared into the air. Seeing her ascend, the disciples of the 7 Stars sect quickly followed suit. As the disciples of the 7 Stars sect flew into the sky, the remaining disciples from other sects, who had not yet departed, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Sword flight was an ability reserved for those in the foundation establishment stage. Many could only manage stable flight upon reaching the golden core stage, yet here was Yi Rongyue, merely in the chi refining stage, performing such a feat. Heavens! Yi Rongyue can actually fly on a sword. She is still in the chi refining stage. Is this truly the first place winner of this year's disciple recruitment event, the first genius girl among the new disciples? How formidable she is! With such an imposing aura, it won't be long before she outpaces her peers in this cohort. No wonder the 7 Stars sect boasts about having such a promising disciple. If it were our sect, we would have to flaunt it even more. Amidst the gasps of admiration, Yi Rongyue's confidence and pride were fully restored. This was the state she was meant to embody. Her earlier humiliation before Yi Linglong was merely an accident. A proud smile graced her face as she led the disciples of the 7 Stars sect away to explore the secrets hidden within the Western Mountains' mystique. If memory served her correctly, the former mirror had mentioned a spirit-rich stone platform located in the depths of the Western Mountains' secret realm, situated in the southwest direction. Now in the late stage of chi refinement, she was but a breath away from breaking into the foundation establishment stage. She must find that stone platform. Chapter 22. Is this the strength of the last place? At this moment, with her determination solidified, Yi Rongyue was flying at full speed towards the southwest. Suddenly, exaggerated gasps and even more outrageous exclamations erupted from behind her, compelling her to glance back. Upon turning, she beheld Yi Linglong gracefully soaring through the air, standing atop her white sword, her altitude far surpassing the surrounding forest. She moved with astonishing speed, zipping past with a whoosh that left a gust of wind in her wake. After reaching a distance, she even traced a perfect circle in midair, spinning elegantly, her flowing swordplay complemented by her striking red dress against the azure sky. Elder brother, 7th senior brother, you are so slow. I've been waiting for you for ages. How can you lag behind like this? One is in the gold core stage and the other in the nascent soul stage. How do you justify this? Before Pei Luobai and Ji Zizhua could respond, the other disciples from various sects, who had witnessed the spectacle, could no longer contain their astonishment. It's not that they are slow. It is clearly Yi Linglong who is far too swift. This is the first time I've seen someone fly at such an incredible speed. Heavens, isn't Yi Linglong still in the chi refining stage? How does she manage to fly both swiftly and steadily? With her swordsmanship, I would believe she is already in the gold core stage. I initially thought Yi Rongyue was formidable, but Yi Linglong surpasses her by a significant margin. Both of them are in the chi refining stage and can fly on swords. Are prodigies truly so common these days? Although both are in the same stage, Yi Linglong's prowess is immensely superior to Yi Rongyue's cautious low-altitude flight. Is this truly the strength of the last place in the disciple selection tournament? Seeing their junior sister steal the spotlight, Pei Luobai and Ji Zizhua couldn't help but wear affectionate smiles. Our little junior sister is quite remarkable. Pei Luobai recognized that it wasn't the junior sister herself who was flying, but rather that ancient spirit sword. He had witnessed its formidable power and acknowledged that it was only natural he could not match its speed. However, from another perspective, the fact that such a powerful ancient spirit sword was obediently tamed by their junior sister spoke volumes about her own capabilities. Indeed, our junior sister is exceptionally skilled. Of course, elder brother is also impressive. In just a few months, your cultivation has noticeably advanced, even breaking through the outer wall of the secret realm. Pei Luobai was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought he couldn't achieve such a feat, but after being closely monitored and relentlessly training for 4 months under the watchful eye of his junior sister, he had experienced a meteoric rise in strength, accomplishing even the seemingly absurd. Reflecting on this, he realized it was all thanks to his junior sister. Actually, it's still our junior sister who was even more formidable. Pei Luobai patted Ji Zizhua's shoulder. You will understand in due time. He wasn't sure how the 7th junior brother would fare against their junior sister, but he knew that the 6th junior brother had already fled in fright. Indeed, ever since the 6th junior brother realized that their junior sister would come to his courtyard daily to oversee his training, he had dashed away, leaving in a decisive and swift manner, fearing that she might not spare him either. At that time, the oblivious Ji Zizhua nodded earnestly. I will make sure to get along well with our junior sister when I return. It's a promise. Ji Zizhua was taken aback. Why did the elder brother's words sound as though he feared he might backtrack? Quickly fly, don't lose our junior sister. Oh, right. Observing Yi Linglong basking in the limelight ahead, Yi Rongyue instinctively clenched her fists, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her chest. How could this be? How could a chi refining stage practitioner execute sword flight so effortlessly? Even she had to practice diligently under her master's guidance for a long time to achieve this. Moreover, even after mastering sword flight, she had to be exceptionally cautious, fearing a single misstep would result in her falling. Yet Yi Linglong appeared completely unfazed, playing in the air as if she were on solid ground, free to do as she pleased. She had always been of ordinary talent, Back in the Yi family, she could hardly do anything, while Yi Rongyue had managed to learn everything much quicker. How could it be that after merely 4 months of absence, Yi Linglong had transformed so entirely? The stark contrast was glaring, and the murmurs of onlookers echoed painfully in Yi Rongyue's ears, leading her to a breaking point. Who is this Yi Linglong? How is she so powerful? A disciple from the seven-star sect lamented beside Yi Rongyue, unaware that Yi Linglong was her sister and that she had placed last in the disciple selection tournament. Be quiet. Yi Rongyue snapped, unable to contain her emotions, then turned away. Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Quickly leave this place. There is a location ahead suitable for cultivation. No one is allowed to slack. The disciples behind her felt displeased, but knowing that Yi Rongyue was the favorite of their master and well protected by the elder brother, they dared not voice their grievances and simply followed her closely. After flying for a considerable distance, Yi Rongyue gradually calmed her tumultuous heart and regained her composure. Why Yi Linglong was merely a waste, she could not possibly possess such capabilities to repeatedly overshadow her. The issue undoubtedly lay with her sword. With this thought, all her questions seemed to find answers. Why Yi Linglong had just used that sword to injure her elder brother and the disciples of the seven-star sect. Now she was wielding the same sword for her flight. Thus, Yi Linglong remained the same Yi Linglong. Without that sword, she was nothing. Once she returned, she would certainly inquire with Qian Shenjing about the origins of that sword. As she contemplated this, a flash of red suddenly darted past her. Why Yi Rongyue instinctively looked up and saw Yi Linglong flying ahead of her once more. How had she appeared again? Why was she always so tenaciously present? They had already flown for quite some time. How could they have crossed paths again? Was this truly the height of misfortune? As Yi Rongyue fretted over this, a sudden thought struck her. Wait, could it be that Yi Linglong was heading towards that rich spiritual energy stone platform in the southwest? She wouldn't dare to arrive there before her, would she? Yi Rongyue was immediately alarmed, but she quickly reassured herself that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. She had learned about the stone platform from Qian Shenjing. How could Yi Linglong possibly know? She must merely be flying aimlessly and fortuitously ended up ahead of her. Yes, it had to be that way. Despite her self-reassurance, she felt compelled to hasten her pace to reach the destination first, fearing that Yi Linglong might inadvertently discover it. The spiritual energy of that treasure spot could be depleted. Once exhausted, it would take many years to accumulate again. She could not allow Yi Linglong to seize the opportunity. Why Yi Rongyue was in a state of agitation, causing her sword flight to become unstable. The disciples trailing behind her, unsure of her state, could only accelerate to keep up. Soon, however, Yi Rongyue spotted Yi Linglong landing gracefully not far ahead, standing firmly at the center of the stone platform, waving at her two elder brothers. In that instant, Yi Rongyue fell from her spirit sword with a resounding thud. Chapter 23. What kind of creature is she? As Yi Linglong settled upon the stone platform, her senior brothers began to arrive one after another, joining her in their seats. Yi Rongyue hastily scrambled up from the ground, heedless of decorum, and dashed towards the platform. Though the platform was not particularly large, it could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals. Thus, under the astonished gazes of Pei Luobai and Ji Zizhua, Yi Rongyue forcefully squeezed her way onto the platform, claiming her own space. The moment she ascended, she sat down and closed her eyes in meditation, unwilling to meet their scrutinizing stares or engage in conversation, fearing that their inquiries might leave her in an embarrassing position. This was, after all, the first time in her life that she had shamelessly encroached upon others to vie for a spot, and merely contemplating it filled her with a sense of grievance. Had she not consulted the past mirror, she would not have known of this place. She had anticipated a smooth progression, yet she had not expected Yi Linglong to pinpoint this location with such precision and arrive at such swift speed, beating her to it. However, as the dense spiritual energy surged forth, Yi Rongyue quickly dismissed her other thoughts and concentrated on absorbing the energy for cultivation. She had to seize this opportunity to strive for a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. Should she succeed, all the humiliation she had endured that day would be washed away, and she would once again reign as the undisputed top disciple of her cohort, unassailable by anyone. With this thought, Yi Rongyue became even more focused. At this moment, the disciples of the seven-star sect who had accompanied her to this location were taken aback by her sudden decision to ascend the stone platform and meditate without a word. What is she doing? One of them exclaimed. Cough, cough. Xia Lini cleared his throat a few times, his golden core cultivation allowing him to discern that the spiritual energy on the platform was extraordinarily dense, making it an ideal spot for a breakthrough. Junior sister is attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Let us not disturb her, the energy here is rich, everyone should sit down and meditate to recuperate, patiently awaiting her successful breakthrough. Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment rippled through the disciples of the seven-star sect. What? Junior sister is actually trying to break through to the foundation establishment stage. She has only been in the sect for 4 months. My heavens, it took me a year and a half to progress from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. I thought my speed was already commendable. What kind of devilish speed is this? It's utterly outrageous. We are a whole generation above her, yet she now matches our cultivation level. Is she truly the top disciple of the recruitment conference? She must be the first among the new disciples to break through to foundation establishment. This realm within a realm was not vast, and many disciples from other sects were also flying towards this area. Upon discovering the dense spiritual energy, numerous individuals hastened to gather, and soon, the number of disciples clustered here increased significantly. Hearing the exclamations of the seven-star sect disciples, the newcomers could not help but direct their gaze towards Yi Rongyue. While it was undeniable that the seven-star sect had suffered a significant embarrassment, Yi Rongyue's strength was undeniable, whether it was her sword flight during the chi refinement stage or her rapid ascent to the foundation establishment stage within just 4 months, she was indeed deserving of her title as the top disciple of the recruitment conference. If only I possessed half of her talent, I wouldn't have languished in the foundation establishment stage for so long. Talent is innate. What use is envy? People are inherently different. Even if we exert ourselves for a lifetime, we may not catch up to her few years of effort. Wait, why are Yi Linglong and the others up there too? I just saw it. She and her senior brothers arrived first, and Yi Rongyue squeezed her way up afterwards. It is somewhat amusing, but if she truly breaks through to the foundation establishment stage today, then after this, everyone will only remember her extraordinary talent and overlook the minor details. Previously, when she was celebrated as the top disciple of the recruitment conference, the 7-star sect boasted endlessly. If she manages to break through today, it is easy to imagine that the 7-star sect will become even more arrogant. But what can we do? She is inherently strong. In contrast to the astonishment of Pei Luobai and Ji Zizhua at Yi Rongyue's audacity, Yi Linglong was not at all surprised. For in the original narrative, this expedition into the Xishan secret realm brought Yi Rongyue two significant gains, the first being the fiery cloudbird, and the second being the discovery of this stone platform, where she would successfully achieve her foundation establishment breakthrough. The former granted her a defensive spiritual artifact that proved invaluable in subsequent battles, while the latter catapulted her to become one of the most sought-after geniuses in the cultivation world, having achieved her breakthrough in just 4 months. Although the original text did not elaborate on how Yi Rongyue learned of this place, her reaction suggested that she had not discovered it by chance, rather, she had come here deliberately, albeit arriving slightly later than Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong admired Yi Rongyue's audacity and her unwavering dedication to cultivation and self-improvement. It was undeniable that she was an exceptionally formidable protagonist, possessing ambition, strength, and determination in abundance. As more and more people gathered, the stone platform, which could barely accommodate 4 individuals, became increasingly cramped. Those who could not ascend to the platform sat below, meditating and cultivating. The spiritual energy here was not inexhaustible. Once depleted, it would take a considerable amount of time to replenish. Therefore, if she did not quickly absorb the energy, it would be claimed by others, rendering her efforts futile, even if she managed to ascend. Senior brother, 7th senior brother, let us also sit down and cultivate quickly. Pei Luobai and Ji Zizhua hesitated momentarily. They were accustomed to cultivating in secluded areas within secret realms, seeking solitude for focused practice. Engaging in a struggle for spiritual energy in front of a crowd of foundation establishment stage cultivators was an experience they had never encountered, and it seemed rather unseemly. Junior sister, I, along with senior brother, have achieved golden core and nascent soul stages. We don't need to cultivate. There are stages above golden core, and stages above nascent soul. If you do not seize every opportunity to cultivate, who will come to my aid if I encounter trouble in the future? Yi Linglong exclaimed, her eyes wide with urgency, glistening with unshed tears. But everyone here is at the foundation establishment stage. You must seize this moment even more. Look at my sister, she would rather endure scorn than miss the chance to cultivate. If she can cast aside her pride, why do you still hold on to yours? As Yi Linglong's words fell, Yi Rongyue, who was nearby, felt a tremor run through her body. Her expression shifted as she struggled to suppress her rising agitation, reminding herself to focus. This was a pivotal moment. Should she succeed in breaking through, all mockery would inevitably turn to jest. Barely managing to regain her composure, Yi Rongyue steadied her emotions and adjusted her mindset, preparing to start anew. Pei Luobai let out a silent sigh. He had grown accustomed to being pressured in the Qingxian sect, repeatedly failing to surpass his junior sister. As long as she did not cause a commotion, he could forego his pride. Though he had already reached the nascent soul stage, and progress was inherently slow, with cultivation not achieved in a day, he decided to comply with his junior sister's wishes. Thus, Pei Luobai settled down to meditate and cultivate. As soon as he sat down, Yi Rongyue's brows knitted slightly, and the dense spiritual energy that had enveloped her began to swiftly dissipate towards the sides. At that moment, Ji Zizhua, witnessing his senior brother taking a seat, stared in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Chapter 24. How does the villainess compete with the protagonist? What on earth is happening with the senior brother? Is he not the most aloof, principled, and cultured individual in the Qingxian sect? How could he so readily join the ranks of those competing for spiritual energy against a child in the foundation establishment stage? Senior brother, 7th senior brother has already set an example. Why do you not follow suit? Ji Zizhua twitched his lips. What sort of example is this? Is this something to be emulated? Their demeanor as high-level practitioners. Before he could finish his thoughts, he noticed Yi Linglong's lips quivering, and tears as large as beans streaming down her face, causing Ji Zizhua to panic instantly. I understand now. 7th senior brother looks down on me and is unwilling to practice alongside me. Very well, you, a lofty golden core cultivator, while I, a mere chi refinement practitioner, am insignificant and humble. Since that is the case, as Yi Linglong's words trailed off, Ji Zizhua swiftly sat down, his eyes shut tight as he entered a meditative state, each movement executed with the swiftness of lightning, leaving Yi Linglong's sentence unfinished. The moment Ji Zizhua settled, Yi Rongyue's brows knitted tighter than before. Yet another high-level practitioner had joined the competition for spiritual energy, causing even more of the energy surrounding her to dissipate, rendering it increasingly scarce. Seeing her two senior brothers so obediently comply, Yi Linglong wiped away her tears with a sense of relief. A family must stand united. I shall join you. Thus, Yi Linglong too closed her eyes and began to absorb spiritual energy. The addition of another participant deepened the furrow in Yi Rongyue's brow, transforming her expression into one of sheer agony. The challenge of breaking through the foundation establishment stage was already formidable. Now, with so many vying for spiritual energy, it had become even more daunting. She had initially expected to conclude her practice within an hour, but now, she was uncertain if she could complete it today at all. Yi Rongyue was genuinely despondent. How could someone like Yi Linglong exist in this world? How had she failed to recognize this troublesome individual during their time together in the Yi clan? Meanwhile, not far away, Xiaolini was in a state of agitation, witnessing everything unfold. Having sustained injuries earlier, he was unable to assist and could only watch helplessly as his junior sister single-handedly bore the weight of the seven-star sect. Now that he had regained about 60% of his strength, he could no longer stand idly by while she was bullied. He stepped forward, setting up a formation beside Yi Rongyue using the seven-star sect's talisman. My goodness, is this the gathering spirit array of our seven-star sect? Those runes are incredibly precious. It would take a substantial amount of points to exchange for even one. Indeed, only disciples of the golden core stage and above can afford such runes, and even then, they would be reluctant to trade for just one, all to prevent a lack of surrounding spiritual energy from thwarting a breakthrough at a critical moment. Senior brother truly cares for his junior sister. He treats her exceptionally well, which is quite enviable. With his assistance, she is bound to succeed in this breakthrough, bringing great honor to our seven-star sect. As the gathering spirit array took effect, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards Yi Rongyue, causing her expression to relax considerably. Observing her newfound ease, Xiaolini bestowed upon her a tender smile, vowing to do everything in his power to support her. Come what may, with the gathering spirit array in place, the energy around her would not only remain intact but would continuously flow in. However, with Pei Luobai and Ji Zizhua being high-level cultivators, their capacity to absorb spiritual energy far surpassed that of those at lower levels, rendering Yi Rongyue's array of little consequence to them. Consequently, all the pressure fell upon Yi Linglong, who could scarcely perceive the surrounding spiritual energy. Truly, she was the protagonist. No circumstance could deter her. While Yi Linglong sighed, contemplating whether to temporarily concede. Suddenly, the ring on her finger stirred, and with a whoosh, an ethereal shadow emerged, angrily pointing at her nose with a voice only she could hear. You cannot even compete for spiritual energy? How utterly useless. While they employ cunning and strategy, do you not have any tricks up your sleeve? Can you endure this? Compete with her. I, as a mere villainess, possess no such means to contend with the protagonist. Before Yi Linglong could finish her protest, the ethereal shadow flared brightly, causing all the spiritual energy in the vicinity to surge toward her. In that instant, the energy surrounding her doubled in richness, surpassing that of any other individual present. The spiritual energy beneath the stone platform was already less concentrated than above. After Yi Rongyue activated the gathering spirit array, a substantial amount of energy had been siphoned away, leading many disciples below to abandon their practice altogether, opting instead to sit idly by and watch the spectacle. As Yi Linglong's sword emerged, the spiritual energy below was completely depleted, prompting the last few remaining practitioners to surrender as well. Above, celestial beings battled while the ordinary disciples below could only spectate. At this moment, Pei Luobai and Ji Zizhua, who had previously been unaffected by Yi Rongyue's gathering spirit array, now found themselves influenced by the ethereal shadow. It must be said that this ancient spiritual sword was indeed formidable. Yet, they tacitly chose not to relent, instead intensifying their efforts to absorb energy, for they were no longer competing with Foundation establishment disciples but rather contending against an ancient spiritual sword. What an exhilarating challenge! Such a golden opportunity could not be missed. As they ramped up their absorption, the pressure shifted back to Yi Rongyue. Upon realizing this, she nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood, almost choking in disbelief. She had employed her senior brother's gathering spirit array. How could she still be at a disadvantage? With such a concentration of spiritual energy, her pace would inevitably slow, and she would certainly be unable to complete her practice within the hour. At that moment, she truly felt like crying. She wanted to weep, yet tears were not an option. If she could not compete for the energy, she must rely on her talent. The more challenging the environment, the more her excellence would shine through. The more difficult it became, the more determined she was to be the first to break through, to slap everyone's face, and to make Yi Linglong understand that no matter how abundant the spiritual energy, it would merely be squandered on this useless waste. With this thought in mind, Yi Rongyue steeled herself and redoubled her efforts. Thus, the spectators below beheld the four individuals atop the stone platform vying for spiritual energy, with Yi Linglong claiming the lion's share while the remaining three divided the rest evenly. Despite Yi Linglong accumulating the most energy, the other three still enjoyed a rich supply, for they had gathered all the available spiritual energy in the vicinity, leaving nothing for the rest. Time ticked by, and disciples who had ventured to hunt beasts returned, others who had gathered spiritual herbs came back, and some who had meandered about also returned, yet the four of them remained steadfast atop the stone platform, none willing to concede and none making a sound. As evening approached, the glow of the setting sun cast its warm light upon the ground, and at last, someone opened their eyes. Look, someone has finished! A startled exclamation drew all the wandering disciples back, for they had awaited this moment all day to witness a miracle. And now, indeed, the miracle had arrived. Chapter 25. The Qing Xian sect. Yi Linglong, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant light, a swirling radiance gradually converged into her body, ultimately enveloping her in a brilliant glow. The moment this resplendent light dissipated, it heralded the triumphant success of her breakthrough from the perfected Qi refinement stage to the Foundation establishment stage. Upon opening her eyes, Yi Rongyue was greeted by an invigorating sensation coursing through her entire being. Her senses had sharpened, amplifying even the most subtle details that had previously eluded her. At long last, she had surmounted the Foundation establishment threshold, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Although she had initially anticipated completing this feat within an hour, the diversion of spiritual energy prolonged her endeavor to a full 3 hours, yet, none of that mattered, she had ultimately succeeded, etching her name into the annals of history. She succeeded. She truly succeeded, in just 4 months, from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, from being the last to be chosen at the disciple selection conference to now being the first to achieve the foundation establishment. She has genuinely accomplished it. What is even more astonishing is that she is nearly 11 years old, an 11-year-old at the foundation establishment stage, my word. Yi Rongyue's smile froze at that moment. What were they saying? Had they mistaken her for someone else? She abruptly turned her head to see Yi Linglong standing proudly beside her, gazing at her 2 senior brothers with a beaming expression. Senior brother, 7th senior brother, I am no longer the only Qi refinement disciple in the sect. I am now at the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, you have eradicated the last Qi refinement disciple in the sect, Pei Luobai said gently, his eyes filled with fondness as he regarded Yi Linglong. You have done exceptionally well. I shall reward you appropriately later. Oh dear, you are the very first to attain the foundation establishment stage in your cohort, such a grand honor. The fiery cloud bird I caught for you pales in comparison. No, I must prepare a more fitting gift to honor my adorable junior sister. Ji Zizhua's voice rose above the others, his excitement seemingly surpassing that of Yi Linglong. Just 4 months since entering the sect, and only 11 years of age, was she truly the last chosen at the selection conference? Was she really accepted into such a downtrodden sect because no one else wanted her? Could it be that all the elders of the sect misjudged her? Indeed, who would dare to believe such a thing? The most formidable Qi refinement disciple and the fastest to break through to the foundation establishment stage, calling her the greatest prodigy of this cohort would not be an exaggeration. Who could fathom she was the last to be chosen? If this news spreads, the elders of those major sects will surely regret their decisions. Which sect was fortunate enough to acquire such a remarkable talent? At that moment, Yi Linglong stepped forward, smiling at the individual who had just spoken. I am Yi Linglong of the Qingxian sect. Her declaration prompted everyone to instinctively repeat the name of the Qingxian sect. I haven't heard of this sect before. Is it truly that formidable? I recall that their numbers seemed particularly scant, not even qualifying as a mid-tier sect in the realm of cultivation. I can speak to that, our sect is right next to theirs. The Qingxian sect hardly qualifies as a mid-tier sect, their entire sect combined does not even number 15. Such a sect exists in the realm of cultivation, how peculiar. Indeed. As the discussion grew increasingly animated, Yi Linglong sat at the stone platform's edge, reveling in the gossip about her sect, thoroughly engrossed. Especially captivating were the remarks from self-proclaimed disciples of the neighboring sect, whose fervor intrigued the audience, including Yi Linglong herself. It was not until someone remarked, "Hey, it seems Yi Rongyue has also broken through to the foundation establishment stage," that the crowd's attention shifted to her. Yi Rongyue, having completed her breakthrough unbeknownst to anyone, stood up. That moment, she glanced back at the individual who had mentioned her, then turned and leapt down from the stone platform. As she departed, the conversation returned to the Qingxian sect, as if Yi Rongyue's achievement were but a minor interlude, garnering little attention after all, in comparison to the 11-year-old Yi Linglong, who was the first to reach the foundation establishment stage. Yi Rongyue, at 15, merely securing second place appeared rather unremarkable. Yet, had it not been for Yi Linglong, her accomplishment would have undoubtedly astonished everyone. However, reality is devoid of what-ifs. Yi Linglong stood before her, eclipsing her achievements and stealing away her brilliance. In that moment, all joy associated with her breakthrough evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of despondency. The first to approach her was senior brother Xiaolingyi, whose concerned inquiries and praise failed to pique Yi Rongyue's interest. Junior sister, it is my fault. Had I exchanged for a higher grade spirit gathering array, you would not have had to contend with her due to the lesser density of spiritual energy. If you must assign blame, let it be upon me. Do not dwell in sorrow alone, nor berate yourself, you are already quite formidable. It is she who should reflect. If she had not resorted to unscrupulous means to amass a significant amount of spiritual energy, how could she possibly have triumphed over you with her mediocre talent? Her victory is far from honorable, she is the most shameless person in the world. Yi Rongyue paused, momentarily taken aback by these words. Indeed, Yi Linglong had seized her spiritual energy through underhanded tactics to achieve her breakthrough. Were they to compete fairly, she could not possibly outmatch her. A failure does not equate to a transformation into a genius. A waste remains a waste. She was the true first among the disciples of this cohort, the one capable of soaring to the heavens and standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun and moon. Losing once was inconsequential, especially given that Yi Linglong's victory bore no honor. The road ahead was long. With her strength, she would inevitably reclaim all the humiliation of this day. Having come to this realization, Yi Rongyue turned to glance at Yi Linglong, still absorbed in the gossip, as if she had merged with the ordinary disciples, devoid of any ambition. In that instant, her discomfort dissipated. She looked down on her from the depths of her heart. Such a person was unworthy to be her rival. Senior brother, let us return. Have you come to terms with it? The gap between us did not begin today. What belongs to me, I shall reclaim in due time. Now this is the spirit befitting my junior sister, let us depart. The disciples of the Seven-Star sect left in silence, their departure marked by a palpable momentum. Yi Linglong turned to glance back, witnessing the departure of the great heroine at last. One cannot deny that Yi Rongyue was indeed strong, having completed the 4-month foundation establishment in such an environment, suggesting the trajectory of events would likely remain consistent. Senior brother. At Yi Linglong's call, Pei Luobai felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. What is it? Yi Linglong flashed him a sweet and endearing smile. Did you make any progress after absorbing so much spiritual energy? It turned out that not only women's intuition was remarkably accurate, men's was not to be underestimated either. Chapter 26. You truly are remarkable. In the aftermath of that day, the events surrounding the Shishan secret realm spread like wildfire. The Qingxian sect, once a relatively obscure sect, began to capture the attention of the entire cultivation world. This newfound prominence was not solely due to its possession of a nascent soul disciple capable of piercing the outer walls of fate, nor merely because of its golden core disciple who effortlessly seized the blazing cloud bird with his bare hands. Rather, it was the emergence of their new disciple, Yi Linglong, who was the first to break into the foundation establishment stage, particularly noteworthy as she surpassed the prodigy Yi Rongyue on her very first day. Concurrently, the name Yi Linglong began to resonate with many. They remembered her exquisite swordsmanship, her ability to sever two spirit swords of the Qixing sect, and the fact that she, at the tender age of 11, ascended to the foundation establishment stage within merely 4 months of initiation. While rumors circulated outside, Yi Linglong returned to her sect accompanied by her 2 senior brothers. That evening, she upheld her promise, and under the watchful eye of Xianing, she gently caressed her left wrist to awaken the small black serpent that lay dormant there. As she continued her gentle strokes, the serpent lazily opened its eyes. At that moment, Yi Linglong felt as though time had come to a standstill for it. Its beauty was breathtaking, seemingly transcending all that existed in this world. She drew a small cut on her finger and brought it to its mouth. The serpent glanced at her briefly before extending its delicate tongue to tenderly lick the wound, a sensation so soft and gentle that it sent delightful tingles from her fingertip to her very heart. Please, drink, Yi Linglong urged. Xianing said that my blood would help you recover more swiftly. As her words fell, the small black serpent turned to regard Xianing, who had initially appeared ferocious but suddenly collapsed onto the table, lying motionless as if lifeless. Do not mind it. It did not coerce me to. I willingly offer this. Please, drink up. I have already cut my finger, and it would be a waste if you do not. After a moment's hesitation, the serpent turned back to her and bit down gently on her fingertip. A sharp pang shot through her, and she felt her blood being drawn away. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and an overwhelming dizziness enveloped her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of weakness and discomfort. It felt as though it were siphoning not just her blood but also the mysterious energy within her body. Just as she thought she might lose consciousness, the serpent ceased its sucking and continued to lick her wound with its tongue, gradually alleviating her discomfort. Yi Linglong began to understand why Xianing had been so fervently intent on her feeding the serpent. The toll it took was immense, far beyond the mere few drops of blood she had lost during her previous injury. Why was it so? It seemed the serpent sensed her distraction, pausing to lift its small head and gaze at her. Why? Yi Linglong pulled her thoughts back. Such inquiries were not suitable for the serpent, and she resolved to seek answers from Xianing instead. I successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage today. I was the first of our new disciples to achieve this, and everyone is praising my prowess. The serpent nodded, as if to affirm, indeed, you are remarkable, you are always the most extraordinary. Yi Linglong was momentarily taken aback by its matter-of-fact demeanor, before a gentle smile graced her lips as she patted its head. Yes, I shall only grow stronger from here. The serpent nodded again, as if to say, indeed, I shall always be watching. Before long, the serpent's eyelids fluttered shut, revealing a weary countenance. Yi Linglong quickly returned it to her wrist, allowing it to coil around her arm in slumber. With the serpent's presence vanished, Xianing suddenly sprang to life as if resurrected. Master, is it asleep again? TSK, quite adept at feigning death, I see. Has it done this often before? I call it adaptability. Yi Linglong couldn't help but chuckle at Xianying's playful banter. When it came to weaving tall tales, it was indeed unrivaled. Could you clarify why I felt dizzy while feeding it? Is that even a question? You are simply weak and frail, your body is in poor condition. Yi Linglong, for once, refrained from rebutting Xianing. Her current cultivation was undeniably low, and her strength was lacking. It was uncertain whether she could endure long-term blood offerings or withstand Yi Rongyue's prowess in the days to come. After returning today, Yi Rongyue would undoubtedly intensify her training, and in the original narrative, she had also soared from the foundation establishment stage, rapidly augmenting her abilities with the Qixing sect investing substantial resources in her. What should I do? Xianing was momentarily taken aback. She had not engaged in their usual banter, instead inquiring about a solution. It appeared she genuinely sought to grow stronger. Fortunately, you have already attained the foundation establishment stage and can now cultivate the corresponding techniques for your spiritual root. Since your wood spiritual root has awakened, you may practice the Great Rebirth technique. Once you master it, your awakening will be within reach. The Great Rebirth technique? It is located in the scripture pavilion of the Qingxian sect. You should pay a visit tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yi Linglong hurried to seek out her senior brother. Under his guidance, she entered the scripture pavilion of the Qingxian sect for the first time. It was impossible to overlook the grandeur of the pavilion, which occupied an entire mountain peak. The building stood 9 stories tall, each level brimming with bookshelves, filled to the brim with tomes, creating a breathtaking sea of literature that was almost impossible to count. She recalled the original narrative's description of the Qixing sect's scripture pavilion, which consisted of 3 levels. So the first housed texts below the golden core stage, the second contained works for those at the nascent soul stage and above, while the third was reserved for the sect's unique secret manuals, accessible only with the permission of the sect leader. To qualify for entry to the third level was a mark of distinction among the Qixing sect's most esteemed disciples. Even Yi Rongyue had only gained access to the third level after reaching the golden core stage. Yet, in the Qingxian sect, her senior brother led her in without a hint of restriction. However, she sensed that the entire Qingxian sect bore the weight of a once glorious sect now in decline, for despite the absence of people and spiritual energy, its infrastructure far surpassed that of the esteemed Qixing sect. Junior sister, the books here are numerous and profound, making it difficult to find what you need. What are you looking for? Your senior brother will assist you in selecting. As he spoke, Pei Luobai pulled 4 books from the shelves and presented them to Yi Linglong. These 4 comprise techniques for wood, water, fire, and a foundational technique, most suitable for your current stage. Please take a look. Yi Linglong accepted the 4 volumes and briefly perused them. They were indeed the most rudimentary foundational techniques, described in a manner that was almost overly detailed, perfectly suited for someone like her, who had been nurtured in a free-spirited manner. Take these 4 back to study. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. I shall gladly instruct you again. Understood. Yi Linglong accepted the 4 tomes and continued deeper into the scripture pavilion. The first floor contains foundational techniques, while the second floor holds introductory techniques. Once you master these 4, I will take you up to the second floor to seek more advanced texts. And what about the third floor? Only those at the golden core stage may ascend to the third floor, while the nascent soul stage grants access to the 4th, and the divine transformation stage to the 5th. And beyond the 5th floor? Access is prohibited. Chapter 27. The restriction of the library. Isn't this library 9 stories high? From the outside, yes, but there is no way to ascend internally. I have tried, and so has the senior sister. To this day, no one has managed to continue upwards. Yi Linglong nodded. Besides attribute techniques, there are numerous sword techniques, alchemy methods, and talisman crafting. Whatever you wish to learn, you can find corresponding texts here. Is it truly that remarkable? Indeed, this is the most comprehensive and expansive library I have ever encountered. I cannot speak for the upper realm of cultivation, but at least in the lower realm, it is unparalleled. Not even the 7-star sect can compare. If outsiders were to discover this, wouldn't our library, without a single guard, be susceptible to theft? Not at all. They cannot gain entry. Why is that? Do you believe you are moving freely within the Qingxian sect because it lacks restrictions? Isn't it so? Certainly not. When your master initiated you, he bestowed upon you the mark of a disciple of the Qingxian sect. With it, you can traverse the sect without hindrance. Unlike the name tags given by other sects merely for identification, the mark of a Qingxian disciple is quite unique. How unique is it? It is difficult to articulate. All I know is that it allows us to move freely within the Qingxian sect. I have yet to witness its other functions. Yi Linglong nodded thoughtfully. Senior brother, the name was unfamiliar, yet it sounded anything but a basic technique. Where did you hear about it? I have never come across this book. Yi Linglong was not surprised by this response. After all, any text mentioned by Xianing must be extraordinary. Senior brother, I wish to linger in the library a while longer. You should return to your cultivation. I shall not delay you. Every sentence revolves around cultivation. Must one be so pressed for time? Very well, I shall take my leave. You may continue your search. Should you require assistance, simply call for me. All right, thank you, senior brother. Once Pei Luobai departed, Yi Linglong eagerly dashed from the first floor to the 5th, finally pausing momentarily before the staircase leading to the 6th. With a determined step, she ascended the stairs, excitement and curiosity bubbling within her. As she climbed, she realized that, much like the stairs of the previous 5 floors, there was no obstruction. She ascended effortlessly, reaching the end of the staircase. She easily stepped onto the 6th floor. While Yi Linglong paused in surprise, had not her senior brother claimed one could not ascend beyond the 5th? How had she managed to do so casually? At that moment, she noticed another staircase not far ahead, leading from the 6th to the 7th floor, and with a mix of curiosity and audacity, she continued upwards. Once again, she ascended the 7th floor without a hint of obstruction. The 6th and 7th floors were identical to the first 5, filled with bookshelves and tomes, devoid of anything peculiar. How strange. Thus, she proceeded towards the staircase leading to the 8th floor, still encountering no barriers. However, halfway up, she suddenly heard Xian Ying's voice from behind. I have searched thoroughly. There is no great rebirth technique on the first 5 floors. As I suspected, this tome cannot possibly be located in an area that is fully accessible. After all, even a millennium ago, the great rebirth technique was a supreme technique, not one to be placed within reach of all. Yi Linglong was taken aback. A supreme technique. In the realm of cultivation, techniques are ranked from 1 to 9, with the first level being introductory, accessible at the foundation stage, while the 9th level is the pinnacle. Even those on the verge of ascension might find themselves unable to comprehend it without the requisite comprehension. What tier is a supreme technique? Anything above the 9th tier is deemed a supreme technique. Still reveling in her entry into the foundation stage, Yi Linglong was left speechless. Xianing, the great rebirth technique you want me to practice is a supreme technique of the Qingxian sect? Indeed. Do you hold me in such high regard? Xianing hesitated momentarily. I only considered your potential for rapid recovery through the Great Rebirth technique, neglecting to account for your rather poor aptitude. Yi Linglong, who was on the verge of sending Xianing back for a retraining session, felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. Forget it, I shall return to rest. Do not depart. Supreme techniques differ from others, there are no cultivation restrictions for learning them. Since you must learn a technique, why not choose the best, the tomes your senior brother provided? Do you truly believe you can master them? You are clearly deserving of the finest. Yi Linglong hesitated, intrigued by the prospect. Is it true that supreme techniques can be learned by anyone? It is said that anyone can practice them because there are no restrictions on cultivation level. However, the threshold is even higher than that of the 9th tier, as it relies on comprehension. A foundation stage cultivator with high comprehension can learn it, while one with low comprehension may struggle even at the tribulation stage. Yi Linglong nodded in understanding. You need not be overly disheartened. Those who reach the tribulation stage possess exceptional talent and aptitude. However, even among tribulation stage experts, the vast majority cannot comprehend supreme techniques. Nonetheless, should you be unable to learn the Great Rebirth technique, I shall find you something more suitable. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong suddenly smiled. Since there were no cultivation restrictions, she would certainly give it a T or Y. In terms of comprehension, that was her forte. Armed with her intellect, she had never known fear. If she did not grasp it at first, she would try again twice, thrice, or even 7 or 8 times until she succeeded, employing various problem-solving approaches and verification methods. Eventually, she would understand. Let us proceed. If we cannot find it on the lower 5 floors, we shall explore the upper ones. We are nearly at the 8th floor. If there is nothing there, we will check the 9th. With that, Yi Linglong dashed to the 8th floor, finding it strikingly similar in layout to the 6th and 7th. Her brow furrowed in confusion, and at that moment, she noticed Xianing had somehow already arrived on the 8th floor. She paused in surprise, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Hastily, she rushed to inspect the markings on the bookshelves, discovering the 5th floor's A8 bookshelf. Indeed, she had not truly ascended from the 5th to the 6th, rather, she had been cycling through the 5th floor all along. It turned out that her senior brother's claim of being unable to ascend beyond the 5th floor meant this. Beyond the 5th floor, you cannot go up, Xianing stated from his position. Do you know how to ascend? I do not. I have never ascended. I merely observed that there is a restriction on the staircase, which seems to have been added later. It is curious, what event necessitated such a seal? What a pity. It seems we shall not acquire the Great Rebirth technique, as all valuable items are sealed away. Intrigued, Yi Linglong attempted to ascend the staircase once more. While she had not sensed anything unusual before, this time she channeled her spiritual energy forcefully into the stairs. Suddenly, a silvery light flickered above the staircase, and numerous intricate runes faintly appeared, forming a colossal formation. There was indeed a restriction. Regrettably, her cultivation level was far too low. Even with all her effort, she could only perceive a fraction of it. How she wished she could discern it clearly. At that moment, an idea struck her. She quickly turned her head and saw Xianing hovering in midair, then broke into a charming smile. Chapter 28. Does she truly possess a clear understanding of herself? As Xianing pondered, she was suddenly startled by Yi Linglong's sweet smile, which filled her with an ominous premonition. The more adorably she smiled, the more it suggested that her intentions were decidedly nefarious. Xianing, it seems that with your abilities, you can clearly perceive the restrictions on these stairs. Xianing took a step back, her voice quavering slightly. I can see it, but what do you intend to do? Let me clarify, I absolutely cannot unlock it. Even if I could somehow manage to break it, what if it triggers other restrictions? What will become of this library? In a fit of terror, Xianing began to cry out, retreating further. Hey, don't come any closer, I warn you. Do not entertain any malicious ideas towards me. Your smile is frightening. It genuinely terrifies me. If you dare to run, I shall. Yi Linglong pretended to touch her left wrist, causing Xianing to freeze in fear, and in an instant, she seized the hilt of Xianing's sword, pinning it against the stairs. Quickly, harness your power to stimulate this restriction and reveal its essence. What are you looking at it for? It's far too intricate for you to comprehend. Wait a moment, you're not actually considering attempting to unravel this restriction, are you? Surely, you jest, you, a mere child who can't even inscribe runes, barely able to recognize letters. What makes you think you can break a restriction? Hey, it's not that I look down on you. It's just that your capabilities simply do not permit it, even if you can see it. So what? Can you remember it? Can you comprehend it? Can you decipher it? No way, you can't seriously expect me to illuminate the way for you to break it, can you? I am a venerable ancient divine sword, and you wish to use me as a mere lantern. Have you considered my feelings? Very well, even if you disregard my feelings, could you at least consider the possibility of my spiritual energy being depleted, leading to my soul scattering? Xianing lamented in despair, realizing how resolute Yi Linglong was in her determination. When Xianing had illuminated the entire restriction for the 10th time, Yi Linglong called out, "Finished!" In an instant, Xianing fell to the ground with a soft thud, resembling a lifeless sword. Gazing at the scattered blueprints, Yi Linglong rubbed her weary eyes and looked up at the pitch-black sky outside the window. She had painstakingly transcribed the foundational aspects of this restriction from day to deep into the night, filling an entire 100 sheets of paper, demonstrating just how intricate this restriction truly was. Yet, the more complex the task, the more exhilarated Yi Linglong felt. After all, this was her area of expertise. Who wouldn't be thrilled to engage in their old profession in this foreign realm? Once she completed the transcription, she began to peruse the nearby tomes on runes. She started from the simplest and most fundamental, reading at an astonishing speed. It wasn't due to her exceptional intellect, but rather because of the extensive use of foundational runes during her transcription, which had allowed her to memorize them along with their applications. Thus, in merely 1 hour, she had traversed through 10 books on runes, progressing from easy to difficult. For her, reading was not a matter of starting from scratch but rather validating her previous conjectures regarding the runes. In retrospect, her earlier assumptions about those foundational runes had proven to be fundamentally correct, which brought her great satisfaction, affirming that her memory and reasoning abilities remained intact. Consequently, she picked up her pen and began to attempt inscribing these runes on the talisman paper, 1 sheet, then 2. Linglong's sudden scream jolted the exhausted Xianying from her stupor. Xianying sprang up, gazing towards Linglong, only to see crimson blood trickling from the corners of her eyes and mouth. A perfectly healthy person now resembled a ghost, causing Xianying to feel an immediate sense of dread, her sword sheath separating and the tassel fraying. What are you doing? Linglong pointed to the drops of blood on the talisman paper, her face a picture of sorrow as she said, "It seems I've begun to bleed." Xianying, taken aback by the sight of her own 7 orifices bleeding, thought, "You only just realized you were bleeding, you might not comprehend the severity of the situation." Thus, Xianying placed her unsheathed sword before Linglong, allowing her to see her own ghastly reflection. Upon seeing her own visage on the blade, Linglong's eyes widened in shock, and she stammered, "Xianying, your true form is a blood-dripping female ghost, how terrifying, but why does your voice belong to a man?" With no other recourse, Xianying transformed into a large mirror, positioning herself before Linglong. Upon seeing the reflection, Linglong paused for a moment, then asked absent-mindedly, "Why does the person in there resemble me?" As Linglong raised her hand to wipe her face, she noticed the blood on her palm, and with a resounding thud, she collapsed to the ground, motionless. Hey, Bean Sprout, don't scare me like this." Linglong was unaware of how long she had been unconscious. Upon waking, she found Xianying lying beside her, the sword appearing as if it had been drained of all vitality, devoid of its former brilliance, unresponsive to her calls. Conversely, all discomfort within her body had vanished, replaced by a sensation of abundant spiritual energy, making her feel as though she had indulged in a refreshing slumber. She performed a cleansing technique, erasing all traces of blood from her face and body, and then resumed drawing the unfinished runes. "Bean Sprout, stop drawing, I can't take it anymore." Linglong paused, turning her head. "Xianying, you're not dead, thanks to you, I nearly lost my soul. Really, am I that remarkable? Did my runes possess such overwhelming power that they nearly caused your demise?" Xianying felt that the last remnants of her breath would soon be extinguished by this Bean Sprout. Did she truly possess a clear understanding of herself? "Are you aware that drawing runes is an endeavor that consumes vast amounts of spiritual and mental energy? Do you understand that following your drawing method from last night, as a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, even a celestial immortal could not save you? So it was you who saved me? That means you're more formidable than a celestial immortal, right?" Though it was meant as a compliment, Xianying had no desire for it. "Could you take it easy? Please refrain from drawing incessantly. If you wish to die, find a secluded place to do so. Just don't die in front of me and force me to save you, only to endanger my own life." After Xianying's outburst, she beheld Linglong scatter a pouch of spiritual stones beside her, then casually affixed several talismans onto her. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the stones surged into her sword as if it were free, inundating her blade with a sense of abundance and richness. It felt exquisite, and unable to contain herself, she let out a delighted squeal, shouting that she wanted more. "Bean Sprout, oh my goodness, I take back everything I just said. You may draw as you please, even if my soul were to scatter, I would still save you." Chapter 29. I am engaged in spiritual chi spa. Time flows swiftly, fleeting away in an instant. Linglong and Xianying spent an entire month within the library. During this month, she devoted herself tirelessly, experimenting incessantly, employing countless calculation methods to dissect the intricate barrier step by step. Until today, she ascended the stairs clutching a stack of runes, affixing one at each critical point. Upon completion, the entire barrier radiated a golden light, the runes clearly visible upon its surface. At that moment, Linglong took up Xianying and stood at the very center of the barrier, utilizing the tip of Xianying's sword to harness its power to inscribe a highly complex rune at the center. As she drew, the forces of the barrier relentlessly assailed them. Linglong summoned all her strength, enduring the pain and formidable resistance, each stroke resolute and complete. The golden luminescence intensified, illuminating the entire library, with even more light bursting forth from its windows, making the edifice appear as though it were gleaming with golden radiance, its brilliance dazzling and spreading in all directions. Even the neighboring sect witnessed this radiance, with disciples and elders alike casting puzzled glances towards Qingxian sect. What is happening? How can there be such a powerful golden light in Qingxian sect? Has something significant occurred? Quickly, send someone to inquire at Qingxian sect. We must not be caught unaware of any major events that could implicate us. This is golden light. Perhaps something fortunate has transpired at Qingxian sect? A disciple who spoke was swiftly met with a slap to the head. Qingxian sect lacks even spiritual energy. What good fortune could they possibly have? Their entire sect is dysfunctional. They are bound to meet their demise sooner or later. Hurry, we cannot afford to be entangled with them. As the golden light blazed, the previously elusive sect master Hua Xiuyuan of Qingxian sect finally made an appearance. He stood atop the neighboring peak, gazing intently at the library, his brows furrowed in concern. Just as he contemplated venturing out to investigate, a disturbance at the sect's entrance caught his attention. Upon opening the door, he beheld several familiar disciples from neighboring sects standing outside, the very ones who frequently came to him with complaints. It seemed they too had witnessed the golden light emanating from the library, and now sought clarification. Hua Xiuyuan intended to rush over immediately, yet with these individuals at his doorstep, he hesitated. Who could predict the rumors they might spread if he chose not to address them? Qingxian's sect had maintained a low profile for many years, gradually fading from public consciousness, and he wished to avoid drawing attention to himself at this moment. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned his plan to visit the library, opting instead to meet the disciples at the entrance. The golden light from the library also stirred the other disciples of Qingxian's sect, Pei Luobai, Ning Mingqiang, and Ji Zizhua all emerged from their courtyards, casting their gazes towards the library. Eldest brother, how can there be golden light emanating from our library? Could someone be inside? Ning Mingqiang inquired. This is terrible. Pei Luobai, having recently discovered the key to breaking through his bottleneck, had been engrossed in his cultivation, neglecting to check on his junior sister. He was oblivious to whether she had returned from the library, and such a commotion could not possibly be caused by her, could it? If it were indeed her, how could she, at the foundation establishment stage, withstand such a tumult? Junior sister visited the library a month ago. I wonder if she is still inside. Upon hearing this, Ning Mingqiang and Ji Zizhua were left speechless. So that's why it has been so quiet this past month. It turns out junior sister has not been around. Ning Mingqiang exclaimed in astonishment. I thought eldest brother had taken her to cultivate with you. I had no idea you left her in the library. Ji Zizhua's eyes widened, as he had intended to take his junior sister out for some fun, yet after waiting a month, he had almost decided to leave. As their conversation concluded, the three senior brothers soared towards the library. Upon their arrival at the entrance, the golden light reached its zenith, blindingly bright, rendering them momentarily unable to open their eyes. Yet, in an instant, all the radiance vanished, and the library reverted to its original appearance. Junior sister, the three brothers called out in unison as they rushed up the stairs, traversing from the first to the fifth floor without catching a glimpse of their junior sister, nor any signs of unusual activity. It was as though no one had ever been there. Oh no, could it be that junior sister is gone? Pa, you foul omen, do not curse my junior sister. Stop joking. Let us search from the first floor, inspecting every corner meticulously. We must not overlook any trace. Pei Luobai declared sternly. When he was serious, his expression was the most impassive, commanding respect and focus. Ning Mingqiang and Ji Zizhua dared not be careless further, hastening to search diligently for any abnormalities throughout the library. Just as they prepared to descend to investigate, Linglong's voice suddenly resonated. Eldest brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, are you looking for me? Startled, they quickly lifted their heads, only to find the fifth floor appearing as it always did, with no sign of their junior sister. Junior sister, where are you? Are you all right? I am here. Look towards the sixth floor stairs. Upon her words, the three of them turned in unison towards the staircase leading to the sixth floor. Ah, Ji Zizhua gasped, taking a step back in fright, nearly stepping on Ning Mingqiang. Junior sister, what is going on? Why do you look so frightening? Ning Mingqiang was equally startled. Atop the sixth floor staircase, Linglong's head emerged, her visage adorned with numerous talismans, resembling a 1,000-year-old corpse, an eerie sight to behold. Junior sister, are you all right? Did I not tell you that you shouldn't go up to the sixth floor? What on earth are you doing? The most composed among them, Pei Luobai, swiftly ascended the stairs towards Linglong. Upon reaching the sixth floor, he discovered Linglong sprawled on the ground, her sword beside her, both her and the sword plastered with talismans, while scattered around were piles of spirit stones, now devoid of energy and reduced to mere rock. Eldest brother, I am fine. I am just too fatigued. I was taking a moment to enjoy a spiritual chi spa. Pei Luobai had intended to inquire further, yet was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before him. Junior sister, what on earth are you saying? I have never heard that term before. Why are you lying on the ground? Ning Mingqiang spoke while ascending the stairs, but was left dumbfounded midway. Even Ji Zizhua, who had rushed up with fervor, abruptly halted, staring in bewilderment at the scene before him. What have you done to the library, junior sister? Chapter 30. He is not one of us. At that moment, what appeared before their eyes was not the familiar fifth floor, but an entirely new level they had never encountered before. The clear six-character inscription on the bookshelf made it abundantly clear that they were currently on the sixth floor of the library, a place that had never been trodden by anyone, a sixth floor that had been sealed for an unknown duration. The barrier between the fifth and sixth floors had inexplicably vanished, allowing them to ascend to the sixth level of the library with ease. In stark contrast to the 5 floors below, the sixth floor of the library was not filled with countless bookshelves and an endless expanse of tomes. Rather, it was remarkably spacious, surrounded by numerous sealed bookshelves, with a colossal circular disc positioned in the center. After standing in place for a considerable time, they gradually emerged from their profound astonishment. Junior sister, this barrier on the sixth floor, indeed, I was the one who dismantled it. Linglong smiled, her face adorned with shifting runes that appeared oddly mesmerizing, yet she seemed to revel in it. As her words fell, her 3 senior brothers, still reeling from their immense shock, found themselves ensnared in yet another wave of astonishment, rendered utterly speechless. It took me a month to accomplish, you know. I overexerted myself, lost quite a handful of hair, and it left me utterly exhausted. After what felt like an eternity, they gradually came to accept the reality of their young junior sister, who had just reached the foundation establishment stage, managing to break a barrier that even the master sister at the core formation stage could not breach. What manner of prodigy was their junior sister, the very last to be accepted into the apprenticeship conference, yet the first among their cohort of new disciples to shatter the foundation establishment threshold? She had only just achieved foundation establishment, yet she had made no progress in a month, and yet she was capable of dismantling ancient and intricate barriers. If her remarkable talent were to be made known, would it not incite a frenzied rush to claim her? It is well known that prodigies who cultivate rapidly are abundant, and those with exceptional combat prowess are by no means rare. Even among the talents in crafting, alchemy, and beast taming, there is no shortage. Yet, those endowed with talent in formations are as rare as phoenix feathers, exceedingly scarce. After all, the former categories rely on tangible gifts, while the latter demands intellectual prowess. The intricacies of formations are immensely complex, a feat beyond the grasp of the average mind, rendering such individuals exceptionally rare. When such a person becomes powerful, they can surpass even sword cultivators and spellcasters, possessing the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. Any sect fortunate enough to nurture such a genius would regard them with the reverence reserved for ancestors. Moreover, given their junior sister's extraordinary caliber, the term genius hardly suffices. They found themselves at a loss for words to adequately describe her. "Junior sister, how are you feeling now?" Having emerged from the depths of astonishment, Pei Luobai inquired about Yi Linglong's condition. From what he understood, those who studied formation runes often faced tremendous exhaustion, frequently resulting in severe consequences, even leading to death in some cases. She was still so young, at an age filled with vibrancy and charm. He hoped she had not overexerted herself to the detriment of her health. Yi Linglong did not respond. Rising from the ground, she beckoned to Pei Luobai with a playful finger. "Senior brother, lower your head." Though perplexed, Pei Luobai dutifully complied, lowering himself to be at eye level with Yi Linglong. In that instant, she deftly produced several talismans from her ring and, with a flurry, affixed them to his face. Pei Luobai was taken aback, about to inquire further when a wave of refreshing energy, imbued with spiritual essence, surged from his head to his toes, causing every pore in his body to cry out in ecstasy, desperately absorbing the influx of spiritual energy. Not only that, but there was also a delightful sensation akin to being cleansed by spring water, cool, soft, and soothing, rendering his entire being utterly relaxed. In that moment, he finally understood why their junior sister had been reclining on the ground. Had it not been for the consideration of his senior brother's dignity, he would have been tempted to lay down right there. Noticing Pei Luobai's sudden stillness, Ning Mingcheng and Ji Zizhua hurriedly approached to assess his condition. "Junior sister, what have you done to senior brother? Why is he not moving?" As Ning Mingcheng finished his question, he witnessed Yi Linglong springing up on her toes and, with a swift motion, applying a few talismans to his face as well. Almost instantaneously, Ning Mingcheng fell silent. Much like Pei Luobai, unlike Pei Luobai, he bore no burdens of seniority. No sooner had the talismans adhered than he found himself seated, adopting a posture of utter ease. At this point, Ji Zizhua could no longer contain himself. Without waiting for Yi Linglong to speak, he leaned his face closer to hers. "Junior sister, your turn." Yi Linglong, with practiced ease, affixed several talismans to him as well, and in the next instant, Ji Zizhua was sprawled on the ground, a look of sheer comfort washing over his features. Their junior sister was indeed a genius. This phenomenon, which he dubbed spiritual energy bliss, was utterly transcendent. With the talismans applied, all four of them seemed to ascend to the heavens, some seated, others reclining, as they momentarily forgot the purpose of their ascent to the 6th floor. It was not until they heard the faint sound of footsteps from below that they regained their senses. The four exchanged solemn glances, and Yi Linglong silently gestured to them, shaping her lips to form the words. "Is there anyone else in the Qingxian sect?" Ji Zizhua and Ning Mingcheng shook their heads, while Pei Luobai nodded gravely and mouthed a response. "Master." The four exchanged several more glances, and Yi Linglong inquired again, "Is the master one of us?" Upon hearing her question, Ning Mingcheng and Ji Zizhua fervently shook their heads, while Pei Luobai paused for a moment before slowly shaking his head as well. Yi Linglong was momentarily taken aback. Her intuition had proven correct. Her master was indeed not aligned with them. He had never engaged with his disciples, and in their casual conversations, he was seldom mentioned, as if he held no emotional ties or significance beyond admitting them into the sect. Furthermore, in the original text, Yi Linglong had not encountered any descriptions of Hua Shouyuan. Whether he was a villain or what actions he ultimately took were never disclosed. She had not finished reading the original work and was unaware of what lay ahead for him, but it was evident that he was not particularly close to them. Thus, she reached up to the upper staircase and gently tore one of the talismans, causing the staircase to vanish, replaced by the solid floor of the 6th level. Once the talisman was torn away, her fellow disciples let out a collective sigh of relief and followed Yi Linglong's lead, reclining on the floor, savoring the comfort bestowed by the talismans while attentively listening for any sounds from below. They could hear Hua Shouyuan's footsteps drawing nearer, slowing with each step. "Is anyone in the library? I am coming to check on the situation." Hearing no response, Hua Shouyuan continued his ascent, passing through one level after another, until he reached the staircase leading from the 5th to the 6th floor. At that moment, the four individuals on the 6th floor instinctively held their breath, their hearts pounding in anticipation. In the next instant, all four of them widened their eyes in shock, their hearts momentarily ceasing to beat. Chapter 31. Is she really not a monster? Hua Shouyuan ascended the stairs with an unwavering stride, effortlessly transitioning from the 5th floor to the 6th, without encountering the slightest obstruction. Hadn't the junior sister just torn down the talisman that dispelled the staircase's restrictions? How had he managed to ascend? If he had known the secret of the restrictions from the outset, and was aware of how to bypass them to reach the 6th floor, why had he never mentioned it to them? Even more unsettling was the prospect of him encountering them face to face at this very moment. As Hua Shouyuan's head rose above the staircase, granting him a clear view of the 6th floor, Pei Luobai and the others held their breath in trepidation. He turned his gaze towards their direction, awkwardly locking eyes with them just as they were frantically contemplating how to defuse the situation, yet Hua Shouyuan appeared oblivious to their presence, his gaze sweeping across the 6th floor. To their astonishment, Pei Luobai and the others realized that Hua Shouyuan seemed unable to perceive them. In their astonishment, they became even more cautious, holding their breath to avoid revealing any trace of their presence. Strange, Hua Shouyuan muttered, his brow furrowing deeper, his expression grave. Had it not been for the incompetence of the neighboring sect's fools, he would have been able to arrive here in time to assess the situation, thus avoiding the sight of an empty space upon his arrival. After scanning the area once more and finding nothing amiss, he turned and descended the stairs. Once he left, Pei Luobai and the others still dared not relax, only exhaling in relief when they heard his footsteps receding from the library. For some inexplicable reason, despite their master merely being a gold core cultivator, the oppressive aura he exuded compelled them to tread carefully, fearful of leaving any hint of their presence. How peculiar. Why can't our master see us? As Ji Zizhua posed the question, he noticed that Ji Linglong behind him exhibited no signs of tension, even sitting on the ground to munch on a spiritual fruit, leading him to suspect that the issue lay with her. Junior sister, have you done something? Yi Linglong grinned, tilting her chin, revealing that they were encircled by several talismans that had been affixed around them unbeknownst to them. Is this an invisibility talisman? Ning Mingcheng inquired, curiously tearing one off to inspect it. As soon as he did, the invisibility effect dissipated. Indeed, I heard him approaching, so I hurriedly applied the talisman, fearing he might spot us. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. How did you anticipate his arrival? I was genuinely terrified just now. Weren't you all saying that our master isn't on our side? It's quite normal for him to ascend to the 6th floor without informing us. Upon hearing this, the 3 senior brothers fell into contemplation. They had previously perceived their relationship with their master as rather superficial, akin to that of strangers, only having met him during their initiation, which explained why they had not considered him one of their own. However, following the recent events, they acutely recognized that they were indeed not on the same side as their master. Moreover, they couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what might have transpired had the junior sister not employed the invisibility talisman in time. What if their master had discovered them? How could a mere gold core cultivator exude such a formidable presence? The earlier encounter had indeed left them drenched in cold sweat. Their master seemed to share a multitude of secrets akin to the beleaguered Qingxian sect, his identity certainly not ordinary. At that moment, Yi Linglong stood up, her demeanor considerably more relaxed compared to her senior brothers. She casually peeled off the discarded talisman from her face. The effects of the SBA had long since worn off. Brothers, come quickly and observe the mechanisms on the 6th floor of the library. Upon hearing Yi Linglong's call, they set aside their concerns about their master and approached her side. The 6th floor of the library was devoid of numerous bookshelves and an endless array of tomes. The entire floor was rather spacious, enclosed by many bookshelves, with a massive circular disc positioned in the center. They now stood before this enormous disc. The disc was adorned with intricate runes, delineating a total of 9 large sections, each further divided into smaller areas so complex that it was utterly incomprehensible. Ji Zizhua, unable to contain his curiosity, reached out to touch the disc. As his hand made contact, the corresponding rune illuminated, yet there was no further reaction. He proceeded to touch another section, causing its rune to glow as well. After activating 4 sections in succession, the moment the 4th section lit up, all the radiance from the disc extinguished. What is this? I can't make heads or tails of it. What does it mean when it lights up and then goes dark? Stop fiddling with it. It appears to be a complex mechanism that requires pressing the correct runes to function. If you keep pressing the wrong ones, the consequences could be dire, Pei Luobai remarked, furrowing his brow, prompting Ji Zizhua to quickly retract his hand in fright. At that moment, Yi Linglong suddenly chuckled softly, interesting. She then raised her hand and pressed several runes on the disc in rapid succession. The instant she finished, all the runes illuminated, and the disc began to rotate. Subsequently, the center of the disc opened, revealing a jade slip that rose from within. Yi Linglong grasped the jade slip, feeling an immense yet subdued power emanating from it, distinctly unlike any other book. Soon, she discerned ancient characters inscribed on the cover, Great Rebirth Technique. In that instant, she excitedly raised the jade slip. Brothers, I found it. The other brothers quickly gathered around, their faces reflecting astonishment as they beheld the Great Rebirth Technique in Yi Linglong's hands. Is this the technique you sought a month ago? Pei Luobai took the jade slip, marveling at the power it contained. He had initially thought the junior sister was merely speaking whimsically, never anticipating that such a technique truly existed, and it certainly appeared to be of a high caliber. No, it was not merely of high caliber. It seemed to surpass any technique they had ever encountered. What kind of technique is this? It looks incredibly powerful. Supreme technique. Supreme technique? Aside from Yi Linglong, the others were hearing this term for the first time. Above the 9th level, the supreme technique. As Yi Linglong's words fell, all 3 senior brothers inhaled sharply. They had always known that the Qingxian sect was no ordinary fallen sect, but they had never imagined that it housed a supreme technique above the 9th level. Such a technique was likely non-existent in any other sect within the lower realms of cultivation. What kind of existence was their Qingxian sect, an eccentric leader, coupled with a dilapidated yet formidable foundation? Brothers, what technique do you wish for? I can help you see if there are any. You can use this disc? I understand the runes on it, and by combining the library's inherent functions with their arrangement, I know how to operate it. As Linglong concluded her statement, the three senior brothers gasped once more. Their junior sister's intellect was astonishingly formidable. Was she truly not a monster? Chapter 32. The terrifying little junior sister. Those who had ever wielded a mobile phone would not be astonished by how swift. After a prolonged moment of shock, the three senior brothers gradually came to terms with this reality. We do not have a specific technique in mind to seek, and aside from the foundational and common techniques, each sect possesses its unique spells, of which we are unaware regarding Qingxian sect's secret arts. Thus, we cannot embark on a search, Pei Luobai remarked. Following his statement, Ning Mingcheng and Ji Zizhua nodded in agreement. They had never received any guidance from their master and were oblivious to the formidable techniques possessed by Qingxi. In a flash of golden light, a tome materialized within the center of the disc. She picked it up and handed it to Pei Luobai. Senior brother, how do you find this book? As Pei Luobai accepted the technique from Linglong's hands, his eyes brightened upon seeing its title, and he eagerly flipped to the back to peruse its contents. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, a warm smile resembling the sun appearing on his previously cold visage. Finally, as he closed the book, he looked up at Linglong. Little junior sister, how did you manage to find this book? It suits me perfectly. This is a 7th tier technique. In the lower realms of cultivation, the most commonly encountered techniques were 1st and 2nd tier. Reaching the 3rd or 4th tier signified that a technique was a sect's unique secret, thus holding substantial importance. Large sects like 7-star sect might possess 3rd and 4th tier techniques, yet 5th tier techniques were exceedingly rare, regarded as vital treasures of the sect, while 6th tier techniques were like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, each one a treasured possession. As for 7th tier techniques, only 4 major sects in the entire lower cultivation realm possessed one, each serving as a treasure that safeguarded their sect's legacy, underscoring their significance. That Linglong had casually retrieved a 7th tier technique from the 6th floor of Qingxian sect's library for Pei Luobai was akin to effortlessly acquiring another sect's treasured possession. Mastering this technique would allow one to traverse the entire lower cultivation realm with ease. How could Pei Luobai not be elated? Even more astonishing was that what could be deemed a sect's treasure in another's domain was readily accessible on the 6th floor of Qingxian sect's library. The depth of Qingxian sect's resources was indeed formidable. One could argue that it existed on an entirely different tier compared to other sections. How had it fallen into such a state of decline? I was aware that senior brother is a gold element single spiritual root and a master swordsman. I then filtered the techniques according to your cultivation level, and this fractured gold flowing sword technique emerged as the perfect match, Linglong explained. Upon witnessing the 7th tier technique, Ning Mingcheng and Ji Zizhua were overcome with envy, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they hurriedly approached Linglong. My dear junior sister, please assist me in finding one suitable for me as well. Of course. Linglong replied, once again deftly manipulating the disc. She soon presented a fire element technique to Ning Mingcheng and 2 water element techniques to Ji Zizhua, all of which were also 7th tier. What do you think? If these do not suffice, I can filter for other conditions, she inquired. These are simply marvelous. I've reached a bottleneck and have been on the lookout for new techniques. I never expected them to arrive so suddenly yet so timely. Ning Mingcheng exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he eagerly began to flip through the pages. My dear junior sister, this splendid gift shall be gratefully accepted by your senior brother. I shall return the favor with an even grander gift. Ji Zizhua exclaimed, clutching his 2 books and retreating to a corner to study. Meanwhile, the eldest brother, who had acquired the technique first, was already attempting to practice it. Observing their fervent dedication, Linglong felt a surge of emotion. Let us rally together and strive for greatness. Once Qingxian sect ascends to the pinnacle, let us see who dares to challenge us. In her inspired fervor, she adjusted several parameters to filter for more techniques of similar caliber. As the 3 senior brothers remained immersed in their newfound excitement and joy over their techniques, unable to resist the urge to sit down and practice, a pair of exquisite red boots adorned with a beautiful red lotus appeared before them. Oh, little junior sister has arrived. In unison, the 3 raised their heads, only to behold Linglong, cradling a towering stack of techniques in her arms, her face entirely obscured behind the voluminous tomes. In an instant, a wave of foreboding enveloped the 3 as they exchanged glances, sensing something ominous on the horizon. The next moment, Linglong set the techniques before them, her face lighting up with an endearing smile. Senior brothers, these are the techniques I have procured for you. Not too many, merely 10 or so for each of you. With your innate talents and diligence, it won't take long for you to master them. Do not hesitate to learn them out of fear of wasting them. Once you finish, I shall find new techniques, plenty of them. Pei Luobai's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the sword technique. Ning Mingcheng inadvertently dropped his book, which fell to the ground with a thud. Ji Zizhua struggled to catch his breath, choking as tears streamed down his face, unable to discern whether it was from coughing or overwhelming emotion. Each of these techniques was a rarity, all commencing from the 7th tier, and some even reaching the 8th tier. These powerful techniques were such that many would spend a lifetime without mastering even one, yet little junior sister had casually gifted them so many. Could it be? Did she genuinely believe mastering these precious techniques was as simple as eating or drinking? Was she serious? The 3 stared blankly at Linglong, rendered speechless, yet this did not deter her from distributing the techniques before them as if assigning homework. I calculated the days. There are 6 months remaining until the peak martial assembly held every 5 years. You will undoubtedly master these in that time, and at that moment, the reputation of Qingxian sect shall rest upon your shoulders. Little junior sister, while Qingxian's sect is indeed a member of the alliance, we have never participated in the peak martial assembly. No wonder no one outside knows of Qingxian's sect. After all these years, we have not participated, and thus we lack any ranking. Does master not care about this matter? He does not. He says that superficial fame is unimportant. How can you believe what he says? He even sneaks up to the 6th floor without informing us, although we did not tell him about our visit to the 6th floor. Still, the reputation of Qingxian's sect is significant. Why so? Consider this. During the last expedition in the Western Mountain Secret Realm, had 7th senior brother proclaimed the name of Qingxian sect, as it is a well-known right to sect, would they have dared to casually label you a demon? Certainly not. Ji Zixue paused, pondering, realizing the validity of her words. 7-star sect had indeed taken advantage of their anonymity to brand him as a demon, brazenly seizing his blazing cloudbird in the process. Chapter 33. Let us begin. But I frequently venture out to issue challenges. If I perpetually invoke the name of the Qingxian sect, it may tarnish its reputation. 7th senior brother, your assertion is misguided. If you challenge others and emerge victorious, it would only bring glory to the Qingxian sect. How could it possibly damage its reputation? But what if I were to lose? Then let us commence right now to eradicate that possibility. Yi Linglong declared, gesturing towards the array of techniques before him. Just wait. I shall procure a few more for you shortly. Ji Zixue's entire being trembled, rendered utterly speechless. His elder brother had previously mentioned that the junior sister was exceptionally talented, and he had always assumed her superiority lay solely in her intellect. Yet now, he found himself awakening to a new realization. As he noticed Ji Zixue's eyes welling with tears, Ning Mingqing timely intervened to provide him solace. Junior sister, this is not merely a matter of practicing a few more techniques. Consider, 7th junior brother's penchant for challenges, constantly invoking the name of the Qingxian sect will inevitably impact its standing. Ji Zixue fervently nodded in agreement. This was no longer a question of techniques. Let us cease discussing them. What impact? Will they label us as heretics? Who dares to say so? We are a legitimate sect. At this, even Ning Mingqing fell silent. Nevertheless, no respectable sect would resort to such barbaric measures as silencing others. Junior sister, while they may not outright call us heretics, their attitude towards the Qingxian sect will certainly become less amicable. This statement drew the ire of Pei Luobai. Upon hearing it, Yi Linglong could not help but laugh. The Qingxian sect was notorious for its antagonism. Who would ever regard them favorably? In the original narrative, none of the so-called sects held them in esteem. Before their downfall, other sects viewed the Qingxian sect as an unknown, discordant, and precarious sect on the verge of disbandment. After their calamity, any mention of the Qingxian sect was synonymous with villainy, a den of evildoers where none were virtuous, all deserving of eradication. Ironically, despite the universal disdain for the Qingxian sect, no one dared to obliterate them entirely. Thus, what significance did it hold if other sects perceived the Qingxian sect as friendly? Ultimately, it would lead to a tragic fate. Elder brother, the strong require no friends. As long as one is sufficiently formidable, all will bow in reverence, and countless beings shall submit to us. With such an adorable visage, Yi Linglong's audacious proclamation left her 3 elder brothers profoundly shaken. Anyone entering the realm of cultivation harbored a desire to become powerful, and upon hearing her words, vivid images began to form in their minds, igniting a fervent passion within their hearts. Why fear the notoriety of the Qingxian sect? As long as they were strong enough, what did it matter if they were ostentatious? To simply be themselves was an act of audacity. Observing their expressions shift, Yi Linglong discerned that the atmosphere had reached a pivotal moment. Thus, she stoked the flames further. Therefore, at the pinnacle martial gathering in 6 months, we shall not only participate but dominate the rankings, making it known that the Qingxian sect's small numbers are not due to a lack of willing participants, but because the threshold is set so high that not just anyone can qualify. Well said. Ji Zixue was the most invigorated by this sentiment. To be honest, during that incident in the Shishan secret realm, I was also seething. Their baseless slander was infuriating. Had you not arrived in time, they would have cast aspersions upon me without restraint. Those narrow-minded fools must be shown their place. 6th senior brother, you've reached the golden core stage with your fire element single root. Are you not far superior to that foundation builder, Yi Rongyue? Look at her arrogance now. She may yet seek to step on you as a stepping stone to fame. Can you tolerate that? Ning Mingqing froze for a moment, instinctively responding, I cannot. Exactly. And you, elder brother, did you not witness how we were bullied by the 7-star sect during our expedition to the Shishan secret realm? Even you could not protect us. Then what are we to do? Enough. This familiar routine was one Pei Luobai could recite by heart. He sighed softly. If junior sister wishes to participate, I shall accompany her. Consensus achieved. Yi Linglong exclaimed, extending her petite hand into the center of the group, signaling for the others to stack their hands upon hers. Once the requisite number of hands was amassed, Yi Linglong shouted, onward. Her enthusiasm was palpable, leaving the remaining 3 in varying degrees of bewilderment. What sort of ritual was this? They had never encountered it before. What did onward even mean? Wasn't oil meant for cooking? They had all transcended the need for sustenance. What purpose did it serve? Well, whatever junior sister decreed would be accepted. After each received several techniques, they departed the library and soared back to their mountain abode. At the moment of parting, Ning Mingqing called out to Yi Linglong. Junior sister, could you spare me some of those death-stripping talismans? Upon hearing death-stripping talismans, Ji Zixue hurried back, and even Pei Luobai halted to turn around. Of course. Yi Linglong retrieved a stack from her ring, dividing it into 3 portions for each of them. With the talismans in hand, Ji Zijhua gleefully stowed them away and inquired, why is such a delightful talisman given such an unpleasant name? 7th senior brother, to be precise, it is called spiritual energy SPA. ISNT, that's still a rather morbid name? Why do you dwell on such trivialities? As long as it is effective, the name bestowed by junior sister must hold profound significance. Ning Mingcheng draped an arm around Ji Zijhua's shoulders, steering him away. Farewell, junior sister. Thank you, junior sister, Pei Luobai added before departing. You're welcome. Do come back for more when you've used them. After returning to her chamber, Yi Linglong reclined with a heart full of joy, munching on a spirit fruit while reflecting on the events of the past month and pondering what she might have overlooked. What could it be? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Oh no, the original text recounted that after Heroine broke through to the foundation establishment stage, she had frantically cultivated for an entire month, utilizing the rewards from the 7 Stars sect, reaching the early stage of foundation establishment with remarkable speed, and even breaking their records as the fastest disciple to master a technique. Moreover, she had successfully refined her fire spirit within the cultivation formation of the 7 Stars sect. Alas, such rapid progress. What had she accomplished in this past month? While others had already honed their skills, she was merely beginning to peruse the first page of the technique she needed to cultivate. Thus, she quickly finished the spirit fruit in her hand and retrieved all the techniques from her ring. Before her lay 5 tomes, each carefully selected by Xianing. Aside from the wood element technique, the great rebirth art, there were the Zhaotian divine sword technique, the phoenix divine fire technique, the supreme water technique, and a supreme mental cultivation method, all devoid of entry barriers. Yi Linglong took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and declared, "Let us begin." Chapter 34. I have a bold idea. Yi Linglong, without a moment's respite, urged Xianing to escort her to the most spiritually concentrated lotus pond within the secret realm of Qingxian sect, where she commenced her cultivation. Thanks to her intense month-long research into deciphering runes, she astonishingly grasped the 5 supreme techniques with remarkable ease. It must be said that the supreme techniques are indeed unlike any ordinary ones. While other advanced techniques impose high thresholds, some necessitating a certain level of cultivation, others requiring foundational knowledge of corresponding techniques, and some even demanding purity of spiritual roots, the supreme techniques, aside from their initial complexity, possess no barriers whatsoever. They are capable of encompassing all things and embodying the highest truths, as well as salvaging the seemingly worthless, allowing her to swiftly embark on her cultivation journey. Evidently, the stronger the technique, the simpler the entry. Those demanding stringent conditions for practitioners are merely supplementary to individuals who are already exceptionally gifted. The first technique she cultivated was the Supreme Heart Method, which proved to be considerably smoother than the introductory heart method previously taught by her senior brother. Her rate of absorbing spiritual energy was also markedly accelerated. After a period of cultivating the Supreme Heart Method, she began to delve into the Great Rebirth Technique, the Zhaotian Divine Sword Technique, the Phoenix Divine Fire Technique, and the Supreme Virtue Like Water Technique. It took her a full 3 months to cultivate these 5 supreme techniques to the first level, barely scratching the surface. At this juncture, Yi Linglong realized that although the supreme techniques are easy to begin with, they are akin to an unfathomable abyss, where one believes they have made significant progress, only to discover that they have merely taken a tiny step in the grand scheme of things. Consequently, while others could cultivate their techniques to the halfway point or even complete them in a matter of time, she had only just mastered the first level. After reaching the first level in all 5 supreme techniques, Yi Linglong's cultivation also advanced to the initial stage of foundation establishment, nearing the mid-stage. Upon opening her eyes and exhaling a breath, she felt immense satisfaction with her comprehension. She had learned each technique swiftly, and under her relentless cultivation day and night, her cultivation had also progressed significantly. Her consciousness detached from the realm of cultivation and returned to reality, where she recalled the storyline from the original text. The 4-month mark of breaking through to the foundation establishment, the primary female protagonist, Yi Rongyue, had already reached the peak of the mid-stage foundation establishment and was on the verge of entering the late stage. By this time, she had acquired her first spirit beast, a fiercely aggressive Xian sparrow, its entire body ablaze with a vibrant red hue, not only striking in appearance but also exceptionally violent. Aside from having mastered the foundational fire technique within the first month, Yi Rongyue had also thoroughly integrated 2 second-tier techniques, the Liuzhou fire technique and the fire cloud sword technique. In other words, with her current strength, it would be no challenge for her to venture out and defeat several second-tier demon beasts, or even to single-handedly confront third-tier demon beasts. Continuous cultivation and the abundant resources acquired from the secret realm had rendered her the foremost prodigy among her peers, becoming a household name throughout the lower realms of cultivation. After reflecting on this, Yi Linglong fell silent for a brief moment. One was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the other had reached the mid-stage. One had learned 5 techniques but only grasped their superficial aspects, while the other had mastered 3 techniques entirely, boasting formidable combat prowess. One was still engaging in daily quarrels with other sword spirits, while the other possessed her own spirit sword, spirit beast, and fire spirit. The stark disparity was growing ever larger. Yi Linglong spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Truly, it was maddening. With a thud, she collapsed onto the ground, no longer wishing to exert herself, or with this energy, it would be better to supervise her seniors, ensuring they put in the effort. After all, if they succeeded, she could bask in the victory alongside them. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a slight movement on her wrist. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the small black snake, which had inexplicably awakened. This marked the first time it had roused itself voluntarily. Aside from the time she had fed it blood to wake it seemed that its condition had significantly improved since then. The small black snake opened its eyes, its beautiful gaze quietly observing her. Seeing it brought Linglong immense joy, and she raised her wrist to maintain eye contact with it. "You're awake?" The small black snake nudged its head against Linglong's finger, rubbing against it repeatedly to express its delight and affection. "Would you like me to feed you some blood?" The small black snake shook its head and languidly rested in the palm of her hand. Suddenly, Linglong recalled her SPA talisman. She hurriedly retrieved it and affixed one to the small black snake. Upon doing so, the snake exhibited no reaction whatsoever, even gazing at her in confusion. So, she gently applied several more talismans onto it, far exceeding the number she had used on her seniors. Surely, it must feel something by now. However, to her astonishment, the small black snake remained utterly unresponsive. "Don't waste your useless talismans," Xian Ying's voice interjected from nearby. "Why not? Didn't you create a few shrinking talismans? Apply one to yourself, then jump onto the Qinglian and the lotus pond to find out." Following Xian Ying's suggestion, she indeed shrank herself and flew to the center of the Qinglian. In that instant, she melted into a puddle of bliss upon the heart of the lotus flower. The spiritual energy emanating from the Qinglian surpassed that of her SPA talisman by more than tenfold, and the comfort it provided was exponentially enhanced. Lying in such a place, it was hard to imagine a normal person not being overwhelmed with pleasure. Even someone engulfed in flames, battered and broken, would likely feel no pain in this serene embrace. No wonder the small black snake had shown no reaction to the numerous talismans she had affixed. After lying on the Qinglian for so long, it had long since grown accustomed to such sensations. At this moment, the small black snake coiled its long body around the heart of the Qinglian, encircling the shrunken Linglong in the middle, resting its head lazily beside hers. Linglong smiled as she turned over, her forehead touching the small black snake's, relishing the soothing sensation of its cool scales. They lay there, heads touching, for quite some time, until Linglong unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she awoke again, the small black snake had once more succumbed to sleep. She leapt from the Qinglian, removed the shrinking talismans from her body, and hesitated, pondering whether to take the small black snake back to her wrist. "Xianing, if it leaves the Qinglian, won't it lose the comfort of the spiritual energy?" "Indeed. Shouldn't I refrain from taking it away?" "It chose to follow you of its own volition." "What do you think?" Linglong was taken aback. The small black snake had willingly forsaken this comfortable haven to accompany her. If she were to keep it while it slept, how heartbroken would it be upon awakening? Bean Sprout, if you feel you've wronged it, then devote yourself wholeheartedly to cultivating the great rebirth technique. Practice fervently, strive relentlessly, and push yourself to the limits. Its ability to awaken today is a testament to your growing strength. Your cultivation of the great rebirth technique is aiding in its recovery. Linglong's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the effect truly that remarkable? Do not underestimate the few supreme techniques you have begun to cultivate. Although you have merely scratched the surface, that is still a level of the supreme techniques, far beyond the hodgepodge of other techniques available outside. Upon hearing this, Linglong felt revitalized, as if she had been re-energized. The thoughts of giving up or relying on her seniors were utterly inconceivable. For the sake of the small black snake and herself, she could not afford to slack off. Whether the supreme techniques are formidable or not is not for you to decide. One must test them to know. Linglong chuckled lightly. "Just wait, I have a bold idea." Chapter 35. The little junior sister is not normal. Linglong has always possessed an exceptional drive. When she decides to act, she does so with fervor, dedicating herself wholeheartedly for 3 consecutive days. After this intensive period, she emerged from the secret realm, her eyes resembling those of a panda, yet brimming with excitement. Upon returning to the serene Qinglan Peak, she made a brief detour to her room, where she tidied herself in front of the mirror, ensuring she appeared harmless and irresistibly adorable. Once satisfied with her appearance, she dashed over to her 6th senior brother's courtyard and knocked on his door. Among her 3 senior brothers, the eldest possessed the highest cultivation and strength, while the 7th brother was renowned for his formidable combat prowess. The 6th brother, however, was the gentlest, known for his loquacious nature and penchant for gossip. Thus, he was the most suitable target for her challenge. Ning Mingcheng, upon hearing the knock, opened the door to find Linglong clad in vibrant red, exuding vitality and an endearing charm. He was momentarily taken aback. His acute intuition warned him that the sudden appearance of his little junior sister, who had been absent for 3 months, was laden with peril, suggesting that his day might not unfold favorably. "What brings you here, little junior sister?" he inquired. "6th senior brother, I have discovered a Thus, Ning Mingcheng found himself being pulled into the secret realm of the Qingxian sect by Linglong. As she adeptly opened the portal to the secret realm and navigated through it with ease, Ning Mingcheng's eyes widened in astonishment. How could she possibly know such a complex method of entry? Hadn't they established that only those in the golden core stage could freely enter the secret realm? Surely, no one had taught her this. Could it be that she had memorized the entrance runes during her previous visit with the eldest brother to retrieve a sword from the sword tomb? It seemed implausible for an ordinary person to remember such intricate symbols in a single glance. But then again, she was not an ordinary person. While he remained astonished by Linglong's remarkable memory of the entrance runes, she had already led him through the secret realm, twisting and turning through its expanse. Astonishingly, she, despite being in the foundation establishment stage, was able to withstand the oppressive aura within the realm. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? When he had first entered as a newly minted golden core practitioner, he had been overwhelmed by the malevolent energy that had left him in agony. Moreover, her demeanor suggested she frequented this place. Was this truly the conduct befitting someone at the foundation establishment stage? Other junior sisters and brothers were still laboring outside, striving to break through to the golden core stage before daring to venture inside. Yi Linglong's actions were simply excessive. As he finished his internal lament, Yi Linglong suddenly halted before a peculiar semi-transparent formation. Just as he was about to stop, she pushed him from behind, propelling him into the formation. From the outside, it appeared to be merely the size of a room, yet upon entry, he discovered it expanded infinitely, with no visible boundaries, and the outside world was entirely obscured. In his astonishment, Yi Linglong followed him inside, landing gracefully beside him. "Little junior sister, what is this place?" he queried. "Sixth senior brother, try to channel your internal spiritual energy," she urged. A foreboding feeling gripped Ning Mingqing's heart, yet he complied and began to circulate his energy. The next moment, he was petrified, realizing, "What is happening? My cultivation has regressed to the foundation establishment stage. After months of diligent practice, I had reached the mid-golden core stage. I was even aiming to attain the late golden core stage before the upcoming martial summit. How could I have fallen back to the initial foundation establishment stage?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be due to this formation? Sixth senior brother's intellect is quite sharp. I spent 3 days crafting this formation. Anyone who enters will revert to the foundation establishment stage, so all who step inside will be on equal footing, she explained. "But why the foundation establishment stage?" he inquired. "Because I am at the foundation establishment stage. I wish to spar with you all, but I cannot advance quickly, so I must bring you down to my level," she replied. Ning Mingqing's eyes widened in realization. Her logic was impeccable, leaving him speechless. The notion that one with lower cultivation could drag others down to their level for the purpose of combat was truly audacious. "Do not linger, come and experience my new creation. I am so thrilled." "I can finally duel with my senior brother. I am no longer alone in my training. Sixth senior brother, prepare yourself," Yi Linglong exclaimed, drawing her sword with fervor and lunging towards him. With only foundation establishment cultivation, Ning Mingqing dared not slacken his efforts and hastily unsheathed his sword to meet her attack. It was undeniable that he, having cultivated for an extended period, still possessed commendable strength, even when his cultivation was suppressed. The more formidable he became, the more exhilarated Yi Linglong appeared, intensifying her focus and effort. From the Zhaotian sword technique to the Phoenix divine fire technique, from the supreme water technique to the great rebirth technique, she utilized each in succession. The progress she made in combat far surpassed her solitary practice. Through their encounters, she identified her shortcomings and improved, growing stronger with each exchange. On the other hand, Ning Mingqing initially rebelled in the experience. Being a fire element single spiritual root practitioner, he primarily focused on fire techniques but could find no worthy opponent within the sect. The eldest brother was too powerful to contend with, and while the seventh brother was also in the golden core stage, his water element affinity naturally countered Ning Mingqing's fire techniques, making duels exhausting. Now, with his cultivation suppressed, he could engage with his little junior sister purely on combat skills, and the two fought with exhilarating fervor. However, as time passed, he noticed Yi Linglong practicing the Zhaotian sword technique followed by the Phoenix divine fire technique, then the supreme water technique, and finally the great rebirth technique. If she faltered, she would restart, and if that failed, she would try again. She seemed like an inexhaustible combat machine, relentlessly challenging him, draining him of energy until he heard her exclaim, "Again." In that moment, Ning Mingqing felt the urge to collapse on the spot, feigning death. How could a foundation establishment junior sister be so formidable? He was utterly fatigued, every part of his body weary. "Little junior sister, shall we take a break? Aren't you tired?" he suggested. Yi Linglong nodded. "I am a bit fatigued, but I can persevere a little longer." "Sixth senior brother, you can't possibly be giving up already, can you? Surely, no one could be weaker than me?" The notion that someone could be weaker than her was a blow to Ning Mingqing's psyche, prompting him to support himself with one hand on his sword, leaning against the ground. "I do not comprehend why, after years of cultivation as a golden core practitioner, my endurance pales in comparison to yours as a foundation establishment practitioner," he lamented. Yi Linglong paused, pondering. Indeed, why would a golden core's endurance be inferior to that of a foundation establishment practitioner? That seems illogical. Perhaps it is because this formation not only suppresses your cultivation but also diminishes your overall capabilities, she mused. Ning Mingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Does this formation only affect me? You remain unaffected?" Indeed, she confirmed. Upon hearing this, Ning Mingqing promptly collapsed to the ground, declaring his intent to cease all further participation. Chapter 36 Senior Brother, let me take you to a fun place. Sixth Senior Brother, how did you fall down? I didn't hurt you, did I? If we disregard the sorrow, the little junior sister indeed did not inflict any harm upon herself, yet she could not withstand the collapse of his mentality. In her territory, within her formation, under her suppression, did he dare to challenge her with the hope of victory? What a fanciful notion. Sixth Senior Brother, surely your mindset hasn't crumbled, has it? Are you truly this fragile? It was not my intention, of course. The formation I crafted in 3 days left little room for meticulous refinement, thus I had to economize wherever possible. Compressing those above the initial stage of foundation establishment to the initial stage of foundation establishment was the simplest method, without any further adjustments. Yi Linglong felt it necessary to elucidate her actions to the sixth senior brother, to heal his wounded spirit. Ning Mingqing opened his mouth as if to utter something, but the words changed before they could escape his lips. Little junior sister, I concede. Oh, well then. Upon finishing her words, Linglong produced a piece of talisman paper and affixed it to the apex of the formation. In the next moment, a tremor reverberated from deep within the formation, followed by a series of fierce and enraged beast roars, startling Ning Mingcheng into hastily rising to his feet. Little junior sister, did you hear those sounds? Indeed, it seems the demonic beasts are about to charge over. At that moment, a multitude of demonic beasts erupted from the depths of the formation, an overwhelming sight with countless creatures of varying ranks, the highest being of the third rank and the lowest of the first rank, sending shivers down Ning Mingcheng's spine. Be careful. The beast tide is rushing towards us. Understood, I am prepared. Linglong gripped her mysterious shadow weapon, her face alight with exhilaration, while Ning Mingcheng adopted a solemn expression, bracing himself for battle. As the tide of beasts surged forth, Linglong and Ning Mingcheng launched themselves into the fray. In the heat of battle, their combat prowess surged tremendously. Despite their fatigue, they could still manage to contend with these demonic creatures. Amidst the slaughter, Ning Mingcheng suddenly noticed that the demonic beasts bore peculiar talisman papers affixed to their bodies, and out of curiosity, he reached to tear one off for a closer inspection. Sixth senior brother, don't tear it. Linglong called out, but it was too late. He had already ripped it away. In that instant, the beast from which the talisman had been removed expanded exponentially, growing to a size 100 times greater than its original form. Standing before it, Linglong and Ning Mingcheng appeared as mere diminutive figures, easily crushed underfoot. At that moment, Ning Mingcheng was left in a daze, suddenly realizing that these beasts had not wandered in from the secret realm, but had been placed within the formation by the little junior sister. Ah! Sixth senior brother, run, its size has returned, we cannot defeat it. Indeed, who was this little junior sister, and why did she constantly conjure up unforeseen surprises and frights? Faced with a beast 100 times his size, Ning Mingcheng promptly abandoned all hope and turned to flee. When he reached Linglong's side, he could not restrain his curiosity. Little junior sister, what is the situation with this demonic beast? With only 3 days to spare, I lacked the time for intricate details, so I used a shrinking talisman to reduce those beasts and draw them into the formation. But why shrink the beasts? 3 days was far too rushed. I could only manage a formation the size of a room, the space was insufficient, so I set it so that anyone entering the formation would automatically be reduced in size by 100-fold. So that was why the formation appeared so small from the outside, yet seemed boundless once inside. It was he who had shrunk. By tearing off the talisman from the beast, he had inadvertently restored it to its original size, rendering them utterly incapable of combat. What an exhilarating experience! What kind of creature was this little junior sister? The two, who had initially been wreaking havoc, now found themselves in a frantic retreat. They fled to the edge of the formation, where Linglong opened the barrier, and they soared out into the open air. In that fleeting moment, they returned to their original sizes, both exhaling sighs of relief. I shall refine this formation further in the future. At that moment, Ning Mingcheng felt a tumult of emotions. To be honest, whether it was refined or not, it was hardly a blessing, particularly as it toyed with one's mindset. Perhaps it was best to leave it be. Sixth senior brother, shortly I will release the demonic beast. Could you help me reapply the talisman and return it? It is of the third rank, and I cannot contend with it outside? Very well. After Ning Mingcheng assisted Linglong in restoring the beast, he noticed her intent to re-enter the formation and immediately took a step back. Little junior sister, I cannot compete with you inside. It would be wiser to seek someone stronger to face you, otherwise, battling against a defeated opponent like myself would hardly suffice for your growth. Is that so? Indeed, I think the senior brother would be suitable. Did you not mention that the fire technique I have been practicing for the past few months has yielded remarkable results? It is time to witness the fruits of the senior brother's training over these past 3 months. Right. The enhancement of the senior brother's strength was of utmost importance. He must break through from the nascent soul to the transformation stage before Yue faced him. Little junior sister, let us hasten back to find the senior brother. All right. Ning Mingcheng, his spirits buoyed, led Linglong back to Qinglan Peak. The moment she stepped through the threshold of the senior brother's courtyard, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Even if he were to toil day and night within the secret realm, he would not remain at Qinglan Peak to be caught by the little junior sister. That was simply too terrifying. Linglong paid no heed to Ning Mingcheng as she entered Pei Luobai's courtyard, smiling as she knocked on his door. Senior brother, I have a delightful place to take you. Pei Luobai sat outside Linglong's formation, gasping for breath. He glanced back at the corpses of the demonic beasts that had been vanquished within, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. The memories of the past few days stirred a pang of sorrow within him. He made a mental note of this debt. One day, when he caught Ning Mingcheng, he would ensure that he understood the gravity of the offense of plotting against the senior brother. Little junior sister, recently 7th junior brother has been unable to resist the urge to challenge other sections. Perhaps we could let him experience the might of this formation. What do you think? Ah, but senior brother, we have yet to finish training. Another wave of new demonic beasts will be entering shortly. Let us save some for 7th junior brother. He is particularly combative and can easily dispatch several times the number of beasts we face. His combat prowess is the finest among us. Would you not wish to see it? I would indeed. Then let us go. I shall escort you back to find 7th junior brother. Very well. Pei Luobai resolved that upon returning, he would no longer be negligent. He would immerse himself in rigorous training within the secret realm, mastering the techniques that the little junior sister had imparted until the day of the peak martial assembly arrived. In short, as long as he did not encounter the little junior sister, he was willing to endure the hardships of seclusion, forsaking sleep and rest. As Linglong made her way to Ji Zijua's courtyard, Pei Luobai vanished in an instant, not daring to linger for even a moment. Seeing Pei Luobai flee with such speed, Linglong couldn't help but chuckle. She had scared off two senior brothers already. Speaking of which, although the formation posed no constraint upon her, her endurance was indeed astonishing. Achieving such effects merely from the first layer of the Supreme Heart method, truly, the ultimate techniques were everlasting. She composed her smile, adjusted her hair, and knocked on Ji Zijua's door. Seventh senior brother, I have a delightful place to take you. Chapter 37. Let us venture forth within the secret realm of the Qingxian sect, outside the magical array of Linglong. Both Ji Zijua and Linglong lay motionless upon the ground, their bodies adorned with an abundance of SPA talismans, nearly covering them entirely. One might mistakenly believe that these two figures were being exorcised. Little junior sister, you truly excel at fun. Ji Zijua's feeble voice emerged from beneath the talisman papers, as he raised a thumb in approval towards Linglong. I thought my suggestion to unravel a single beast's shrinking talisman to challenge it was already quite audacious, yet you surpassed me in madness, releasing 10 beasts at once. Impressive. Linglong humbly waved her hand, a wistful smile gracing her lips. Seventh senior brother, your praise is unwarranted. I must confess, my intent in unshackling 10 beasts simultaneously was merely a contingency. Should we falter against one, the remaining 9 could assist us in combat. At a loss for words, Ji Zijua could only give a thumbs up to his little junior sister's audacious line of thinking. She truly dared to dream and to act. The 10 beasts, once released in such a confined space, immediately descended into chaos, battling one another. The two of them experienced the tumultuous spectacle of 10 colossal creatures clashing, their powers erupting and shaking the very mountains as if heralding the apocalypse, all while they struggled to survive in the cramped confines. Fortunately, they managed to escape alive, otherwise, any unfortunate soul perishing in such a manner would have their remains compressed into a pancake-like form, an unflattering and shameful fate, one that would prompt their senior brothers to turn away in disdain upon discovering the corpse. Little junior sister, your prodigious talents are far too valuable to be squandered within the confines of the Qingxian sect, wreaking havoc among your peers. Seventh senior brother, your tone suggests you have a brilliant idea? I do. Ji Zijua exclaimed, rising from the ground with an excited grin. Let us venture out. Consider this: our efforts here consume our own resources, but outside, we would be competing for public resources far more lucrative. Upon hearing this, Linglong shot upright. You speak wisely. Here, we toil tirelessly, and only these foolish beasts bear witness to our prowess. However, if we venture out, others will recognize our excellence, and we shall relish in observing their expressions of envy and regret for missing out on true treasures. Precisely. Ji Zijua and Linglong were in perfect accord. This is precisely why I relish challenging other sects. I bear no guilt in confronting them, but if I were to triumph over my fellow brothers within our sect, it would only evoke their sorrow, leading to my own feelings of guilt. What are we waiting for? Let us embark on our adventure now. Seventh senior brother, where shall we go first? Let us journey to Dajin Mountain. A few months ago, before I ventured into the Western Mountains secret realm, I heard rumors of unusual occurrences over there. Dajin Mountain has long been a favored training ground for various sects due to its open access and abundant resources. However, 6 months ago, a mist phenomenon appeared atop the mountain. Linglong nodded in acknowledgement. She was aware of this. In the original narrative, the female protagonist heroine had visited this place during a routine training session with the 7-star sect, where she, having reached the foundation establishment stage, accompanied them. Unfortunately, their sect encountered the mist phenomenon and became scattered. This mist phenomenon was, in fact, a random entrance to a secret realm. Once ensnared, one would be drawn into the hidden realms of Dajin Mountain. This secret realm had existed for countless years, teeming with beasts and spiritual herbs, far surpassing the resources of Dajin Mountain, yet the dangers increased significantly. The original text described that none who were ensnared by the mist emerged alive. Eventually, Heroine became the first to be drawn in and successfully navigate her way back out, liberating all the sect disciples trapped within. It was during this ordeal that she encountered the male lead, the chief disciple of Kunhua City, Siyuchen. They fell in love at first sight and ultimately ascended to greatness together. That moment marked a dramatic turning point for Heroine, transforming her from a talented girl of the 7 stars sect into a beacon of righteousness within the cultivation world, garnering admiration and gratitude from many as she swiftly ascended the ranks of power. What an exhilarating plot twist! The thought of witnessing such events firsthand filled Linglong with uncontainable joy. She relished the excitement of spectacle, particularly the emotional turmoil surrounding the male lead and the countless admirers vying for his affection, one heart enamored while many others shattered. What a thrilling scene to imagine! Alas, the original narrative was a serious tale. How splendid it would have been had it possessed a touch of color. Lost in her thoughts, Linglong suddenly noticed a hand waving before her. Little junior sister, were you listening to me? I heard you, 7th senior brother. Let us set forth to make a grand event happen. Seeing Linglong so enthusiastic, Ji Zijua paused momentarily. I haven't yet explained how perilous this mist is. We mustn't approach it. If we do, before he could finish, Linglong seized him, and they dashed away from the Qingxian sect's secret realm. Let us discuss it on the way. If we tarry too long, we shall miss the spectacle. Though Ji Zizhua remained uncertain of what grand event awaited them, he cherished the fact that his little junior sister was so eager to embark on this adventure. After all these years, he had finally encountered someone even more audacious than himself, and he adored her for it. The mere mention of making a grand event happen sent a wave of excitement coursing through him. Without a backward glance at Qinglan Peak, they soared through the skies directly toward Dajin Mountain. Throughout their journey, Yi Linglong seized every opportunity to work, seated atop Xin Ying as she diligently sketched new talismans with a pen in hand. She meticulously illustrated every useful talisman she could conceive, ensuring at least 10 of each type were prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Regrettably, the quality of her pen left much to be desired. It was the best she could find after scouring the entire Qingxian sect, yet it proved inadequate to withstand her relentless in her quest to create talismans. She consumed more spiritual fruits than water, utterly exhausting the mid-grade spiritual pen from the sect's library. Even Ji Zizhua could not help but exclaim in disbelief at her fervor. The intensity of her zeal was truly unmatched. Wherever she appeared, she became an unstoppable force. Thus, accompanying her on this journey promised not just excitement but an exhilarating adventure and anticipation that ignited within him. After a day of flight, they arrived at Dajin Mountain the following morning. As they neared the mountain, Yi Linglong remained engrossed in her talisman sketches when suddenly, a gasp pierced the air. How is it possible for someone to write while riding a sword? Is she truly that diligent? Isn't there a written exam in our cultivation world? Doesn't she need to watch where she is going, at such speed? How can she avoid collisions? She is incredible. Wait, she looks so small, like a little beansprout. Can someone so tiny truly ride a sword? Upon hearing the term beansprout, Yi Linglong's head snapped up, her gaze drawn to the source of the voices. Chapter 38. I fly with my sword, never glancing at the path ahead. I can only see a group of individuals soaring through the air behind her and Ji Zizhua, heading towards Dajin Mountain. They appear to be quite youthful. The leading senior brother seems to be of a similar age to her own senior brother, accompanied by several junior brothers and sisters who are slightly older than her and 7th senior brother, akin in age to 6th senior brother. Their uniform attire reveals them to be disciples of a sect, and upon noticing the purple moon embroidered on their sleeves, Yi Linglong is taken aback to discover they are disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace. The Hidden Moon Palace, the Seven Stars Sect, Kunhuo City, and the Blazing Sun Hall are the four most formidable sects in the lower realm of cultivation, each with its unique characteristics yet united in their strength. As they notice the subject of their discussion turning towards them, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace reveal expressions of surprise. Shortly thereafter, one of them whispers softly, "She is so adorable. Is she a young lady from a noble family?" At this moment, the leading disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace clasps his hands in salute. It is my failure to supervise, allowing my junior brothers and sisters to be impolite towards the young lady. I apologize on their behalf and hope for your understanding. They are inexperienced and have caused an unintended offense. What they said is merely the truth and does not constitute an offense. The realm of cultivation indeed does not require written examinations, yet I am still quite young and can barely recognize a few characters. I am diligently studying to ensure I do not remain illiterate. Hearing this, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace are momentarily stunned. Did she just directly confess to a stranger that she cannot read? Is she truly so unreserved and forthright? Furthermore, I never pay attention to the road while flying my sword. If I collide with someone, it is their misfortune. If I crash into a mountain, it is my misfortune. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace are again left speechless. Is this truly acceptable? Yet, it seems there is no flaw in her reasoning. Moreover, I am indeed quite small, but not as small as a beansprout, for I am even smaller than a beansprout. As her words fall, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace witness her instantly shrink to 1/100th of her original size, transforming from a person into a mere green bean, indeed smaller than a beansprout. This spectacle leaves the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace utterly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. However, in the next instant, Yi Linglong shifts back to her original form, a smile gracing her lips, radiant as the most splendid rainbow in the sky. Lastly, to the esteemed fellow who just remarked on my cuteness, you have quite the discerning eye. Yi Linglong's series of antics leaves the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace in awe, even the leading disciple rendered speechless, staring blankly at her. Satisfied with her response, Yi Linglong bows her head and resumes drawing talismans, having just used a shrinking talisman that requires replenishing. Senior brother, she is so intriguing, I really like her. There are only 2 of them. Shall we accompany them on their journey? Indeed, she can even change size, such a young age, yet she appears so formidable. Hearing all their chatter, Ji Zizhua cannot help but frown, a look of displeasure crossing his face. They have barely set out, and already someone is vying for his junior sister's attention. What business do they have with her? Did 7th senior brother consent to this? His junior sister, so adorable and popular, who knows whether these individuals harbor ulterior motives? Just as Ji Zizhua is about to voice his objections, a disciple accelerates from behind, flying to Yi Linglong's side. I noticed your pen is broken. I happen to have a fine pen here. Allow me to gift it to you. Yi Linglong looks up to see that this disciple's attire is distinct from the others, more luxurious and ornate, indicating he is not an ordinary disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace. Thus, his gift, a superior spirit pen, far surpasses the quality of the one she currently possesses. The pen's body feels as cool and smooth as jade, making it exceptionally suitable for talisman crafting. Such a precious item is certainly unattainable on the market. Only special disciples of a grand sect like the Hidden Moon Palace can be so generous. Yi Linglong is eager for this pen, as her current one is nearing its limit, so she nods in acceptance. Thank you for the pen. Allow me to present you with something in return, and with that, Yi Linglong rummages through her ring, eventually producing a stack of talisman paper, handing it over to the disciple. This is my unique, specially crafted talisman paper, the latest version refined 8 times, absolutely unavailable for purchase outside. Stick 1 for comfort, 2 for immense pleasure, and 3 for instant ascension. The disciple is momentarily taken aback, unsure of what these peculiar talismans entail, yet he graciously accepts. I am Yu Xingzhou, may I have the honor of knowing your name, fair maiden? My name is Yi Linglong. Greetings, Miss Yi. It appears we shall be friends from this day forth. As soon as Yu Xingzhou's words leave his lips, Ji Zizhua swiftly interjects, placing himself between him and Yi Linglong. I am her senior brother, Ji Zizhua. Senior brother Ji, a pleasure to meet you. A pleasantries exchanged, you may take your leave now. At Yu Xingzhou is taken aback, his eyes betraying his disappointment. Very well, I shall take my leave. Just as he turns to depart, his senior brother Su Jifeng approaches. I am Su Jifeng from the Hidden Moon Palace. Might you two be heading towards Dajin Mountain? Indeed, I have heard that numerous anomalies have appeared atop Dajin Mountain, rendering it significantly more perilous than before. Perhaps we should travel together for mutual support. Upon hearing Su Jifeng's proposal, the junior brothers and sisters behind him gaze at them expectantly. Just as Ji Zizhua is about to refuse, he hears Yi Linglong lean in close and whisper, Seventh senior brother, having more people is beneficial. Having a few disciples from the Hidden Moon Palace nearby offers some deterrence. Otherwise, all manner of unruly individuals may seek trouble, which would be quite time-consuming. Since she and Ji Zizhua are not clad in the same sex attire, they would undoubtedly be recognized as loose cultivators. In this era, unorganized and undisciplined loose cultivators are the easiest to bully. Robbing them poses little risk of retaliation, and even killing them carries no consequences, as they have no backing. Thus, loose cultivators are the most vulnerable and the most likely to become dangers to others. Were it not for the unique circumstances of Qingshan's sect, she would gladly don the sect's robes for her journey, at least to avoid being targeted as a loose cultivator. Though she is unafraid of trouble, persistent disturbances could hinder her progress. After all, she intends to rush directly to the secret realm of Dajin Mountain to witness firsthand the tumultuous drama between the male and female leads and their devoted admirers. This is a spectacle she absolutely cannot miss. Since Yi Linglong has spoken, Ji Zizhua reluctantly concedes, then let us travel together. Upon hearing their agreement, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace are filled with delight. To express their friendliness and joy, Yu Xingzhou promptly takes out a talisman that Yi Linglong had just given him and slaps it onto his body. In the next moment, he plummets from the sword he was riding, startling his fellow disciples into exclamations of alarm. Junior brother, Chapter 39. The little junior sister's affinity for wealth. Su Jifeng, quick-witted and agile, rushed down to catch Yu Xingzhou, deftly tearing off the talisman affixed to him, and with an air of concern, placed him atop his sword. At that moment, Yu Xingzhou's senior sister, Chang Yingmeng, approached Yi Linglong with a look of inquiry. What sort of talisman has made my junior brother like this? What did you give him? Why not ask him yourself? Senior sister, please don't misunderstand. Monsieur's talisman is fine, it's just that I didn't anticipate its initial effects to be quite so overwhelming, Yu Xingzhou hurriedly interjected, fearing his sister might misjudge Yi Linglong. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Chang Yingmeng chuckled mischievously. Come now, let me have one as well. I'm curious about the wondrous effects that have rendered my little junior brother incapable of flying with his sword. Stretching out her hand toward Yu Xingzhou, he reluctantly retrieved a talisman from his ring and handed it to her, albeit hesitantly. Chang Yingmeng snatched the talisman, affixing it to herself, and in an instant, her figure vanished from the air, plummeting rapidly. Su Jifeng, witnessing his sister's descent, hastily darted down to rescue her. However, Chang Yingmeng was in a slightly better predicament than Yu Xingzhou. She was equipped with her sword during her fall, enabling her to swiftly ascend again without requiring Su Jifeng's assistance. Once back in the air, Chang Yingmeng continued to marvel, exclaiming, What a remarkable item, Missy, I too desire one. I shall find something to exchange with you shortly. Upon hearing this, the remaining two, Su Jifeng and Yu Qingji, who had yet to experience the talisman, requested one from Yu Xingzhou as well. The sudden loss of 3 talismans left him in a despondent state, the pain of parting visibly etched upon his face. Thus, amidst their journey to Dajin Mountain, the 6 of them, all adorned with talismans, appeared distinctly unusual, even somewhat eerie, garnering an impressive amount of attention. Yet, they paid no heed to the gazes of others, confidently soaring towards Dajin Mountain. Beside Yi Linglong, Ji Zizhua couldn't help but reflect on the fact that none who encountered the little junior sister could escape her peculiar influence. Such was her formidable charm. Upon reaching Dajin Mountain, the 6 descended smoothly to the ground. No sooner had they landed than Su Jifeng and his companions produced their treasured items to barter for the talismans. Yi Linglong performed a dramatic display of reluctance, feigning heartache as she accepted their offerings with tears in her eyes, swiftly stowing them away in her ring to prevent any change of heart. Ji Zizhua felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. While the little junior sister could effortlessly produce 100 talismans daily, she had only begrudgingly offered them 10 in exchange for their valuable items. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the naive disciples of Inuit Palace. Although their little junior sister appeared adorably charming, she was far from the innocent persona they imagined. Perhaps it was time for the outside world to experience the little junior sister's cunning prowess. He had previously failed to recognize her proclivity for wealth. After the exchanges, each of them contentedly stashed their acquisitions into their rings and ventured into the vast Dajin mountain range. Along the way, they encountered numerous demonic beasts, yet they remained on the outskirts, mostly confronting first-level creatures, with a few second-level ones appearing. After all, among the 6, only Ji Zizhua and Su Jifeng were at the golden core stage, while Yu Xingzhou, Chang Yingmeng, Yu Qingji, and Yi Linglong were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Among them, Yu Xingzhou, though seemingly the weakest, was the most formidable, having reached the late foundation establishment stage, just a step away from the golden core. The revelation that Yi Linglong had already established her foundation at the tender age of 11 astonished the 4, yet considering her background as a scion of a prominent family, it was understandable that such resources had been devoted to her since childhood. As the six ventured deeper into the Dajin mountain range, it was primarily the four at the foundation establishment stage who engaged the beasts to hone their skills. After defeating these creatures, Yi Linglong would always gather the remains, her frugal behavior resembling that of a wandering cultivator rather than a wealthy young lady from a noble family. Though the members of Inuit Palace felt puzzled, none dared to voice their questions. Instead, they began assisting in collecting the remains of the slain beasts to present to Yi Linglong. Observing how fervently his little junior sister gathered the corpses of demonic beasts, Ji Zizhua felt a mix of emotions. After all, Jingxian's sect was hardly impoverished to the extent of scavenging for second-level demonic beast remains as a means of survival. This only served to highlight that her affinity for wealth surpassed his initial expectations. As they delved deeper, a sharp cry from a bird suddenly pierced the air. The group turned to see a golden-winged bird perched atop a tree, preening its feathers. Although it too was a second-level demonic beast, its golden attribute endowed it with formidable combat prowess, compelling most second-level creatures to steer clear of it. Encountering such a beast signified that they had officially traversed the outer perimeter of Dajin Mountain and entered a realm fraught with peril. The golden-winged bird was the strongest demonic creature Yi Linglong had encountered since her arrival at Dajin Mountain, and she was eager to challenge it. Everyone, stay back and watch, no one is to interfere. Today, it shall be a battle of life and death between me and it. Upon her command, the others complied, remaining motionless. If you find yourself in trouble, just shout, I'll rush to your aid immediately, Yu Xingzhou instructed. There won't be a need for that, Yi Linglong replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively before launching herself towards the golden-winged bird with a swift leap. Upon reaching the bird, she swung her sword in a decisive arc, startling the creature into flight. Just then, a cacophony of chirps erupted around her. She looked up to discover countless golden-winged birds clustered in the branches of the tree, their sheer numbers sending shivers down her spine. Initially, she had been deceived by the foliage into believing there was only one perched upon the branch. Her strike grazed the feathers of the golden-winged bird, inadvertently rousing the entire flock. In an instant, the multitude of birds unfurled their wings, their sharp golden beaks poised for attack, prompting Yi Linglong to turn and flee. The five behind her exchanged astonished glances as they witnessed her retreat after just a single strike. Are you unable to prevail? Yu Xingzhou called out to her, don't panic. I am coming to assist. As his words fell, he drew his sword and rushed toward her direction. Just as he was about to engage the golden-winged bird, Yi Linglong grasped his arm in midair. Run! Chapter 40. Why are your thoughts so dangerous? As Yi Linglong's voice echoed with a loud shout, Yu Xingzhou happened to catch sight of the entire golden-winged bird perched atop the tree, rendering him momentarily dazed. He swiftly turned to grasp Yi Linglong's hand, urging her to flee together. Observing their frantic escape, Cheng Yingmeng, standing behind, couldn't help but mock them. What is going on? Can two foundation establishment cultivators not handle a single bird? Allow me to assist. Before she could finish, her smile shattered as her gaze fell upon the multitude of golden-winged birds that suddenly erupted from the tree, swarming towards them like a relentless tide. My heavens! How can there be so many golden-winged birds? Yu Qingji stood there, utterly dumbfounded. As Yi Linglong and Yu Xingzhou dashed past him, Yu Xingzhou seized the dazed Yu Qingji, pulling him along. What are you standing there for? Run, quickly! This time, even the two golden core cultivators, Ji Zizhua and Su Jifeng, lost their composure and swiftly turned to escape. They had never witnessed such an overwhelming number of golden-winged birds. They filled the sky, their radiant golden forms casting a dazzling light that was nearly blinding. Even before the battle began. Though they ran with great speed, the golden-winged birds flew even faster, closing in on them rapidly. The two golden core cultivators managed to exert themselves enough to evade capture, but the four foundation establishment cultivators faced dire straits. If caught, they would undoubtedly be pierced into a veritable hive by those sharp beaks. As the golden-winged birds approached, Yi Linglong hastily retrieved a stack of talismans from her ring, affixing one to each of them. With the talismans applied, their speed surged several-fold, allowing them to dash away so swiftly that they left mere afterimages in their wake. This acceleration talisman is utterly magnificent. I never dreamed I could run so fast. This is incredible, a necessity for survival. Linglong, I must purchase some from you later, don't hold back. Are you a talisman cultivator? Linglong, you certainly don't look the part. How did you become so adept at drawing talismans? Faced with their sincere inquiries, Yi Linglong paused for several seconds, then spoke earnestly. Are the wings of these golden-winged birds truly made of gold? Why did she pose such a peculiar question? Just as everyone was puzzled, Yi Linglong presented a query that left them even more baffled. If we capture this flock of golden-winged birds and refine them, would we not acquire a substantial amount of gold? We could sell this gold to metal-attributed cultivators for a hefty profit, no? Bean Sprout, why are your thoughts so dangerously reckless? Her words left all present utterly aghast. In the throes of frantic flight, she could actually conceive of turning the tide against the overwhelming swarm of golden-winged birds. What was going on in her mind? Seventh senior brother, please respond quickly. If you don't, we'll be out of their pursuit range. Isn't it better to escape with their lives? What, did she truly wish to court death? That is not entirely out of the question, it's just that it may be easier for them to catch us than for us to catch them. Then it's settled. Settled just like that, so rashly, they hadn't consented. Yi Linglong paid no mind to their expressions. With a clap of her hands, she revealed an excited smile. Money, oh, a substantial amount of gleaming gold. Cultivating immortality costs a fortune, one must earn enough to sustain their expenditures. No, these spendthrifts had no idea of the immense power that wealth held. Seventh senior brother and esteemed comrades of the Hidden Moon Palace, it is time for you to play your part. Draw these golden-winged birds' attention, do not let them escape elsewhere. If necessary, feel free to turn back and stab a few swords to provoke their ire, or even shed some blood to entice them. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in stunned silence. Was she truly intending to play such a dangerous game? What if it went awry? In Linglong's plan, however, there was no such notion as failure. She extracted another acceleration talisman from her ring and affixed it to herself, soaring away at a speed that evaded the golden-winged bird's pursuit. Little junior sister, where are you going? Give me a quarter of an hour. I shall return shortly. Until I come back, you all must hold on. Thus, they were left behind by Linglong, yet, for reasons unknown, amidst their astonishment, they felt a twinge of anticipation. Though fear gripped them, a hint of madness brewed within. In any case, despite their faces etched with refusal, once Linglong departed, none of them fled. Instead, they instinctively obeyed her, continuing to attract the wrath of the golden-winged birds, terrified that they might escape. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Linglong did indeed return. What should we do now? Follow me. And so, the 6 of them led a vast swarm of golden-winged birds in a grand circle, making their way back to the enormous tree where the birds had originally roosted. Behind them trailed a dazzling array of gold, shining brilliantly and blinding many as they passed. It was utterly spectacular. Just as they were nearing the tree, suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, followed closely by another sizable flock of golden-winged birds. Although not as numerous as those behind them, Linglong was not one to overlook any opportunity, regardless of the quantity of birds or wealth involved. With the advantage of 2 acceleration talismans, she surged ahead toward the beleaguered unfortunate soul. The hapless individual, already struggling to run, found himself besieged by an even larger swarm of golden-winged birds. If they wanted him dead, why not just say so? Why all the roundabout tactics? Just as the unfortunate soul contemplated surrendering to fate, Linglong zipped to his side. Brother, I see a prosperous aura about you. Surviving today's perilous trial will surely lead to your future success and renown. The unfortunate soul gaped at Linglong, eyes wide. What if I don't make it through this trial? With me here, it's impossible. You can save me? Indeed, for 10 mid-grade spirit stones, I shall save your life. The unfortunate soul eyed Linglong skeptically. She appeared so small and untrustworthy. Hurry up, or else when you die, I'll just come back to collect your belongings, and it won't be just this amount of money. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The unfortunate soul gritted his teeth and produced 10 mid-grade spirit stones, handing them to Linglong. After all, he was destined to die today. Whether or not he gave her the spirit stones, it was all the same. It was a matter of survival. The moment he surrendered the spirit stones, Linglong affixed 2 acceleration talismans to him. In the next second, with a whoosh, his figure vanished from before her eyes. The sudden burst of speed took the unfortunate soul by surprise. In the blink of an eye, he collided headlong into a tree trunk, leaving him dazed and disoriented. At least give me a heads up. Ramming into a tree at such speed can be fatal. How extraordinarily unfortunate must one be to encounter such a series of calamities. Chapter 41. Our moment of retribution has arrived. I apologize, I acted too hastily this time. I shall be more cautious in the future. Linglong had always been one to boldly acknowledge her mistakes and reflect earnestly upon them. She had just claimed that 10 medium-grade spiritual stones could save his life, but if her hastily conjured speed talisman had caused him to crash into a tree and meet his demise, it would indeed be her fault. Accepting payment without delivering results. As a corrective measure, she resolved that next time, she ought to specify 10 medium-grade spiritual stones along with 2 speed talismans, thereby absolving herself of responsibility should he perish in the process. Yes, she must be more mindful of her words henceforth. Is there truly a next time? At that moment, the unfortunate fellow felt utterly devastated. Had he truly encountered such an eccentric, rising from the ground, he turned to see Linglong wildly slashing at the flock of golden-winged birds that had been pursuing him, drawing their ire entirely upon herself as they began to relentlessly attack her. Truly, he had stumbled upon a peculiar individual. Why not simply use the talisman to escape? She was but a small child, seemingly lacking in prowess, yet she chose to provoke that horde of golden-winged birds. Did she long for her life to be shortened? Though her actions were somewhat reckless, her talismans were undeniably effective. Were it not for his own foolishness leading him to seek his own demise, he would have considered turning back to purchase a few more speed talismans from her. Alas, it mattered little to him whether she lived or died. 10 medium-grade spiritual stones in exchange for a life was a fair trade, and he resolved to depart. The unfortunate fellow brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to leave, but after taking just a few steps, he sensed something amiss behind him. The incessant chattering and dazzling golden light resembled a great sun looming at his back. In an instant, he whipped around, only to witness that strange girl merging seamlessly with a small group of golden-winged birds, which then coalesced with a much larger swarm, and together they soared away. His eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. It turned out that the peculiar girl had intended to capture the golden-winged birds all along. Selling him the speed talismans had merely been a convenient way to profit from him. How infuriating! After years of traversing the martial world, he had been outwitted by a mere child. How could he swallow this indignity? Thus, he resolved to follow closely behind Linglong and the vast flock of golden-winged birds, eager to discover their true intentions. Upon returning, Linglong set forth with her newly assembled team, continuing their journey towards the grand tree that had once been the roost of the golden-winged birds. When they arrived before the majestic tree, Linglong produced a stack of speed talismans and affixed one to each person, granting them all an extraordinary burst of acceleration. Now, traverse the tree with utmost speed. Upon her command, she was the first to dash forward, soaring through the branches of the great tree. One by one, her companions followed suit, turning to observe the massive flock of golden-winged birds behind them. In a flash, the birds surged after them, attempting to replicate their feat of flying through the tree. Yet, in that very moment, countless runes ignited around the tree. It was then they discerned that the tree, once seemingly ordinary, was plastered with a multitude of talisman papers, which activated simultaneously to form a colossal array, ensnaring all the golden-winged birds within its confines. The birds, appearing oblivious to their surroundings, circled the tree aimlessly, some even ceasing their pursuit altogether. As a result, the tree, which had previously seemed commonplace, now shimmered with golden radiance, and the more the golden-winged birds struggled, the more their agitation intensified the brilliance of the light. Many onlookers in the distance gasped in astonishment at the spectacle of this luminescent tree. "Look over there, it's glowing with gold. Surely, treasures must be afoot. Hurry, if we tarry, we shall miss out. Such brilliance, it must be an extraordinary treasure." As the golden-winged birds remained ensnared within the array, the 5 individuals trailing Linglong displayed expressions of awe. Though her methods were a tad madcap, she had indeed spoken the truth. This was far more exhilarating than fleeing in terror from their pursuers. "Linglong, did you craft all those talismans in just a quarter of an hour? What a naive thought. I had prepared them long ago and stored them in my ring, ready for use. Did you not see me drawing talismans while flying?" "Ah, so that was her drawing talismans?" Zijua chuckled lightly. "Did you truly believe my little junior sister was illiterate?" Yuxingzhou stood dumbfounded. It dawned upon him that her earlier remarks had merely been a jest. How delightfully amusing, she was simply too endearing. Observing Yuxingzhou's astonished expression, Zijua smirked, finding him rather charming in his gullibility. At that moment, with the golden-winged birds thoroughly ensnared, Linglong revealed a confident and proud smile. "Now is the time, our moment of retribution has arrived." Though the golden-winged birds had not harmed them, they had nonetheless intruded upon the birds' territory, ultimately encircling and trapping them. Yet, Linglong's fervent declaration ignited a fervor among her companions, stirring their spirits and excitement. While Linglong stepped forward, her hands gracefully channeling spiritual energy as she cast her spell, her delicate fingers tracing intricate arcs in the air. Phoenix Divine Fire Technique. In that instant, a brilliant and fierce flame erupted from her palms, enveloping the surroundings in a radiant crimson glow that swiftly spread to encompass the entire array, encasing the golden-winged birds within its fiery embrace. This flame, majestic and resplendent, exuded an ancient sanctity and solemnity, casting a disdainful gaze upon the trivialities of existence. Though the strength of its caster was somewhat lacking, preventing the flames from spreading across the sky, it did not diminish their nobility or superiority. This marked Linglong's inaugural display of the Phoenix Divine Fire before such a large audience. The conflagration, vast and consuming, seemed poised to devour half the sky, leaving all who beheld it in awe. Truly, it was a supreme technique, and the Phoenix Divine Fire, having been practiced to just the first level, yielded such astonishing results. As the onlookers were captivated by the grandeur of the Phoenix Divine Fire, Linglong turned to them and called out, "Come quickly to assist me, I cannot hold on much longer." Upon hearing her cry, Zijua was the first to respond, racing ahead of the others to infuse her with spiritual energy. Following closely were Yuxingzhou, Su Jifeng, and the others, forming a line as they each transmitted their energy to her. Thus, as a throng of people rushed towards the scene, they were met with this extraordinary sight. Chapter 42 is roasting birds for eating ashes. When the unfortunate soul trailing behind Linglong rushed over and beheld this scene, he was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't it merely a matter of chasing after them for a peck? There was no great enmity involved, was there? Surely it was not warranted for 6 individuals to conspire and roast all the golden-winged birds over a fire. Yet, upon reflection, having just fled like a coward, he felt a slight thrill at witnessing this rowdy bunch of golden-winged birds being countered. However, who could have conceived of such an idea? This was simply outrageous. Yet, bizarrely, this absurdity had indeed been realized. The unfortunate fellow touched his jaw, which had nearly dropped in shock, and decided it was best to hold his tongue. He could not afford to provoke these individuals, not in the least. Apart from him, numerous others flocked from various distances, initially believing they had stumbled upon a treasure, only to find 6 people banding together to roast birds. They had rushed over in a panic, losing their shoes in the process, only to be met with this absurdity. What in the world was this? How could there be so many golden-winged birds? Why were they roasting them? Was it because they were particularly delectable? Yet that did not seem right. Those birds were burnt to a crisp, their flesh and bones reduced to ashes. Although ashes could be consumed, was the flavor not rather unpalatable? Could it be that they were exceptionally nutritious? There had been no tales of golden-winged bird ashes being a panacea. Not a single person present was without a question mark hovering over their head. Curiously, despite their confusion, a compelling urge to watch overcame them. More and more people gathered, surrounding the scene, their discussions and speculations growing louder. While Linglong was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of onlookers. She had not intended to draw such attention. However, the dazzling display of golden-winged birds continued to attract individuals from afar, even from great distances, yet this did not hinder her performance. The more people there were, the grander her stage became, enhancing the reputation of the Qingxian sect. In my name, I shall restore the glory of the Qingxian sect. It is our duty. With this thought, Linglong redoubled her efforts in roasting the birds. What kind of fire is this? It's astonishing. The bones and flesh of the golden-winged birds are turned to ashes, and even their golden wings have melted into liquid gold. I believe the formation is even more exquisite. It not only traps so many golden-winged birds but also sorts them. Look, the vortex within the formation separates the light ashes from the heavy liquid gold. In the end, whether consuming ashes or collecting gold, it will be effortless. Consume? Are you daft? At this point, can't you see, they are refining gold. Hist, refining gold from golden-winged birds? How audacious, just how powerful are these individuals? They must at least be at the golden elixir stage, perhaps even have Yuan-ing. Look, that one leading the charge must be at Yuan-ing. Wait, she looks so small, how could she possibly be Yuan-ing? Don't you understand, as one's cultivation rises, their appearance can remain youthful, even reversing age. Ah, you truly grasp it. Who would choose to return to youth as a mere sprout? Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Ah, I see something, the sleeves of those behind have moon patterns, they are disciples of the hidden moon palace." A wave of astonishment spread through the crowd. No wonder they are so formidable. It turns out to be the hidden moon palace, such skill at such a young age, it seems the hidden moon palace is on the rise. Look, they have refined so much gold. There are still many golden-winged birds yet to be processed, imagine the wealth they will amass, this gold is extraordinary, it is imbued with resilience. Upon hearing this, a cacophony of gasps erupted, many envious eyes glistening with greed. This was a treasure beyond measure, a wealth that dazzled the eyes. How many exquisite spiritual artifacts could be forged from this gold, especially for a grand sect like the hidden moon palace, with master artisans within, it was likely they would produce an abundance of exceptional items in the foreseeable future. Yet, while envy filled the air, no one dared to openly covet the hidden moon palace's possessions, only those truly wishing for death would dare. Oh, how wonderful it would be if this gold belonged to the solitary cultivators. Someone muttered this, and the others turned their eyes towards him, their gazes laden with complexity. Though he had articulated the sentiments of many, the reality remained what nonsense. If solitary cultivators possessed such capability, what need would they have to remain solitary? The tale of their refining gold from golden-winged birds spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the vast Jin mountain range where isolation was not present. Meanwhile, far within the depths of the Jin mountain range, disciples of the Seven Stars sect also caught wind of the news. Have you heard? Disciples of the hidden moon palace are roasting birds out there. Roasting birds? What birds? Aren't cultivators supposed to be on a fasting regimen? Why the sudden craving? Who knows, perhaps they are particularly delectable, otherwise, why would such a trivial matter spread so widely? When Yi Rongyue heard this news, a sense of foreboding tingled within her. She soared into the air, scanning the distance, and indeed spotted a glimmer of gold and flame far away, such commotion for merely roasting birds. Moreover, this flame is a genius with a single fire affinity. Yi Rongyue's sensitivity to flames exceeded that of anyone else. This fire was undoubtedly extraordinary, more potent and noble than any she had encountered thus. While her fellow disciples remained engrossed in discussion, she stealthily retrieved her past mirror. Past mirror, what is the nature of the flames beyond the Jin mountain range? Does the hidden moon palace have a master of fire control among its disciples? At that moment, a line of text appeared on the past mirror. Phoenix Divine Fire Technique. Yi Rongyue's eyes widened. The Phoenix Divine Fire Technique was the pinnacle of fire cultivation techniques. It was a dream for fire cultivators. She hurriedly inquired, whose possession is the Phoenix Divine Fire Technique? Another line of text appeared. Yi Linglong. Upon seeing this name, Yi Rongyue's hand trembled, nearly dropping the past mirror. How could it be her? How could it be? The next mist of the Jin mountain was about to manifest, and she had already reached the vicinity indicated by the past mirror. If she turned back now to seek Yi Linglong, she would likely miss the treasures hidden within the Jin mountain secret realm. What to do? Meanwhile, at another site within the Jin mountain range, other disciples of the hidden moon palace also received the news. Nonsense. All our disciples are right here. Who is roasting birds, eating ashes? Bah, who spreads such trivial rumors? Yet many are indeed circulating this. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Could it be that someone is impersonating our hidden moon palace disciples? Exactly, it must be impersonators. Their intentions are malicious, we must expose them. At this moment, all eyes turned towards the elder brother, who was soaring high above, gazing into the distance. Elder brother, about this matter need not be discussed further. It does not concern us. We shall proceed deeper. But going further in may lead to the mist. If we get caught before the disciple could finish, the elder brother turned to him with a glance, silencing him instantly. Meanwhile, Yi Linglong had spent the entire day, until the sun hung low in the west, draining the last of her companion's strength, before finally completing the refining of the golden-winged birds. The moment she withdrew from the formation, her body swayed, and she plummeted straight down. Chapter 43. What he lacks is not gold, but wit. Her sudden fall startled everyone else suspended in midair. Ji Zizhua was the first to react, catching her just before she hit the ground. Junior sister, are you alright? Please don't scare me like that. Yi Linglong kept her eyes closed, yet her lips moved slightly. Seventh senior brother, where's the SPA talisman? Quickly apply it to me and lay me flat, I'm utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Yi Linglong's words, everyone who had rushed to the ground let out a collective sigh of relief, realizing she was merely fatigued and not in any distress. At that moment, the onlookers noticed that among the 6 of them, 1 had fallen, and the other 5 were surrounding the fallen one, creating an impression that something grave had occurred. As they gazed at the fading formation, which was as thick as a millennium-old tree trunk and as tall as a person, a pure golden bird formed within, many in the crowd felt their hearts stir with greed. With the increase in covetous eyes, it was inevitable that someone would make a move. Even if they couldn't seize all the gold, they could at least take whatever they could. With so many people gathered, if one managed to grab a little, it would be impossible for the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace to reclaim it. Thus, one individual seized the opportunity while the others were preoccupied with Linglong and rushed forward, aiming to cleave through the remaining formation with a sword, eager to snatch the gold within. However, as the sword struck the formation, it suddenly blazed forth with brilliance, and a powerful rebound sent the force of his strike back at him. Several individuals, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, were struck on their foreheads by the rebounding force, resulting in a cacophony of slaps and the blossoming of crimson flowers in the air, a truly spectacular scene. Terrified, the remaining onlookers dared not advance any further, fearing that the formation might retaliate against them as well. At that moment, Linglong, who had been lying flat on the ground applying the talisman, suddenly sat up as if jolted from a near-fatal slumber. Thief! Seventh senior brother, grab your weapon! As soon as Linglong finished shouting, Zizhua dashed forward. Ever since his return to Qingxian's sect after the secret realm of Shishan, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, repeatedly practicing the water-based 7th-level techniques that his junior sister had found for him. He had not engaged in any combat since then. Fighting against demonic beasts was truly disheartening, but the prospect of directly engaging with people thrilled him far more than anything else. Thus, upon reaching the scene, Zizhua brandished his sword and instantly began to clash with those who sought to steal the gold. This is bad, there are too many over there. Let us hurry to assist Zizhua Yingmeng. Stay here and protect Linglong, Su Jifeng declared, leading Yixingzhou and Yuqingji toward the frayer. Upon arrival, they found a multitude of opponents already lying defeated, while those who remained had fled in an instant, dashing away as if they had covered several miles in the blink of an eye, leaving no desire to pursue. Stunned, the three were left speechless, marveling at Zizhua's formidable combat prowess. Was he truly at the golden core stage? He too was at that level, yet how could he produce such an effect? Moreover, wasn't he a water element cultivator? Shouldn't water element practitioners be gentle? Why did he appear more violent than those of the fire element? At that moment, Zizhua sheathed his sword and turned back to Su Jifeng and the others, displaying a cheerful smile. Apologies, I haven't fought in a while and have grown rusty. I assure you, you won't witness such disgrace again. To be honest, they did not dare to laugh initially. They believed Linglong to be particularly extraordinary, yet they were taken aback to discover that the previously reticent Zizhua was equally remarkable. Meanwhile, the unfortunate soul lurking in the shadows, having observed for quite some time, gaped in astonishment. How had so many prodigies emerged from the Hidden Moon Palace recently? Could it be that they would make a startling debut at the upcoming peak martial arts gathering in 3 months? If that were the case, it would indeed be intriguing. Linglong did not remain on the ground for long before rising. She dismantled the formation, burned the talisman paper, and collected the refined gold. I will keep all the gold we refine today and will divide it into 6 portions for each of you later. Junior sister, you need not worry about my portion. Keep it for yourself, Zizhua replied. Why Linglong did not insist, knowing that her senior brother was not one to differentiate between them. In the end, any spiritual implements forged would be shared among the Qingxian sect, rendering such distinctions meaningless. Very well. I also don't want my portion. You can have it, Yuqingzhou quickly interjected. Why not? Because Yuqingzhou's ears grew increasingly red, and his expression became more awkward, leaving him unable to articulate a reason. Because the junior brother thinks your acceleration talisman is quite impressive, and he wishes to trade that portion of gold for it, Su Jifeng interjected, providing Yuqingzhou with an escape. Ah. Yes, I want the talisman, the gold is of no use to me. Oh, then that is fine. I also don't want gold, as I haven't contributed much. I too desire a talisman. Do you have any other talismans? May I choose from them? Su Jifeng was indeed intrigued by Linglong's talismans. Unlike those of other serious talismansmiths, hers always held surprises. Sure, when I have some time later, I'll show you what I have. At this point, Linglong turned her gaze toward Cheng Yingmeng and Yuqingji. What about you two? They hesitated for a moment, and Cheng Yingmeng said, my senior brother and I would prefer gold. We are looking to forge a new weapon, and your materials are truly exceptional. We don't want to miss out. Very well, it's settled then. Linglong had discerned that among the 4 disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace, Su Jifeng, as the senior brother, possessed more experience and accumulated wealth than the others, thus not lacking spiritual implements and desiring talisman paper instead. Meanwhile, Cheng Yingmeng and Yuqingji, being ordinary disciples, were relatively insignificant in terms of wealth and status within the Hidden Moon Palace. Thus, the gold held considerable value for them, something they desperately needed. As for Yuqingzhou, one glance at him revealed he was not an ordinary disciple. His status within the sect was certainly not low, suggesting he had been raised in comfort and lacked for nothing. Hence, the reason for his generous relinquishment of the gold was clear to her. Combined with his earlier reddening ears and stammering speech, it was evident that he must be lacking in wit, as there was no other explanation. Linglong had a firm grasp on everyone's outward demeanor and inner thoughts. After all, 2 lifetimes had not been lived in vain. Once everything was tidied up, the group departed in search of a safe place to spend the night. As night fell, they continued deeper into the Great Jin Mountain range. Early the next morning, they encountered a 3rd-level demonic beast. With the combined efforts of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, the 3rd-level demonic beast was successfully subdued and its corpse entered Linglong's ring. As they prepared to press onward, Su Jifeng suddenly halted, blocking the path of everyone behind him. Chapter 44 They are going to their doom. We cannot venture any deeper, Su Jifeng explained patiently under the astonished gazes of all present. This area has already become a territory frequented by 3rd-tier beasts. For you cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, as well as for us golden core practitioners, this level of experience is ample. Proceeding further would lead us into the heart of the Dajin mountain range, where the mists could suddenly engulf us, resulting in dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the other 3 disciples from the Hidden Moon Palace nodded in agreement. Their purpose for this journey was to gain experience, and as long as they had sufficient training, it would be considered a success. Furthermore, this depth not only harbored third-tier beasts but also a plethora of celestial herbs. As long as they explored within this range, they were bound to reap considerable rewards without courting danger. Entering realms beyond their capabilities posed the risk of not only failing to gain anything but also jeopardizing their lives, which would be a significant loss. Noticing this, Linglong and Ji Zizhu exchanged glances. Although their collective aim was indeed to gain experience, their definitions of such seemed to diverge from those of the Hidden Moon Palace disciples. While the group contemplated their next direction, Linglong leaned closer to Ji Zizhu and whispered, "Seventh brother, let us find an opportunity to part ways with them." "Indeed, after this long journey together, it feels sufficient," he replied. "Perhaps you should be the one to speak up? Why don't you say it?" The two stared at each other, each pointing at the other to take the initiative. It was not that they feared the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace, rather, it was the incessant annoyance of Yu Xingzhou, who had been clinging to them since their journey began, making it seem as though he belonged to Qingxian's sect instead of the Hidden Moon Palace. They were beginning to suspect that Yu Xingzhou might wish to abandon the Hidden Moon Palace and join them instead, which was simply unacceptable. Moreover, what if Yu Xingzhou insisted on continuing deeper into the mountains? Their cultivation levels were merely at the foundation establishment stage, and should they encounter danger, they would be burdened with the task of rescuing others. Far too troublesome. It would be much more convenient and carefree for just the two of them to proceed together. "I have a plan," Linglong said with a mischievous smile. She found a spot to sit down, retrieved the new pen that Yu Xingzhou had exchanged with her, and began inscribing a multitude of intricate runes onto talismans, producing several sheets in succession. Then, she pulled out a few spirit stones from her ring, swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy within before continuing her drawings. After laboriously crafting a substantial stack of about 20 talismans, she handed them over to Ji Zizhu. "Here, this talisman is for you, and this blueprint as well. In a moment, find a place to conjure a rain cloud using your water-based spells, and affix these talismans to it according to the blueprint. What will happen? The rain cloud will transform into a misty mass that will surge toward us, continuously expanding and engulfing us. Will we truly be swallowed? What are you thinking? It is a ruse. If we were genuinely to be engulfed, our cover would be blown. This makeshift creation isn't that exquisite, it's merely a trick to deceive. Once the mist approaches, we shall feign a panicked escape, and then we'll regroup on that hill ahead." "Understood. You truly have a wealth of clever ideas, little junior sister. Too kind of you, my mind simply works well, what can I say?" Ji Zizhu swiftly departed with the talismans, prompting Yu Xingzhou and the others to approach with puzzled expressions. "Linglong, where did Zizhu go?" "He just noticed some commotion ahead and went to investigate." "That's reckless. The depths of the Dajin mountain range are fraught with peril, it's dangerous for him to venture alone. Indeed, you two must not run off on your own. If danger arises, we may not be able to rescue you in time." "Exactly. Even if you truly wish to proceed, you must inform us so we can discuss whether it's safe to advance further together." Linglong remained silent for a couple of seconds after they spoke, realizing that she had already discerned their intentions, which was precisely why she resorted to such a strategy. They were courting disaster. Keeping them around for diligent training would only lead to constant apprehension, making separation the more prudent choice. "Rest assured, he will return shortly." Linglong did not lie. For Ji Zizhu did indeed return in no time, sprinting back with great urgency. Behind him loomed a massive cloud of mist, racing toward them with alarming speed. "The mist is coming. Run!" Su Jifeng shouted, prompting everyone to turn and flee. Linglong stood frozen in shock, watching as the sky darkened ominously, reminiscent of an impending storm. The mist cloud was illuminated by flashes of brilliant lightning, resembling a ferocious beast lunging toward them, its overwhelming might causing trees and flora to be uprooted, even dragging hidden beasts into its embrace. At that moment, Ji Zizhu finally reached Linglong's side, his excitement spilling forth as he exclaimed, "Little junior sister, the effect of your runes is astounding, this immense pressure feels so real. Look, you've frightened away all the disciples of Hidden Moon Palace." Linglong, taken aback, replied, "Thank you for your kind words, seventh brother. While I am indeed remarkable, this mist cloud is not my creation." "Huh? Yes. What do you mean?" "It means that it is the genuine mist cloud of Dajin Mountain, authentic and unwavering." Ji Zizhu's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him speechless. No wonder the force was so formidable, capable of sweeping away trees and beasts alike. It was no mere illusion but the real deal. "Then what are we waiting for, or run?" Ji Zizhu shouted, charging forward, but after just a few steps, he stumbled and nearly fell flat. Looking down, he discovered that a rope had somehow tied itself around his waist, the other end secured to Linglong's waist. Her immobility had nearly caused him to trip. "Little junior sister, what are you doing?" "Seventh brother, the original text states that once the mist cloud engulfs a person, it will randomly place them in a certain location within the secret realm. Even those who are taken together will be separated." Ji Zizhu was thoroughly confused. What original text? What secret realm? How did she know they would be scattered? "Seventh brother, my cultivation is far too low. If I could manage this on my own, I wouldn't have dragged you along into this predicament." Little junior sister, stop talking, the mist cloud is about to consume us, we must flee. Ji Zizhu stood up, attempting to pull Yi Linglong forward, but when he turned, he found her tugging on the rope, pulling him back step by step. The rope was made of an unknown material, although she appeared weak, she easily tugged him along, while he struggled with all his might to escape her grasp. Thus, he helplessly watched as he was gradually dragged back by his little junior sister, until both of them were ultimately drawn into the mist cloud. Ah, do not fear, brother. Do you have any contingency plans? I do. We each have a piece of black cloth to blindfold ourselves, out of sight, out of mind. What was he thinking, deciding to venture out with his little junior sister? Chapter 45. Help, Yi Linglong, having utilized countless washing machines in her past life, finally experienced the bewildering sensation of being violently tossed about by one today. It felt as though her very stomach might be expelled from her body. Her features were in disarray, and even her mind seemed to be muddled. She could not recall how long she had been tossed around, but it was only upon her descent that she felt herself revived, though by then, she was entirely disinclined to move. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. A cool, sweet liquid dripped onto her face, and instinctively, she extended her tongue to taste it. How fragrant and sweet, what could this delectable flavor be? Once the syrupy essence slid down her throat, an invigorating sensation washed over her, banishing the previous discomfort that had enveloped her like a fog. As she opened her eyes, Yi Linglong beheld a delicate pink flower, its petals curling and arching gracefully, with its core oozing a transparent nectar that dripped rhythmically. This flower seemed familiar. It was the ice mist flower. The texts described it as a type of celestial herb, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in alleviating various ailments, such as poisoning, hallucinations, dizziness, and fatigue. The nectar, exceptionally sweet, could be harvested once the flower reached maturity. However, the ice mist flower was quite rare and difficult to harvest, for its habitat was invariably guarded by the formidable demon yellow hornets, a third-tier beast, with the queen potentially reaching fourth-tier status. At this thought, Yi Linglong abruptly straightened her posture. Third-tier demon yellow hornets. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound reached her ears. They were coming. The demon yellow hornets were approaching. Yi Linglong sprang to her feet, but just as she did, the rope around her waist tightened abruptly, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Right, her seventh senior brother, she had bound him. With him present, a third-tier beast would pose no threat. She swiftly tightened the rope around her waist, and soon, she dragged the pale-faced, unconscious Ji Zizhu closer, as if hauling a lifeless body. Seventh senior brother. Wake up. Stop shouting, let me rest. My insides feel displaced. Yi Linglong knew he was still suffering and could hardly move. She quickly fetched a leaf and dripped some ice mist nectar into his mouth. The moment the nectar touched his tongue, Ji Zizhu sprang back to life, his spirit rejuvenated. Junior sister, what did you give me? It tastes divine. No time for that, I heard the demon yellow hornets approaching. Get ready to fight. Ji Zizhu rose leisurely from the ground, even taking the time to untie the rope around his waist. What is there to fear from mere third-tier demon yellow hornets? One will fall, and two will fall just as easily. Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming buzzing sound surged toward them, growing louder and more intense, threatening to engulf them entirely. A massive swarm of third-tier demon yellow hornets emerged from behind the ice mist flower, their elongated stingers glinting with a menacing green hue, indicating the potent venom they possessed. Even more alarming was their size. Each hornet was nearly half the height of Yi Linglong, and two stacked together would surpass her. The most terrifying aspect was that as they approached, the visibility before Yi Linglong and Ji Zizhu was nearly obliterated. Seventh senior brother, what if they come in droves? Shall we fight? Fight, not a chance, run. Without hesitation, Ji Zizhu seized Yi Linglong and dashed away, pulling out acceleration talismans to affix to each of them as they fled. In my lifetime, I've never seen such a massive swarm of demon yellow hornets. I wouldn't fear them in a one-on-one, but it's clear they wish to engage in a fray. Seventh senior brother, I have an idea. Don't, no ideas allowed. Ji Zizhu was unnerved by Yi Linglong, fearing she might attempt to capture and refine all those hornets. This was no jest. The golden-winged bird was only second-tier and quite foolish, while the demon yellow hornets were third-tier and organized, impossible to contend with. But seventh senior brother, that's the ice mist flower. Its nectar is truly valuable and delicious. Wound tea, you want to seize this opportunity? Not interested. Seventh senior brother, fortune favors the bold. Isn't our purpose in this secret realm to slay monsters, seize treasures, enhance our skills, and amass wealth? That's not it. Seventh senior brother, do you see that pond ahead? Do you know the demon yellow hornets fear water? If we hide in there, we won't get stung? Ah, I see it, let us jump into the lake to evade them. Seventh senior brother, to be precise, it's you who will jump, not us. Ji Zizhu stiffened, an ominous premonition washing over him, intensifying with each passing moment. What do you mean? It means we split up. The heavy lifting is on you, and we'll share the spoils. As Yi Linglong finished speaking, she quickly smeared the nectar-laden leaf she had concealed from her ring onto Ji Zizhu. In that instant, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, agitating the pursuing demon yellow hornets, who surged forward with renewed fervor, their vengeance ignited as they sped toward Ji Zizhu. Without hesitation, Yi Linglong veered off, separating into a different direction, while the third-tier demon yellow hornets relentlessly pursued Ji Zizhu. Ji Zizhu, now drenched in the scent of nectar, began to suspect that his junior sister might be a spy from another sect, intent on harming their own kind, seeking to incapacitate him without killing him. He led a throng of hornets toward the nearby lake, running furiously until he reached its edge. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the water. Once submerged, he turned to glance back at the hornets, only to see them abandon the chase, retreating without a second thought, not even daring to hover above the lake's surface. How strange. It was said that demon yellow hornets held grudges. Why would they give up so readily? Could it be that something in the lake instilled fear in them? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard a bubbling sound behind him. He whipped around, only to see something lurking beneath the water. Panic surged within him as he swam frantically to the surface, shouting, "Ah, junior sister, help!" In the next moment, he was yanked back under the water. Meanwhile, Linglong, seizing the opportunity while the hornets were deceived, stealthily returned to the ice mist flower. Approaching the flower, she produced a small vial to collect the precious nectar. Drip, buzz, drip, buzz. Linglong furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual sound emanating from above. In the next instant, she lifted her gaze to discover a creature perched atop the ice mist flower. Ah! Seventh senior brother, save me! Chapter 46, Is She a Monster? Linglong never anticipated that while the group of level 3 demon wasps had been lured away, a solitary queen bee remained beside the ice mist flower. To make matters worse, this queen had already ascended to the legendary level 4. Truly, when fortune turns against a person, even drinking cold water can lead to misfortune. With the Shin shadow in hand, her feet imbued with acceleration, her body cloaked in defense, and her sword charged with attack, Linglong activated all her attributes with talismans and commenced a frenzied battle against the level 4 queen bee. Phoenix Divine Fire Technique, Jiaotian Divine Sword Technique, Supreme Goodness Like Water Technique, Grand Rebirth Technique, Grand Rebirth Technique, Grand Rebirth Technique. She continued to unleash the Grand Rebirth Technique in a relentless frenzy. Exhausting all her spells, she ultimately relied on the Grand Rebirth Technique to ceaselessly heal herself and cling to life. She couldn't help but admire her own survival tactics, which were so numerous that she, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, was still standing firm. However, if this battle continued, death was inevitable. They say that adversity can unlock greater potential in a person, and fortunately, at this critical moment, Linglong's potential was indeed ignited, sharpening her wits. A brilliant idea struck her. She retrieved a level 3 demon beast's corpse from her ring, covered it with explosive talismans, and hurled the carcass toward the ice mist flower. "Oh, my precious, hurry and help me steal the ice mist flower." The queen bee, noticing the demon beast hurtling toward its prized ice mist flower, angrily turned and charged at the beast. The demon beast was violently struck and veered off course, failing to reach the ice mist flower. In that very instant, all the explosive talismans detonated. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of deafening blasts, the queen bee was caught in the explosion, its face shattered and bloodied, causing its body to uncontrollably crash to the ground. Linglong let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the queen possessed just enough intelligence to be deceived in such a manner. Had it been a more foolish or a more cunning opponent, this tactic would have proven futile. Seizing the moment while the queen bee lay injured, she swiftly flew over to harvest the nectar from the ice mist flower and fled before the queen could rise again. After her escape, fearing retribution from the queen or its minions, she deliberately took a convoluted route, not daring to pause until she was certain that no pursuers were behind her. Once she felt secure, she turned back to seek her senior brother Chi. Considering the time, the demon wasp should have returned, and she should be waiting for her by the lake, so she flew towards the lakeside. Upon landing, however, she saw no sign of Ji Zizhua. Could something have gone awry? It was impossible. The acceleration talisman should have been sufficient for him to maintain distance from the demon wasps. If worst came to worst, he could have used 2 talismans for a speedy escape, which was why she had confidently entrusted him with such an important task. "Senior brother Chi!" Linglong called out to the vast expanse of the lake. As her voice echoed, a splash reverberated through the water. "Senior brother Chi, are you alright?" Just as she spoke, a massive azure carp surfaced, its presence formidable and its build robust, appearing even more fearsome than the queen bee. It was undoubtedly a level 5 demon beast. The azure carp rolled its eyes, blood gushing from its wounds, its body marred with injuries, its fins and tail severed, indicating it was beyond saving. In the next moment, a corpse floated beside the azure carp, tattered and bloodied, clad in a garment that looked vaguely familiar. This too seemed doomed. "Wait. Senior brother Chi. You returned just in time. Are you here to bid me farewell?" "Senior brother Chi, you can't be dying, can you?" "Disappointingly, I can still live for a few hundred more years." "Oh, that is somewhat disappointing. I was hoping to plunder your ring." In terms of ruthlessness, he was indeed at a loss. As Ji Zizhua emerged from the water, he casually dragged the azure-scaled carp out and tossed it before the expert in corpse collection, Linglong. "Here, take it. Senior brother Chi, this is a level 5 demon beast. Even if it were level 6, 7, or 8, killing it would still benefit you." Linglong chuckled softly, delighting in the acquisition of the carcass. "Thank you, senior brother Chi. Now, allow me to heal you. With your meager healing skills, I have just experienced a qualitative improvement." Ji Zizhua paused, turning to Linglong, who exuberantly recounted her legendary encounter with the queen bee. Ji Zizhua then shared the harrowing tale of his battle with the azure-scaled carp, nearly meeting his end. Had it not been for his penchant for combat and his expertise as a water element practitioner, he would have truly been doomed this time. Once their stories were exchanged, the two collapsed against a tree trunk. They had barely entered the Great Jin Mountain secret realm, yet already faced such perilous events. The path ahead promised to be fraught with challenges. It dawned on them the gravity of their situation. "Junior sister, how did you know there was a secret realm beyond the mist?" "It is recorded in the books." Our Qingxian sect's library is truly remarkable, even containing such records. Yet, Yi Linglong was referring to the original text. Junior sister, does it mention how we should exit? No. Ah. Do not fret. We will certainly find a way out, otherwise, how could anyone have documented it? That is true. Ji Zizhuo remarked, however, the danger level here is exceedingly high, you must not act recklessly, you must listen to me. All right. Are you just humoring me? Indeed. Ji Zizhuo fell silent. Senior brother Qi, do you not think that life's unpredictability is what makes it most exhilarating? Being with you, it is hard not to find excitement. Thank you for the compliment. After a brief silence, Ji Zizhuo suddenly broke into laughter. In truth, I am quite pleased. How so? This place, even for me, is filled with challenges and ample opportunities for growth. Compared to the clearly defined cultivation zones of the Great Jin Mountain Range, I prefer this realm of unknown risks. Pausing, Ji Zizhuo added, especially since I am not alone in my trials here. After wandering outside for so long, I finally have someone to accompany me, though your cultivation is slightly lacking, your cleverness compensates. Senior brother Qi, it seems I have grasped the second layer of the grand rebirth technique. The moment Ji Zizhuo had just remarked on Yi Linglong's lack of strength, his smile shattered with astonishment. The second layer of the grand rebirth technique, that was the second tier of a supreme spell, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator comprehend it so quickly? He, a golden core cultivator, had struggled for so long to merely reach the second layer of a level 7 water technique. Senior brother Qi, please protect my formation. I need to enter the zone. And thus, it was decided she must be a monster. Ji Zizhuo could only respond with tearful acquiescence, alright. Chapter 47 What, am I the prey? Yi Linglong straightened her posture, swiftly entering a state of focus. She had just repeatedly employed the grand rebirth technique numerous times, and in a moment of life and death urgency, this had significantly enhanced her proficiency in the spell, allowing her to suddenly comprehend the second layer of the grand rebirth technique within a short span of time. She continuously circulated the grand rebirth technique within her body, diligently refining her wood spirit root. The first layer of the grand rebirth technique was healing. It possessed no offensive capability yet could instantaneously mend numerous minor wounds and persistently heal severe injuries. During the healing process, a green luminescence danced at her fingertips, gently cascading into the wounds, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The second layer of the grand rebirth technique was growth. Under its influence, she could prompt the grass and trees around her to flourish rapidly. While it might sound non-aggressive, this was not the case. Vines could grow indefinitely, ensnaring enemies, while thorns could extend to pierce adversaries. Leaves and flowers would continuously grow, serving as conduits for her spiritual energy to radiate outward without limit. In essence, with adept application and precision, this layer of growth could yield countless effects. Upon completing her comprehension, as she opened her eyes, the grass beneath her began to grow incessantly, expanding and lifting her into the air almost instantaneously. She sat cross-legged atop the towering grass, which elevated her high above, while the gentle breeze from the lake tousled her hair, creating an extraordinarily pleasant sensation. She closed her eyes to immerse herself in the secret realm of the Great Jin Mountain, discovering an overwhelming vitality permeating the surroundings, with countless lives thriving and proliferating, exuding vibrant energy. The very essence of life seemed to emanate from the ground up, as though a powerful force was in command. It appeared not as a perilous secret realm but rather as a paradise where all things flourished. At that moment, Ji Zizhuo, seated beside Yi Linglong, was also elevated by the towering grass, joining her in gazing down upon the picturesque valley teeming with life. Junior sister, I believe I am about to grasp the third layer of the water system spell, Ji Zizhuo remarked. Yi Linglong, taken aback, turned her gaze towards him. Could you possibly shield me with a protective spell? She asked. With a soft chuckle, Yi Linglong nodded, lightly gesturing with her finger, causing more towering grass to sprout beneath him, enveloping him entirely in a protective cocoon. Moreover, luminescent specks danced upon the leaves, exuding the vitality of life, creating an excellent environment for comprehension and cultivation. Ji Zizhuo closed his eyes, swiftly entering a state of focus. He took longer than Yi Linglong, only opening his eyes the following morning to find that she had constructed a resting nook for herself with leaves, reclining comfortably within. Junior sister, it's time to rise. I refuse. Let us hunt some beasties and earn a fortune. With a sudden jolt, Yi Linglong sat upright, her face peeking out from the foliage. Let us set off at once. Having successfully advanced, the duo resumed their journey deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered beasts starting from level 3, with the difficulty considerably heightened compared to the outside world. While Yi Linglong consistently charged ahead, attempting to slay them solo. Initially, she often faltered and was even counterattacked at times. However, she gradually grew more adept, her combat prowess increasing, and by the end, she faced level 3 beasts with little difficulty. When confronted with level 4 beasts, Ji Zizhuo would step in to dispatch them. Initially, he could only take down one at a time, and if too many appeared, they would have to flee in haste. Eventually, he became capable of slaying 2 or 3 at once, significantly enhancing his strength and preventing any further embarrassing escapades of narrow escapes. When encountering level 5 beasts, the two would deploy all their resources to subdue them, unhesitatingly expending numerous talismans and utilizing a considerable amount of previously accumulated beast corpses to set traps and launch ambushes, determined to bring them down. After all, level 5 beasts were truly worth a fortune. Thus, they traversed and battled their way, both warriors experiencing a significant boost in their combat capabilities, their rings brimming with various treasures. Indeed, the secret realm resembled a veritable treasure trove. It was replete with countless celestial herbs, and the quality of the beasts surpassed that found elsewhere, making entry equivalent to striking it rich. Ever since mastering the second layer of the Grand Rebirth technique, growth, Yi Linglong began to abandon conventional walking. With each step she took, the flora beneath her would exuberantly grow, lifting her forward, and she would simply step onto the next plant, allowing it to carry her onward. Initially, her lack of finesse had led to occasional tumbles, but after several falls, she became adept at controlling her movements, ensuring that wherever she traveled, a towering plant would sprout, soaring high and mighty. Yi Linglong reveled in this newfound ability, while Ji Zizhua followed closely behind, occasionally catching her when she stumbled. Ah, senior brother 7, look over there, there's a gorge, and it seems to harbor an abundance of unfamiliar plants. Could there be treasures within? Ji Zizhua furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss ahead. It appears there may be danger inside. But doesn't that imply there are treasures? There's no doubt we should investigate. As soon as Yi Linglong's words fell, she excitedly leaped onto several rapidly growing plants, bounding into the gorge. Junior sister. Wait for me. The moment they entered the gorge, a thunderous roar of a beast erupted, accompanied by a violent tremor that shook the entire gorge, causing stones to rain down from the sheer cliffs, threatening to reduce anyone to mere pulp. Although the commotion from the colossal beast within the gorge was inaudible from the outside, the interior appeared lush and vibrant, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. However, the reality upon entry was starkly different. Yi Linglong glanced back, and indeed, at the spot where she had just crossed, she spotted a barrier, obscuring everything within, rendering the gorge serene and tranquil from an external perspective. When she attempted to leap back from within, the barrier thwarted her efforts. Senior brother 7, we have been ensnared as prey. Oh, then let us investigate what creature possesses such poor judgment to consider us as prey. No sooner had Ji Zizhua finished speaking than the entire gorge began to tremble once more, this time not only shaking the earth but also causing the mountain to split open, a long fissure extending toward their direction. It seemed evident that a formidable entity was confined within this gorge, and they had inadvertently trespassed into its territory. Let us ascend and take a look, Yi Linglong declared, and with a nimble push off her toes, she sprinted deeper into the gorge. Not long after, an earth-shattering roar reverberated, nearly deafening her ears. The overwhelming aura caused her to stumble backward a few steps, and at that moment, she beheld the colossal beast before her, a giant silver-scaled python. Good heavens, it was truly enormous, towering higher than the cliffs and longer than the rivers, its head as large as a hill. Just then, an exuberant voice echoed from an unknown source. It's her. She has arrived, we are saved. Chapter 48. The little junior sister is truly daring. Yi Linglong followed the sound, searching for a long time before finally spotting a few heads nestled within a small cave formed by a chaotic pile of rocks. This location was precisely where the silver-scaled giant python had just struck its head, intending to shatter and expose them, resulting in a massive crack in the mountainside. Upon glancing inside, Yi Linglong could not recognize any of the individuals, including the one who had shouted most fervently. At that moment, the silver-scaled giant python sensed her presence and swiftly turned its head toward her direction. Run, it is identifying your scent. Once it memorizes it, it will relentlessly pursue you until your demise, the most agitated individual in the cramped cave warned her loudly. So, it was identifying her scent. She could handle that quickly. She retrieved a large bundle wrapped in thick talisman paper from her ring and hung it on a blade of grass, which promptly grew to her height, shielding her from view. As the silver-scaled giant python lowered its head to sniff her scent, she pressed a talisman paper to her nose and tore the talisman from the bundled eye, and the next moment, the talisman shattered, releasing a cloud of black gas that enveloped the python's face. In that instant, she witnessed the python's pupils dilate dramatically, followed by its rapid retreat, its head uncontrollably smashing against the adjacent mountainside, causing a significant chunk to crumble. It appeared dazed, its eyes clouded and its consciousness wavering. Ji Zizhua arrived with great haste. Upon nearing Yi Linglong, who was 3 zhang away, he observed her releasing the corpse of the beast. Without a talisman to protect him, he was overwhelmed by the stench and staggered back 30 zhang, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of green. Hadn't they been warned against collecting such things? Yet, she had secretly stashed it away that night. When they encountered the beast, Ji Zizhua had been adamant about not wanting to kill it, as inflicting harm on the enemy while suffering great losses oneself was a foolish endeavor. He had not even wanted to approach it, for the stench was unbearable. Every second near it was torture, not to mention, the silver-scaled giant python, having inhaled the foul odor, and even those hiding in the cave were left pallid and on the brink of collapse. Little junior sister, quickly put it away. Your elder brother is about to perish. Ah, I forgot to apply the scent-dampening talisman on you. Yi Linglong exclaimed, realizing the situation had grown dire, and hastily stowing the corpse away. Allowing it to linger outside would lead to their allies' demise. Look, I told you she was resourceful, didn't I? She will surely save us. Hey, young lady, look over here. We'll trade you 10 medium-grade spirit stones for 1 acceleration talisman. We'll buy 8. Hurry and sell them to us. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong immediately recognized the voice of the unfortunate fellow she had encountered while capturing the golden-winged bird. He had also been swept into the fog? Had he leapt into the silver-scaled giant python's hunting ground before her, 8 acceleration talismans were a trivial matter for her. Earning money while saving lives was not a significant issue, deal. She declared, soaring toward the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, she retrieved 8 acceleration talismans from her ring and handed them to the unfortunate fellow, who then exchanged 40 medium-grade spirit stones with her. Quickly, apply the talismans. 2 per person will grant you swift speed. At that moment, Linglong finally took in the scene within the cave. To her astonishment, 4 individuals were crammed into the small space. Aside from the unfortunate fellow, who was male, the remaining 3 were all young women. One of the women was exceptionally beautiful, her alluring features unforgettable at first glance, while the other 2 appeared gentle and demure, seemingly quite young and well-mannered. None of them wore sect uniforms, clearly indicating they were all scattered immortals, the most destitute and disregarded beings in this age. If they perished, there would be no one to collect their remains. The cave where they had sought refuge had already collapsed significantly, leaving barely enough space for them to huddle together. Had she not arrived just in time to daze the silver-scale giant python, they would have only lasted a few more minutes before being crushed, their bodies unrecognizable. As they applied the acceleration talismans, the silver-scale giant python regained consciousness, raising its head in fury and charging toward the small cave once more, now more frenzied and violent than before. Little junior sister, be careful, Zizhua, who had retreated a considerable distance, quickly flew to Linglong's side, grabbing her shoulder and swiftly pulling her out of the way of the python's incoming strike. Linglong and Zizhua narrowly evaded the attack, but the individuals within the cave fared poorly, unable to find refuge from the furious assault of the silver-scale giant python. Struggling, they crawled out from the pile of rocks, but one young girl was trapped beneath a massive boulder, unable to escape. Watch out, it's about to charge again, you all must flee. Don't worry about me, I thought we were all going to die here, but now that second senior sister and third senior sister can escape, that's already a blessing. You must survive, you must live. At that moment, Zizhua, positioned behind Linglong, suddenly shouted, second senior sister, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, what are you doing here? He released Linglong and dashed to the shattered cave to assist them in rescuing the fourth senior sister. With Zizhua's help, their movements quickened significantly, but before they could free her, the silver-scale giant python charged once more. While Linglong hastily drew her sword, Xianning, and soared toward the python, retrieving the foul-smelling corpse of the beast once again. A wave of noxious odor surged forth, causing the silver-scale giant python to recoil slightly. However, having experienced it before, it swiftly regained its composure and fixed its gaze on Linglong. Compared to the individuals in the cave, it now loathed Linglong even more. Having been assaulted twice by such a repugnant object, it was determined to shred this detestable cultivator to pieces. Little junior sister, Zizhua had just rescued the others when he turned to see Linglong being pursued by the silver-scale giant python, nearly causing him to faint from fright. His little junior sister, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, truly had the audacity. The silver-scale giant python, having lost its sanity, began to attack Linglong frantically. Wherever she flew, it would crash into. Its massive form moved with astounding speed, quickly closing the distance to Linglong. In the face of such a colossal creature, even 2 acceleration talismans were rendered ineffective. As she faced imminent peril, Linglong cried out, Xianning, I'm so scared. This was a phrase it heard 800 times a day. Generally, once she exclaimed this, a new scheme would emerge to save her life, so Xianning remained unfazed. What do I see? There's a stone door halfway up the mountain. There's hope. Upon spotting Linglong flying toward the stone door, the unfortunate fellow below and her 3 senior sisters shouted in excitement. Don't go there, they want to open the stone door. Chapter 49. If you have the ability, come in. As they shouted, Linglong had already soared into the air. Just as she was about to halt in front of the stone gate, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from the formation before the gate, charging toward her with an intensity that could easily pierce through a thick boulder. Fortunately, Linglong had affixed 2 acceleration talismans to herself, otherwise, had she failed to evade this onslaught, her life would have been forfeit. This stone gate is indeed powerful. No wonder the silver-scale giant python dares to wreak havoc everywhere but refrains from assaulting this formidable barrier. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from within the stone gate. Do not attempt to approach the stone gate. Are you seeking death? Quickly get away. We will never open the door for you. If you perish, 10 of your lives would not suffice to compensate us. No sooner had the voice faded than the silver-scale giant python once again hurled itself toward Linglong. She swiftly maneuvered to another position, yet no matter where she fled, the python relentlessly pursued her, evidently intent on a deadly confrontation. Watching Linglong evade the silver-scale giant python in midair, Zizhua was nearly beside himself with anxiety. He rushed forward, intending to divert the serpent's attention. However, despite his attempts to attack with water or strike with his sword, the python remained unfazed, completely disregarding him. Was it really necessary to hold such a grudge over being scorched twice? Even the injury from his sword seemed trivial to the beast, but upon reflection, Zizhua thought that if he were in her position, he would never tolerate such indignities. After all, it was simply that his junior sister was too infuriating, a talent unparalleled in the entire cultivation realm. What sort of individuals are behind that stone gate? Why won't they open it? Zizhua inquired. The people inside are from the 7-star sect, second senior sister Kashinlan replied, her brow furrowed in concern. Those from major sects have always looked down upon rogue cultivators like us. Though we belong to the Qingxian sect, we are not much different from scattered practitioners. So they would rather watch you perish than open the door and let you in? Zizhua pressed. Not only that. We were the ones who first discovered the stone gate and alerted them, yet, to our astonishment, they seized the opportunity to enter while the silver-scale giant python detained us, locking the gate behind them and leaving us outside, third senior sister Emma Wolin added. Indeed. No matter how we pleaded, they refused to grant us entrance. They feared that opening the door would invite an attack from the python, placing themselves in peril, fourth senior sister Hua Shirqing confirmed. Ji Zizhua was incensed. Although he had previously encountered the disdainful faces of those from the Seven-Star sect, he had not been as enraged then. He had never cared much about others' opinions, but this time, their inaction had endangered the lives of his senior sisters. What do we do now? Your junior sister is struggling up there. Perhaps we should have her fly down here while we assist her, suggested the unfortunate one. Wait, I will explain the situation to her, Ji Zizhua replied before ascending into the air, leaving Xinlan in a state of agitation. What use is it to speak with her? She has barely formed her foundation and can hardly protect herself. We must think of a way to save her. Second senior sister, whatever you say, we will fully cooperate. At this moment, Ji Zizhua had already reached midair, relaying the circumstances to Yi Linglong as she dodged the silver-scale giant python-s assaults. Upon hearing his words, Yi Linglong was filled with rage. Why was it the Seven-Star sect again? Last time, they had maliciously slandered her seventh senior brother, and now they had nearly caused the deaths of her second, third, and fourth senior sisters. Wasn't he the sect portrayed as righteous in the original narrative? It later featured the grand heroine Yi Rongyue fighting for her sect with fervor. Why then did the disciples of the Seven-Star sect engage in such despicable acts? Day in and day out, they prattled on about being a righteous sect while indulging in underhanded deeds. No, if she tolerated this today, how could she ever uphold the name of the Qingxian sect in the future? When would the disciples of the Qingxian sect stand tall? If they did not rise, they would forever be seen as villains, subjected to relentless humiliation. The more Yi Linglong pondered, the angrier she became, and with fury came clarity of thought. In the next instant, she devised a plan. Seventh senior brother, I have a way to deal with them. Ji Zizhua gave her a thumbs up, confident that his junior sister could conceive a solution that no one else could. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Seven-Star sect huddled behind the stone gate, deliberating their next course of action. They could not hide here indefinitely. The silver-scale giant python continued to roar furiously, its cries resonating throughout the canyon, leaving the earth trembling in unrest. However, they gradually discerned that the commotion outside seemed distinct from before. Previously, the python had charged in a singular direction, but now it appeared to be thrashing about erratically throughout the entire canyon. Moreover, while it had previously roared once every half hour, it now seemed to bellow continuously, leaving their ears ringing. Realizing that the external sounds were unusual, the disciples of the Seven-Star sect hurried to the keyhole of the stone gate to observe the situation outside. Yet, as they peered out, they found themselves greeted by an adorable little face mere inches away. Ah! One disciple jumped back in fright, while another quickly shoved him aside to take a look, only to also recoil in shock. One by one, the disciples approached to see for themselves. Do you enjoy admiring my beauty so much? Then let me give you a good look. Yi Linglong beamed sweetly. At that moment, further back, Xiaolini observed the disciples' commotion with a furrowed brow. What on earth is happening? Why are you all making such a fuss? Big brother master, she is approaching the stone gate. Xiaolini frowned even deeper. What nonsense were they spouting? There were restrictions on the stone gate, and even the ferocious silver-scaled giant python could not approach it. How could someone possibly get near? This was precisely why they had been able to hide there for so long. What absurdity are you all babbling about? Have you nothing better to do? Xiaolini scolded, rising to assert his authority as the eldest disciple. Get back inside. If you can't think of a solution, then sit quietly and meditate. What is all this shouting about? The disciples, chastened, retreated, creating a path for Xiaolini. He approached the keyhole and peered out, catching sight of Yi Linglong in the distance. She had not gotten any closer. In fact, she was being repelled by the restrictions, so what was there to fear? And yet, Yi Linglong, a sinister smile crept across Xiaolini's face. After losing face in the West Mountain's secret realm due to her, to think he would encounter her here again, truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Seeing her current predicament brought him immense satisfaction. Yi Linglong, today is your day of reckoning. I shall watch as the silver-scaled giant python turns you into a pulp. Just wait, I will never open the door for you. Xiaolini, what is the point of empty threats? If you have the ability, come out. Yi Linglong, taunting me is futile. If you have the ability, come in. Xiaolini's laughter echoed, but suddenly, he found himself unable to continue. Chapter 50. Let us all perish, for he witnessed with his own eyes Yi Linglong, standing a considerable distance from the stone door, wielding her longsword and unleashing a powerful strike into the void towards their stone gate. The sword aura transformed into a formidable force that surged towards them. In the next moment, the stone door before Xiaolini was shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Standing closest to the door, Xiaolini suddenly found himself devoid of any barriers or obstructions, facing Yi Linglong directly. His expression split wide open, and he stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Very well, I shall enter, Yi Linglong declared, and with that, she leapt gracefully before Xiaolini, offering him a charmingly adorable smile. Thank you for coming all the way to greet me. There's no need to be so formal. Why you, how did you get in? Xiaolini stammered, his face paling in fright at Yi Linglong's presence. Are you blind? Did you not see clearly just now? I broke through the stone door to enter. Is your stone door poorly made? It crumbled with the slightest touch, just like the swords of your Qixing sect, as flimsy as paper. The quality is utterly disgraceful. Her words stirred the lingering terror within the disciples of the Qixing sect, reminiscent of the time they were bested by a broken sword in the Xishan secret realm. They recoiled in fear, drawing their swords to shield themselves from Yi Linglong's approach. We are all at the foundation establishment stage. Why do you act as if you are facing a formidable enemy upon seeing me? Am I truly that impressive? Xiaolini, witnessing Yi Linglong's brazen demeanor, felt his anger boil, smoke practically emanating from his nostrils. It was her again, this wretched little brat had humiliated him once more. They had only met twice, yet each time he was subjected to her scorn. This was intolerable. Thus, he drew his long sword, his face contorted with rage, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Since you have come to court death, I shall grant your wish. Just as he was about to strike at Yi Linglong, a torrent of water surged before him, rapidly spreading to form a thick layer of ice that shielded Yi Linglong. Xiaolini's sword swung forth, shattering the ice, the broken shards flying and striking him square in the face. What is the meaning of this, you, a golden core cultivator, bullying a mere foundation establishment girl? What sort of cowardice is that? If you wish to fight, come at me, we are both golden core, do not accuse me of bullying you. As Ji Ziju's words fell, he had already positioned himself in front of Yi Linglong, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike towards Xiaolini. Xiaolini swiftly raised his sword to parry Ji Ziju's assault. The overwhelming spiritual force emanating from Ji Ziju crushed Xiaolini, encasing him and his sword in icy shards, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. With a cold smirk, Ji Ziju thrust his palm forward, sending Xiaolini flying against the cavern wall, whereupon he collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Upon witnessing their senior brother injured, the disciples of the Qixing sect were thrown into a state of panic. What was happening? Previously, in the Shishan secret realm, their senior brother had been unable to best the opposing senior brother, but now he couldn't even contend with their seventh senior brother? In just a few months, had he regressed so swiftly, their faces drained of color as they retreated in haste, even neglecting to assist the fallen Xiaolini. Kexinlin, accompanied by 3 others, soared towards the stone door, witnessing this unfolding scene with immense satisfaction. Those who had previously seized the cave from them, shutting them out in their hour of need, now appeared utterly flustered and disheveled. How gratifying it was to see these despicable scoundrels in such disarray. Oh dear, were you not just refusing to let us in? Where has your door vanished now? Kexinlin taunted, could it be that your previous misdeeds in claiming this cave have drawn the ire of heaven itself? Behind her, Mo Roland and Hua Shiqing vigorously nodded in agreement. Though they were not known for their sharp tongues, they were always ready to lend support when their second senior sister spoke up. Why the tension? There are only 6 of us, while your Qixing sect has over 10, including your senior brother. How could we fear you in such numbers? Come, let us fight, come and try to expel us again. Yi Linglong stood by, thoroughly enjoying her second senior sister's verbal sparring with the Qixing sect. The 7th senior brother was combative, and with the second senior sister able to articulate her thoughts, the sheer force of their presence had the opposition reeling, leaving no room for resistance. Watching from the sidelines was immensely gratifying. To enhance her enjoyment of the Qixing sect's embarrassment, Yi Linglong found a comfortable spot to sit, producing a spiritual fruit to munch on while observing the unfolding drama. At that moment, a colossal silver-scaled python charged towards their cavern with the barrier of the stone door removed. It had lost all restraint and began rampaging. The entire cavern trembled at its impact, debris cascading from above. Witnessing this, the expressions of those within the cave turned pale. Indeed, Yi Linglong had breached the stone door, but she had also dismantled the protective barrier. With the silver-scaled python rampaging, it was only a matter of time before their refuge was obliterated, leading to a fate no different from before. Now, the disciples of the Qixing sect were on high alert. They had believed themselves safe, yet with the door gone, their demise was imminent. How could they accept such a fate? It is all your doing. Had you not destroyed the stone door, how could we have lost our only safe haven? Despite being left unsupported, Xiaolini, undeterred by his injuries, forced himself to rise and positioned himself in front of the disciples of the Qixing sect, standing resolutely alongside them. This elicited a laugh from Kexinlin. You refuse to open the door for us, so since you have denied us life, let us all perish together. After all, we were destined to die anyway. Now, not only have we prolonged our existence, but we have also gathered a throng of companions to join us in death. How delightful! Kexinlin's remarks incensed the Qixing sect disciples, leaving them sputtering in indignation, pointing at her, yet unable to articulate a retort of substance. During this verbal skirmish, Yi Linglong could not help but applaud her second senior sister for her wit. Meanwhile, the silver-scaled python continued its assault outside, instilling fear in the hearts of the Qixing disciples, yet Kexinlin and her companions remained unfazed. They had grown accustomed to such chaos, knowing they could survive as long as the cave did not collapse entirely. Kexinlin instructed her 2 junior sisters to sit down and assess their injuries, while the Qixing disciples watched them closely, their intentions unclear. Having finished her spiritual fruit, Yi Linglong stepped forward, producing a pen from her ring and drawing a line on the ground. This line bisected the cavern, allocating 9 parts to the 6 disciples of the Qixing sect and 1 part to the 10 or so disciples of the Qixing sect. Now, since we shall not engage in battle, let us amicably agree that this line serves as a boundary. Should you dare to cross it, my 7th senior brother shall take action, 1 strike, 1 kill, and the deceased shall be fed to the great serpent. The disciples of the Qixing sect felt a mix of frustration and anger, yet could only grimace and acquiesce, for they were not in a position to challenge the opposition. Despite their overwhelming disadvantage in strength, they could not let their pride falter. Thus, Xiaolini said, very well, let us maintain a truce, do not think to cross the line, lest, before he could finish, Yi Linglong stepped boldly across their territory, and in that instant, the entire cavern fell silent. Chapter 51. A profound blow to the spirit. How can it be that there are individuals in this world who unrelentingly trample upon the dignity of others? How is it that such a person has crossed paths with him? At that moment, Xiaolini, his face as pale as death, swallowed all his words, and amidst the watchful gazes of his own sect and that of his counterpart, he coughed forcefully several times to mask his embarrassment. As he coughed, he naturally took a seat. Both sides maintained a facade of peace, as if nothing had transpired. Yi Linglong, too weary to engage with him, returned to her own sect's territory and sat down. Junior sister, you weren't harmed during that perilous moment, were you? Inquired second senior sister, Kashinlan.
I am unscathed, though I did apply too many acceleration talismans and felt a bit dizzy from the overexertion, she replied.
At that moment, fourth senior sister, Hua Shiqing, hastily retrieved a medicinal pill from her ring and handed it to Yi Linglong. Quickly, junior sister, consume this, I personally concocted it, it will alleviate all discomfort. Yi Linglong accepted the pill and placed it into her mouth, the familiar taste spreading soothingly down her throat, rendering her far more comfortable. This was made from the nectar of the ice mist flower, far superior in effect compared to consuming the nectar alone. In gratitude, she quickly produced a small vial from her ring and presented it to Hua Shiqing. This is the ice mist flower nectar I just collected. I cannot refine medicine myself, and consuming it would be a waste. I heard that fourth senior sister excels in alchemy, so I offer this as a token of our meeting. Hua Shiqing took the vial, inhaling its fragrance, her face lighting up with surprise. This is ice mist flower nectar. How did you gather so much? This is quite a substantial amount. Ah, is it a lot? I only managed to collect this much in haste. I thought it was rather little, Yi Linglong responded. Little, not at all. With this vial of nectar, I could create at least 1,000 tranquil heart pills. Thank you so much, junior sister, I truly cherish this gift. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong remained somewhat unfazed, while the disciples from Qixing sect collectively gasped in disbelief. Over 1,000 tranquil heart pills, each one is valuable, producing such a quantity at once surpasses the earnings they would make over a year of ordinary tasks. Was this not a windfall of immense fortune? Her luck was astonishing. Upon entering, she stumbled upon ice mist flowers and even collected their nectar. To simply give away such a large quantity was unfathomable. Was that beansprout foolish? This was no trifling gift. Just the sight of it made them green with envy, their hearts aching with longing. It seemed that their brilliant junior sister entered Qixing sect during the same disciple recruitment event as this beansprout. How could one be so generous while the other had never offered anything? Not only had she failed to give any gifts, but she had also monopolized all of their master's treasures, leaving them with nothing. At that time, Yi Linglong had no concept of the value of the tranquil heart pill, she merely wished for her senior sister's happiness. Thus, she reached into her ring again, pulling out a large chunk of gold and presenting it to the nearby Mo Roland. Third senior sister, I heard from seventh senior brother that you excel in weapon refinement. This is gold I extracted from numerous golden-winged birds I captured outside Dajinshi. I present it to you as a token of our meeting. Mo Roland received the hefty gold piece with an expression of delight. I had previously heard from brother Dongfang about a remarkable young girl who captured hundreds of golden-winged birds to refine gold. It turns out to be you. I was envious when I heard of it, and now, unexpectedly, this gold has made its way into my hands. Yi Linglong smiled, that's not all. It is far too much. I need to extract more, please wait. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Qixing sect disciples, Yi Linglong continued to hand over gold pieces she had refined, reaching into her ring over 100 times. Each piece was substantial, hinting at the immense total. The sight left them green with envy, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Having already suffered humiliation from this obscure little sect, they now had to endure the spectacle of their peers exchanging vast sums of wealth. This was a profound psychological blow, and the thought of it was utterly disheartening. Junior sister, this is far too much. Mo Roland exclaimed, her hands trembling as she accepted the gold. Yi Linglong continued, with this amount of gold, I could equip our sect with several sets of weapons and armor. Then refine them, choose the best after they are completed, and sell off any unneeded ones. Agreed. I shall make haste to refine them, striving to provide each of you with new gear. The disciples of Qixing sect felt tears welling up. Could this be humanly possible? They labored tirelessly to accumulate points for a single spiritual weapon, while she casually offered multiple sets, even planning to sell the rest. Who truly was the grand sect, and who was the mere workshop here? Second senior sister, I have prepared a gift for you as well. Yi Linglong reached into her ring and retrieved several volumes of spell manuals, offering them to Kashinlan. Second senior sister, these are spell manuals I selected for you. Please see which ones suit you. Kashinlan was momentarily stunned. Upon examining the manuals, she discovered they were of the 6th or 7th tier, true treasures. The more she looked, the more she appreciated them, flipping through the pages incessantly. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. Our Qingxian sect's average offerings are not extraordinary. I did not prepare anything special this time, but I shall reserve something exceptional for you next time I come across it. Yi Linglong spoke without any pretense, but the unfortunate soul accompanying them exclaimed in excitement, what? The average offerings from your Qingxian sect are too lavish. This is far more comfortable than anything from Qixing sect or Inui Palace. This outburst only deepened the discomfort felt by the disciples of Qixing sect. Yi Linglong turned to the unfortunate soul and asked, who are you? I have not heard of you among our Qingxian sect. I am merely a loose cultivator, Dongfang Jin.by chance. I was swept into the mist and encountered your 3 senior sisters. While accompanying them, we inadvertently entered this canyon and became trapped here. Junior sister, brother Dongfang is a good person, he has assisted us on numerous occasions, unlike some who, under the guise of esteemed sects, engage in despicable deeds, Kashinlan added. Yi Linglong nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, junior sister, we have yet to formally introduce ourselves. I am your second senior sister, Kashinlan. This is your third senior sister, Mo Roland.
And this is your fourth senior sister, Hua Shiqing. What is your name, junior sister? Yi Linglong. A lovely name, from now on, we shall be like family.
At that moment, the humiliated Xiaolini could no longer restrain himself and sneered mockingly, indeed, a family about to perish together, a true reunion.
As soon as he spoke, the 6 individuals turned their cold gazes toward him. Seeing their anger, Xiaolini felt a sense of satisfaction. It was not fair for them to bear all the humiliation alone, they should taste the bitterness of ridicule too. Just as he reveled in his triumph, Yi Linglong suddenly smiled. Who says we are about to perish together? Thanks to the reminder from the senior brother of Qixing sect, I have come up with a way out.
Xiaolini's smile froze, although there was now a glimmer of hope. Why did he find Yi Linglong's smile so frightening? His apprehension was soon validated as Yi Linglong continued. However, it seems we must trouble the comrades of Qixing sect to exert considerable effort. Chapter 52. Yi Linglong, despite her delicate appearance, instilled a profound fear in the disciples of the 7-star sect. They had witnessed her formidable prowess, yet they could scarcely anticipate the depths of her terrifying abilities. With palpable delight, Yi Linglong produced a pen and 6 pieces of talisman paper from her ring, deftly inscribing 6 intricate runes upon them before affixing one to each of the disciples. In the moment of application, none reacted, their curiosity piqued as to the purpose of the talismans. However, enlightenment soon dawned upon them all before their very eyes. Yi Linglong retrieved a lump of something dark and foul from her ring. The disciples of the 7-star sect barely had time to discern its nature before the acrid stench assaulted their senses, overwhelming them to the point of nausea. The experience was not merely unpleasant. It was torturous beyond measure. How could such a repugnant object be wielded by such a young girl? Quick, take, cough it away. Ugh, Xiaolini felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness. To inflict such cruelty upon others was a barbarity that transcended mere violence, while the other disciples writhed in agony. Those 6 individuals adorned with the talismans exhibited no such reaction. It became clear the talisman they had received was one of taste nullification. At that moment, not only were the disciples of the 7-star sect agitated, but also the silver-scaled giant python outside, which, having caught wind of the noxious odor, became even more frenzied, threatening to collapse the cavern with its relentless battering. As both man and beast found themselves in a state of heightened tension, Yi Linglong, calm and composed, retrieved a stack of talisman papers from her ring, distributing 2 to each of the remaining 5 individuals. We must swiftly maneuver past the silver-scaled giant python and reach the entrance we mistakenly wandered into the canyon from. But there are restrictions sealing the entrance to the canyon. Thus, I require someone to buy me time to unravel these restrictions. How do we buy time? Speak, and we shall cooperate. Is your assistance truly necessary? As esteemed disciples of the cultivation world, the 7-star sect shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion to save all beings in times of peril. Upon concluding her statement, Yi Linglong proceeded to dismember the dark, putrid corpse into several pieces, then produced a potent adhesive from her ring, affixing the grotesque remains to the bodies of the disciples of the 7-star sect, one by one. Don't! Stay back. What manner of monster are you, possessing such bizarre and grotesque items? We truly repent. In the future, we shall open the door for you, even should it mean defying senior brother. At this moment, you dare shift the blame onto me? Clarify your words, was it I who barred them from entry? Just as Xiaolini's furious outburst subsided, the remaining disciples nodded in unison. This is utterly outrageous. Yi Linglong swiftly shifted her gaze to Xiaolini. So it is you who orchestrated this? Very well, I shall affix the largest piece to you. Do try to run swiftly. Xiaolini felt tears welling up. He was torn between his hatred for Yi Linglong and his disdain for his treacherous peers. Under the brutal coercion of Ji Zizhua, each disciple of the 7-star sect bore a piece of the foul-smelling beast's remains, and most despicably, Yi Linglong had affixed them directly to their skin. Removing their clothing would be of no avail. All set. Stand in line, maintain order, and proceed one by one, no cutting in line. At this pronouncement, the disciples of the 7-star sect rolled their eyes in exasperation. For heaven's sake, do not cut in line. Under Ji Zizhua's pressure, they were compelled to position themselves at the edge of the cavern, and in the next instant, Xiaolini found himself unceremoniously kicked out by Yi Linglong. Injured and now bearing the stench of the grotesque remains, he was certain the silver-scaled giant python would zero in on him, and in his current state, death was inevitable. As he was propelled into the open air, he shouted with all his might, Yi Linglong, I shall haunt you even in death. No sooner had he spoken than the silver-scaled giant python, incensed by the sight of a wretched human daring to emerge with such an abominable object, charged furiously toward him. Xiaolini, bracing himself for his inevitable demise, suddenly found his speed augmented. Evading the onslaught. He glanced down and realized that Yi Linglong had affixed 2 acceleration talismans to him, rekindling a flicker of hope within him, filling him with exhilaration. I need not fear death any longer. Splendid, I will run with all my might and shall not be caught. Witnessing their senior brother overwhelmed with joy and drawing the entirety of the silver-scaled giant python's ire while sprinting with fervor, the disciples of the 7-star sect who had yet to be kicked out were left in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yi Linglong beamed with satisfaction, recognizing that Xiaolini exceeded her expectations. This young man was indeed promising. Next, off you go. Yi Linglong declared, turning to deliver a kick to each remaining disciple, sending them tumbling out of the cave. Thus, a dozen stench-ridden individuals scattered throughout the canyon, moving swiftly and erratically, much to the bewilderment of the silver-scaled giant python. However, having been confined for so long, the creature felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of playmates and resolved to exert its full strength to crush them into oblivion. The disciples of the seven-star sect fled in all directions, too terrified to cluster together or linger in one place, for if they gathered, the stench would double, marking them as prime targets for the silver-scaled giant python. And if they ceased moving, it would only delight the beast, which thrived on the chaos. Thus, a remarkable chase unfolded in the canyon, a spectacle of chaos and desperation.
Now's our chance. Let us swiftly ascend to the entrance.
The others quickly followed Linglong as they traversed the canyon toward the opening. Upon their arrival, Xia Lini bellowed, "Disciples of the seven-star sect, heed my command. Gather and charge toward the gate. If they wish for our demise, we shall not permit them to escape unscathed." Just as he finished his rallying cry and surged toward Linglong and the others, he was abruptly repelled by Ji Zizhua, who stood a considerable distance behind her, wielding his sword with precision. His body collided heavily against the rocky wall, and he spat blood. In that moment, he noticed the other five behind Linglong had taken up a defensive stance, their intentions unmistakable. Anyone who dared approach would face dire consequences. "They are truly pushing their luck, everyone," he began, turning to address his comrades, but his words faltered as he discovered to his dismay that not a single person remained behind him. In other words, his recent command had garnered no attention whatsoever. He had charged forth alone, recklessly, only to be treated like a fool, sent back by a mere swipe of a sword? Where had his dignity as senior brother fled? Fuming, Xia Lini expelled another mouthful of blood, only to realize too late that the silver-scaled giant python had taken note of his failure to flee and was now barreling toward him with all its might. Thus, with the remaining blood still unspilled, he hastily rose, fleeing for his life. "I shall not let you escape." Chapter 53. Are you truly lacking in intelligence? After shouting, Xia Lini rejoined the parkour activities with the giant serpent, becoming the most diligent and energetic among the group of over a dozen participants. The foul stench emanating from him, akin to a decaying corpse, was perpetually the most enticing to the silver-scaled python. Internally cursing Linglong 800 times, he found himself praying for her success in breaking the entrance's restrictions upon seeing her progress. After all, he genuinely wished to cease his exhausting escapade with the serpent. He had never felt so weary in his life. As time passed incrementally, Linglong meticulously inscribed countless runes around the entrance, her lips paling and beads of sweat forming on her brow. Hua Shirqing, witnessing her plight, relentlessly stuffed elixirs into Linglong's mouth to replenish her spiritual and physical energy. Linglong also applied a spiritual energy talisman to herself, ensuring that her energy did not deplete to the point of incapacitating her. "Senior brother, do you think that Beansprout is reliable? At her age, she can't possibly be drawing those runes for fun, can she? Even our most talented junior sister can't manage such feats. What gives her the right?" Xia Lini was reluctant to admit it, but in this regard, Linglong did seem slightly superior to Rongyue. Every field has its specialists. Our junior sister is a genius of the fire element with a singular spiritual root, focused on the righteous path, her thoughts devoted to breakthroughs and enhancing combat prowess. Only someone with Linglong's abysmal three-root aptitude, unable to cultivate properly, would resort to such unorthodox methods. A disciple from the seven-star sect nodded in agreement, while another nearby disciple, who had overheard their conversation, opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. "Nonetheless, to call this unorthodox, senior brother, are you serious? A genius capable of breaking formations is a rare treasure in any sect, worth 10,000 times more than a combat genius. Alas, one should not strike at their own kin." He swallowed his words. At that moment, as they ran near Ji Zizhua and his group, their conversation fortuitously reached Ji Zizhua's ears. Upon seeing the astonishment on Ji Zizhua's face, Xia Lini erupted, "What are you staring at? Am I wrong?" Ji Zizhua gave him a thumbs up. "You're not mistaken. I hope your earth-shattering theory can be widely promoted in the seven-star sect for generations to come." This was utterly infuriating. The disciples of the seven-star sect played with the giant serpent throughout the afternoon. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished from the earth, Linglong gripped her Xianing tightly, channeling all her spiritual energy for a powerful leap, raising her hand to strike at the entrance. With a resounding boom, the entire canyon trembled violently, the noise startling. Gasping for breath, the disciples of the seven-star sect swiftly turned to see Linglong had indeed cleaved a narrow opening at the entrance. Though insufficient for the silver-scaled python to escape, it was ample for their own escape. Success, they were saved. At that moment, the disciples of the seven-star sect were even more exhilarated than their counterparts from the Qingxian sect. They were finally free from the perilous game with the giant serpent. Nearly moved to tears. As they watched the disciples of the Qingxian sect escape one by one through the small opening, the disciples of the seven-star sect could no longer contain themselves and surged towards the exit. The silver-scaled python, having failed to crush any of them throughout the afternoon, was enraged and battered against the canyon entrance, causing the damaged formation to tremble incessantly. Standing outside the formation, Linglong observed that all the disciples of the seven-star sect had escaped. She quickly rearranged the talisman papers on the formation, reinforcing numerous runes to securely seal the canyon's entrance once more. After completing her task, she kindly inscribed a warning beside the entrance for future trespassers: "Intruders shall perish." Satisfied with her work, Linglong nodded, feeling profoundly virtuous and moved. At that moment, Xia Lini, who had just escaped and was recuperating nearby, scoffed at her. "Are you certain that this message serves as a warning to deter others from entering rather than enticing them to do so?" Generally, places marked with such warnings are teeming with treasures. Passers-by inevitably feel compelled to explore. If you hadn't written this, others might have simply walked past, unaware of the secrets within. Linglong furrowed her brow, stowing her pen into her ring before casually producing a talisman and, taking advantage of Xia Lini's momentary distraction, slapped it onto his forehead. Though he made a valid point, she was not inclined to hear it. Suddenly rendered mute, Xia Lini could only stare in disbelief. Well, since everyone is safe now, it is time to settle accounts. You deliberately seized the stone door cave we of the Qingxian sect discovered first, then maliciously locked us out, nearly causing our demise at the hands of the silver-scaled python. How shall we address this matter? Xia Lini struggled to argue. Your right to speak has been revoked, now it is your junior brother's turn. Xia Lini, fuming, felt as if smoke were rising from his throat. Who did she think she was to take away his right to speak? Had it not been for her ambush, would he have fallen prey? This cursed talisman had vanished upon contact. How was he to remove it? Unable to voice his thoughts, Xia Lini turned to glare at his junior brothers, signaling them not to speak on his behalf. He alone must represent the Seven-Star Sect. He needed Yi Linglong to remove this talisman. Not saying a word. Very well, then your senior brother shall never speak again. Xia Lini was taken aback, abruptly glancing back at one of his disciples, signaling him to speak. It was you say something. The other disciples of the Seven-Star Sect exchanged glances. Surely, senior brother is not capitulating this quickly? My senior brother means to convey that although we previously harmed your Qingxian sect's disciples, you subsequently used us as playthings for the silver-scaled python, forcing us to run for our lives all afternoon. If we consider both grievances, they balance out. What nonsense! Forcing you to play with the giant serpent was an opportunity for you to demonstrate your value, otherwise, you would have contributed nothing. What right do you have to escape through the opening we created? If your wits are lacking, you must expend effort to make up for it. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect were left dumbfounded. Her reasoning seemed quite sound. Xia Lini continued to angrily issue orders. That disciple glanced at Yi Linglong, who stood behind her, and saw Ji Zizhua, Kuxinlan, and Dongfang Jin all in their golden core stage, arms crossed, coldly observing them, ready to act at any moment. He instinctively swallowed hard. My senior brother wishes to ask, what compensation do you seek? Xia Lini, shaping his lips to form the words nonsense, conveyed his message. Chapter 54. The villain should behave like a villain. Although the lives of the disciples from the Qingxian sect are quite valuable, your Seven-Star Sect disciples are too impoverished to present anything of worth. Therefore, I shall require a compensation fee of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect collectively gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Was it truly necessary to be so exorbitant? Xia Lini was even more agitated, gesturing furiously with his hands while pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Linglong, reproaching her for her insatiable greed and calling her delusional. He would not part with a single coin. Observing Xia Lini's furious demeanor, the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect hesitated momentarily. My senior brother means to ask if you could perhaps reduce the amount? Xia Lini, having made his point abundantly clear, was left speechless. There was indeed a traitor among them, and how could they proceed under such circumstances? Do you truly think that 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones is a substantial sum? I merely gifted one of my 3 senior sisters a present worth far more than that. Do you not realize that the paltry sum you are struggling to gather appears as mere trifles to us? With this declaration, all the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect were once again rendered speechless. In the realm of cultivation, the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect were not, on average, particularly poor. In fact, they were more affluent than many other sections. However, when compared to the Qingxian sect, they were utterly outmatched, their wealth overshadowed in an instant, leaving them devoid of any desire to resist. Yet, must they be subjected to such relentless humiliation? In his life, Xia Lini had never before experienced such a degradation of dignity, being repeatedly ground into the dirt. He raised his hand and trembled in the air for what felt like an eternity, ultimately unable to muster the courage to speak out as he had before, for Yi Linglong's words rang with undeniable truth. Very well, I shall not make things difficult for you. Since you are so lamentably impoverished, I shall forego the spirit stones. Yi Linglong produced a pen and a piece of parchment from her ring, unfurling the parchment and laying it before the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect. You will offer us an apology and write a letter of repentance, clearly articulating your mistakes and your resolve to amend your ways, with everyone signing and affixing their handprints. As soon as she finished speaking, not only the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect, but even those from the Qingxian sect were left in astonishment. Composing an apology letter was far more severe than compensating with 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Given her character, their little junior sister would undoubtedly carry this letter with her at all times. Should the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect dare to offend her again, she would surely read it aloud for all to hear, even passing it around to other sections. At that moment, the entire cultivation world would know that the disciples of the Seven-Star Sect had once penned a letter of repentance to the disciples of the Qingxian sect, and the disgrace would not be confined to the mere dozen individuals present. The entire Seven-Star Sect would lose face. The disciples of the Seven-Star Sect could no longer accept this. We cannot write this letter of repentance. Let us instead gather 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones for you. After this declaration, even Xia Lini was nodding frantically in agreement. Are you jesting with me? You just claimed to be out of spirit stones. Very well, I agreed to a different punishment, asking you to write a letter of repentance. Now you wish to retract that and offer spirit stones instead? Understand this, you are the ones apologizing. What right do you have to be picky? But we truly cannot write this letter of repentance. Does that mean you still do not believe you were in the wrong? Xia Lini nodded vigorously. He had never held such a belief. My senior brother means to say that while we may have erred, our transgressions do not warrant such a punishment. With a face that seemed to shatter, Xiaolini felt utterly drained. When would this cursed talisman finally lose its power? Very well then, do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall give you one final choice: compensate with spirit stones or write a letter of repentance. Which will you choose? Compensate with spirit stones. Xiaolini nodded, then rapidly shook his head in denial. No, he had never felt the need to apologize to the Qingxian sect. Why should he pay with spirit stones? Then, you shall compensate me with 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this announcement, all the disciples of the Seven Stars sect gasped in unison. Were you not asking for 1,000 earlier? How has it now escalated to 10,000? The price increases with each time you change your mind. This is far too much. How could we possibly afford that? The total of all our resources does not even amount to such a sum. Xiaolini nodded fervently, and at that moment, he stealthily stepped back, hiding behind the other disciples of the Seven Stars sect, attempting to forcibly break through Linglong's control with his spirit power. He would not tolerate this indignity. It is of no consequence if you lack the spirit stones. Linglong advanced her pen and parchment. Just write an IOU. At this juncture, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect finally comprehended Linglong's intentions. She was deliberately pursuing this course. Her aim was never merely to acquire spirit stones. She insisted they provide her with a handwritten document, be it a letter of repentance or an IOU. With such a document in her possession, it would mean they were at her mercy, compelled to bow their heads in her presence, unable to ever demean them again. In moments of discontent, they might even find themselves subjected to her whims. The Seven Stars sect was the foremost sect in the lower realm of cultivation. There was no way they would lower their noble heads to an inconsequential minor sect. Neither a letter of repentance nor an IOU would they sign, for they would not leave any handle for her to grasp, as they would eventually seek to reclaim the humiliation they had suffered today in double measure. At that moment, Xiaolini successfully broke through Linglong's talisman, but due to his excessive force, he injured his throat. He hoarsely shouted to the other disciples, form ranks, provide cover, and retreat collectively. With Xiaolini as command, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect finally obeyed, forming the sword formation of the Seven Stars sect. The formation whirled into action, raising a cloud of dust and enveloping the area in mist. In the next instant, a series of swift sounds echoed, and by the time Linglong and her companions could see clearly, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect had already fled far away. They actually managed to escape. Xinlan fumed, feeling it was far too lenient on them. Who would have thought that the ancestors of the Seven Stars sect painstakingly devised a sword formation for their disciples to flee? Such an escape tactic is typically the domain of villains. How audacious for the righteous to employ it so brazenly. Linglong lamented with a shake of her head. In contrast to the indignation of Xinlan and others, Ji Zizhua remained remarkably composed. Based on his understanding of his little junior sister, she would never simply allow them to escape without pursuing them. The fact that she remained still indicated that there must be a subsequent plan. Little junior sister, what shall we do next? Linglong brushed off the dust from her clothes, which had clung to her due to the Seven Stars sect's escape formation, her expression remarkably calm. They have bullied our Qingxian sect more than once. They previously harassed our seventh senior brother, and now they have wronged 3 of our senior sisters. We cannot let this slide. The villain must embody the traits of a villain. We must make them wish they were never born. Little junior sister, do you have a plan? Hua Shiqing asked eagerly. Having endured so much bullying and hardship during their lengthy training journey, the 3 sisters felt exhilarated at the prospect of having a formidable little junior sister who could finally help them retaliate. A sweet and adorable smile crept onto Linglong's lips. Oh, I have plenty of plans. Chapter 55. Are you planning to hold a grudge until the new year? Before long, Linglong withdrew a golden dial from her ring, upon which a long, slender pointer was mounted. She infused the dial with her spiritual energy, and the pointer began to spin rapidly before finally settling in a specific direction. Junior sister, what is this contraption? This is a tracking device I crafted. When I applied the acceleration talisman on Xiaolini, I surreptitiously placed a tracking talisman on him as well, and to my surprise, it has proven to be quite useful now. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but give Linglong a thumbs up. Your foresight is commendable. I initially intended it as a precaution against petty foes, never imagining I would actually ensnare one. This talisman is effective within 1,000 miles. Before they manage to escape, let us make haste to find them. Agreed. Guided by the tracking device, Linglong and her companions swiftly located Xiaolini and his group. The disciples of the Seven Stars sect were still struggling to detach the corpses that clung to them, the stench overwhelming, leaving a trail of pollution wherever they went. As they approached the vicinity, they were quickly discovered. Is this for real? I thought they fled at quite a pace, and with the ancestral escape formation of the Seven Stars sect, they should have covered more ground. Ji Zizhua exclaimed in astonishment. Seventh brother, when you searched for them, you came in a straight line. You were unaware of the winding path they took through the woods to evade us, Linglong explained. Upon her words, the others paused for a moment, silently empathizing with the foolish disciples of the Seven Stars sect, who had exhausted themselves in a convoluted chase, only to hasten their pursuers' progress. At that moment, the hapless disciples of the Seven Stars sect were by the lakeside, attempting to peel off the corpses that Linglong had affixed to the napes of their necks. As they struggled, they could not help but voice their grievances against Linglong. What in the world is this foul thing? I've been suffocated by the stench for so long that my sense of smell is utterly compromised. Heavens, this is terrifying. What kind of twisted psyche would compel someone to collect and preserve such putrid beast corpses for so long? I truly cannot comprehend it. And the slime she used to attach it to our bodies, it's painful to remove, cannot be burned away, and cannot be cut through with a blade. What manner of beast produces this slime? My goodness, this is horrifying. How does that bean sprout have access to such bizarre artifacts? Does she collect every beast she slays into her ring? Can such a person truly exist? Seeing that this abhorrent substance refused to budge, Cialini, in a fit of determination, took a dagger and sliced away a piece of skin from the nape of his neck. Blood gushed forth, but he promptly retrieved a healing potion to staunch the flow, and after applying it, he was relatively unharmed. Witnessing this, the other disciples followed suit. After all, as cultivators, they had endured far worse injuries, and losing a patch of skin was hardly significant. Yet, the thought of having to resort to such measures was disheartening, knowing they had to mutilate themselves to rid of the affliction. Senior brother, this woman is truly vicious. We have been so badly bullied today. Upon hearing this, Cialini took a deep breath, suppressing all grievances, his face betraying a flicker of vengeful excitement as he spoke in a gravelly voice. I shall remember this grudge. In the future, we must ensure they face consequences. I, Cialini, swear that this vendetta shall be avenged. Indeed, this grudge shall be avenged. We will not let them escape unscathed. At that moment, a rustling sound came from nearby, as if someone was prying something open. Cialini turned towards the source of the noise and was greeted by the adorably familiar face of Yi Linglong peeking through the dense thicket. Ah! Cialini yelped in shock, jumping as if he had seen a ghost. I just heard you were seeking vengeance, and I feared you might be waiting too long, so I hurried over. You weren't anxious, were you? After Yi Linglong spoke, Ji Zizhua, Kashinlan, and the others emerged from behind her, gathering together. Seeing this scene, Cialini felt his heart shatter. He could not confront them openly, yet she arrived just at the right moment. Was she not bound by the whims of fate? The heavens were not as responsive as she was. The disciples of the Seven Stars sect, positioned behind Cialini, stood up in alarm, bracing themselves for a confrontation. As Yi Linglong emerged from the underbrush, Cialini instinctively retreated several steps, warning her. Do not come any closer. Weren't you going to take revenge? Not at this moment. What, are you planning to hold a grudge until the new year? Cialini was so exasperated that he felt on the verge of tears. What does it matter to you? Could you please refrain from appearing before me? Then will you still seek revenge? Despite being a man of integrity, especially as the senior brother of the disciples, Cialini found it difficult to disregard his pride. He couldn't bring himself to say he would not seek revenge, yet he also dared not declare his intention to pursue it. Silence enveloped him, but Yi Linglong was not inclined to relent. She stepped forward. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years hence. That is mere folly. Those who are truly capable avenge themselves in the moment. Wait, you aren't backing down, are you? You swore an oath just now. Ah? Who did you swear to? The heavens. Is it the kind of oath that invites divine retribution? With each word Yi Linglong uttered, she advanced a step closer, leaving no dignity for him whatsoever. Under her relentless pressure, Cialini began to cough violently, clearing his throat with exaggerated force, pretending as if he were afflicted by a silence talisman. Heavens, he was indeed clever in this critical moment. Following this, he drew his sword, his expression icy, adopting a stance that suggested he was prepared for battle. The disciples of the Seven Star sect, synchronized in their movements, set up their formation behind him. Had Yi Linglong not encountered this formation recently, she might have been convinced that they were genuinely preparing for a fight. Oh no, they plan to flee again. As Kashinlan uttered these words, Cialini smirked. With the sword formation activated, dust billowed, and they vanished once more from Yi Linglong's view. What shall we do? Should we pursue them? Though the individuals present were significantly older than Yi Linglong, after the day's events, they instinctively regarded her as their leader. Yi Linglong, unfazed, found a comfortable spot to sit down. Do not pursue them. The sun is set, and we have narrowly escaped the silver-scaled giant python's gorge today. It is time we rest. Without a hint of hesitation, the others settled beside Yi Linglong. Let Cialini and his group run a few more laps. We shall replenish our strength and rest adequately. Tomorrow, we will take a straight path to capture them. Judging by Cialini's smugness earlier, he likely has not deduced how we managed to track him. Yi Linglong chuckled. With his intellect, he probably still thinks he did not make enough loops today to shake us off. Chapter 56. Is this reflex arc a bit lengthy? Upon hearing this remark, the others could not help but burst into laughter. You are right, let them circle around a few more times. Once they have exhausted themselves, we shall pursue them in a straight line. He must have been frightened by us earlier. Tonight, he will undoubtedly exert himself even more, not resting until dawn if he hasn't completed his rounds. At this moment, Ji Zizhua found a lush spot to recline, resting his hands behind his head. Given Cialini's current demeanor, he will likely tire himself out circling all night, only to seek refuge at dawn. By then, after we have replenished ourselves and rested, we will set out to find them, and they shall be most surprised. Dongfang Jin, trailing behind the disciples of the Qingxian sect, silently lit a candle for the group of Seven-Star sect disciples, deeming their misfortune as they had provoked the Qingxian sect first. The principle of first to provoke is the one to suffer held true. They were hardly deserving of sympathy. At this juncture, Yi Linglong, seated beneath a tree, retrieved a corpse of a demon beast from her ring. I have heard that the meat of this third-tier diamond rabbit is particularly delectable. I made sure to bring it back when I killed it. Let us savor it tonight.
The others gazed at Yi Linglong in astonishment. Cultivators had long since ceased their need for mundane food, generally engaging in meditation during their rest periods, seldom consuming anything apart from spiritual fruits and herbs. It had been quite some time since they had eaten anything substantial. Hua Shirqing's eyes widened as she stared at the plump rabbit, unable to suppress her salivation. I have also heard of its exquisite flavor, but I have never had the chance to taste it. What are we waiting for? Let us get to work, fourth junior sister, start a fire to roast the meat. All right. Ji Zixue and Dongfang Jin were tasked with cleaning and preparing the rabbit, while Hua Shirqing set up the campfire, and Emma Roland promptly crafted a rack and several skewers. Everything was ready, and the rabbit was soon sizzling over the flames. As the rabbit cooked, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, igniting the hunger of those who had previously felt no appetite and intensifying the cravings of those who were already famished. Before long, the rabbit was perfectly roasted, and each of the six partook of its bounty. Yi Linglong took a hearty bite of her roasted rabbit, savoring its tender, flavorful meat, the delicious essence filling her senses. Is this truly the legendary delectable diamond rabbit? Oh my, what a culinary delight from the world of cultivation! Not only does it exude a tantalizing aroma, but it also radiates spiritual energy. Had I known, I would have hunted several more. The reactions of the others mirrored Yi Linglong's excitement, if not surpassing it. It had been ages since they had tasted food, and they were astonished by the exquisite flavor of the diamond rabbit, which made them forget all their fatigue and frustrations from their harrowing day. After finishing, the others still felt unsatisfied and turned their gaze towards Yi Linglong. With a resigned expression, Yi Linglong remarked, I only killed this one, I am uncertain about the taste of the other demon beasts. After speaking, she produced numerous demon beast corpses sealed within talisman paper from her ring, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. How could she possess so many demon beast corpses? Had she truly collected them along the way? Despite their variety and quantity, if organized, they represented a significant fortune. Ah, how do you even have the corpses of fifth-tier demon beasts? Ah. This deer antler, that fish-eye pearl, and these feathers, these are all treasures. Among them, Emma Roland and Hua Shirqing were the most excited, delicate and gentle. They lacked talent in combat but were undeniably skilled in alchemy and artifact refinement, possessing a great need for materials. Junior sister, let us assist you in processing these demon beast corpses. Otherwise, they will take up too much space, and it will be inconvenient to use. Sure, I need to clean out the space in my ring anyway. Without hesitation, the four young women began their ambitious endeavor of dissecting the demon beast corpses. Ji Zixue and Dongfang Jin stood guard nearby, watching with keen interest as they dismantled the remains. Junior sister, this beast bone is remarkably tough, and this fox fur is incredibly soft. They are excellent materials for reinforcing talismans. Let me help you strengthen your talisman drawing brush. I've noticed you use it quite often, and it seems to wear down rapidly. Alright, thank you, third senior sister. No need for pleasantries. If you need any spirit tools, just let me know. As long as I have the materials, I will certainly craft them for you. Really, that would be wonderful. Of course, our journey has relied heavily on third junior sister and fourth junior sister selling spirit tools and elixirs for spirit stones. Kashilan chuckled, these two have already gained considerable fame in the alchemy and artifact refinement circles. The spirit tools and elixirs they offer are not only expensive but also sell out instantly. So impressive. Yi Linglong exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Don't listen to second senior sister's exaggerations. It is not that remarkable, Hua Shirqing laughed. Not remarkable, go ask around, how many people have not heard of the name Man Huayu? Yi Linglong paused, realizing she had indeed heard of the name Man Huayu. In the original text, Man Huayu, a renowned alchemist, was a formidable figure in the alchemy world, with countless individuals willing to meet any conditions just to obtain a single elixir from her. Yet, she remained an enigma, her movements unpredictable, and her alchemical practices whimsical, culminating in a tragic finale. In a bid for vengeance for her sister, she had poisoned an entire city with her elixirs. When the protagonist, Yi Rongyue, arrived, corpses lay every 10 steps, with blood flowing for miles. An utterly shocking scene. When news of the city's destruction spread, many presumed a great demon had emerged to wreak havoc. No one expected the perpetrator to be an alchemist, especially not the renowned Man Huayu. Yi Linglong found that segment of the story difficult to bear, especially since the original text depicted Man Huayu as a girl under 20, appearing delicate and endearing, making her ruthless actions all the more jarring. The portrayal of her final moments, filled with heart-wrenching laughter and cries, left an indelible mark of sorrow. The world condemned her as cruel. While she deemed humanity foolish, she claimed she harbored no regrets for the massacre, asserting that the world had never treated her fairly, and that her sister's tragic death rendered the townspeople guilty as well. Despite the passage of time since she had read the original text, the memories of that storyline still troubled Yi Linglong. To make matters worse, she now saw Man Huayu before her, her gentle and kind-hearted fourth senior sister, an innocent and adorable girl. What horrifying events had transpired? Second senior sister met a tragic end, and fourth senior sister descended into madness, slaughtering an entire city. The mere thought left Yi Linglong breathless. Why did the disciples of the Qingxian sect face such tragic fates? Was there truly not one who could find peace? Junior sister, what troubles you? Your eyes are glistening. Have you been crying? Kashilan's voice pulled Yi Linglong back to reality, and she nodded vigorously. This diamond rabbit is so delicious, it made me cry. The other 5. Though, in truth, the diamond rabbit had been consumed nearly an hour ago. Was her reflex arc truly that lengthy? Chapter 57. She is not merely intelligent. Yi Linglong and her companions demonstrated remarkable efficiency.
In the span of a single night, they managed to process half of the numerous corpses Yi Linglong had collected over several days. The remainder could wait until tomorrow. A beauty sleep was of utmost importance. Upon hearing that it was time to rest, Ji Zizhua quickly sought a grassy spot to lie down. "Little junior sister, I'm ready, hurry, hurry." The others looked at him in confusion, only to witness a small patch of grass beneath him rapidly grow taller, its blades curling to envelop Ji Zizhua, transforming him into a cozy little abode of pure vegetation. Ji Zizhua poked his head out, his spirits high. "Wishing you all sweet dreams." The sight left the other four utterly astonished. Was this how they had been sleeping all this time? Compared to their own experiences of roughing it outdoors without a proper place to rest, his setup was far too comfortable. "Little junior sister, what kind of magic is this?" "This is a wood-based technique I learned, the great rebirth art, which allows all things to flourish." Everyone marveled at this revelation, each finding a grassy spot of their own to lie down, eagerly anticipating Yi Linglong to create a similar shelter for them. In her generous spirit, Yi Linglong obliged, crafting simple grass huts for each of them. "Good night, little junior sister. Good night, my senior brothers and sisters. I will do everything in my power to protect you all. I shall not allow any of the tragedies that befell the Qingxian sect in the original tale to occur again." After a night of pleasant dreams, Yi Linglong awoke to find the others already up. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, she stretched her arms wide. "Let us go and seek revenge." Meanwhile, the disciples of the Seven-Star sect, who had not slept a wink, were utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground. "Senior brother, we simply cannot run any longer. Indeed, after running all night, they did not catch up with us. We've taken so many detours, there is no way they could follow us now. Let us rest for a moment. Even during rigorous training, I have never been this sleep-deprived, it's terrifying." In truth, even without waiting for his junior disciples to speak, Xiaolini could no longer endure. Having already been injured by Ji Zizhua, he had run relentlessly from the previous day into the night, aggravating his wounds and exhausting his strength. If he continued, he would surely risk his life. "Let us rest here. They should be unable to pursue us any further." Upon hearing Xiaolini's words, the Seven Stars disciples immediately settled down. "However, we must not become too lax. Let us form a defensive formation before resting." "Yes, senior brother." The disciples of the Seven Stars quickly adjusted their positions, forming a protective circle with their backs to each other, ensuring that any movement from any direction would be detected by the disciple facing that way, thus guaranteeing that at least one of them would be facing the enemy, rather than all of them turning their backs. Once the formation was established, they confidently closed their eyes in meditation. When Yi Linglong and her companions arrived, they were met with this scene. The disciples of the Seven Stars had even arranged themselves for rest. The larger sects indeed have their ways, employing various methods to avoid potential crises. Ji Zizhua chuckled, leaping gracefully to their front. Yet not a single disciple from the Seven Stars noticed his approach. Yi Linglong could not help but express her astonishment. Despite their meticulous efforts, it proved utterly ineffective. The formation is sound, but the individuals are as oblivious as dead pigs. If the ancestors of the Seven Star sect knew that their painstakingly crafted formations were used in such a manner by their descendants, they would surely be furious enough to burst their coffins open. Xinlan couldn't resist joining in the critique. At that moment, Yi Linglong leaped into the circle formed by the others, waving to her companions. Come, gather here." Once everyone was settled within the circle, Yi Linglong raised her voice, adopting a different tone. "Oh no! A calamity has befallen us." Her shout startled all the disciples of the Seven Stars sect awake. They sprang to their feet, instinctively forming a protective circle, back to back, scanning their surroundings. "What calamity has occurred?" "Yi Linglong and her companions have found us." "What?" In unison, the disciples gasped in alarm. "Where is she? I don't see her." Yi Linglong returned to her normal voice, chuckling lightly. "I am right behind you." At her words, all the disciples of the Seven Stars turned around, only to find Yi Linglong and her 6 companions standing behind them, unbeknownst to them until that moment. How frightful! This is not how one plays. Instantly, they were so startled that they screamed and scattered like leaves in the wind, fleeing in all directions. Seeing the chaos unfold, Xiaolini quickly stepped forward to regain control. "Everyone, gather behind me." With a figure of authority present, the disciples obediently huddled behind Xiaolini. The morning light bathed the ground, and the morning dew had yet to dry. They had not been resting for more than half an hour. With the heightened tension and extreme fatigue, the disciples of the Seven Stars felt they were nearing their breaking point, while Xiaolini's composure shattered completely. "You are pushing us too far. But you took our cave of survival. Isn't that also pushing too far? But you're still alive, aren't you? Why fuss so much?" The disciples of the Qingxian sect were incensed upon hearing this. Nearly causing their deaths was brushed aside with such nonchalance? Why should they not hold them accountable? These people were hardly worth their consideration. Not only did they have to hold them accountable, but they also needed to be meticulous in their grievances. No longer would they endure because the Qingxian sect was the most destitute and obscure sect in the cultivation world. At this moment, Yi Linglong suddenly smiled. "Are you not alive now? Why be so angry? But if you continue like this, we might genuinely die." "Then die, do I care about your lives?" Xiaolini was beside himself with rage. A day and a night without sleep, coupled with prolonged stress, had rendered him irritable and impulsive. He brandished his sword, channeling all his spiritual energy. One may be killed but not humiliated. It is time to end this absurd chase. My patience is not an indication of fear. After declaring this, Xia Lini swung his sword towards Yi Linglong. Although he was no longer entirely rational, he could still discern who was the softest target in front of him. If he could subdue Yi Linglong, he need not fear the others daring to challenge them again. Ji Zixue was about to step in front of Yi Linglong to confront Xia Lini on her behalf, but before he could make a move, Yi Linglong acted first. Facing the frenzied attack from the golden core Xia Lini, Yi Linglong remained undaunted, advancing with her weapon, Xianing, at the ready. Yes, she was the youngest, the least experienced, and the one with the lowest cultivation, but she was far from being her senior brothers and sisters' Achilles' heel. She was not only intelligent, she possessed formidable strength as well. Chapter 58. Is she truly formidable? Yi Linglong's audacious choice to confront Xia Lini head-on, rather than retreat, flee, or evade, momentarily startled him. He had not anticipated that this mere foundation establishment cultivator would exude such confidence. Confidence is indeed a virtue, yet excessive self-assurance may lead to a most tragic demise, and it would not be long before Yi Linglong faced the repercussions of her folly. She should not presume that having outmaneuvered him a few times granted her dominion over him. Had it not been for her senior brother's constant protection, she would have perished hundreds of times over. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Xia Lini's lips, revealing his profound satisfaction. However, as his longsword clashed with Yi Linglong's, a formidable force coursed through the blade into his hand, numbing him to the core. With a sharp clang, Yi Linglong severed Xia Lini's sword once more. The sight of the broken sword in his grasp ignited a furious hatred within him, emotions spiraling out of control as he discarded the remnants of his weapon and summoned all his spiritual energy into his palm, preparing to unleash a devastating strike against Yi Linglong. Yet, she remained resolute, her petite form standing unwaveringly as if proclaiming to all that she was never weak. She raised her sword, Xianing, sending it soaring above her, where it twirled gracefully. With a deft hand, she formed a sword technique, and in an instant, Xianing multiplied from 1 into 5, their tips all aimed at Xia Lini, radiating an overwhelming aura, like a surging tide gathering strength. Zhaotian divine sword technique, she thrust her palm forward, and the 5 Xianing swords hurtled towards Xia Lini, confronting his charged palm attack. At that moment, the breath of all present seemed to halt. The 5 swords met the spiritual energy he unleashed, locking in a tense standoff for merely 2 seconds before piercing through his palm's energy and advancing toward his hand. Xia Lini could scarcely believe that his full-force strike was bested by Yi Linglong. As the 5 swords approached, he swiftly retracted his palm to evade. However, their speed was astonishing, the sword energy enveloping him entirely, leaving no room for escape. Like a crashing wave, the sword energy cascaded down upon him in an instant. The 5 blades penetrated his body, and crimson blood erupted into the air as Xia Lini, unable to maintain his footing, collapsed violently to the ground, blood gushing forth. With a flick of her wrist, Yi Linglong merged the 5 swords back into one, Xianing returning to her grasp. The senior brother, the disciples of Qixing sect behind him turned pale in fear, astonished that this seemingly frail girl had defeated their senior brother, who was a formidable adversary. What were they to do? They rushed forward to assist Xia Lini, only for him to spit out another mouthful of blood as they lifted him. Xia Lini could not accept that he had been vanquished by Yi Linglong, a foundation establishment cultivator who had been the last pick during their recruitment conference, deemed a failure by even the most insignificant sects. How could this be? Surely, it must be due to his prior injuries and the exhausting journey he had undertaken, coupled with the strain on his psyche, which hindered his abilities. Yes, that must be it. Yi Linglong was cunning. She had deliberately chosen this moment to triumph over him, seeking to stand upon his dignity to validate her own worth. Absurd, utterly absurd. Who would acknowledge such a hollow validation? She remained the same wretch who had nearly been barred from the cultivation world. At that moment, Xia Lini spat out yet another mouthful of blood. As he teetered on the brink of collapse, the Qixing disciples anxiously urged, "Senior brother, quickly use the life-saving talisman." This was a talisman each disciple received before venturing out, intended to grant them a chance at survival in dire circumstances. By using the talisman, they could teleport a certain distance to a safe location. I refuse. What is a mere foundation establishment cultivator? What is the abysmal Qingshan sect? I am the senior brother of Qixing sect, and I shall never bow to them. As he shouted, one of the disciples seized the opportunity to sneakily rummage through his ring for the life-saving talisman. She is merely taking advantage of my injuries. If only I could. Xia Lini's words trailed off as his talisman was torn from his possession, and he vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the other Qixing disciples swiftly arranged the ancestral escape formation for the 3rd time. While Yi Linglong cast a cleansing spell to tidy Xianing, she had only reached the first level of the Zhaotian divine sword technique, which limited her to summoning 5 swords at a time. If even 5 swords could not vanquish Xia Lini, it seemed she must strive for greater mastery. A junior sister, your sword technique was astonishing. How impressive! You defeated Xia Lini, who was in the golden core stage. He is the senior disciple of Elder Zhao Yanghua from Qixing sect, Mo Roland exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Oh my, had I not witnessed her prowess today, I would have thought her merely a talisman practitioner like us, possessing extraordinary talents in other areas but negligible combat ability. Hua Shiqing echoed, equally astonished. Previously, Dongfang Jin had sensed Yi Linglong's extraordinary nature while observing her roasted golden-winged bird, yet he had not anticipated that, in addition to her fire manipulation and healing abilities, her swordsmanship was equally formidable. It was rare for anyone to excel in one area. Her current situation suggested excellence in every aspect. Such an extraordinary talent exists in this world. He foresaw that Yi Linglong would achieve great heights, perhaps even wielding the power to shape the very heavens and earth. While everyone else gaped in astonishment, only Ji Zixue offered her a gentle smile. Junior sister, you have made remarkable progress. He had accompanied her through this ordeal and understood her strength, yet he had not expected her growth to be so rapid and astonishing.
7th Senior Brother, my cultivation remains too low. Had I reached the mid-foundation stage just now, Xia Lini would not have escaped, would he? Luigi Zijua was momentarily taken aback, finding himself greatly astonished. Junior sister, I had always believed you only held such high expectations of yourself when it came to your senior brothers. Yi Linglong lifted her head, her brow furrowing suddenly. 7th Senior Brother, your reminder has brought to mind how long your water system technique has lingered at the 3rd level. Why had he so foolishly uttered that remark? At this moment, Yi Linglong revealed a sweet and adorable smile. 7th Senior Brother, from this evening onward, you shall not sleep. Meanwhile, the fleeing disciples of Qixing sect began employing their sex methods to locate Xia Lini, who had been whisked away by the life-saving talisman. After an hour, they finally found him sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Senior Brother, the disciples of Qixing rushed forward in a flurry. Wait, the life-saving talisman not only transports individuals but also provides swift healing, aiding in recovery. Why did he lose consciousness after using it? Several disciples crouched to examine Xia Lini. After a few moments of silence, they exchanged bewildered glances. He was, astonishingly, asleep. He was sound asleep. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Oh, I think I just saw Senior Sister Rongyue." Xia Lini abruptly opened his eyes and sat up straight. Rongyue, where is Rongyue? The other disciples exchanged complex looks, remaining silent for several seconds before a kind-hearted disciple finally pointed him in a direction. Chapter 59. She wouldn't possibly withhold the crimson flame fruit from you all, would she? Xia Lini glanced in that direction and beheld Yi Rongyue, clad in purple, wielding a longsword as she engaged in battle with a level 3 flame bird. The scorching flames of the bird were formidable, setting the surroundings ablaze, yet, Yi Rongyue remained undaunted. As a prodigy with a singular affinity for fire, she, accompanied by her fire spirit, advanced with relentless vigor, forcing the level 3 flame bird into retreat. With a final, decisive strike, she vanquished it, triumphing in this fierce confrontation. Witnessing this scene, Xia Lini's previously tumultuous and tormented heart found immense solace. His Rongyue was indeed exceptional, having defeated a level 3 flame bird at the foundation establishment stage with such finesse. Wasn't this far superior to that nefarious and wicked Taoist known as Diankai? Yi Rongyue truly embodied the dignity befitting a righteous sect. Splendid, well fought. Xia Lini couldn't help but applaud, his voice ringing out, and even the surrounding disciples of the 7 Stars sect joined in a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. Ever since they had become separated from Yi Rongyue, they had endured relentless bullying, and it had been ages since they felt such pride. They longed to rush forward and proclaim, "Did you see? This is our genius junior sister from the 7 Stars sect. Did you witness that? Our Rongyue is truly remarkable. Indeed, indeed. Yi Linglong is utterly incomparable. She merely took advantage of a weakened and weary opponent. How despicable. Truly shameless." Exactly. If it weren't for Yi Linglong and her group fleeing hastily, I would have dragged her over to see what a true powerhouse looks like. Without a doubt. Suddenly, Xia Lini furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He abruptly turned around and saw 6 individuals had appeared at the rear of their group of 7 Star sect disciples. These 6 encircled them, peering curiously ahead towards Yi Rongyue, and were earnestly responding to his earlier remarks. Ah! With this exclamation, all the disciples of the 7 Stars sect turned around and instinctively shouted in unison. Ah! Yi Linglong has come again. Once they finished shouting, under Xia Lini's lead, they charged towards the fiery inferno ahead, as if desperately clinging to a lifeline, racing towards Yi Rongyue. Upon noticing her fellow disciple's sudden appearance, Yi Rongyue was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively glanced at the man standing beside her before redirecting her gaze back to her comrades. Why did they appear so disheveled, as if fleeing for their lives? Rongyue, Rongyue. Senior Brother, what has transpired? They have come again. The moment Xia Lini laid eyes on Yi Linglong, he became so anxious that he struggled to articulate his thoughts, compounded by the exhaustion from their earlier sprint. Who are they? Yi Rongyue inquired, looking towards the direction from which her fellow disciples had come, where several figures emerged from the dense thicket, and she immediately spotted Yi Linglong among them. Initially startled, she hadn't anticipated that Yi Linglong's prowess would allow her to venture so deeply into the Great Jin mountain range, leading her into this mystical realm enveloped by fog. Yet, her surprise quickly transformed into delight. Ever since she learned of the Phoenix Divine Fire formula in Yi Linglong's possession, she had been yearning for this moment. Since she had arrived on her own, there was no need for Yi Rongyue to seek her out. Linglong? What brings you here? Yi Rongyue offered a warm smile, appearing genuinely pleased to see them. Thanks to the care of the senior brothers from the 7 Star sect, we managed to arrive here safely. Otherwise, we would have faced numerous dangers along the way, unsure of how to proceed. Upon hearing this, not only were the disciples of the 7 Star sect taken aback, but even the disciples of the Qingxian sect were left puzzled. However, understanding was of little consequence. Every time their junior sister aimed for greatness, they found themselves bewildered at the onset. Ah, I see. The disciples of the 7 Stars sect take it upon themselves to uphold righteousness, and assisting fellow practitioners is only to be expected. This dialogue left Xia Lini and his companions utterly confounded. They had initially planned to embellish and denounce the misdeeds of Yi Linglong and her group, yet Yi Linglong claimed they had been cared for along the way. Surely, she must be afraid. Recognizing Rongyue's formidable strength, she likely feared exposure of their vendetta and concocted an excuse to evade confrontation. It had to be, otherwise, how could she have shifted her demeanor so drastically after previously being so arrogant? No, he absolutely would not allow them to succeed, yet, disclosing before so many that they had been pursued by Yi Linglong was too disgraceful. After all, aside from the disciples of the 7 Star sect, there were several from other sects present. Xia Lingyi resolved to wait until the disciples of other sects departed before revealing the truth to Yi Rongyue, enlisting her assistance in dealing with Yi Linglong, but before that, he needed to ensure Yi Linglong and her companions remained. You need not be excessively grateful to us. Given the myriad dangers within the mystic realm, assisting you is merely our duty. The path ahead will only grow more arduous. Why not join us for mutual support? Upon hearing Xia Lingyi's proposal for everyone to travel together, not only were the disciples of the Qingxian sect taken aback, but Yi Rongyue was also left momentarily speechless. Observing Yi Rongyue's expression of reluctance to have them accompany her, Yi Linglong cheerfully responded, "Wonderful, sister, you wouldn't mind taking us along, would you?" "Of course not, you are my sister, and it is my duty to look after you." "Eh? Sister, were you just about to pick that crimson flame fruit?" "Ah, yes." Yi Rongyue hesitated. She had intended to discreetly approach and gather the fruit, but now that Yi Linglong had brought it up, she had no choice but to proceed in full view of everyone. As she reached for the crimson flame fruit, the onlookers' eyes turned crimson with envy. This fruit was renowned for its exquisite flavor and abundant spiritual energy, capable of aiding individuals in breaking through bottlenecks at critical moments, truly a prized possession. Originally, they had discovered the crimson flame fruit, yet alas, they were outmatched and failed to defeat the level 3 flame bird guarding it, suffering injury in the process. As Yi Rongyue returned with the crimson flame fruit in hand, Xia Lingyi was overwhelmed with pride. "Yi Linglong, did you see? Our Rongyue defeated the level 3 flame bird and claimed the coveted crimson flame fruit." "I saw, this is indeed the crimson flame fruit, how enviable, you are her fellow disciples, she wouldn't dream of keeping it all to herself, would she?" Yi Linglong's remark caused a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. The other sect's disciples, who had previously harbored jealousy towards Yi Rongyue, now displayed excitement as they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. While Yi Rongyue, who had initially felt elated at acquiring the crimson flame fruit, was now bewildered. This was a hard-won treasure, and how could she possibly consider sharing it? There had never been a precedent for such a thing. The disciples of the Seven-Star sect, who had been bursting with pride for Yi Rongyue, grew anxious. Surely, she wouldn't actually refuse to share any benefits with them. Yi Linglong had never shown any remorse when distributing valuable items to her elder sister. Chapter 60. It is your turn to shine. As everyone stood in a state of shock, Yi Linglong donned an expression of extraordinary envy and exclaimed excitedly, "Why am I not a disciple of the Seven-Star sect? If I were, I could also partake in this. I envy you all so much." At that moment, Kashinlan suddenly patted Yi Linglong on the shoulder and said, "While it is true that you are not a disciple of the Seven-Star sect, you are her sister. Your parents have raised her for so many years, how could she possibly only share with the sect's disciples and not with you? Rest assured, you will have your share." What a timely reassurance. Yi Linglong, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Kashinlan's hand and declared, "You are right, my sister would never treat me that way." Yi Rongyue observed Yi Linglong, feeling a tumult of anger and frustration. Her presence was never a good omen, and wasn't this akin to placing her upon a pyre? How could one possibly share such a precious item as the crimson flame fruit? Yet, if she were to refuse, it would reflect poorly on her character. Hoping that her fellow disciples would possess enough sense to voluntarily relinquish their claims, she thought this would at least preserve her dignity, for it was not customary within the Seven-Star sect for disciples to seize treasures and share them with their peers. Casting her gaze toward the disciples of the Seven-Star sect, she was taken aback to find that instead of deeming the distribution of treasures inconceivable, they were eagerly looking at her. Had they all lost their minds? Turning her attention to Xia Lingyi, her senior brother, who had always treated her with utmost care, she believed he would never covet her treasures. To her astonishment, however, when their eyes met, she too saw anticipation reflected in his gaze. What was happening? Had they all gone mad in just a few days? This was not how things used to be. Yi Rongyue found herself in an extreme quandary, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. She longed to sever ties with these individuals. The crimson flame fruit was her discovery, her hard-earned prize. None of it concerned them. Why did they presume to claim a share? Were they overestimating their significance? This crimson flame fruit belongs to Rongyue. Why should it be shared with you? While she fought valiantly, you did nothing, and thus you have no right to partake in the crimson flame fruit. Just as Yi Rongyue was grappling with her dilemma, Si Yuchen stepped forward. Yi Rongyue turned to him with gratitude, her heart swelling with affection. Yi Linglong had already noticed Si Yuchen, whose presence was undeniably strong as the male lead. Si Yuchen, with his aloof demeanor and formidable strength, was utterly devoted to Yi Rongyue. The secret realm of Dajin Mountain was indeed the place where they had solidified their bond. It was unsurprising that he would arise to defend Yi Rongyue, as this was described in the original narrative. Yi Linglong, curious, was about to inquire as to his identity when someone preempted her. "Who are you? What gives you the right to meddle in the affairs of the Seven-Star sect?" Xia Lingyi asked with a brusque demeanor. Yi Linglong was taken aback. Was this the natural aversion of a sycophant towards the rightful heir? Here it came, the long-awaited drama of the sycophant and the male lead entangled in a love-hate relationship. "Senior brother, please do not speak so harshly. He is my friend who has been looking after me throughout this journey," Yi Rongyue interjected, eager to defend her beloved from Xia Lingyi's reproach. "Ah, so it turns out my sister has had someone caring for her all along. In that case, senior brother Xia must have worried for nothing, fretting that she might suffer if she were unable to find her fellow disciples." Yi Linglong exclaimed, voicing Xia Lingyi's unspoken thoughts, which stirred excitement within him. "Indeed, I was concerned for you the entire way, fearing you might endure hardship. Now that I see you are well, I can finally breathe easy.
I told you, senior brother need not worry, all the other disciples of the 7-star sect have gathered, and it is only my sister who has not. Perhaps this is the opportunity that heaven has arranged for her. Xia Lini paused, realizing that the disciples of the 7-star sect had specialized means to locate missing peers. After he had been sent away with a protective talisman, the other disciples quickly found him, which explained their swift assembly after being engulfed by the mist. But why had Rongyue not rejoined them? Someone must have coerced her. If not, she certainly had been deceived. There was no way she would willingly refuse to reunite with her fellow disciples. Thus, his gaze, filled with resentment, turned towards Si Yuchen. What have you done to my junior sister? Why has she been unable to join us? Do not attempt to feign innocence. The 7-star sect possesses unique methods for locating our brethren. Upon hearing this, Yi Rongyue's countenance paled. The truth was that she had intentionally avoided reuniting with them. The mirror of past events had revealed the location of the crimson flame fruit, and the place she was headed was fraught with peril. She had no desire to involve her fellow disciples in danger, and being alone allowed her to act more freely. Her encounter with Si Yuchen had been entirely serendipitous. She had not anticipated that Xia Lini would single out this matter. What was going on with him today? He had always been protective of her, yet now, at Yi Linglong's instigation, he was so readily compliant. Had he been poisoned by Yi Linglong's words? Could it be that he had changed his heart? Senior brother, this has nothing to do with Yuchen. It was when I was swept up by the mist that I lost contact with my jade pendant, making it impossible for me to reunite with you. Rongyue, why do you always speak on his behalf? Why would you even weave such a lie? The loss of a jade pendant, after a prolonged absence from the disciples of the 7-star sect, would lead to its self-destruction. Yet we have not received any news of your pendant's destruction. Yi Rongyue was taken aback. Her hurried attempt to cover her tracks had been swiftly dismantled by her senior brother, who had never shown such keen insight before. Yi Linglong, too, was astonished. She had not anticipated Xia Lini's formidable prowess in combat, nor his acute ability to discern the flaws in Yi Rongyue's words amidst his usual muddled thinking. Perhaps this was indeed the power of love. When it came to Yi Rongyue, Xia Lini was unwavering. Speak, what is your true intention in following my junior sister? If you do not confess, we shall not treat you kindly. Xia Lini was convinced that Yi Rongyue's failure to reunite with them was Si Yuchen's fault, and emboldened by their numbers, he prepared to confront Si Yuchen directly. With a cold smirk, Si Yuchen replied nonchalantly, I am Si Yuchen of Kunwo City, may I inquire how this disciple of the 7-star sect intends to be unkind to me? At this declaration, gasps rippled through the crowd. Si Yuchen of Kunwo City, he was the chief disciple of Kunwo City, the most gifted and powerful individual in the entire realm of cultivation, and the one with the greatest prospects for ascension. Si Yuchen was a figure whom all would look up to as a monumental presence. Now, Xia Lini had made a bold statement, only to find himself clashing with an unyielding force. It remained to be seen how he would navigate this predicament. All eyes turned expectantly towards Xia Lini. It is your turn to perform. Chapter 61. The dogged battle against the main wife. Xia Lini stepped forward, his expression resolute and his tone icy. What of being the chief disciple of Kunwo City? He who has harmed and deceived my junior sister shall find no solace, even if it costs me my life. His words rang out with a powerful resonance, his imposing aura elevating the atmosphere to an exhilarating peak, compelling all present to instinctively give him a thumbs up. Such a willingness to risk one's life for love, such courage and determination, was indeed worthy of admiration. Even the onlookers were deeply moved, and Yi Rongyue, the protagonist, felt a profound impact as she gazed at Xia Lini in astonishment. She had always known of his affections for her, yet she had not anticipated such depth of devotion. Though she did not reciprocate his feelings, she could not help but be touched by his sincerity. However, admiration aside, Xia Lini's defiance of Si Yuchen's words could not be retracted. Si Yuchen was notoriously known for his cold demeanor and decisive temperament. A confrontation between them had become inevitable. Given Xia Lini's strength, it was likely that the moment they clashed, he would be prepared to collect the remains. Thus, the audience's expectant gazes shifted from Xia Lini to Si Yuchen, eagerly awaiting his swift resolution of Xia Lini, curious to witness the true extent of the chief disciple's prowess from Kunwo City. As anticipated, Si Yuchen could not tolerate being insulted in such a manner. Xia Lini's repeated provocations had pushed him to the brink. He raised his palm, spirit energy coalescing within, emanating an overwhelming pressure that caused everyone present to instinctively hold their breath. Even Yi Linglong felt the weight of the moment. The original text hinted at Si Yuchen's formidable abilities without explicitly stating his cultivation level, yet now she felt the truth of that power resonating within her. Should Yi Rongyue ever find herself in peril at the hands of her fellow disciples from Qingxian sect while Si Yuchen stood by her side, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Although Qingxian sect was not weak, it lacked the strength necessary to navigate the challenges ahead. They had a long journey to undertake, and every member of Qingxian sect must survive. None could serve as stepping stones for Yi Rongyue. As Yi Linglong anxiously observed the impending clash between the main wife and the devoted suitor, Xia Lini stepped forward, drawing his sword and channeling his spirit energy, the battle poised to erupt. Pfft! Xia Lini suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The disciples from other sects watching the spectacle were bewildered. Yi Rongyue, feeling a tumult of emotions, Si Yuchen, who had yet to make his move. And Yi Linglong, astonished by Xia Lini's theatrics. This scene reminded her of when Xia Lini feigned the effects of a silencing talisman. What a performance! If such a thespian could not shine in the world of cultivation, she would be the first to object. Senior brother! Yi Rongyue cried out, rushing to support the bloodied Xia Lini. What has happened? How did you get hurt? Rongyue, I am fine, Xia Lini managed, followed by another bout of coughs, blood spilling forth once more. You're bleeding profusely and still claim to be fine. Senior brother, you mustn't push yourself, Yi Rongyue exclaimed, panic rising within her. Junior sister Rongyue, senior brother has led us through numerous trials. We encountered a silver-scaled giant python, and had he not fought valiantly to ensure our escape, we might not be here to see you. Indeed. We have been fleeing for a day and a night without pause. Senior brother rushed here without resting, fearing for your safety, and now he has reached his limit. Senior brother, you must not falter. Upon hearing her fellow disciples' words, Yi Rongyue's heart twisted painfully. Senior brother, why must you act so bravely? Yi Rongyue's voice quivered with urgency. I do it for your safety. You are new to the cultivation world, young and inexperienced. I fear you may be deceived by outsiders. Xia Lini insisted, fervently. It matters not, help me up. As long as I am here, I will not allow Xia Chen to come near you, even a step closer. But in a matter of moments, Xia Lini had spat blood 3 times, and Yi Linglong could hardly believe he had not trained in the arts of cultivation. Enough, senior brother, Xia Chen. Yi Rongyue took a deep breath, turning to face Xia Chen. Yu Chen, my senior brother is in a precarious state and cannot be agitated further. Would you kindly depart for now? Xia Chen's brow furrowed, his expression darkening, but he soon released a sigh, relenting. Very well. With a word of acquiescence, he turned and soared away. As he departed, Xia Lini exhaled a sigh of relief, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, only to flatten it the moment Yi Rongyue glanced back. This scene left Yi Linglong in awe, who said only women could be dramatic. Xia Lini's theatricality was unparalleled, and she found it hard to believe he would not excel in the realm of palace intrigue. What had been anticipated as a grand spectacle of Xia Chen swiftly dispatching Xia Lini concluded abruptly, leaving the disciples of other sects disappointed and departing in droves, soon leaving only the members of Qixing sect and Qingxian sect. After Yi Rongyue administered several pills to Xia Lini, she set him aside to rest and approached Yi Linglong. Sister, I did not expect to encounter you in this hidden realm of Dajin Mountain. I am truly delighted. Although our last meeting was somewhat unpleasant, we are still sisters of the Yi family. Our reconciliation would surely bring joy to our parents. Yi Linglong nodded. I too am pleased. Her words were sincere. Not only had she witnessed the thrilling duel between Yi Rongyue's admirers, but Xia Lini had also managed to drive away Xia Chen. With the remaining members of Qixing sect lacking strength, she could easily exert her influence over them. What was there not to be happy about? Xia Lini had led the disciples of Qixing sect on a prolonged escape, and now he owed them an explanation. With Yi Rongyue now aiding them in atoning for their past, the situation had turned fortuitous. Sister, I have heard you acquired a technique known as the Phoenix Divine Fire Technique. Yi Linglong was taken aback. She had never disclosed the name of this technique to anyone outside of her Qingxian sect. How could Yi Rongyue possibly know? Moreover, Yi Rongyue appeared to have been aware of it all along, waiting for her. Did Yi Rongyue possess some hidden treasure not mentioned in the original text? Otherwise, how had she so directly sought the most concentrated aura in the Western Mountains' secret realm? Now she began to doubt whether the original text's claim of her possessing a lucky attribute was indeed true. Had her encounters with these treasures really been mere luck? Sister, you know I possess a single elemental affinity for fire. While this fire-based technique may hold little significance for you, it is of paramount importance to me. Would you be willing to lend it to me for a brief perusal? It would not cost you anything, and as a token of my gratitude, I would gladly offer you a spirit fruit. Chapter 62. How poor you all are. Upon hearing Yi Rongyue's words, Yi Linglong's companions behind her couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. One spiritual fruit exchanged for a chance to witness the supreme technique. How adept is Yi Rongyue at bartering? Even the gods would be left agape. Seeing the looks of shock on the faces of Yi Linglong's fellow disciples, Yi Rongyue felt a surge of delight. This group, like Yi Linglong, hailed from the most dismal sect in the cultivation world, lacking even proper sect attire. They scoured the world like wandering cultivators, desperately seeking opportunities, so it was hardly surprising they had never encountered anything of true value, yet, merely a spiritual fruit had them so exhilarated. Sister, we are bound by sisterly affection forged over the years. Let us do this at 10 fruits instead of 1. In exchange, allow me to witness your Phoenix Divine Fire technique just once. You will profit immensely, and I shall be content. What do you say? At that moment, how could they gently remind her that this group was not as impoverished as she imagined? Sister, I shall not trade. Yi Rongyue was taken aback. Why, do you find it insufficient? Surely, Yi Linglong, despite her youth, was not so avaricious? It is not that I find it insufficient. I simply do not enjoy spiritual fruits. Do not enjoy? Yi Rongyue blinked in confusion. Consuming a spiritual fruit imbued one with a rich, comforting aura of spiritual energy. How could anyone not relish such an experience? Have you never tasted a spiritual fruit? I distinctly recall our parents giving you 10 at the disciple initiation ceremony. I have tasted them, but they do not please my palate. Could there truly be someone who did not appreciate spiritual fruits? Yi Rongyue was flabbergasted. Was it a matter of poverty that led her to claim distaste? Sister, those ordinary spiritual fruits are unpalatable. I prefer this one. With that, Yi Linglong produced a crimson flame fruit from her ring, its fiery red exterior instantly recognizable. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, their excitement rendering them momentarily speechless. The other disciples of the Seven Stars sect were aware of Yi Linglong's affluence, yet they could scarcely believe she could so casually produce a crimson flame fruit. That was a crimson flame fruit, obtained only after her fierce battle with a level 3 flame bird. How many had coveted it when it first fell into her hands, and here was Yi Linglong, nonchalantly revealing it. How did you come by a crimson flame fruit? Picked it up on the way. Such a simple statement sent waves of frustration through the crowd. Could she not phrase it with a touch more reverence? Was a crimson flame fruit akin to wildflowers one could pluck without thought? Yi Linglong then brandished a small dagger, swiftly slicing the precious fruit before everyone's eyes. Yi Rongyue's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. How could she so carelessly slice open such a treasure? Wasn't it better to save it for a critical moment? Had she lost her mind? Meanwhile, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect were driven to the brink of madness. The petite girl had sliced the crimson flame fruit. Surely she would share it with her companions. Someone, quick, blind them. They could not bear to witness Yi Linglong distributing treasures to her peers any longer. Jealousy is a potent force, and they felt as though they might be driven to insanity by Yi Linglong's generosity. In that moment, Yi Linglong indeed began distributing pieces of the sliced crimson flame fruit to her fellow disciples. We've traveled such a long way, everyone must be weary. Let us quench our thirst with a crimson flame fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, her comrades accepted the fruit and began devouring it, the satisfying crunch echoing in the air, a reminder to those who had not partaken of its delightful crispness. Though they had no desire to learn of its texture in such a manner. Yi Rongyue stood there, utterly stunned. Was it she who had lost her mind, or were they the ones who had gone mad? Could such a precious treasure be so cavalierly divided? One dared to share, while a multitude dared to consume. Did they not perceive the absurdity of it? This was no mere apple. At that moment, Yi Rongyue sensed movement behind her. Turning, she found her fellow disciples of the Seven Stars sect gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. Help, Yi Linglong had lost her mind, but she herself had not. How could one possibly divide a crimson flame fruit? Startled, Yi Rongyue took a step back, anxiously clutching her ring. She felt on the verge of tears. How could such a travesty occur? What sort of creature was Yi Linglong? As Yi Rongyue felt the piercing gaze of the Seven Stars disciples upon her, Xiaolini timely intervened to rescue her. You must not pressure Rongyue. She has only just acquired a crimson flame fruit. None of you are permitted to covet it. Yi Linglong has shared before. Why the fuss? Have you not grown accustomed to it by now? With Xiaolini's words, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect withdrew their scrutinizing gazes from Yi Rongyue. Indeed, Yi Linglong was not new to sharing, and Rongyue had previously hoarded treasures for herself. They ought to be accustomed to it by now. Yi Rongyue felt herself stiffen once more. To be honest, Xiaolini's words provided no comfort. Rather, they struck her with a sense of despair. Yi Linglong had shared before, and they were expected to simply accept that. Was it permissible to share treasures so carelessly? Was her sanity in question? Having secured the crimson flame fruit, Yi Rongyue found herself questioning her very existence. Her joy diminished. Ah, brother Xia, has your injury healed? Yi Linglong turned to Xiaolini after finishing the crimson flame fruit. Upon receiving her attention, Xiaolini was engulfed by an ominous premonition. Yi Linglong was truly terrifying. Not yet. Before he could finish, Yi Linglong had bounded up to him. Your complexion appears rosy, and your eyes are bright. You seem to be nearly recovered. Now, let us discuss the unfinished business we have at hand. Xiaolini felt as though he might suffocate, wishing only to feign death once more. Yi Linglong retrieved a parchment scroll and a quill from her ring. Unlike before, this scroll bore a pre-written IOU, awaiting only a signature. I understand your health is not optimal, so I shall not require you to write it yourself. I have prepared it for you, merely leave your thumbprint. Lying there, Xiaolini's mind raced at the sight of the IOU in Yi Linglong's hand, wishing to avoid the confrontation. Wait, why does this IOU have a table? Since you are poor, I assumed you would not be able to repay it all at once. To avoid losing track of multiple installments, I thought it prudent to create a table for records. At her words, the disciples of the Seven Stars sect trembled in unison. The initial declaration, you are poor, rolled off her tongue with such ease and accuracy. After all, if one could casually share and consume a crimson flame fruit, who among the Seven Stars sect would dare argue? What infuriated them further was her audacity to draft a table to record their debts. Did this not mean she would relentlessly pursue them for repayment, documenting each humiliation time and again? Could it truly be done in such a manner? What was the nature of her mind, that she could devise such relentless means of torment? Having already crossed the line with the IOU, presenting it in tabular form was beyond comprehension. Who could withstand such treatment? Chapter 63. What drives him to strive so hard? Yi Linglong presented the sheepskin scroll before Xiaolini, her face adorned with a charming and amiable smile. Come now, place your fingerprint here and we can part ways today. Xiaolini instinctively recoiled, his entire demeanor radiating refusal. In that fleeting moment, Yi Linglong's smile vanished, and her youthful visage was overshadowed by a chilling intensity that unnerved him. It was the first time he had witnessed her adopt such an endearingly fierce demeanor, and to be honest, it made his heart race with trepidation. Xiaolini, I may be young and lacking in patience, but I am not of kind heart. Should you continue to resist my request, I shall not hesitate to take action against you. Xiaolini's heart began to pound uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. Though he considered himself worldly, he had never encountered anyone like Yi Linglong, who exuded an immense pressure not through might, but rather through sheer force of will. He found himself instinctively reaching out towards the sheepskin scroll, his fingers poised to make contact, only to be startled back by a sudden shout from Yi Rongyue. What are you discussing? What debt note, Linglong? Why are you pressuring my senior brother? Upon witnessing Yi Linglong's coercion of Xiaolini, Yi Rongyue hurried forward, intent on intervening. However, as she advanced halfway, a sword materialized before her, blocking her path. She looked up to find Ji Zijhua's cold expression staring back at her just as she was about to speak. Members of the Qingxian sect, including the seemingly superfluous Dongfang Jin, stepped forward, forming a barrier around her, even drawing their swords. This unforeseen scenario was entirely beyond Yi Rongyue's expectations. She merely wished to halt Yi Linglong's actions. Why did they all need to respond with such martial fervor? Yi Linglong was her sister. What was the harm in approaching her? Did they truly need to be so vigilant and anxious? What is the meaning of this? My junior sister is engaged in her own affairs. Outsiders are not permitted to interfere, Ji Zijhua stated. You deem me an outsider? Linglong is my sister, and the person she is coercing is my senior brother. How can you call me an outsider? Yi Rongyue's fury flared, her anger palpable. She had been in the cultivation world long enough to have never encountered such blatant rudeness. Even the renowned cold-hearted Si Yuchen had never treated her so. When my junior sister has not permitted you to pass, you are indeed an outsider. Should she allow you through, I shall naturally grant you passage. Linglong, will you not say something to your brother? Will you let him treat me this way? Yi Linglong turned to Yi Rongyue, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sister, why not counsel your brother, urge him to sign the death note? Otherwise, I might truly resort to violence. The IT will not merely be a matter of spitting blood. I assure you, several ribs will be broken, one leg rendered useless, and perhaps an eye lost. Losing a hand would suffice as well. Yi Rongyue's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly fathom such cruel words emerging from Yi Linglong's mouth, and yet they were delivered with a smile. Taking a deep breath, she realized just how little she knew about this half-sister, who bore no blood ties to her. Why Yi Linglong did not seem as incompetent as she had presumed. Linglong, what kind of death note are you insisting my senior brother sign? You must let me know so I can persuade him. In simple terms, a disciple from your 7-star sect nearly caused the demise of my fellow disciples in the Qingxian sect. Out of kindness and generosity, I did not demand their lives but merely sought a compensation of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If they are unable to provide it, I shall not press the matter, merely a note to collect in the future. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Rongyue's eyes widened. Even she found such a sum overwhelmingly insufficient. Yi Linglong was being utterly unreasonable. This was not a request for compensation but an outright extortion. How could it be signed? Should it remain unpaid, the death note would be used to pressure the disciples of the 7-star sect. What would that do to their reputation? Absolutely not. Linglong, you are asking far too much. Greed leads to downfall. Do not let ambition blind you to the point of losing everything. 100 mid-grade spirit stones would suffice to settle this matter, especially since no one was harmed. Yi Linglong smiled ever so slightly. Sister, we often offer more than 100 mid-grade spirit stones even to beggars. The disciples of the Qingxian sect are wealthy and their lives precious. I am merely showing you favor by not demanding their lives outright. Would you not agree, senior brother Xie? No sooner had Yi Linglong spoken than a slender branch erupted from the tree against which Xia Lini leaned, slicing across his neck and causing blood to drip down. Startled, Xia Lini felt his body tense. These days, Yi Linglong's torment had nearly driven him to the brink of collapse. He was terrified of her. Perhaps it would be best to sign the note. He could work hard to repay it swiftly. He no longer wished to oppose Yi Linglong. Truly, even Si Yuchen was no match for her in terms of intimidation. Yi Linglong, you are pushing your luck. Should you harm my senior brother again, do not expect me to hold back. Very well, then do not hold back. Let us see who dares to act. Yi Rongyue was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yi Linglong's audacity. As if she were emboldened by the presence of her golden core stage brother. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Ji Zijhua. He was merely at the golden core stage. She had always been invincible at her level and could even contend against those above her. Thus, she drew her long sword, aiming it toward Ji Zijhua. Let me seek your guidance, esteemed brother of the Qingxian sect. Ji Zijhua, uninterested in idle chatter, swiftly unsheathed his sword and lunged toward her. During their previous encounter in the Western Mountain Secret Realm, Yi Rongyue had recognized Ji Zijhua's prowess. However, in the months that followed, she had diligently trained and ventured forth, acquiring numerous opportunities and treasures. She was confident that few could surpass her in terms of cultivation and combat effectiveness, yet, she had not anticipated that Ji Zijhua's improvement during this time would surpass her own. He had grown fiercer and stronger, his sword energy infused with a chilling light, as if his water attributes had melded seamlessly into the essence of his swordplay. Why Yi Rongyue was forced to retreat repeatedly under the force of Ji Zijhua's attacks, her face paling with frustration. She had put in considerable effort, dedicating at least 5 hours daily to her training, yet Ji Zijhua's advancement seemed to require tenfold that. What drove him to strive so hard? The Qingxian sect, a seemingly destitute sect. Could it be that the sect leader and elders relentlessly urged them to hone their skills? How devoted they must be. Rongyue, are you alright? Xia Lini shouted anxiously. Stop fighting, Yi Linglong. I will sign. I take full responsibility for this matter. I cannot allow Rongyue to suffer for my actions. Yi Rongyue was momentarily stunned. She had not expected her senior brother to prioritize her above himself, even at the cost of his own well-being. Just as she was moved by his selflessness, Yi Linglong suddenly inquired with a gleeful expression, Senior brother Xia, are you speaking the truth? Xia Lini froze, sensing something amiss. Her smile could only spell trouble. Did you hear that? Your senior brother will bear the burden of those 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones alone, so you need not worry about it. Should you not express your gratitude? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the 7-star sect revealed expressions of excitement. Senior brother, you are too kind to us. I am utterly touched.
In the blink of an eye, Yi Rongyue, who had been moved just moments ago, found herself in disbelief. Xiaolini, who had sacrificed himself for Rongyue, could only remain speechless. Chapter 64 Men only influence the speed of her competition. Yi Linglong once again presented the parchment before Xiaolini. Press your handprint, don't hesitate, the sooner you do, the sooner you can repay the debt. Senior brother. Don't act rashly, I haven't exerted my full strength yet, I may not necessarily lose to him. Rongyue, I know you care for me, and with your concern, I feel that whatever I do is worthwhile. But I cannot bear to see you make such a significant sacrifice for my sake. As the melodrama of their emotional entanglement was about to unfold, the bystander and antagonist, Yi Linglong, interjected at a timely moment. Since you are so reluctant, why not split the debt between you two? That way, neither of you need to feel distressed over the other. Xiaolini and Yi Rongyue were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Xiaolini's face evidently displayed a glimmer of hope, while Yi Rongyue's eyes were filled with refusal. Forget it. This matter does not concern Rongyue, she is innocent and should not be dragged into it. After uttering these words, Xiaolini decisively pressed his handprint onto the parchment. Rongyue, I've done it. They will no longer harm you. Yi Rongyue was momentarily stunned upon seeing Xiaolini's lonely and desolate demeanor and recalling his kindness over the past few days. A torrent of emotion surged within her heart. Ultimately, she made a bold decision, bypassed Ji Zizhua, and pressed her handprint onto Yi Linglong's parchment as well. Senior brother, we shall face difficulties together. As Xiaolini gazed at Yi Rongyue, whose eyes were brimming with tears of emotion, the malicious bystander Yi Linglong interjected once more. Facing difficulties together, but will you not share in the blessings? You cannot even bear to part with a single Qi-yin fruit. Yi Rongyue's expression instantly cracked. Could we not mention the Qi-yin fruit? At that moment, Xiaolini's expression also darkened. He was furious, more so than he had ever been. Their relationship had finally begun to draw closer, yet Yi Linglong's incessant prattle had to meddle. What concern was it of hers? Did she have to stir his emotions into disarray? Seeing both of their displeased expressions, Yi Linglong's mood brightened. Let us conclude today's matters. I have no time to watch your romantic entanglements. After all, such juvenile scenes would haunt a child like me with nightmares. If my future partner were to resemble you too, I might as well end him with a single slap. Yi Linglong. Xiaolini gritted his teeth. What is it? Do you wish to repay a portion of the spirit stones now? How much? I shall take note. Bring them out. You wouldn't happen to have none, would you? How can one discuss romance while being so destitute? Would it not be better to focus on earning money? Xiaolini was on the verge of losing his mind. He retrieved 500 medium-grade spirit stones from his ring and hurled them before Yi Linglong. Take them, and get lost. Ah, as expected of a dramatic actor. Throwing 500 spirit stones exudes the aura of 50,000. Yi Linglong crouched to collect the stones from the ground, then jotted down a note on the debt contract before raising her head to ask Yi Rongyue, what about you? How much do you owe? Yi Rongyue was equally incensed, yet unable to confront Ji Zizhua. She could only endure Yi Linglong's taunts. Why should she suffer this indignity? Hadn't she been the envy of all when she obtained the Qi-yin fruit? She pulled out a bag of spirit stones and handed them to Yi Linglong. 1,000. Alright, I've noted it down, would you like to check? Yi Linglong offered the bag before Yi Rongyue, who instantly turned her head away in indignation. Could this not be used to humiliate her? Absolutely not. Yi Linglong, undeterred, joyfully stowed away the debt note. Now that I've received my payment, I am in a good mood, and I shall gift you a piece of advice for free. No need. Yi Rongyue and Xiaolini chorused. Since you both wish to refrain from hearing it, I shall proceed. Sister, I truly cannot comprehend what you see in Xiaolini. His strength pales in comparison to yours, and his spirit stones are fewer than yours. Yi Rongyue was so incensed that her head spun, and without a second thought, she retorted. I have no interest in him, alright? Xiaolini was taken aback, his face registering profound hurt. Yi Rongyue quickly realized her misstep and hastily apologized to him. I'm sorry, senior brother, I didn't mean to be so blunt. It was all Yi Linglong's fault, please don't be angry. Sister, you needn't go to such lengths to placate him. Were it not for his jealousy in driving away Si Yuchen, you would not have to endure my torment. Ultimately, he owes you much more. Yi Rongyue was momentarily stunned. Indeed, had Si Yuchen not left, she would have never needed to suffer like this. Yi Linglong and the others had originally come to collect the debt, not to be protected by Xiaolini, yet he had kept silent until Yi Linglong pressed the issue. She swiftly turned to Xiaolini, who became tense under her gaze. Rongyue, please listen to my explanation. As for how their emotions continued to entwine, Yi Linglong lost interest. After securing her debt note, she merrily set off with her companions once more. If Si Yuchen were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be grateful to her, for she had made a significant contribution to fostering the relationship between the male and female leads, a rare and invaluable assist. As she walked, she reminisced about the original plot. There were approximately 10 days remaining before Yi Rongyue and Si Yuchen discovered the exit of the Dejin Mountain secret realm, leading all those trapped within to freedom and earning countless gratitude. Thus, she had 10 days to explore this secret realm extensively, to amass wealth fervently. After 10 days, they would follow Yi Rongyue out. She had to seize this opportunity. When Yi Rongyue parted ways with Si Yuchen, she would need to continue her endeavors, and when Yi Rongyue clashed with the infatuated suitor, she must strive to excel, and even when Yi Rongyue found herself entangled with suitors, she would still need to compete. Fortunately, being underage, she was spared the troubles that plagued Yi Rongyue. Men would only serve to influence the pace of her competition. After parting ways with Yi Rongyue and the others, Yi Linglong and her 6 companions ventured deeper into the secret realm. In that area, the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, yet the dangers also heightened. However, the more perilous the place, the greater the treasures it harbored, so the group, in unison, pressed onward without hesitation. After a series of battles, they arrived in a grove rich with spiritual energy. This grove was unlike any other, for every tree bore numerous spiritual fruits, and the quality of these fruits surpassed that of the outside world. Upon sighting them, Yi Linglong and her companions began to pluck the fruits without hesitation, filling their rings to the brim. Eh? Yi Linglong emitted a sound of puzzlement, drawing the attention of the others. What is it? Look at the trees over there. Everyone turned to where Yi Linglong pointed and were astonished to see that the trees, once laden with spiritual fruits, now bore only half of their bounty. The positions of the missing fruits precisely matched where they had plucked from this tree. Not just there, it's the same here, all the trees are like this. As soon as they plucked any fruit from a tree, the corresponding fruits on the other trees in the grove would vanish. It felt as if this entire grove consisted of a singular tree, with the others merely reflections of it. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Just then, Yi Linglong suddenly felt something brush against her from behind, and she turned sharply to look. Chapter 65. Where is the conscience? One should have, yet, behind them, there was nothing amiss. The trees stood as they always had, as if the recent disturbance had merely been a figment of their imagination. Yi Linglong turned her head back, resuming her task of plucking the spiritual fruits from the branches as though nothing had occurred. Junior sister, there is something amiss in this forest. Do you still wish to gather the spiritual fruits? 7th Senior Brother, even if the sky were to fall, I would still gather these spiritual fruits, even if it is a trap. We have already walked into it, Haven Tiwi? Since we are here, we might as well reap the rewards, otherwise, we would be remiss in acknowledging the intentions of others. As soon as Yi Linglong finished speaking, they could not tell if it was merely their imagination, but they felt as though the trees before them had trembled slightly. Indeed. If those who come upon this tree were to discover something amiss, they would immediately cease their harvesting. Wouldn't that leave the trap setter empty-handed? Since we are here, let us ensure they suffer a loss first. Thus, the 6 of them swiftly harvested every last spiritual fruit from the tree. It was a sizable tree, and by the time they finished, each person had amassed hundreds of fruits. These spiritual fruits were not akin to the ordinary ones found outside, they were of a superior variety, imbued with richer spiritual energy and a more delectable sweetness. Although they could not rival the crimson flame fruit, they were certainly superior to 90% of the spiritual fruits available outside. Throughout the gathering, Yi Linglong felt a few more nudges on her back, yet she seemed oblivious, continuing her task without a backward glance. Just as they neared completion, she sensed that the entity nudging her appeared to be growing irate, delivering a hefty slap to the back of her head, fierce as could be. The force of the blow stirred the air around her, and without turning back, Yi Linglong instinctively reached out and grasped whatever had been bothering her. However, it was remarkably agile, quickly wriggling free and fleeing. When she finally turned around, she beheld the mischievous culprit, an adorable little ginseng, snow white and tender, yet, it was merely shaped like a ginseng, for its body resembled more of a white radish, topped with a few green leaves, 2 arms protruding from its sides, and 3 stout legs below. Its corpulent form exuded an endearing foolishness, especially as it glared at her in a huff, reminiscent of a petulant child. Chubby radish, your indignant expression is quite charming. Yes, just like that, puffed up with anger, maintain that demeanor. I find it delightful. The chubby radish grew even more incensed, its body rounder and puffier, its root-like arms flailing in the air, as though preparing to strike her. How could such a wretched little creature exist in this world? Had she known, she would have chosen someone else to poke it earlier. Snow spirit fruit, good heavens, there is a grand snow spirit fruit over there, and it has even attained sentience. Hua Shiqing, who had turned around upon hearing the commotion, gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of everyone to the snow spirit fruit. 4th Junior Sister, I have come across the snow spirit fruit in books. It is a type of spiritual fruit in the cultivation realm that is akin to a celestial fruit, is it not? Its grade surpasses that of the crimson flame fruit by a considerable margin. Indeed. The snow spirit fruit is extraordinarily precious and exceedingly rare. Any family in the cultivation realm that possesses one treats it as a treasured possession. As an alchemist, Hua Shiqing was all too aware of the value of the snow spirit fruit. Their fortune was remarkable. Not only had they encountered a snow spirit fruit, but it was also one that had developed sentience. If it were to appear in the cultivation realm, people would undoubtedly scramble to seize it. Upon hearing others praise it, the snow spirit fruit puffed out its chest in pride. See, there are those who recognize my worth. That wretched child just referred to me as a chubby radish. Surely, she must be regretting her folly now, so blind and ignorant. Who possesses such an imaginative mind to bestow the name snow spirit fruit upon this chubby radish, which is so incongruous with its appearance? My name also contains the character for spirit, yet it bears no resemblance to this one at all. The snow spirit fruit, anticipating Yi Linglong's remorse for her ignorance, was left speechless. She displayed not a shred of regret, continuing to err without pause. Hey, chubby radish, I shall count to 3, and you better run. Not if you lag behind, I shall catch you and make you into soup.
Originally intending to flee and lure them into pursuit, the snow spirit fruit felt its lines had been stolen and thus felt utterly humiliated. Incensed, the snow spirit fruit begrudgingly sprinted away after making an angry face at Yi Linglong. Upon its departure, Yi Linglong genuinely followed after it. The snow spirit fruit snickered to itself, this foolish human will soon pay the price for her arrogance and ignorance, how delightful. Even though it puzzled her why junior sister would pursue the snow spirit fruit knowing it was deliberately leading them on, the others followed without hesitation. After all, junior sister was rarely mistaken in her actions, and even if she were, they could accompany her. It would be perilous if she were captured alone, given that her cultivation was the weakest among them. They chased the snow spirit fruit, weaving around several large trees, when Kashinlan suddenly shouted, "Junior sister, be careful, there is an illusion ahead." Yi Linglong obediently halted, for her second senior sister was an expert in illusions. Trusting her was undoubtedly wise. It seemed the path they had traversed had been normal, but to proceed further would lead them into a trap. As she stopped, everyone else followed suit. "Junior sister, the illusion ahead is formidable. I can sense it, but I may not be able to break it immediately." "Second senior sister, do you have a way to mark the boundaries of the illusion?" "I do." Kashinlan formed a spell in her palm and cast it forward. To their astonishment, a mist began to coalesce in the area where the spell had vanished, gradually expanding outward. The thinner the mist, the farther one is from the illusion, the thicker the mist, the closer one is to it. So it was. As Kashinlan's mist spread, it formed a distinct boundary ahead, marking the edge of the illusion. At that moment, the snow spirit fruit, noticing that its pursuers had ceased their chase and appeared to have discerned the location of the illusion, halted in agitation and glared back at them. Confounded! How could that insufferable child and her companions see through our trap? This was the most detestable group it had encountered in its many years here. They not only harvested the fruits it had painstakingly nurtured for years, incurring significant losses, but now they refused to fall into the trap, leaving it to suffer losses without cause. Where was the conscience one ought to possess? "Junior sister, what shall we do now?" Yi Linglong glanced at the irate chubby radish in the illusion ahead, smiling as she replied, "Let us take our leave while the going is good. We have gathered the fruits and incurred no loss, let us depart." The snow spirit fruit was now in a frenzy. This could not stand, it had never suffered a loss in its schemes, and this time would be no different. Chapter 66 You are the most despicable person I have ever encountered. In a fit of indignation, Xuelingwa burst forth from the illusion, racing to confront Yi Linglong and her companions. It had emerged, and it simply could not believe they would not attempt to capture it. The human heart is eternally insatiable. "Ah, are you contemplating betraying the enemy and surrendering?" "Betray? Not at all. I am luring you with my very life. Today, I must capture you." Xuelingwa darted in front of Yi Linglong, flicking its tiny tendrils to kick her knee before swiftly darting away, so fast that no one could react in time. Yi Linglong, amused by its audacity, had nearly decided to let it go, yet here it was, daring to provoke her. Very well, let it witness the treachery of the human world. A smile, both sweet and charming, graced Yi Linglong's lips. "Chubby carrot, I grant you 3 breaths to flee, after which I shall pursue you." Upon hearing this, Xuelingwa realized that this human was indeed vengeful and greedy. It could no longer control its desire. It was on the verge of success. Elated, it took to the air. 3, 2, 1. As Yi Linglong's words fell, she retrieved a mechanism talisman gun from her ring, a creation she had designed and had her third senior sister craft for her. Out of about 10 attempts, this one was the best, the most successful. She had yet to test its might. The thought of it filled her with exhilaration. Now was the time to showcase its power. Pew pew pew. Yi Linglong fired several rounds in quick succession, each shot striking with precision. However, despite its rotundity, the chubby carrot was remarkably agile. Not a single shot found its mark. Clearly, it had honed its skills in luring enemies for years. Its prowess was quite impressive. As the talisman paper whizzed towards it, Xuelingwa dodged frantically, wondering what manner of contraption this was. It was astonishingly powerful. The speed was nearly exaggerated. Were it not for its remarkable agility, it would have certainly been struck. How could this little creature possess such extraordinary tools? Just as it was lamenting, Yi Linglong launched her second attack. Pew pew pew. Startled, Xuelingwa leapt and dodged, this time even more perilously, nearly getting hit. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before it was struck. Thus, Xuelingwa resolved to cease the game. They were fortunate this time. It would let them off the hook. Yi Linglong instantly sensed Xuelingwa's intention. A smile crept across her face, but she had no intention of letting it escape. Initially, she had intended to use it to practice her shooting accuracy, but seeing it about to flee, she decided to get serious. Raising her palm, green luminescence rapidly coalesced. Great rebirth technique. With a resounding pop, Xuelingwa collapsed to the ground, its head striking the earth, cracking its skin and causing it to wail in pain. How could it have fallen? The moment it fell, its legs seemed unresponsive. Xuelingwa scrambled up, looking down in a frenzy, and began to shriek. Ah, it originally had 3 legs, why were there now 3 more beneath its body? It had transformed into a creature with 6 legs. No wonder it could not run, it had 3 extra legs it could not control. After Xuelingwa fell, Yi Linglong triumphantly lifted her mechanism talisman gun, pew pew pew, landing all 3 shots perfectly. Then, she conjured a talisman from thin air, which drew Xuelingwa step by step from the illusion. Struck by the talisman and rendered immobile, Xuelingwa, witnessing its own expulsion, erupted into tears, its voice adorably childish. "How can there be such a wicked person in this world? What have you done to me? Why do I have so many legs?" "Ah, so you can speak?" "Of course I can, I simply do not deign to converse with foolish humans like you." Oh, then you are about to become the dinner of a foolish human. You wouldn't really eat me, would you? Boo-hoo-hoo, did you not wish to be rid of those 6 legs? I will simply consume 3 of them for you, to restore some semblance. No, what if you mistakenly eat the real legs? Then you'll simply have to adapt to the false legs as if they were real. Faking it is just as good, isn't it? Not at all, you are truly wicked, the most despicable person I have ever encountered. Boo-hoo-hoo, Yi Linglong could not help but chuckle at its pitiful appearance. Who was it that had been so arrogant, repeatedly provoking her? It was not satisfied even after being spared once. Now, it was getting its just desserts. Once Yi Linglong had dragged it out of the illusion's confines, she reached out to seize it. However, before her hand could make contact, a sharp sword suddenly flew from the illusion, aiming menacingly at her. Junior sister, be careful. Yi Linglong swiftly withdrew her hand, and the sword landed between her and Shuelingua, slicing through a bit of Shuelingua's skin. Had she not reacted quickly, it would have been her hand. This sword was imbued with murderous intent. The newcomer was clearly no friend. Why Yi Linglong reigned in her playful demeanor, lifting her gaze toward the direction of the blade, simultaneously using the talisman to firmly draw Shuelingua into her grasp. She felt the chubby carrot trembling violently in her palm, nearly shaking apart. It seemed utterly petrified. She patted its leafy head, casually applying an SPA talisman, and then tucked it into her pocket. Emerging from the illusion was a figure, his countenance icy, eyes radiating malice, clad in crescent-hued brocade, with a purple moon embroidered on his cuffs. He was one of the Hidden Moon Palace. After he stepped forward, several disciples from the Hidden Moon Palace followed, each wielding a sword, their demeanor decidedly hostile. Though they were all from the Hidden Moon Palace, why did Yu Xingzhou and his group appear as the righteous, while this group seemed akin to evil fiends? However, judging by his attire, the leader before them held a significant status within the Hidden Moon Palace, perhaps even higher than that of Yu Xingzhou. Hand over Shuelingua. On what grounds? If you wish to live, you need not waste words. I can kill you, and Shuelingua will still end up in my hands. They say the Hidden Moon Palace is a noble sect, yet you openly speak of murder and theft? Indeed, the Hidden Moon Palace is a noble sect. However, if you are all dead, then such heinous acts cannot be attributed to us. Upon finishing, the man sheathed his sword, preparing for battle. Ji Zizhua, Kaxinlan, and Dongfang Jin, all at the golden core stage, stepped forward to shield Yi Linglong and her 2 Foundation establishment companions, drawing their own swords in readiness. Since a fight is inevitable, why not introduce ourselves? Unnecessary. You scattered cultivators are unworthy of knowing. Yi Linglong smiled. I fear you won't know my name, and you'll die without knowing who struck you down. The man narrowed his eyes. Just you? Indeed, just us. Hidden Moon Palace, Lu Yuanxiu. At the mention of Lu Yuanxiu's name, Ji Zizhua and the others were taken aback. They had encountered none other than Lu Yuanxiu. At that moment, their oblivious little junior sister boldly declared her own name. Qingxian sect, Yi Linglong. Chapter 67. You should learn to fight for yourself. Lu Yuansu furrowed his brow. Qingxian sect? I've never heard of it. Well, you have now, and from this day forth, you shall remember this sect. Lu Yuansu sneered, raising the sword in his hand. Enough of your nonsense, prepare to die. Yi Linglong drew Xianing from her ring, the long sword unsheathed, exuding a chilling sword aura. She stepped confidently from behind Ji Zizhua and the others, taking 2 bold strides to the forefront. Senior brothers and sisters, allow me to take this fight. You may retreat and watch. Upon hearing this, Ji Zizhua and the others were taken aback. What was she thinking? She was the weakest among them, barely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. What could she possibly use to challenge Lu Yuansu? He was none other than the chief disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace. Alongside the chief disciples of the 7-star sect, Kunmo City, and the other 3 major sects, he was renowned as the strongest disciple in the lower realms of cultivation, possessing the greatest potential for ascension. Not only had he reached the nascent soul stage, but his combat prowess was also unparalleled. Every year at the peak martial arts competition, the strongest group was invariably dominated by these 4, leaving no room for others to intermingle. Just as the chief disciple of Kunwo City, Si Yuchen, was not to be trifled with, neither was Lu Yuansu. If anyone were to engage him, it would only be their eldest senior brother, Pei Luobai, who could hold a candle to him. To claim victory, it would require their senior sister of the transformation stage to step in. As for their current trio of Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators, they would merely serve as fodder, lacking even a chance to struggle. While they anxiously feared that their junior sister might act impulsively, Ji Zizhua, who knew Yi Linglong best, was the first to notice the small talisman affixed to her back. He paused for a moment, then understood instantly. Ahem, since junior sister wishes to face Lu Yuansu alone, let us withdraw a bit further to avoid interfering with their battle. Once Ji Zizhua spoke, the others noticed the talisman on their junior sister's back as well. Goodness, her gallant demeanor nearly deceived them all. Thus, they collectively retreated a considerable distance, each producing a talisman akin to Yi Linglong's from their rings and affixing it to themselves. Lu Yuansu was already growing impatient, his gaze fixed on Yi Linglong as if she were a mere corpse, waiting for her to attack so he could slice her into fragments. Supreme Divine Sword Technique. Yi Linglong shouted, channeling her spiritual energy to execute a spell, sending Xianing forth. The moment Xianing emerged from the ring, it was bewildered. What was that strange invocation? This was not the incantation for the Supreme Divine Sword Technique. What trickery was she up to?
Wait a moment. It then realized that the opponent before it was an extraordinarily powerful nascent soul cultivator, and given Linglong's meager abilities, she was utterly unqualified to engage him. Sensing the dire situation, it instinctively glanced back. To its astonishment, this beansprout had no intention of continuing the fight. After tossing it out, she turned and fled. Xianing, you are now a fully matured sword. You must learn to fight on your own, fight valiantly to protect your master until the end, unyielding and courageous, go forth. How infuriating, you wretched beansprout. Xianing had already been launched into battle, facing the opponent wielding a long sword. Upon collision, Xianing was jolted, its entire being tingling, the sword emitting a resonant hum, nearly flung off course. It was still far too weak, otherwise, it would not have to endure the indignities of this insignificant nascent soul. No, even more detestable than this minor nascent soul was that little foundation-building beansprout. Once its master awakened, it would ensure that beansprout met a most gruesome fate. Seeing Linglong, who had been boldly taunting moments ago, suddenly take flight, her companions shared a silent understanding and darted away, prompting Lu Yuansu to momentarily freeze, his expression contorting. So, she was merely bluffing, courting her own demise. Think you can escape? Lu Yuansu swiftly pursued Linglong and her companions. At that moment, Xianing executed a spin, returning to the forefront, once again buying precious time for the beansprout. Observing this seemingly unremarkable sword genuinely fighting on its own, Lu Yuansu narrowed his eyes. This sword is rather intriguing. Could it have developed a sword spirit? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. If the sword truly possessed a spirit, it would be an extraordinarily rare treasure. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possibly own such a thing? Even if it were true, one would surely cherish it like a precious gem, not toss it aside like refuse. Let me see what you are. You foolish human, what else could I possibly be but a sword? Wait, hey, dirty hands, get off me, help! Linglong and her companions, having affixed acceleration talismans to themselves, ran with remarkable speed. Retreating was futile. Xianing was merely a sword, capable of stalling for only a moment. Once its utility was exhausted, Lu Yuansu would inevitably catch up. Moreover, since Lu Yuansu had emerged from the illusion, it indicated that the rotund carrot had previously ensnared them, and they had fallen into his trap, for otherwise, with the carrot's capabilities, how could it have pulled off a second scheme? This meant that entering the illusion could provide an opportunity to stall Lu Yuanxu in life. One must seize the chance to fight. Thus, without hesitation, she led everyone into the illusion. Upon entry, the scenery shifted dramatically, the once fruit-laden trees vanished, replaced by a sea of white mist that obscured all sense of direction. At that moment, Linglong retrieved the rotund carrot from her pocket. It lay in her palm, squinting its eyes, drooling, and appearing utterly blissful. Linglong tore off the SPA talisman from its body and patted its plump head. Wake up, if you don't, you'll truly end up in a soup pot. Upon hearing the word soup, the rotund carrot scrambled to its feet, only to stumble back down again, its 6 legs utterly inept. If you dare use me for soup, I'll poison you. Fourth sister, does the rotund carrot carry poison? Indeed, but there is a way to remove its toxic stem. Consuming it would pose no risk. Junior sister, do you wish to stew it now? I can assist. Hua Shiqing responded earnestly. Hearing that a master was present, the rotund carrot was instantly petrified. Did you see that person just now? Did you scheme against him? Yes, he is far more foolish than you, but how did he escape? Wasn't he trapped inside? Though foolish, he is strong. Your pitiful illusion cannot contain him, which is why we are now being pursued. What do we do then? Isn't this your territory? Is there no place to trap him? Lead us there. Oh, all right. The rotund carrot was about to stand but suddenly sat back down. Wait, why should I help you? Sister, knife at the neck, boiling water for soup. Wait, I know a place. Just as the rotund carrot finished speaking, it spotted a shadow amidst the mist and screamed, "They're coming! Run!" Linglong jumped in shock. Just as she turned to flee, she suddenly heard a familiar curse. "I'm not even close yet, why are you running?" Turning back, Linglong saw Xianing soaring toward her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But to her surprise, Xianing flew past her without stopping, zipping forward. "What are you standing there for? Run, he is right behind me." Rather than asking fourth sister for the recipe for soup, she now wished to consult third sister on the most brutal method for melting swords. Chapter 68. You have earned the qualification to challenge me. Thus, Linglong and her companions commenced a new round of flight. The rotund little carrot perched upon Linglong's shoulder, directing her with fervor, this way, that way. Yet, no matter how they ran, they resembled a swarm of headless flies, meandering through a thick fog. Lost in chaos, however, they had no choice but to flee, for Lu Yuanxu and his cohorts pursued them relentlessly. Truly, as the chief disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace, his prowess was formidable. Despite their use of talismans, they could barely evade capture, let alone shake him off. "Right here, jump forward, you must jump." With that, Linglong leaped into the fog, and in the blink of an eye, the entire scene transformed. They landed in a breathtaking valley, lush with verdant flora and melodious birdsong, reminiscent of a paradisiacal haven. Yet, before they could savor the beauty, the little carrot urged, "Keep running, do not stop. Is this place unsafe? This is not my territory." Thus, Linglong and her companions could only press onward. Suddenly, they beheld a tree adorned with numerous large cocoons, each spacious enough to contain an adult. As they passed, the cocoons twitched several times, suggesting that someone within was struggling. "Little carrot, why do those cocoons move? Are the butterflies inside about to emerge?"
Not quite, the people inside are still fighting for their freedom. Yi Linglong was taken aback. There are people inside, who are they? Before the little carrot could respond, a fierce sword aura surged from behind, prompting her to swiftly roll aside to evade the attack. Turning around, she saw Lu Yuanxiu had already entered the valley, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixated on them. Senior brother, help, we're here, please save us. Upon hearing the voices emanating from the cocoons, Yi Linglong and her companions were momentarily stunned. It turned out that disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace were imprisoned within. This meant that after being deceived by the little carrot, some disciples had been ensnared in cocoons and hung from the tree, while the more powerful ones had escaped this fate, breaking free from the illusion. But then a question arose: had Lu Yuanxiu never considered rescuing his fellow disciples? As they dashed past the tree laden with cocoons, Lu Yuanxiu merely circumvented it, not sparing a glance at his imprisoned brethren, wholly indifferent to their plight. How ruthless! As Lu Yuanxiu was on the verge of catching up, the little carrot shouted, "Do you see that patch of flowers ahead? Jump into it!" Without hesitation, Yi Linglong soared into the flower thicket, and in the next moment, the scenery transformed once more, revealing a valley blanketed in vibrant blooms. The flowers here were exceptionally large, each capable of supporting a person standing atop it, swaying gently yet steadfast. Little carrot, where do we go from here? We have arrived, there's no need to run anymore. Ah? Are you saying they cannot follow us? Not quite, you should sense if your body has changed. Yi Linglong focused intently on her entire being, then revealed a look of astonishment. Little carrot, my body feels no different at all. The little carrot fell silent for a moment before asking, you aren't still in the foundation establishment stage, are you? Cease your belittling, is the foundation establishment stage not formidable? The little carrot fell silent again. Was the foundation establishment truly strong? Where did her confidence stem from to be so proud? At that moment, Jizijua suddenly exclaimed, Junior sister, I feel a change, my cultivation has been suppressed. I am now merely at the foundation establishment stage. As soon as he finished, Kuxinlan and Dongfang Jin echoed the sentiment. Thus, the 3 golden core cultivators had been reduced to 6 foundation establishment practitioners. Yi Linglong's eyes sparkled, and her excitement surged. I am well versed in this. While the others were left puzzled, Jizijua wore a look of profound shock. Indeed, Junior sister was an expert in this matter. If one could not defeat the opponent, one could lower them to the same level, and then utilize her abundant experience in the foundation establishment stage to triumph. After all, he and senior brother had been thoroughly trounced in such a manner. Now, it was delightful to see the very tactics that had ensnared 3 of their companions finally fall upon their adversaries. He looked forward to witnessing Lu Yuanxiu's expression. He would surely empathize with their earlier suffering. Not only was he eager, but Yi Linglong, too, was poised for action, brandishing Xianying as she selected a flower she fancied, striking a commanding pose as she awaited Lu Yuanxiu's entrance. When Lu Yuanxiu and his companions burst into the flower valley, they were greeted by the sight of Yi Linglong standing confidently at the forefront, awaiting him. Drawing from past experiences, he no longer believed that Yi Linglong would dare to confront him. She was surely concocting another ploy to escape. Thus, he charged forward without unsheathing his sword. However, to his surprise, Yi Linglong did not dodge, evade, or flee, but instead advanced towards him, sword in hand. Lu Yuanxiu was taken aback. What had prompted this sudden show of bravery? It was only when Yi Linglong's sword approached him that he instinctively raised his hand to block, only to be grazed by the blade, blood cascading down his arm, that he realized the gravity of the situation. His cultivation had indeed been suppressed. He too had become a foundation establishment practitioner. Presumptuous Lu Yuanxiu, how dare you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possess the audacity to challenge me unarmed? Draw your sword, you have now earned the qualification to face me. Lu Yuanxiu's expression, marred by anger, lost all semblance of composure as he drew his sword. Even as a foundation establishment practitioner, he was still a golden core cultivator at heart, and both his combat experience and techniques far surpassed those of an ordinary foundation establishment disciple. Dispatching her would be a trivial task. You seek death. As Lu Yuanxiu lunged forward with his sword, the others from Qingshan sect were filled with trepidation, save for Jizijua, whose face was alight with anticipation. It was time for these overconfident individuals to experience junior sister as formidable prowess. In her current cultivation tier, she was no ordinary anomaly. The clash of their swords resonated with a clear sound as Yi Linglong, brimming with fighting spirit, wielded her sword with fluidity, growing increasingly emboldened in the face of Lu Yuanxiu. As the Zhaotian divine sword technique was unleashed, Xianying transformed into 5, relentlessly attacking Lu Yuanxiu. It had not forgotten the grudge from earlier when Lu Yuanxiu had nearly touched it, and thus it struck with particular ferocity. Lu Yuanxiu had never anticipated that Yi Linglong would be so formidable. Not only was her aura intimidating, but her swordplay was also impressively fierce. Her sword techniques rivaled even the strongest sword arts from the Hidden Moon Palace, and it appeared that she possessed the upper hand against their techniques. Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged forth, and a powerful sword aura descended. Lu Yuanxiu found himself unable to evade. A strike pierced his shoulder, causing him to stagger backward, nearly losing his footing. The disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace were utterly astounded. They had not foreseen Lu Yuanxiu's defeat, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Senior brother. What are you shouting for? What good does mere shouting do? Come help. Yi Linglong stood proudly, puffing out her chest. You, all of you, come at me together. Let me show you what it means to be the strongest foundation establishment cultivator in the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, the Hidden Moon Palace disciples nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Her foundation establishment cultivation boasted the aura of a transformation stage cultivator, and her arrogant demeanor was akin to looking down upon mere fledglings, as though the one who had been fleeing for her life mere moments ago was not her. Yet, they were helpless against her. In the realm of foundation establishment, she truly was a force to be reckoned with. Senior brother, what do we do now? Are we really going to take her on together? Were they truly going to have so many disciples from the Hidden Moon Palace, including the chief disciple, gang up on a foundation establishment practitioner? Was this really happening? How utterly humiliating. Lu Yuanxu's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage. Chapter 69. Come, join us, and let us be beaten together. What are you panicking about? I was merely underestimating my opponent. Step back, everyone. Today, I must defeat her. Lu Yuanxu retrieved a pill from his ring and swallowed it, causing the blood on his shoulder to cease flowing. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace erupted with excitement. Yes, their senior brother had not yet conceded. How could they back down first? With the exceptional spiritual artifacts and numerous elixirs at their disposal, they would never lose to this mere sprout in terms of endurance and experience. Seeing this, Linglong chuckled softly. Young man, it seems you are utterly oblivious to my strength. With that, she produced a bottle of elixirs from her ring and casually poured 7 or 8 into her mouth, chewing audibly as if indulging in candy. Upon finishing, her aura surged, replenishing the expended spiritual energy and restoring her stamina instantly. The sight left the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace dumbfounded, and even Lu Yuanxu was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that elixirs meant for immediate healing during battle are far more precious than those used post-combat, as they require instantaneous effects with minimal side effects, ensuring they do not disrupt the fight. Thus, their ingredients are rare, and the alchemical process is exceedingly complex. Such elixirs are typically crafted only by alchemists of major sects or high-ranking members of the Alchemist Alliance, and acquiring them from these individuals is exorbitantly expensive. Even a disciple from a prestigious sect like the Hidden Moon Palace would only consume one in dire need. If they could not endure any longer, they might take another. Before the next round commenced, Lu Yuanxu felt a surge of anger welling within him. As the chief disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace, he too only ever consumed one elixir at a time, so how could this mere foundation establishment cultivator from an obscure sect consume 7 or 8? Was this elixir free? More infuriatingly, he had just been wounded, while she appeared unscathed. What was her purpose in consuming elixirs? Was she belittling him? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, feeling humiliated by this insignificant foundation establishment cultivator. Qingxian sect, Linglong, he would remember this. Once he dispatched this little brat today, he would make it his mission to annihilate her pathetic sect in the future. Fueled by intense fury, he raised his wrist and swung his sword once more toward Linglong. She deftly responded, her feet barely touching the ground as she engaged him in combat. The clashing of swords resonated, each strike echoing with intensity. Lu Yuanxu found himself increasingly fatigued, whereas Linglong grew fiercer with each exchange. Her sword moved with a will of its own, as agile as a serpent, exploiting every opening and strike with such precision that he could hardly defend himself. After several rounds, he bore numerous wounds, both large and small. As he felt himself on the brink of collapse, he swiftly retrieved a binding talisman from his ring and hurled it at Linglong with blinding speed. Caught off guard, she was inadvertently struck by the talisman and found herself immobilized. Just as Lu Yuanxu thought he could catch his breath and retreat, he discovered to his dismay that he could not, for upon her stillness, her sword broke free from her grasp, continuing to slash at him with reckless abandon, as though enacting a vendetta. The sword grew increasingly vicious, taking advantage of his foundation establishment status to exact its revenge. Lu Yuanxu was rendered speechless, as were the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace. He was now genuinely convinced that this sword possessed a spirit, and one that harbored a deep grudge. His confusion deepened. What manner of sect was the Qingxian sect? How could a mere foundation establishment disciple wield a sword imbued with a spirit? Such artifacts were not simply acquired through wealth. They were treasures that any sect would cherish and safeguard in their treasure halls. To add insult to injury, this coveted treasure, which was sought after by many, was tossed aside as if it were a trifle. Was this behavior befitting a human? Upon realizing this, Lu Yuanxu's fury intensified, constricting his chest and causing his head to throb. At that moment, Linglong casually ripped the talisman off, as if it were mere parchment, without a hint of effort. Watching her dismantle the talisman crafted by a high-tier talisman master from the Hidden Moon Palace left Lu Yuanxu teetering on the edge of despair. The ease with which she tore it apart was akin to ripping a toy. In every respect, be it in strength, elixirs, or the prowess of her sword, she outclassed him. Even the talisman seemed powerless against her. This seemingly insignificant foundation establishment cultivator was indeed a force to be reckoned with. What are you all standing there for? Are you simply going to enjoy watching your senior brother get beaten by me? What will you do if he truly dies? Linglong's shout snapped the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace back to reality. Indeed, what if they inadvertently caused their senior brother's demise? If he were to die, none of them would escape unscathed. At this moment, was saving face still important? Not at all. They swiftly drew their swords and charged toward Linglong. Just as they reached halfway, her voice rang out again. Exactly, what is the point of merely spectating? Come, join in, and let us all be beaten together. Before the battle had even begun, their morale had already crumbled. The greater embarrassment lay not in a multitude of Hidden Moon Palace disciples, including the chief disciple, encircling a foundation establishment cultivator, but in that same multitude being thoroughly defeated by her. And so, they truly were soundly thrashed by Linglong alone. This spectacle left all but Ji Zizhui in awe. They had always believed that their junior sister was exceptionally clever, with formidable skills in runes. Only now did they realize her combat prowess was equally formidable. When she had previously defeated Xiaolingi, they had genuinely thought he was simply too weak due to his injuries, unaware that she was, indeed, quite strong. In jest or in play, when it came to combat, she was never one to be trifled with. Disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace, hear my command, scatter and retreat at once. I refuse to believe she can pursue us all. Lu Yuanxiu declared. No sooner had he spoken than Ji Zizhua and the others rapidly dispersed, forming a wide circle around the group. Junior sister hasn't had enough. No one is allowed to leave. The moment they moved, Lu Yuanxiu almost forgot about them. Just as he had finally thought of a way to extricate himself from this predicament, they intervened. Even more absurdly, the six-legged snow spirit fruit had joined the fray. What did it mean to involve itself? Did it even comprehend which side it belonged to? Did it realize its own capabilities? He had never imagined a day would come when, in his moment of distress, even a fruit would come to mock him. Was this reasonable? Chapter 70, Is cooperation impossible without a common cause? After being thwarted, Lu Yuanxiu and his companions could only despairingly turn back to confront Yi Linglong. That wretched Yi Linglong was exceedingly detestable, as she always struck them just shy of inflicting serious injuries, leaving them battered yet alive. They would have preferred if she genuinely sought their demise, for once she displayed a murderous intent, they could have fought to the bitter end. Even if they suffered 1,000 losses, they could inflict 800 on her, and once she was wounded, the rest would be manageable. They even deliberately provoked her, hoping to incite her into earnest combat, yet she consistently refrained from delivering any fatal blows, as if she were merely toying with them, her arrogance infuriating. In the end, rather than her being provoked, it was she who drove herself to the brink of exasperation. The sword in her hand, a reflection of her master's will, was wielded in a manner that shattered their morale. As disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace, the pride and confidence they had cultivated over the years were crumbling, and each moment spent in her presence felt like an agonizing eternity. At that moment, one disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace could no longer endure. He plummeted from midair, on the verge of losing consciousness as he approached the ground, when a rope suddenly soared through the air, binding his waist. Confused, he looked up to see Yi Linglong tossing the other end of the rope to her senior sister. Sister, please bind him to that red flower, she instructed. Of course. Kushilan grasped the rope and pulled him towards the flower. Junior sister, why bind him to the red flower? Because I cannot remember the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace, so I've categorized them by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The weakest will be bound to the red one, making it easy to distinguish later. Upon hearing this, the bound disciple nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Categorizing by color based on strength? Was this not akin to nailing him to a pillar of shame? Was such an act even conceivable? Had he known, he would have persevered a moment longer, wishing to weep. At that moment, he despaired as he witnessed his comrades, engaged in fierce combat, suddenly shaking off their fatigue, their spirits renewed as if they could fight for hundreds of rounds more. As he swayed, bound to the red flower, his heart sank further. This was even worse than being ensnared in a cocoon by the snow spirit fruit. At least that did not require him to show his face or sway in the wind, and most importantly, it did not involve color-based humiliation. Human potential can be ignited, yet reality can also bring about defeat. Though none wished to be suspended in the air like a shameful trophy, more and more fell from the fray until only Lu Yuanxiu and another disciple remained steadfast. Just as they too were about to falter, the entire cluster of flowers began to tremble violently, as if something enormous was approaching. All turned to see a colossal caterpillar swiftly advancing through the blossoms. The flowers beneath them could accommodate 8 individuals, yet this caterpillar was as large as one flower and twice its height, a veritable giant before them. As it approached, its long antennae lashed out, obliterating the flowers beneath them. How ferocious! It was evidently filled with murderous intent. Yi Linglong and her companions disregarded the remaining 2 disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace, taking flight to escape. In her flight, the plump-headed carrot scrambled onto her back, scuttling into her pocket to hide. Noticing its movement, Yi Linglong promptly yanked it from her pocket. Hey, plumphead, isn't this your territory? What is with the caterpillar? Why are you hiding? I never claimed this was my territory. This is its domain. Did you not see those people ensnared in cocoons? It's all it's doing. But you lured them here, are you not allies? And no, not at all, but can't we cooperate without being allies? Yi Linglong was momentarily taken aback. While it was indeed possible to collaborate without shared allegiance, was equality not a prerequisite? She saw no trace of respect or equality in the plump head's demeanor. Stop looking at me like that and run. Do you wish to be trapped in a cocoon? In her frustration, she yanked at its leafy head, causing it to squeal, yet she fled nonetheless. Explain this to me. What on earth is happening? I did lure people in for it, and then it confines them in cocoons, siphoning their spiritual energy to transform them into withered butterflies. And then? Then they become butterflies. The plump head exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sky. Yi Linglong turned to see indeed a butterfly rising, its center occupied by a desiccated figure, eyes tightly shut and breathless, yet its wings fluttered eerily. Soon, another butterfly took flight, followed by several more, at least 9 in total. Hurry! Follow those butterflies, the gateway to life is opening, let us go. The plump head urged, tugging at Yi Linglong's fingers, its 6 legs bouncing anxiously, growing more coordinated. Why Yi Linglong harbored no doubts about the plump head's honesty. Its acting skills were abysmal, and its intellect lacking. Luring others into the caterpillar's grasp was likely its greatest achievement in this lifetime. Thus, she soared towards the direction of the butterflies without a backward glance, hastily applying an acceleration talisman. Seeing her, her senior brothers and sisters instinctively followed suit, not uttering a single word. Meanwhile, the yet-to-be bound Lu Yuanxu and another disciple witnessed their escape and hastily pursued as well. Senior brother! Help! The disciples bound to the flower branches cried out, but Lu Yuanxu seemed oblivious, solely focused on chasing after Yi Linglong. To hasten his speed, he produced an acceleration talisman from his ring, his only one, purchased at great expense. Once applied, he quickly caught up to Yi Linglong, while his disciple lagged behind, ensnared by the giant caterpillar's silk. The caterpillar moved with astonishing speed, wrapping one victim before swiftly pursuing Lu Yuanxu and the others, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. Just as Lu Yuanxu was about to be ensnared by the caterpillar's silk, he swiftly threw a rope around the trailing Hua Shiqing. Ah! Hua Shiqing was yanked back by Lu Yuanxu, and together they became entangled in the caterpillar's threads. Yi Linglong, hearing the commotion, whipped around to see Lu Yuanxu gripping the fourth sister, a fierce smile of provocation crossing his face. Why Yi Linglong's expression darkened. Was he courting death? Chapter 71. With a single strike, the head has yet to fall. At the same moment, the others from the Qingxian sect turned around, witnessing Yi Linglong unhesitatingly soaring towards Lu Yuanxu, with Ji Zixue and the others swiftly following suit. As Lu Yuanxu and Hua Shiqing were on the verge of being ensnared together within the cocoon, Yi Linglong charged straight towards Lu Yuanxu, while Ji Zixue hastily swung his sword to sever the caterpillar's silk. A clear, crisp sound rang out as Ji Zixue's sword was instantly rebuffed. This silk is formidable. Let me handle it. Yi Linglong inhaled deeply, gripping Xianying tightly, and shouted, Xianying, unleash every ounce of your strength. The sword spirit, having served for over 10 millennia, was perplexed. With a resonant clang, the pure white and resilient silk was severed, and Lu Yuanxu and Hua Shiqing felt their bodies loosen, allowing them to swiftly escape from the gigantic caterpillar. The silk fell away from them, and Lu Yuanxu raised his sword to Hua Shiqing's neck. Yi Linglong, if you dare take another step forward, I shall slay your senior sister. A cold smile crept across Yi Linglong's youthful face as she raised Xianying, heedlessly advancing towards Lu Yuanxu. Very well, then try killing her. As Lu Yuanxu saw her truly approaching, a flicker of panic crossed his features. Could it be that she, like him, was indifferent to the fate of her fellow disciples? Yet, if she truly did not care, why had she turned back moments ago? She must be deceiving herself once more. In that case, I shall make you regret it. Kill her. Slice her throat, sever her head, show no mercy. Let us see if I will regret this. Provoked by Yi Linglong, Lu Yuanxu forcefully slashed his sword, thinking that if she was unconcerned, he would demonstrate the consequences to her. In the next moment, his throat was slashed, blood gushing forth as an overwhelming pain surged through Lu Yuanxu's entire being. His vision blurred, and he plummeted to the ground, emitting a cry of agony. Ah! As he looked down, he discovered that Hua Shiqing had mysteriously vanished, and the sword he had swung had injured his own neck. As he fell, he caught a glimpse of Hua Shiqing, who had been under his control, now reduced to the size of a palm, being caught by Yi Linglong as she fell through the air. Yi Linglong tore the talisman paper from her, and Hua Shiqing reverted to her original form. Your strength is terribly lacking, isn't it? How can it be that with a single strike, the head has yet to fall? Is this the prowess of the chief disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace? To kill is one thing, but to torment the heart is another. Lu Yuanxu trembled, the blood flowing from his neck increasing. How could she possess such an array of strange items? Who could have anticipated this? Thankfully, he had restrained some of his strength upon feeling the pain, otherwise, his head might have been severed completely. As he fell, he swiftly retrieved the most precious life-saving elixir from his ring, a 9th-grade elixir capable of returning one from the brink of death. After enduring immense hardship and expense to procure it for himself, he never imagined he would ultimately use it to heal his own self-inflicted wound. After swallowing the elixir, he landed atop a flower's blossom, gradually regaining his vitality as the blood from his neck slowed, allowing him to finally catch his breath. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, once all 9 butterflies have flown in, we will be unable to enter. Fathead squatted on Yi Linglong's shoulder, urgently urging her. Fathead, he consumed the elixir and survived. Even if he survived, he poses no threat to you. Soon he will be ensnared by the caterpillar and turned into fertilizer. Absolutely not, he harmed my senior sister, I cannot tolerate this. After declaring this, Yi Linglong soared towards Lu Yuanxu atop the flower. As she approached, the enormous caterpillar spewed its silk towards her, yet she remained undeterred, charging ahead. Ah, we are going to be ensnared by the silk. Before you go mad, can you at least find a safe place to set me down? I have been here for so many years and have never heard of a fruit being ensnared. Once the fruit breaks free from its cocoon and transforms into a butterfly, what will my companions within the door think of me? Do I not care about my reputation? Before Fathead could finish his sentence, Yi Linglong sealed his mouth with a spell. He was far too noisy. Just as Fathead fell silent, Yi Linglong landed beside Lu Yuanxu, accompanied by the caterpillar's silk. As she dodged, the silk ensnared Lu Yuanxu, wrapping him up tightly. Seizing the moment before he was completely engulfed in the cocoon, and while the caterpillar was still preoccupied, Yi Linglong raised Xianying, channeling her spiritual energy for a decisive thrust towards Lu Yuanxu's heart. With a resounding crack, Lu Yuanxu looked up in shock at Yi Linglong. She had managed to shatter his protective heart mirror and pierce his heart. In the next instant, the silk enveloped him entirely, binding him so tightly that he could see nothing. Once Lu Yuanxu was wrapped up, the caterpillar's next target was Yi Linglong. Run, stop dawdling, Lu Yuanxu was doomed, his heart mirror has shattered, his throat is slashed, and he is ensnared. What more do you want? Do you intend to blow up that cocoon? Fathead urged frantically, pulling at Yi Linglong's hair to hasten her flight. Why Yi Linglong's eyes lit up. Fathead, you are quite clever in a critical moment. I shall go and blow him up right now. Fathead was momentarily stunned, then raised his tiny tentacle to slap himself a few times, regretting his suggestion. Why Yi Linglong retrieved a talisman paper from her ring and inserted it into her mechanism talisman gun, unleashing a barrage of shots towards the cocoon where Lu Yuanxu was contained. Rat-tat-tat, boom, 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 the cocoon was blasted open at a small point by the immense power of the explosive talisman, and she continued to fire into the breach. Rat-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. The cocoon was left charred and blackened, and even Fathead found it to be cruel. At that moment, the caterpillar realized its cocoon had been damaged and hurriedly set about repairing it. Once finished, it charged angrily towards Yi Linglong. Run, it's about to go berserk. What will happen if it goes berserk? Before Yi Linglong could finish her question, her eyes widened in terror, and she instinctively turned to flee. It will be very, very disgusting. Before Fathead's words could finish, a large spray of green, viscous slime erupted from the caterpillar's mouth, copious, foul-smelling, and exceedingly sticky, splattering everywhere. As Yi Linglong bolted, the others quickly followed suit, fleeing in a frenzy. Only Fathead remained on Yi Linglong's shoulder, cradling his head and weeping. Woe is me, it's all your fault. I told you to run earlier, now look at this, my head. In the midst of her frantic escape, Yi Linglong stole a glance at his head and instinctively exclaimed, oh no, as her shoulder jolted, nearly tossing Fathead to the ground. This was utterly revolting. In a moment of desperation, Yi Linglong raised her sword and severed Fathead's head cleanly. He was no longer Fathead. Chapter 72 Little Junior Sister, allow me to explain. Yi Linglong and her companions each affixed 2 acceleration talismans, propelling themselves at an extraordinary speed into the entrance of the lifegate just as the last butterfly vanished. Upon entry, an overwhelming aura of vitality enveloped them, imparting an indescribable yet distinctly unique sensation. In an instant, all their fatigue seemed to dissipate, their inner turmoil soothed, and the pain in their hearts evaporated entirely. Before them lay a lush, verdant forest, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The ground was adorned with shimmering spiritual blossoms, while the trees bore fruits exuding ethereal energy, and even the air was infused with the sweet aroma of spiritual essence. It felt as though they had stumbled into a celestial paradise. Just as they were lost in admiration, a loud wail abruptly pulled them back to reality. There sat the plump-headed creature, cradling its head in its arms, sobbing uncontrollably while glaring at its 6 legs, which appeared utterly aggrieved. Yi Linglong gently set them down and found a comfortable spot to sit. Everyone, please check your injuries, I will tend to the plump head. What are you looking at? This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, would I have lost my head? If I hadn't intervened, the insects in that green goo would have devoured you whole. It was truly repulsive. The green slime spewed forth by the caterpillars was teeming with countless tiny insects, which had corroded a significant portion of the plump head's cranium. Had it not been for her decisive action, that hefty fruit would have been reduced to nothing but a seed. That's still your fault. I told you to leave, but you insisted on poking them with your sword. And after that, you blew them up with talismans. How could you be so wicked? Plumphead, wasn't that your idea to begin with? I merely mentioned it in passing. To suggest it indicates you contemplated it. Your heart is evidently not pure. I never imagined you were such a bad fruit yourself. You are the one who is not a good fruit. I am not a fruit at all. The plumphead wept even more fervently. It felt powerless, unable to escape, and now unable to win the argument. It no longer wished to remain with Yi Linglong. Alright, stop crying, let me fix you up. This can be repaired? Of course. I can even grow you a few extra legs. A severed head can regrow. Instantly, the plump head ceased its lamentations, excitedly grasping Yi Linglong's sleeve. Then hurry up. A quarter hour later, a more piercing wail echoed throughout the forest. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I asked you to mend my head, not to fix my behind. Woo-woo. I've never seen a fruit with a behind hanging off its head. This is not a behind. I merely trembled while fixing it, resulting in 2 lumps. Those 2 protruding pieces are clearly a behind. The plump head then turned around, bending down to reveal its behind, which indeed bore 2 bulges, resembling its new head. Yi Linglong was taken aback by this spectacle, while beside her, Ji Zizhua burst into laughter, and even Hua Shiqing could no longer contain herself. Little junior sister, your craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. Indeed? Your senior sister is no longer offering assistance. What do you mean? It's already a favor for me to repair it. If you're dissatisfied, I'll just let you be. What? The plump head began to wail anew. Enough with the noise. Little junior sister, how about I remove the excess parts? After smoothing it out, you can use the great rebirth technique to regrow that patch of skin. Upon hearing this, the plump head joyfully leaped into her embrace, tilting its head for her to fix. Its demeanor was so obsequious that one would be tempted to give it a good whack. Why Yi Linglong shot at a glare very well. A quarter hour later. Ula ula, ula ula, I'm so happy I want to dance. The repaired plump head, its rotund body poised for a graceful twirl, suddenly found its 6 legs entangled and crashed to the ground, scraping the newly repaired skin. Once again, it sat on the ground, weeping profusely. Keep crying, and I might just stew you. My legs, you haven't restored my legs yet. Alright, I'll do it. Yi Linglong scooped up the plump head and placed it on a small tree stump, retrieving a small knife to commence the cutting. Wait. You won't cut it wrong, will you? I won't, I can differentiate between new and old legs. No way, I don't trust you, I need to check. The plump head sat upright, spotting the 3 glowing legs wrapped in Yi Linglong's light, and immediately pointed at the other 3, exclaiming, I told you, those 3 are the ones. Yi Linglong squinted, leaning closer to the plump head. One of those 3 legs is split, and the other 2 are already calloused. Are you telling me these 3 are the new legs you want me to remove? Yes. The plump head stubbornly retorted, your great rebirth technique isn't that impressive, the new legs you created aren't as good as the original ones, lacking in luster and freshness. Could you repeat that? Your great rebirth technique is too powerful. I adore the new legs you made for me, they show no wear and aren't split, feeling almost identical to the old legs, that's why I can't tell the difference, I want your new legs. Please cut off the old ones. Now that's more like it. Yi Linglong swiftly sliced off the plump head's old legs, then covered the vacant spots with skin. Once completed, she gazed thoughtfully at the scattered remnants. 7th senior brother. Suddenly called by Yi Linglong, Ji Zixue shivered, a foreboding feeling washing over him. What is it? Why can't you defeat Lu Yuanchu? Ji Zixue's eyes widened in alarm. He is in the nascent soul stage, and I am merely in the golden core stage. How could I possibly fight him? Challenge him across tiers. Did I not defeat Xiaolini last time? That is completely different. Xiaolini is a worthless opponent. In the end, it boils down to your lack of strength. Ji Zixue fell silent for a moment, watching as Yi Linglong approached him, clutching something ominous in her hand, her demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Little junior sister, let me explain. No need for explanations. In the next instant, Yi Linglong placed her hand firmly on Ji Zixue's thigh and twisted it sharply. Gug, cough. Ji Zixue clutched his throat, coughing incessantly. Little junior sister, what did you throw into my mouth? Was it tasty? Somewhat salty. Did you feel a surge of immense spiritual energy spreading throughout your body? It seems so. Do you feel a bit lightheaded, as if floating with an ethereal aura? I truly do. Then why aren't you hastening to cultivate and see if you can break through another layer? Alright. Ji Zixue quickly settled into a cross-legged position. Just as he was about to channel his spiritual energy, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Little junior sister, what exactly did you give me to eat? The feet of the plump head, which haven't been washed in years. Ji Zixue's stomach churned, his heart shattered, his face a portrait of despair. On the 3rd day since the disciples of the 7-star sect had departed, and the 1st day since the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace had left, they found themselves reminiscing about them. Chapter 73 of this sect is truly intense. Little junior sister, how can you treat me this way? What have I done to deserve this? Ji Zixue lamented with a sorrowful expression. 7th brother, I must respectfully disagree with your sentiment. The chubby one is Ascension Snow Spirit Fruit, as 4th senior sister has pointed out, it is incredibly precious. Among the 6 of us, you are the first to partake of the Snow Spirit Fruit. Should you not be grateful to me? Then at least you could have washed it. 7th brother, the unadulterated essence is of utmost value. What if I washed it and inadvertently stripped away its essence? I have never tasted a Snow Spirit Fruit before, the chubby one's first experience belongs solely to you. Upon witnessing Ji Zixue's continued discontent, Yi Linglong sighed, patiently explaining. Moreover, it is the chubby one's leg. I washed it in its presence, and you consumed it while in its sight. Have you considered its feelings? Can you accept that yourself? That seems rather difficult to accept. Exactly, I have decisively cut through the confusion, sparing us all from any awkwardness. I did this for your benefit. While her reasoning was sound, Ji Zixue felt an inexplicable sense of wrongness. 7th brother, you have already eaten it, so hurry and cultivate. With your current level of cultivation, what will happen if we encounter villains who bully me again? I am still young, possessing the lowest cultivation, and am quite fragile. Can you bear to see me? Before Yi Linglong could finish her sentence, Ji Zixue had already sat upright, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in his breakthrough. That's the spirit. Ji Zixue began to attempt his breakthrough, while the others surrounded him to ensure his safety. The chubby one danced joyfully on its new legs, in high spirits. Meanwhile, Yi Linglong sat to the side, organizing her talisman papers, replenishing what was needed and improving what could be enhanced, ensuring she would remain calm in the face of danger. Noticing Yi Linglong's dedication, Hua Shiqing quietly retrieved her alchemy furnace, placing the recent materials into the cauldron to concoct new elixirs, all while researching ways to enhance their quality. Emo Roland also sprang into action, extracting previously collected materials for storage, and then examining the newly drawn blueprint of a spirit tool by her junior sister. The innovative ideas were captivating, though her crafting skills would require further refinement to achieve her junior sister's envisioned results. Seeing her 3 junior sisters working diligently, Xinlan also pulled out the spell formula Yi Linglong had given her, beginning her own cultivation. Everyone was striving for improvement. She could not lag behind, lest she become a burden in times of peril. Dongfang Jin had been resting nearby, preparing to enjoy a sip of wine to unwind after narrowly escaping danger, as such a moment called for a touch of ambience. However, just as he was about to sip, a flicker of movement caught his eye, and upon turning, he was met with the sight of all 5 disciples of Qingxian sect diligently honing their skills.
The allure of the wine suddenly faded. What kind of extraordinary sect was Qingxian? This was truly intense. He decided against any special treatment. As the chubby one continued to dance and hum, believing its graceful movements and perfect form would elicit thunderous applause, it turned only to find the others engrossed in their cultivation, entirely indifferent to its performance. How outrageous! In a fit of anger, the chubby one leaped towards Linglong, ready to kick her for her lack of appreciation for its display, when she suddenly looked up and flashed it a sweet and endearing smile. Chubby one, you arrived just in time. Instantly, the chubby one thought better of it and fled, wishing to remain unseen. Before it could escape, a talisman was affixed to its back, and in the next moment, with a resounding pop, it collapsed onto the ground, rendered immobile. You big bully, what have you done to me? Why do I feel as if an enormous stone is pressing down on me? It's so heavy, I feel like I might be crushed. What? This is my latest invention, the 1000-gene talisman. You are quite fortunate to be the first to experience it. Do you not feel honored? Before Linglong could finish her sentence, she noticed a puddle forming beneath the chubby one. Oh no, the fruit had been juiced by her 1000-gene talisman. If this continued, it would be the end of the fruit. Thus, she hurriedly tore off the talisman before the chubby one realized it had been juiced, then affixed a SPA talisman to help it forget the recent discomfort and drift into a serene state. As expected, the chubby one remained blissfully unaware of its predicament, rolling over comfortably and lying still. However, it did not remain still for long. As it squinted its eyes, a radiant light emanating from the depths of the forest caught its attention, and it sprang up, darting towards it. Seeing the chubby one escape, Linglong quickly tossed a talisman onto its back. What had once been a rapid escape transformed into a sluggish crawl. Chubby one, did I grant you permission to run? You big bully, do not obstruct me. The holy light has appeared, and the 9 butterflies are about to commence the sacred rite. We must go bask in the holy light and worship the god of life. The last time I basked in the holy light, I grew twice as large. Upon hearing this, Linglong swiftly seized the chubby one from the ground, removed the slowing talisman, and placed it upon her shoulder. Then what are we waiting for? With a flick of her hand, the grass beside Zizhua grew rapidly, enveloping him in a triangular cocoon. In the next moment, a shadowy figure flew beneath him, lifting the cocoon and swiftly following in Linglong's wake. We shall depart. Thus, the 5 of them, bound together in a cocoon, swiftly soared towards the direction of the radiant holy light in the forest. Before long, they arrived at the very heart of the forest, where countless spirit flowers flourished, the most vibrant source of spiritual energy they had encountered since entering this secret realm. Apart from themselves, many small creatures had gathered in this place, all kneeling reverently around the sea of spirit flowers, including the chubby one, which jumped down from Linglong's shoulder to kneel on the ground, gazing devoutly ahead. Above the sea of flowers, 9 desiccated human-shaped butterflies spiraled in a circle, performing what seemed to be a ritual. Forming various shapes, they radiated a brilliant yet gentle light from their center, resembling the sacred light the chubby one had described, evoking a sense of solemn respect. At this sight, the anxious hearts of all present settled into tranquility. Powerful life-giving energy surged forth from the center, accompanied by rich spiritual energy, like a gushing spring, scattering alongside the holy light into the distance. Linglong and her companions promptly settled down to absorb this precious and potent energy. As time passed, the holy light grew ever brighter, the spiritual energy more concentrated, the life-giving force reaching its zenith. At that moment, with a soft bang, everyone opened their eyes to behold an astonishing spectacle. Chapter 74. Who am I? Where do I come from? Before them, 9 desiccated butterflies, engaged in a ritual above the center of the holy light, collided with incredible speed and formidable force. As they struck the center, the butterflies disintegrated into countless particles, cascading down like delicate dust. The holy light swiftly dimmed, the spiritual energy dissipated in an instant, and the life-giving force vanished entirely, as if the entire event had been but a fleeting dream. Yet, as this dream came to an end, each of them reaped abundant rewards. Her 2nd, 3rd, and 4th senior sisters had amassed spiritual energy, reaching the critical point of a breakthrough. Given a suitable environment, they could immediately attempt to transcend. Upon a successful breakthrough, the 2nd sister would attain the late stage of the Golden Core realm, while the 3rd and 4th sisters would reach the Golden Core stage. Once they reached this stage, they could return to the Qingxian sect's secret realm for cultivation, freeing them from the arduous and perilous existence of competing with others for resources as loose cultivators. Even more astonishing was her 7th senior brother, Zizhua, who, at the moment the holy light vanished, successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, all within a mere half an hour, a speed that left one utterly astounded. The companion, Dongfang Jin, also broke through his previous bottleneck, allowing him to continue his cultivation beyond the initial Golden Core stage. Even the rotund creature, once with a bright green head, now sported a lovely snow-white flower adorning its head. Only Linglong remained, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy and holy light but still not reaching the threshold for a breakthrough, remaining in the early stages of foundation establishment. Alas, she had 3 spiritual roots to nurture, each precious in its own right, which resulted in her slower progress. Yet, she considered this from another angle. She was the greatest beneficiary of this holy light, as everyone else was poised for a breakthrough, unable to absorb any excess energy, while she had been continuously absorbing from start to finish without pause. She felt no urgency, the path of cultivation was long and winding, and she was confident that one day she would break through. Moreover, a lack of breakthrough did not diminish her combat prowess. After all, Xia Lini had reached the Golden Core stage, and Lu Yuanxiu had attained the nascent soul stage, yet they were still no match for her, a mere foundation cultivator. At that moment, the holy light completely vanished, revealing the scene amidst the sea of spiritual flowers. Before Linglong and her companions, they beheld a figure seated at the very center of the flower sea, clad in a flowing white robe, with a head of white hair, a long beard, and an aged visage. His eyes were closed, reminiscent of a kindly old man dozing in the shade at his doorstep, exuding warmth and benevolence. Yi Linglong and her companions exchanged puzzled glances as they approached the venerable figure. "Where are you all going?" the rotund creature inquired.
"Having arrived in someone else's domain, shouldn't we pay our respects to the old man?" Yi Linglong replied.
"There's no point in going."
"He won't pay you any mind," the rotund creature remarked, yet it followed Yi Linglong nonetheless. "Why not?"
"He has been sitting here for ages. Since I became aware, he has always been here. I have inquired of all the beings around, and none know when this old man arrived. All they know is that he was already here when they came, and he has remained motionless for many years."
"Is he dead or alive?" "I don't know.
We've climbed up to him before and even touched him, but he remains completely still."
"So, you hang fruits on the trees outside to lure people in, set up illusions to deceive them, and then sell them to that caterpillar, which transforms them into desiccated butterflies? After gathering 9, you perform this ritual to gain the power of the holy light?"
"Indeed, to entice more people, we specifically hung the fruits from the trees outside. You have no idea how difficult it is to find fruits without spiritual intelligence to deceive people after bathing in the holy light."
"And yet, you managed to pick them all. How infuriating." Yi Linglong was taken aback. "All the fruits here possess spiritual intelligence like you? My goodness, does that mean a whole group of foolish rotund creatures gathers daily to engage in silly antics?" "Not exactly.
They merely possess nascent spiritual intelligence, just enough awareness to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate slowly, very slowly. As for reaching my remarkable level, I am the sole inhabitant of the gate of life, truly one of a kind."
"Ah, so that's the source of your peculiar confidence." "What peculiar confidence?" "Rotund creature, do those small animals who recently attended the ritual speak like you?" "Not at all.
I am the only fruit capable of speech here, which is why I am the only one tasked with deceiving outsiders."
"Don't you find that odd?" "Huh, what is odd?"
"Here, you have either animals or plants, but no humans. Why is it that you alone can speak human language? Even if you gain spiritual intelligence, it wouldn't mean you could naturally speak, would it?"
The rotund creature's mouth fell open in surprise, its eyes widening. "Right. Why can I speak human language?"
Excitedly, it jumped up, clutching Yi Linglong's clothing in a panic.
"Who am I? Where do I come from? Is there something wrong with my lineage? Am I truly just a fruit? Oh heavens, am I not even myself?"
The rotund creature grew increasingly agitated, teetering on the brink of existential crisis, prompting Yi Linglong to swiftly lift it by the scruff and place it before Ji Zizhua.
"Are you not the snow spirit fruit?"
"My 7th senior brother would know best, after all." The rotund creature and Ji Zizhua exchanged silent glances for a moment. "You must indeed be the snow spirit fruit. After all, you are quite the nourishing delicacy.
Moreover, were you not a plant, how could my junior sister possibly use the wood element's great rebirth technique to give you legs and a head?"
Upon hearing this, the rotund creature sighed in relief. It was still itself.
However, the rotund creature's expression shifted, anxiety creeping back in. "Surely there could not be another twist? Can you be a cleanly snow spirit fruit?"
The rotund creature was instantly incensed, pointing angrily at Ji Zizhua. "From now on, even if you kneel and beg, I shall never allow you to taste even a toe of mine."
Ji Zizhua was equally infuriated.
"Even if you chopped off your little foot, cleaned it, and mixed it with honey and sugar, it would forever retain its foul taste." A heated quarrel ensued, resulting in mutual injury. To prevent further damage, Yi Linglong hastily quickened her pace, bringing the rotund creature before the old man. For reasons unknown, as they stood before him, it felt as though all worldly disputes and clamors dissipated at that moment, leaving only tranquility and expansiveness. At that instant, Xinlan extended a finger to touch the old man's nose, only to retract it in astonishment.
"He still breathes."
This old man was alive. At once, all present ceased their previous merriment and laughter, adopting a posture of reverent caution. Chapter 75. Save me, I shall no longer trespass. Esteemed elder, we sincerely apologize for our abrupt intrusion that has disturbed your tranquility. Please do not hold it against us, Yi Linglong uttered. Yet, the elderly gentleman before them exhibited no reaction whatsoever. "I told you he would ignore you. He disregards everyone. There is no need for you to waste your efforts," the stout figure exclaimed, leaping onto the old man's lap, resembling a grandfather holding his grandchild in a scene that radiated warmth and harmony.
"What shall we do next?" Ji Zizhua inquired. "I am uncertain.
Let us wander about and see if we can find anything of value. If not, we shall depart to seek fortune elsewhere. Ah no, to gain experience in other places," Yi Linglong responded, playfully seizing the stout figure from the old man's knee.
"Hey, ground fruit, do you have anything of worth here?"
"The finest treasure we possess is the holy light, which you have all already basked in." "There is naught else of merit," the stout figure replied. "I perceive that your circumstances appear rather prosperous, contrary to your claims of poverty," Yi Linglong remarked. "If we were not impoverished, would I have felt compelled to engage you in a quarrel over the spiritual fruits you plucked from my tree?" the stout figure retorted, visibly agitated.
"Could you not spare a little for me?
I still have work to attend to." Yi Linglong was amused by his earnest demeanor, as if his profession were of the utmost seriousness, merely for soliciting customers. "Absolutely not, the fruits I have obtained shall not be returned." As Yi Linglong engaged in playful banter with the stout figure, Hua Shirqing suddenly gasped in astonishment.
"This venerable gentleman is no longer among the living." He has been deceased for many years. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around Hua Shurqing to discern her newfound revelation. She pointed to the wooden hairpin clutched in the old man's hand. I have encountered this hairpin in my readings. It is known as the Qingmu pin, crafted from the branch of a millennia-old Qinggu divine wood. It is the last surviving specimen of its kind, discovered long after its demise, with only a small portion of its topmost branch still alive. The individual who discovered it fashioned this Qingmu pin, which has become the sole spiritual artifact imbued with divine power in the lower realms of cultivation. Its master is the renowned wood element master, Bai Qingbai. Bai Qingbai is a prodigious talent with a singular affinity for wood. While practitioners of the wood element are generally regarded as weak in the cultivation community, he has, through sheer talent, cultivated a remarkable life force, transforming perceptions of wood element cultivators. It is now understood that, if perfected, the wood element can indeed rival the might of any other. The others were taken aback by this revelation. Bai Qingbai's illustrious name was known far and wide within the cultivation world, and the Qingmu pin was an unparalleled treasure. It is said that Bai Qingbai's life force can revive the dead and nurture life in the realm, bringing forth vitality wherever he treads. He is an esteemed elder, revered by all, and stands as the pinnacle for wood element practitioners. In a world where everyone relies on cultivation to preserve youth and extend life, he stands apart, allowing his appearance to age naturally, which has led him to be perceived as a kind, elderly figure by the public. Thus, the person before us must indeed be Elder Bai Qingbai. After hearing Hua Shurqing's words, the others could not help but regard the venerable Bai Qingbai with profound respect. The very essence of life and tranquility they had experienced upon entering this place spoke volumes of his vast heart and benevolent spirit, truly deserving of the title of the strongest among wood element cultivators. Elder Bai Qingbai vanished over a decade ago, and since then, no one has laid eyes upon him. It is rumored that he has departed from this world. Fourth sister, how can you ascertain that he is indeed deceased? Hua Shurqing pondered thoughtfully. Junior sister, I would say it is merely my intuition. Do you trust me? Though he still breathes, it is not the breath of a living being, but rather the inhalation and exhalation of this vibrant land. It feels as if he has devoted his life to this land, nurturing all living beings upon it. Precisely. Junior sister, your thoughts mirror my own. But why would he choose to do so? Yi Linglong questioned, perplexed. This segment was absent from the original narrative, as Yi Rongyue had never ventured to this place. She was currently reunited with Si Yuchen in a secret realm, indulging in their sweet romance. Soon after, they would discover the exit of the secret realm and emerge together. I am unsure. I cannot shake the feeling that there must be a compelling reason behind his actions. Elder Bai Qingbai is indeed an extraordinary individual, Hua Shurqing mused. Very well, since we are unaware of the circumstances, let us not disturb the fruits of his labor or intrude upon his serenity. We shall explore elsewhere, and if we find nothing of value, we shall take our leave. I concur. Hua Shurqing held the utmost respect for Bai Qingbai. With their agreement, the others had no objections. Just as the group prepared to depart, the stout figure suddenly leaped onto Bai Qingbai's head. Stout one, have you not just referred to him as the god of life? How can you then leap upon his head? Do you not possess an ounce of respect? Come down this instant. I shall not descend. If you do not, I shall stew you for soup. Why must you insist that I come down? Is it not obvious? Someone must guide us, does it not? The stout figure despised being threatened above all else, and among those who had threatened it, its disdain for Yi Linglong was the strongest. Thus, it made the ugliest face at her in a display of animosity. As Yi Linglong raised her hand, prepared to swat its head, the stout figure hastily retracted its grimace. Wait a moment. I just recalled that this hairpin seems somewhat familiar. You have been here for so many years, how could it not be familiar? Not that, look. The stout figure, perched atop Bai Qingbai's head, shifted the Qingmu pin slightly, revealing a small white flower blooming beneath it. Pointing to its own head, the stout figure chuckled, look, this flower is identical to the one newly sprouted atop my head, is it not? The others were momentarily stunned. Indeed, the two flowers were indistinguishable, and both were freshly bloomed. Seeing Yi Linglong and the others wide-eyed and astounded, the stout figure beamed with pride. Its discovery was quite remarkable, was it not? Look at how it had startled these unworldly individuals. As the stout figure laughed, it suddenly noticed the small flower on the Qingmu pin glowing, and when it curiously lifted its head, it discovered that the flower atop its own head was also glowing, and they were connected by a beam of light. Startled, the stout figure's leaves atop its head began to split, and it quickly leaped toward Yi Linglong. However, before it could reach her, the entire fruit was swept away by an overwhelming force from above. Save me! Save me, I shall never touch anything recklessly again, Wooloo. Chapter 76. Yi Linglong, I miss you. Yi Linglong, with remarkable agility, seized the foot of the plump creature, initially believing she could pull it back. However, to her astonishment, she found herself being drawn in as well. The plump creature, fearing that Yi Linglong might abandon the chase, shouted urgently, Yi Linglong, don't let go, even in death, we shall meet our end together. At first, Yi Linglong held on tightly, but she could not resist loosening her grip slightly. Ah! The plump creature cried out in despair, clenching Yi Linglong's hand tightly with its three newly sprouted legs, a rather undignified pose. As Yi Linglong was pulled in, her fellow disciples, grasping one another, attempted to pull them back, but instead, a whole line of them was drawn into the abyss. Once engulfed, they felt as though they were plummeting into an endless, dark chasm, descending for an indeterminate period before finally landing with a thud. The sound of their landing echoed starkly in the vast emptiness, where not a single ray of light penetrated, rendering them invisible to one another. "Let us take a head count," Linglong called out. 1. Soon, she heard the others responding in unison, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, confirming that all 6 were present. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the plump creature's anguished wail pierced the silence. 7, I'm here too, whoa, I am one of you, you cannot forget me. The frantic cries elicited an involuntary chuckle from Linglong. When did you become one of us? I never consented to your membership. How could I not be included? Your senior brother has devoured my foot, we are now inseparable, bound for eternity, you all must not abandon me, whoa. At this, Ziju's expression darkened. He wished he could extract that foul foot right then and there, tired of hearing about it. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall divide you into portions, ensuring everyone carries a piece of you wherever they go, there will be no escaping. Upon hearing this, the plump creature began to cry bitterly, its lamentations echoing in the void. Linglong, come quickly. I am so frightened, whoa, where are you? Linglong inquired, realizing the plump creature had not landed with the others. From its voice, it seemed to be not far ahead. I'm right here. There are so many glowing things around me that I've never seen before, I'm trapped inside, and I'm so scared. Strange, although I cannot see anything, the echoes suggest this space is quite vast. The plump creature is near us, yet we cannot perceive the light it speaks of. At that moment, Linglong and her companions retrieved luminous pearls from their rings. The pearls illuminated their immediate surroundings, but their glow barely extended beyond their positions. As Linglong stepped forward, after 5 paces, the light from the other pearls vanished, leaving her enveloped in darkness. This space seemingly restricted the diffusion of light, giving her the unsettling impression that, despite its vastness, it was filled with unseen obstructions that prevented illumination from escaping. What could be obstructing their light? Moreover, she had been firmly grasping the plump creature when they were drawn in, yet they had become separated. Why had this place absorbed the plump creature and confined it here? It had lived in this realm for many years, why had such an event only now transpired? Everyone, stay close, it would be difficult to find each other if we get separated. Linglong, have you found me yet? Almost. Can you hurry? I am truly frightened, I promise I won't climb on Grandpa's head again, from now on, I'll only climb on yours. Thank you for your assurance, fellow disciples, let us turn back. I cannot bear having a foolish fruit on my head affecting my intelligence. As soon as Linglong finished speaking, the plump creature began to wail inconsolably. You cannot leave me behind. Linglong, hurry, I've been hoisted up, it feels like some strange ritual is taking place. Linglong paused, quickening her pace. What's the fuss, aren't you just a fruit, why would anyone need to hold a ceremony to eat you? Do you think too highly of yourself? The plump creature found solace in her words and ceased its cries. Really, so, I'm not being eaten, then why are the glowing things swirling around me? Perhaps they are putting on a show to welcome you to their domain. Oh, I see. But why am I being hoisted up so high, unable to move? You're quite short, they need to provide you with the best vantage point, otherwise, you might miss the most spectacular parts. Oh, then I shall watch closely. Yes, describe what you see. I am quite curious. The plump creature ceased its tears and began narrating the sights before it. As Linglong listened to its voice, she rapidly searched for its location, envisioning the scene it described. It sounded like a formation that had been activated upon its arrival, revolving around it as the central point, seemingly drawing upon its power. A bold thought struck Linglong. Could the flower atop the plump creature's head signify its maturity? Once matured, the formation was activated, with the plump creature being sent underground to serve as the focal point. If this were true, it meant the plump creature would be eternally trapped here until all its strength was depleted, ultimately withering away. What manner of place was this, beneath the vibrant land guarded by Senior Bai Qingbai? Why did such a formation exist? What did he intend to achieve by sacrificing his life for this land? Linglong, have you found me? I no longer wish to watch the performance, I miss you. I've found you, look behind you. Where? It's pitch dark, I see nothing. Just as the plump creature finished speaking, Linglong spotted a glimmer ahead. An enormous formation lay before her. At the center of the formation, the plump creature was ensnared, its expression a picture of pitiful distress. If left in this place, it could surely weep enough to flood the area. If a flood were to occur, the environment would be irrevocably damaged. Such a prospect felt utterly untenable. Linglong, where are you? Why can't I see you? You fool, look ahead. The plump creature turned its head and, to its delight, beheld Linglong, clad in red. Its eyes sparkled with joy. Hurry, put me down. Wait a moment. Linglong soared upward, observing the formation from above. It appeared that the formation had not yet fully activated, and it seemed devoid of any aggressive intent. She landed on the formation and found each step effortless. Then, she reached out and plucked the plump creature from its central position. In the next moment, she was met with a blood-curdling scream from the plump creature. Ah! Chapter 77. Fathead, you truly have issues. Fathead, if you continue to shriek in such a dramatic fashion, I shall return you whence you came. Fathead trembled, pointing a quivering finger behind Linglong. It is not me who is screaming, there truly are ghosts. The volume of Fathead's outburst surpassed its previous one, causing Linglong's eardrums to nearly rupture. Consequently, she placed Fathead back at the center of the formation.
Stop your nonsensical shouting, this place is so desolate that not even a grave can be found. Where would ghosts come from? After uttering this, Linglong glanced back, and indeed, everything appeared normal behind her. Fathead, however, seemed utterly petrified, its mind racing with paranoia. No, I genuinely saw something, there are ghosts, I swear. Fathead quivered within the formation, its pudgy hands reaching desperately towards Linglong. Hug me quickly, I am frightened. I have grown up basking in the sun and bathing in the spring breeze. This is the first time I have encountered a ghost. Linglong ignored its pleas, wandering and studying the formation while occasionally jotting down notes and computations. Linglong, are you even listening to me? I truly saw a ghost, although it has vanished now. I did see it, indeed, I saw it too. What, you saw it as well? Where? It can't be behind me, can it? Ah, that is terrifying. Come hug me. Fathead flailed its arms and legs in a frenzy, reaching for Linglong. It's not behind you, it's right on you. A particularly loud coward. Linglong, expressing her disdain, stood up and pinched Fathead's face. No, I genuinely saw a ghost. Fathead, have you ever considered a rather serious matter? What matter? You've claimed to live in sunlight and spring breezes without ever encountering a ghost, so how do you know such creatures exist? Indeed, why do I know? Fathead was momentarily dumbfounded, pondering the origins of its peculiar knowledge. Was there a tree that bore snow spirit fruit, or did it grow on a vine? Seeing that Fathead was preoccupied with its thoughts and would no longer scream mindlessly, Linglong placed it back on her shoulder, intending to continue her study of the formation. However, as soon as it settled on her shoulder, it began to scream again, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Fathead, ghosts, those ghosts have returned. Infuriated, Linglong grasped the green leaf atop Fathead's head and returned it to the formation center. Just as she positioned it, she felt a sudden chill behind her. Turning abruptly, she gasped in shock. Ghost. This shriek came from Hua Shijing, who quickly hid behind Kuxinlan, trembling alongside Imo Roland. Not only that, but even Ji Zizhua and Dongfang Jin had witnessed it. Surrounding them were numerous ghostly apparitions. They swiftly gripped their swords, prepared to defend against any spirits that might charge at them. I told you there were ghosts, you didn't believe me, you even insisted on placing me here. Linglong, you villain, you are the true coward. Fathead finally had its moment of vindication, shouting in excitement to express its grievances. Apologize to me, repent for your earlier cruel act of putting me back and vow never to do so again. Linglong, what are you doing? Don't put me back. Did you not see all those ghosts? You would abandon me. Once Linglong placed Fathead back in the formation, all sound ceased, and the ghosts vanished. She had guessed correctly. Everyone turned in shock to gaze at Fathead, which, under their scrutiny, swallowed hard in anxiety. Why are you all staring at me? Those ghosts, surely they have nothing to do with me, right? Linglong tilted her head and asked, what do you think? Fathead, now positioned at the formation center, burst into tears. Even so, you cannot leave me behind. Fathead, at this juncture, do you still refuse to acknowledge the truth? Acknowledge what? You are distinctly different from all the beings here, you have serious issues? Fathead's mouth formed a pout, and it could not help but weep anew. But I know nothing, I am genuinely terrified. Are you truly going to leave me here? Linglong hesitated, all signs pointed to the fact that Fathead should remain. Observing her silence, Fathead wept even more violently, its eyes reddening, its frantic limbs flailing helplessly, evoking sympathy from all who witnessed its plight. At that moment, Linglong reached out and removed Fathead from the center of the formation. Not leaving you behind. Fathead looked up from Linglong's embrace, its tear-filled eyes gazing at her with gratitude. The ingredients for the soup are all prepared, how could you possibly do without me? Fathead wiped its tears away and, in a fit of indignation, pounded its tiny fists against Linglong's shoulder several times. Afterward, still unsatisfied, it rubbed its face vigorously against her shoulder, smearing its snot and tears all over. In its moment of triumph, Linglong raised her hand and pressed Fathead's face back against the spot it had just wiped with its mucus, holding it there for several seconds. How could there be a person like her in this world, infuriated to the point of near heart failure, yet she clung tightly, refusing to let go, never letting go. At this time, the number of ghosts outside increased, a grey haze enveloping them, the malevolence intensifying, yet not a single spirit dared to breach the formation. They lingered outside, howling, their eyes fixed upon the group with a predatory gaze, as though ready to tear them apart the moment they stepped outside. These apparitions resembled malevolent spirits clawing their way from the depths of hell, their appearances grotesque and terrifying, each one distinctly hideous, a sight so jarring it strained the eyes. Seventh senior brother. Upon hearing his name, Ji Zizhua trembled. Little junior sister, you wouldn't actually want me to go out and test the waters, would you? Seventh senior brother, I never imagined you would entertain such thoughts. Go ahead, I shall pray for you. Ji Zizhua, feeling utterly despondent, glanced back at the 3 senior sisters and 1 junior sister behind him. It seemed he had no choice but to go. Seasoned brother, I shall accompany you. Dongfang Jin stepped forward, and Ji Zizhua felt deeply moved. Dongfang brother, are you not afraid of ghosts? I fear even more what your little junior sister might have planned. Truly, they were brothers who had walked the same path. He understood everything. Thus, the two of them, valiant and armed with their swords, stepped beyond the formation, 5 pairs of eyes watching them with eager anticipation. Chapter 78. Lying down, adults speak, children must not interrupt. More eager than the figures behind were the specters in front. Upon seeing someone emerge, they surged forth like famished spirits catching sight of sustenance, frantically lunging to tear at them. Ji Zizhua and Dongfang Jin wielded their long swords, striking at the phantoms, yet the blades merely passed through their ethereal forms, achieving nothing. However, as the apparitions advanced, an overwhelming chill of decay and terror cascaded toward them. Even before making contact, the oppressive aura left them feeling utterly unwell. With the specters almost upon them, Ji Zizhua hastily gathered his spiritual energy to launch an offensive. This strike evidently had an effect, as the foremost phantom was cleaved in two by his power. But in the blink of an eye, a more alarming phenomenon occurred. The severed specter fell to the ground, only to transform into 2 separate phantoms that once again charged at him. Ji Zijhua swiftly infused his sword with spiritual energy, attempting to repel them. As the two fought valiantly outside, their efforts yielded no substantial harm to the phantoms. Instead, they inadvertently contributed to the specter's proliferation, causing their ranks to swell, rendering the few frail humans increasingly inadequate. Eventually, the two could no longer withstand the onslaught and hastily turned to retreat into the protective formation. Upon entering, they collapsed onto the ground, synchronously retrieving SPA talismans from their rings, embodying a sentiment of "I have done my utmost, yet I am unable. The rest is up to you." Witnessing their plight, the others in the formation exhibited palpable anxiety, with the most flustered being Fathead. "Fathead, did you see that? All blinded. Fathead, listen to me. Deafened. Brother Dongfang, how did you acquire that scratch on your arm? Did you just get caught?" Hua Shirqing's voice drew everyone's attention to Dongfang Jin, with the most dramatic reaction coming from Ji Zijhua, who, still on the ground, instinctively scooted away. Based on past experiences, those who were caught were highly susceptible to assimilation. "Let me take a look." Hua Shirqing approached Dongfang Jin, with Linglong curiously joining her. The scratch on Dongfang Jin's arm was short but already darkening, emitting a heavy aura of malice, with signs of spreading. Hua Shirqing formed a hand seal to cleanse the wound, but mere washing proved ineffective as it continued to exude malevolent energy. Dongfang Jin's face paled, his fist clenching instinctively. "If it becomes unbearable, I can endure the pain and have that portion of flesh excised. It should not come to that just yet. Let me try another method." Hua Shirqing retrieved a small vial from her ring, crushing the elixir within and applying it to Dongfang Jin's injury. After a moment, the sinister energy emanating from his wound dissipated. "Fourth senior sister, did you use a tranquil heart pill? Indeed, the nectar from the ice mist flower can eliminate negative effects, so I thought I would give it a try. Alas, the price of being injured is steep. The tranquil heart pill made from ice mist flowers is not cheap. Indeed, what manner of place is this? Why are the phantoms outside so formidable?" Exchanging glances, the group found no one willing to answer the question. Linglong seated herself on the ground, applying a SPA talisman to herself. Fathead, seeing the talisman, eagerly tore it off and affixed it to himself, sinking into a blissful stupor in Linglong's embrace. She playfully flicked his rear and applied another talisman to herself. "A seventh senior brother, please summarize the situation outside." "The situation is that the phantoms out there are quite powerful. Those below the foundation establishment stage are merely fodder, while those at the foundation establishment can barely contend with the weakest. Golden core practitioners can withstand for a few hours, and nascent soul cultivators might have a chance to fight until dawn. As for obliterating them, perhaps only those at the core formation stage could attempt it. Do the phantoms not lose strength when torn apart? They do. One becomes two, and two will be simultaneously weakened, effectively splitting their power. However, they will absorb malice to grow stronger, so it won't be long before the weakened ones regain their original strength, essentially augmenting their power." After Ji Zijhua's explanation, the assembly fell into silence. No wonder, just moments ago, visibility was completely obscured within 5 steps. It turned out this seemingly desolate area was teeming with phantoms, blocking all light. This formation was designed to suppress these specters, activated by Fathead's presence. With 3 golden core and 3 foundation establishment cultivators here, they had no chance of escaping through brute force, and worse still, they had no idea where to go if they did manage to break free. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that leaving Fathead behind was truly inescapable. Meanwhile, Fathead remained nestled in Linglong's embrace, relishing the comfort of the SPA talisman, blissfully unaware of the dire nature of their predicament. "But what is this place? The secret realm is vibrant with life, resembling a fairyland. How could such a place harbor such horror?" Hua Shirqing's question sparked a realization in Linglong. It was evident that Elder Bai Qingbai had vanished without a trace over a decade ago, pouring his life force into this land. Elder Bai Qingbai must have exhausted his life in guarding this place, protecting it from these phantoms. The vitality here is likely a reflection of his influence, or perhaps the entire secret realm of Dajin Mountain exists because of him. Upon hearing Linglong's words, the others displayed expressions of shock and reverence. Imagine if he had not been here to guard against them, what havoc would these phantoms have wreaked upon the cultivation world since their escape over a decade ago? Contemplating this, they dared not ponder further. "Though we do not know the origins of the phantoms, Elder Bai Qingbai is deserving of everyone's respect." As Linglong concluded, the group fell into another silence, each grappling with their tumultuous thoughts. What should we do now? It seems that Fathead was deliberately nurtured by the Elder, so his thoughts and behaviors align with those of humans. The Elder's power will eventually wane, hence he intends for Fathead to succeed him in guarding these phantoms. The flower atop its head signifies its maturity, proving it is fit for this heavy responsibility. While Fathead luxuriated in the comfort of the SPA talisman, it vaguely heard talk of maturity and responsibilities. Sitting up with an innocent expression, it asked, "Do I have something important to do?" Linglong gently pressed Fathead back into her embrace. "With your lack of intelligence and physique, what could you possibly contribute? Just lie down, adults are speaking, children must not interrupt. TCH, at least I am mature in the fruit realm, far superior to some who are yet to reach their coming of age." The others turned their gaze toward Fathead, admiration filling their eyes. It had finally won a retort against the younger sister. Linglong narrowed her eyes, revealing a chilling smile. "I suddenly have a bold idea." Chapter 79. Have you not always craved my body? When Linglong uttered these words, her companions instinctively felt a shiver run through their hearts. She retrieved a long needle from her ring, simultaneously tightening her grip on the plump creature. Sensing the shift in circumstances, the plump creature began to struggle desperately, but the disparity in strength between them was insurmountable. Its flailing limbs appeared somewhat comical, yet yielded no tangible results. "What are you planning to do?" Ah! The plump creature let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the dark expanse. Linglong thrust the long needle into the creature's posterior, twisting it several times before withdrawing it, the needle glistening with juice. Releasing her grip, the plump creature turned its head to glare at her fiercely just as it was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Linglong flung the needle beyond the formation. In an instant, all the spirits went berserk, lunging towards the needle as if driven mad, some even trampling over one another in their frenzy. The nearest spirits opened their mouths, eager to swallow the needle, for among the multitude of spirits, only one possessed such a needle. They fought viciously, tearing at one another in a brutal display of violence. The sight was enough to terrify the living, while the spirits themselves were thrown into a state of panic. Those spirits who were further away, unable to reach the needle, craned their necks, desperately inhaling the sweet aroma emanating from it. With their grotesque visages, the visual was utterly grotesque, leaving the 6 individuals within the formation utterly astonished. In that moment, the plump creature swallowed back all its curses directed at Linglong, nuzzling her fingers with a feigned affection, its little hands busily massaging her. "Sister Linglong, is this pressure too much? Should I be a bit gentler?" Linglong flicked her fingers against the plump creature's rear, sending it tumbling away. "Ha, you are already a ripe fruit, while I am still unripe. I cannot bear the title of sister, call me ancestor instead." "Ancestor, would it be acceptable for this unworthy descendant to perform a dance to entertain you? With that meager appearance, spare us the embarrassment." "Then, silence, I have my own decisions to make." The plump creature, pale-faced, collapsed onto the ground, its heart shattering at the thought of the needle that had been tainted with its juice. Linglong ignored it, striding directly to Emma Roland. "Third senior sister, please assist me in crafting something from gold." Upon finishing her request, Linglong produced a sheet of paper and a pen, swiftly sketching a blueprint before handing it to Emma Roland. "This is simple. I will have it ready for you shortly." After giving her instructions, she approached Ji Zizhua and Dongfang Jin, drawing 2 talismans and giving one to each of them. "Do you see the spirit in that one? In a moment, you are to affix the talismans to them." "Why those 2? Ji Zizhua could not refrain from inquiring. "Because they are the most vicious." It would have been better not to ask. The pressure mounted even further. Not only did they have to charge out, but they also had to navigate through other spirits to precisely locate the 2 most ferocious ones. He harbored a reasonable suspicion that his junior sister had harbored intentions of harming her senior brother from the outset, seeking to utilize spirits to enact her vengeance. Taking the talisman from Linglong, Ji Zizhua summoned his courage and charged out of the formation once more. Although he was uncertain of his junior sister's true intentions, the preliminary arrangements hinted at something monumental, a grand affair indeed. He felt a flicker of anticipation, yet more so, anxiety. Before any grand scheme came to fruition, he had no way of knowing who would ultimately suffer, and it could very well be himself. Seeing him leave, Dongfang Jin followed suit without hesitation. After they departed, Linglong turned to capture the plump creature, which fled in a frenzy, its 3 legs scrambling in panic, desperately attempting to escape. "You cannot retaliate against me like this. Help!" The plump creature ran in circles until it found itself cornered by Linglong. Trembling, it dared not step outside the formation, helplessly watching as Linglong seized it. "I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never dare to retort again. I promise to be obedient from now on. I can offer you anything, just spare me." Linglong, holding it, smirked derisively. "You are utterly destitute. What could you possibly offer me? Have you not always craved my body?" "I shall give myself to you. I merely hope you could be a tad gentler. I fear pain." Linglong delivered a sharp rap to the plump creature's head. "Who would covet your body? Your first time was long gone." The plump creature's eyes widened in shock, hurt etched across its face. "Why you find me distasteful? Did you only just realize this?" The plump creature's heart began to shatter anew. As it wallowed in despair, it turned to see Ji Zizhua and Dongfang Jin being pursued and torn apart by a horde of spirits outside the formation, and it couldn't help but feel that Linglong was truly cruel. At that moment, Linglong lifted the plump creature, causing its expression to spiral into panic. Surely, this could not be happening. Was it not permissible to curse silently? "Linglong, you are beautiful, gentle, and charming. Please do not cast me aside, I beg you." Meanwhile, Ji Zizhua and Dongfang Jin fought valiantly against their respective spirits, flinging their talismans onto them. As they turned to find themselves surrounded by spirits, their hearts crumbled. Suddenly, all the spirits vanished. They paused, bewildered, only to discover that Linglong had returned the plump creature to the center of the formation, causing all the spirits to dissipate. They exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground, their nerves frayed. Just as they settled, Ji Zizhua caught sight of a faint glow from the corner of his eye. Turning around, he found a spirit lingering behind him. Terrified, he scrambled to his feet, drawing his sword in preparation for battle. To his surprise, the spirit was the very one he had just affixed the talisman to, its form now outlined in the ethereal glow, rendered motionless as if frozen, presenting no threat. The same was true for the spirit Dongfang Jin had marked. At that moment, Linglong received a small golden cage crafted by Emma Roland. Leaping from the formation, she placed the formation on the ground and began inscribing numerous incomprehensible runes upon it. Curious, the others gathered around her to observe her actions. The plump creature in the formation stretched its neck, desperate to see, feeling an impending sense of dread. She was undoubtedly up to no good, certainly something nefarious. Once the runes were inscribed, Linglong enveloped the 2 suspended spirits in her spiritual energy, forcefully pulling them down and stuffing them into the golden cage she had prepared. Then, Linglong dashed back to the formation, making a quick incision on the plump creature's posterior, extracting a drop of juice before swiftly returning outside to drip a drop of it onto each of the spirits. Amidst the bewildered and fearful expressions of those around her, Linglong revealed an excited smile.
Mission accomplished, the first phase of the experiment begins, everyone, retreat swiftly. Chapter 80, the ingenious mind of the little junior sister is truly unmatched. Although the concept of a phase 1 experiment eludes their understanding, their withdrawal was executed with clarity. In the blink of an eye, everyone had retreated back into the formation. At that moment, Linglong solemnly removed the plump head from the heart of the formation. Instantly, all the spirits regained their freedom, frantically attempting to breach the formation's perimeter, save for 2 spirits whose behavior diverged from the rest. Upon tasting the sweet aroma of the snow spirit fruit emanating from each other, these 2 spirits became frenzied, launching themselves at one another with open jaws. Thus, the 6 individuals and 1 fruit squatted within the formation, observing the 2 spirits engaged in a fierce battle within their cage, until one spirit was entirely consumed by the other. Though the remaining spirit was torn to shreds, it swiftly regenerated, nourished by the essence of the one it had devoured. This spectacle left all onlookers in awe, revealing that the spirits were indeed capable of mutual consumption, but only in the presence of a conflict. Once such a point arose, they would not hesitate to devour each other. I was just pondering, if tearing them apart would bolster their ranks, what if we were to merge them instead? As soon as Linglong uttered these words, not only did the people present tremble, but even the spirits seemed to shudder momentarily. The Phase 1 experiment has succeeded. I am preparing to initiate Phase 2. Fourth senior sister, please construct a few more cages for me. With joy, Linglong stuffed a pile of talismans into the hands of Ji Zizhua and Dongfang Jinhui. I would appreciate it if the 2 of you could venture out and affix these talismans. She then turned to seize the plump head, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama. Plump head, how about you extract some juice yourself? Upon hearing her suggestion, everyone besides her was left utterly dumbfounded. Could this actually be a viable approach? Linglong was indeed serious. She requested Mo Roland to create 8 additional cages, initially capturing 2 spirits, using the juice from Plump Head's rear to entice them into consuming one another. Eventually, she decided to stuff several spirits into each cage until they were brimming. By the end, each of the 8 cages had birthed a spirit king, which, having indulged in the consumption of numerous spirits, became addicted to feasting. Consequently, even without the allure of Plumphead's juice, it would devour any new spirits that ventured near. Witnessing the transformation of 8 tiny spirits into 8 formidable spirit kings, Linglong had truly outdone herself. With a flourish, she released all the spirit kings from their cages. The moment Plumphead was plucked from the formation's heart, every heart present seemed to skip a beat. After witnessing countless skirmishes between spirits, they were now about to witness an ultimate battle of the spirit kings. How thrilling! How exhilarating, how nerve-wracking! As the spirits regained their freedom, the 8 spirit kings lunged at the other smaller spirits, seizing them in large handfuls, ravenously consuming all within their reach. In the midst of their gluttony, they soon realized that there were indeed other formidable entities among them. Thus commenced a grand melee, with one tearing at the head while another gnawed at the legs. The fiercest simply swallowed whole, only to be subsequently torn apart from within by their adversaries, leading to their own demise. The scene was so terrifying that even ghosts would be left petrified. Having lingered in this realm for so many years, none had ever witnessed such a spectacle. It was truly horrifying. Having maintained a semblance of peace and camaraderie for years, how suddenly had they turned upon one another with such ferocity? Plumphead crouched within the formation, thoroughly entertained, even shielding its eyes from the more gruesome moments while still peeking through the gaps. Linglong, too, was captivated, pointing at the most frenzied spirit king. This spirit king is incredibly impressive. I have faith that it will carve its way through. Whether it was the astuteness of the little junior sister or mere luck, that very spirit king did indeed consume the other 7, triumphantly emerging victorious. The true spirit king was born. Wherever it stood, not a single spirit dared to approach within 100 paces. It truly was a force to be reckoned with, causing all spirits to retreat in fear. Even Linglong could not contain her applause, utterly impressed. Yet, little junior sister, why would you want to create a spirit king? To lead us out, of course. All who bore witness to the spirit king's emergence were left aghast. Surely, the moment they stepped beyond this formation, they would be consumed whole. With such combat prowess, even their combined strength would merely serve as a side dish. How could she dare entertain such thoughts? Consider it. Without Plumphead at the heart of the formation, we would be trapped here by these spirits. However, if a powerful spirit king were to clear our path, Plumphead would no longer need to remain at the formation center and could accompany us. I concur. Plumphead was the first to leap up, vocally supporting Linglong. I find this idea utterly brilliant. Let us proceed. Observing the confidence of the duo, the others were left speechless for quite some time. Dealing with the horde of spirits was no easy task. First, they would confront their king. If the spirits lacked a king, they would simply create one. The ingenuity of the little junior sister was truly unparalleled. Eventually, having accompanied Linglong through countless escapades, Ji Zizhua, possessing the strongest mental fortitude, was the first to regain his composure. Theoretically, the spirit king could indeed lead us out, but will it be willing? Does it matter whether it is willing? I will make it comply, Linglong replied earnestly. And how do you intend to compel it? Linglong's serious countenance responded, I do not yet know. Her answer left all present in stunned silence. How could she be so confident despite her uncertainty? Just then, a more astonishing scene unfolded. Linglong retrieved a thick tome from her ring and opened to its first page. I have not previously studied the runes pertinent to spirits, but that is of no consequence. I brought the book with me, and I shall begin learning now. Once I master it, I will deal with the spirit king. Without paying heed to the expressions of those around her, Linglong seated herself upon the ground and commenced her studies from the very beginning. The other five, bewildered, stood frozen in disbelief. She had summoned a spirit king, yet was now starting her preparations from the first page. Was this for real? Was it truly this absurd? They stood in place for quite some time before reluctantly accepting the ludicrous nature of the situation. As the spirit king continued to wreak havoc outside, Plumphead resignedly leaped back into the formation's heart. Yi Linglong, I shall buy you time with my life. You must find a solution. In response, Hua Shiqing produced a book of her own. Speaking of which, I have yet to delve into the malevolent energy and toxins associated with spirits. I might as well study them now. As she finished speaking, Emma Roland set out her set of crafting tools, simultaneously retrieving a tome. Since a golden cage can contain the spirit king, perhaps there lies a way to control and weaken it. I will investigate. At that moment, a low growl resounded from outside. The spirit king was moving. Compared to the ordinary spirits, it was immensely stronger and began to break free from the formation's constraints. Currently, it could not see the others and was charging toward their formation. Fortunately, while the formation could not fully suppress it, it still contained the majority of its power. As for the remaining portion, Ji Zixue gritted his teeth and seized his sword. Charging forth, it was merely a matter of rolling with the punches. Who couldn't manage that? Swordplay, incantations, practical techniques for confronting spirits. He would hone his skills. Ultimately, they must prevent the Spirit King from approaching and colliding with the formation. Once he set forth, Xinlan joined without hesitation. Dongfang Jinhui, initially intending to take a break, found her emotions quite complex at that moment and ultimately joined the training ground for battling the Spirit King, proving that one could truly roll with the punches at any given time. Chapter 81 The initiation of the third phase of the experiment. In this realm, where neither the sun rises nor the moon sets, the passage of time remained an enigma to the six of them. The stout-headed one was only aware that he had slumbered multiple times, awakening to witness their battle against the Ghost King, and then drifting back into dreams of ascending to the pinnacle of existence. Ji Zixue, Xinlan, and Dongfang Jin occasionally engaged in a rotating battle, while at other times they launched a collective assault, further tormenting the already beleaguered Ghost King. In its current state, it was not only reluctant to engage with the formation but also wished to make no further movements. Was it possible to cease this relentless fighting? The living were unfazed, yet the spirit was on the verge of collapse. What was the driving force behind such diligence? With the formidable Ghost King's assistance, Ji Zixue had grasped the fourth tier of his water-based techniques. Although he was still in the mid-stage of the Golden Core, he had acquired the capability to confront opponents of the nascent soul stage. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Fortunately, it was a Ghost King that allowed him to practice repeatedly. Had it been one of the ineffectual disciples from the neighboring sect, they would have long since succumbed to the pressures of closure and expulsion. Dongfang Jin had not anticipated that this trial would yield such an abundance of treasures. While he had not collected much in terms of material wealth, his cultivation techniques had seen dramatic advancement. If he could indeed emerge from this place, he would no longer be a target for casual bullying. Xinlan was equally pleased with this locale. In her previous travels, the two junior sisters lacked the conducive environment to focus on their respective studies, and out of consideration for them, she could not fully immerse herself in battle. Now, she harbored no fears for their safety. They could diligently hone their skills, and she too could make progress. Where could one find such an exceptional place for cultivation? As everyone exerted themselves with increasing fervor and dedication, Yi Linglong suddenly snapped her book shut with a decisive snap and swiftly produced paper and brush to begin sketching. In the blink of an eye, she had drawn a dozen runes. I've mastered it, the runes are ready, now I shall affix them to the Ghost King, she declared, waving the runes exuberantly before her companions. What a coincidence! I have also completed my concoction. Hua Shiqing proudly held up a vial for all to see. Wait for me, just a final touch, and I'll be ready. Emma Roland added as she stoked the flames in her furnace to the highest temperature. Mission accomplished. I am ready too. Upon hearing their triumphant announcements, the others hurried to their side, and even the stout-headed one wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, suddenly alert. Fourth senior sister, what is this? Junior sister, this potion of mine can induce a state of hypnosis to diminish the Ghost King's combat effectiveness. In simpler terms, it will render the Ghost King exhausted and incapable of further agitation, Emma Roland explained. Yi Linglong nodded thoughtfully. If a ghost drinks this, it feels drowsy. What about humans? At this question, the other five could not help but shudder. Why did their junior sister always entertain such perilous ideas? The dosage is substantial, a human who consumes it would likely sleep for a lifetime. What a marvelous substance. When you have a moment, adjust the dosage for me and prepare a fresh vial. I do not require a lifetime of slumber, just a few hundred years will suffice. Yi Linglong confidently asserted, and Hua Shiqing would likely comply. She acknowledged the request, plunging the room into a contemplative silence. Third senior sister, what is this item? Junior sister, this ring crafted from pure gold can confine spirits, preventing them from roaming freely. It can also change its form. Observe. Emma Roland demonstrated the ring, which transformed into a box with a mere flick of her wrist. You can encircle the Ghost King with this ring. When it needs to appear, it can be a ring, and when it does not, you can confine it within the box. Yi Linglong's eyes widened in excitement at this object. What a splendid creation! Third senior sister, your foresight is remarkable. Now that we have everything in place, I shall begin the processing immediately. With the ring provided by Emma Roland, she began inscribing runes upon it, filling it to the brim with intricate designs. After completing this task, she changed it back into a box form and continued to etch runes upon it. Once finished, she poured the potion from Hua Shiqing into the box, infusing it with runes. If they could confine the Ghost King within, it would surely remain in a tranquil slumber. With all preparations complete, the third phase of the experiment was officially underway. Linglong charged out of the formation, urging her seniors to subdue the Ghost King with force, while she doused it with the potion, drenching it thoroughly. As the potion took effect, the Ghost King, previously thrashing, quickly surrendered its final resistance. At that moment, Linglong deftly slipped the golden ring around the Ghost King's neck. Junior sister, I intended for this ring to be placed around its body. It can adjust its size according to the Ghost King's dimensions, not merely encircle the neck. I understand, but I prefer to encircle its neck, she replied, producing a length of rope from her ring. She tied one end to the golden collar and held the other end in her hand. Witnessing this scene, the others felt a tumult of emotions. After all, this was a Ghost King, one that had torn through countless of its kind, devouring many spirits to become the mightiest of its kind. Was it appropriate to lead it around as if it were a mere pet? More conflicted than the rest was Zizhua. He recognized that very rope. It had once been used by their junior sister to guide him into this misty domain. Reflecting on how things had changed, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The fragility of human dignity, so easily wounded. Once everything was set, Linglong affixed more than 10 talismans upon the Ghost King's form, saturating it with them. The talismans gleamed with golden light before vanishing into the Ghost King's being. All done. The others released the restrained Ghost King, which stood dazed and suspended in mid-air, resembling a balloon tethered to Linglong's hand. She took a few steps forward, and the Ghost King floated obediently behind her, showing no signs of struggle whatsoever. It appears to be effective. Let the experiment commence. Everyone, retreat. Linglong commanded, and all the others hastily returned to the formation, leaving her standing alone outside. Junior sister, why do you not come back? I fear for your safety. Allow me to handle this perilous endeavor. Had her position not been merely a step away from the formation, they might have believed her words. I am ready. Now, release the stout-headed one. Linglong declared, as Hua Shiqing, the least combat-capable, rushed to unshackle the stout-headed one. The others positioned themselves behind Linglong, prepared to spring into action should any danger arise. As they held their breath in tense anticipation, the stout-headed one was freed. Chapter 82, A Lesson in Love. In an instant, all the spirits reappeared, liberated at last, and even the Ghost King opened its eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red orbs, radiating an overwhelming aura. At that moment, the breath of everyone within the formation came to an abrupt halt as they anxiously gazed at the unfolding situation outside. They watched as the spirits, in a frenzy, surged towards the formation like a torrential river, only to halt abruptly just beyond 100 paces from the Ghost King, as if an invisible pause button had been pressed, rendering them particularly comical. Meanwhile, the Ghost King before Linglong remained motionless, maintaining its menacing and terrifying visage without any further action. It appeared that the potions, collars, and talismans prepared by her junior sisters had taken effect. Upon realizing their significant success, the individuals within the formation could hardly contain their excitement, with the roly-poly character bouncing the highest. Finally, it could escape this ghastly place. Just as everyone was rejoicing, Linglong, tethered to the Ghost King, suddenly yanked the rope and dashed forward, plunging headlong into the mass of spirits. This bold move left everyone in the formation utterly stunned. Little junior sister. Before the exclamation had fully escaped their lips, they witnessed the spirits scatter in terror at her approach, some retreating so slowly that their expressions turned grotesque, scrambling away in fright. Clearly, the recent struggle for supremacy among the spirits had left an indelible mark on their psyches. It was utterly terrifying. Not only did this person raise the Ghost King, but she also exposed them to the entire training process. Who could withstand such a psychological blow? Observing the spirits retreating, the 5 individuals within the formation breathed a collective sigh of relief. Please, stop playing around. This is genuinely terrifying. It's even worse than encountering a ghost. At that moment, they all fled the formation to regroup with Linglong. However, before they could reach her, they saw her reach out and touch the Ghost King, the sound of a small talisman being shredded echoing in the ears of those behind her. Before they could process their fear, the Ghost King let out a furious roar, its power reverberating through the space, causing the very air to tremble. In the next instant, it surged forward. The Ghost King had awakened. Oh my goodness, help! The roly-poly character, terrified, stumbled back into the formation, rolling in a panic, its floral adornment wilting from fright. Not only it, but the other 5 were equally frantic, all darting back into the formation in the blink of an eye. The awakened Ghost King lunged madly at the spirits, capturing one with its left hand, another with its right, and sinking its teeth into yet another, stuffing them all into its gaping maw. Unsatisfied after its feast, it intended to continue capturing spirits, but those spirits had already fled in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the Ghost King's moment of indulgence, the Ghost King attempted to escape, but the collar around its neck tightened, the rope firmly held by Linglong's hand, preventing its flight. Infuriated, it turned its fearsome gaze towards Linglong, baring its teeth as it lunged at her. Ah! The roly-poly character screamed in terror, covering its eyes. However, after a prolonged silence, it cautiously peeked through its small hands. To its astonishment, the Ghost King had halted before Linglong, immobile and obedient, resembling a docile puppy. Upon closer inspection, it discovered a complex rune glowing in Linglong's palm, mirroring a similar intricate symbol on the Ghost King's forehead. Linglong gently patted the Ghost King's head, her lips curling into a smile. Good boy, from now on, I shall be your master. This is my first time raising a pet, and to express my affection for you, your name shall be Fortune. The sight left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Why did the little junior sister harbor such an idea? Was she serious? Did she truly intend to keep such a fierce and terrifying ghost king as a pet? Was she really going to call it fortune, when it was clearly more accustomed to claiming lives? Moreover, the Ghost King was merely under the influence of the rune, appearing obedient, yet it hardly seemed like a pet in the traditional sense. At that moment, Linglong retracted the rune from her palm, and the Ghost King, freed from its control, swung its head around and charged forward once more. Having torn off a talisman, it regained a fraction of its power in its former frenzy. Now intent on pursuing the fleeing spirits, unbothered by the rope held by Linglong, it surged ahead, dragging her along in an uncontrollable sprint, leaving not a single spirit behind in its wake. The scene resembled that of a petite individual, lacking in strength, attempting to walk a large dog, ultimately being pulled along instead. As Linglong was yanked farther away by the Ghost King, the others within the formation swiftly emerged to chase after her. After a lengthy pursuit, they finally spotted her sitting on the ground, absorbed in scribbling notes and sketches of behind her. The Ghost King had adhered to a talisman and drifted back into slumber, floating like a balloon tethered to Linglong. Little junior sister, are you alright? Not a significant issue. It's just that this new pet is rather unruly. The others fell silent for a few moments, then raised their gazes to their surroundings, which were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any visible exit. So, what should we do next? It's simple. I have already devised a plan. Linglong collected her notes and handed them to her senior sister, Kashinlan. Senior sister, you mentioned before that your illusions also affect spirits, correct? Kashinlan, momentarily stunned, accepted the paper and confirmed, yes. Then, based on this script and these illustrations, could you create a recurring illusion for me? Upon hearing this, the others gathered around to peer at the paper in Kashinlan's hands, eager to understand their forthcoming course of action. They were genuinely frightened by Linglong and needed to be forewarned about their next steps, otherwise, they might perish from fright before even encountering any real danger. After a brief glance, the group collectively wore blank expressions. What on earth? Kashinlan raised the paper and pointed at the words and illustrations. Little junior sister, are you suggesting we depict all the disciples of our Qingxian sect in the illusion, celebrating daily with song and dance, extolling peace and friendship, waving red flags in the wind, and promoting everlasting happiness? What is the purpose of this? Fortune is far too volatile. I intend to provide it with a lesson in love, using vivid scenes to instill the values of peace and love. While it remains devoid of human understanding, I shall repeatedly brainwash it 100 times a day. One day, it will comprehend my intentions. The other 5, caught off guard by becoming the Ghost King's family, were left speechless. Thank you, but we don't particularly need such relatives. At that moment, the roly-poly character, perched on Hua Shiqing's shoulder, silently wept. She is far too invested in this new relationship. Ji Zijua felt utterly distressed, his emotions a whirlwind. Little junior sister, the situation is urgent. Perhaps we should focus on finding an exit? This matter is indeed pressing, for fortune is excessively unruly, and I fear I may inadvertently lose control. Her words drained the color from the faces of all present. Could it truly become uncontrollable? This was a matter of life and death. However, overall, it's not a significant problem. I have a contingency plan. Having spoken, she did not pause for breath, for time was of the essence. Please, this journey has left my heart racing. I fear it may not hold up much longer. Linglong thoughtfully produced Xianing and presented it to Kashinlan. Senior sister, please use Xianing to create the illusion within this small box, so as not to hinder our progress. All right. Kashinlan mounted Xianing and began fabricating the illusion. Linglong, delighted, shook the rope in her hand, causing fortune to stir once more. Let us seek the light, we embark. Fortune favored the determined. After a lengthy and winding journey, they indeed discovered the exit of this place. Chapter 83 Tremble, World, for I, Linglong, have returned. This exit was exceedingly concealed, a mere thumb-sized opening allowing a slender beam of light to filter through. Though diminutive, this light was potent. Under its illumination, not a single specter could be seen nearby, and even her cherished companion, Zhao Kai, exhibited a hint of reluctance as it approached. To safeguard her beloved Zhao Kai from harm, she tucked it into the coffin box, along with a lovingly crafted educational film made by her senior sister to keep Zhao Kai entertained. Younger junior sister, it seems there is a formation sealing this place, remarked Ji Zijua, who had flown down to inform Linglong after inspecting the situation. Not a problem, I shall take a look, Linglong replied, stepping onto the Xianying and ascending. After a thorough examination, she confirmed that indeed, a formation was sealing the area, and this formation appeared to be interconnected with other formations within this space. As Linglong meticulously studied the arrangement, she suddenly discovered, from an aerial perspective, the formation that linked to it, precisely the one awaiting the fathead to serve as its focal point, located directly beneath the exit formation. After all their searching, the exit they sought was directly above this original formation. It seemed they must have fallen in from here, except for Fathead, who was absorbed into the formation. The others had landed nearby. Younger junior sister, what is the situation? Is this place an exit? Indeed, but please wait a moment, it will take some time for me to unravel it. Just as they had prepared themselves for a lengthy wait, scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed when they heard Linglong's voice resonating from the pitch-black space above, followed by a triumphant shout, Tremble, world, for I, Linglong, have returned. Though it might sound somewhat unhinged, upon reflection, her proclamation bore no fault. The others hastily followed suit, and as the warm sunlight cascaded upon them, they felt as if they had been reborn, overwhelmed with happiness. Fathead even flopped onto the ground, lazily rolling about to bask in the sun. This rare moment of tranquility and comfort prompted the others to settle on the grass and rejuvenate themselves. Eh? Yi Linglong's exclamation startled the others into looking up. Look, Senior Elder Bai Qingbai is actually smiling. All eyes turned to Bai Qingbai, who had maintained his posture unchanged, his lips curving into the faintest smile. He had genuinely smiled. Could it be he is still alive? Did our previous judgment err? Impossible, he is past. I surmise he has fulfilled his final wish and is now unburdened. What wish? Yi Linglong gestured towards Fathead, who was basking in the sun. Fathead was nurtured by the elder during his lifetime. How could the elder bear to use it as a focal point? Thus, he taught Fathead many things related to humanity, hoping that before it became the focal point, it would find a kind-hearted fool willing to take in this silly fruit and help resolve everything. Yi Linglong sighed heavily, observing Fathead sprawled on the ground like a salted fish, utterly useless yet still prone to complaints. It irked her. Now, this kind-hearted fool has found him, and even in death, he can rest easy. Can one not smile at that? If it were me, I would even laugh out loud for you all to hear. The others paused in surprise. While it was true, laughter in death would be more shocking than the spirits below. Amidst a horde of ghosts, it turns out I am the fool, thus, one truly should not be greedy. I sacrificed myself for this wretched fruit, what a grievous loss. The others couldn't help but sigh in unison, recognizing the truth in her lament. Yi Linglong, feeling rather dismal, removed the green wooden hairpin from the elder's head and instructed everyone to wait for her. She intended to return below. Younger junior sister, why must you go back? The elder's power is nearly depleted. Without Fathead as the focal point, the spirits below will not be restrained. This green wooden hairpin seems to share a connection with Fathead, so I shall use it as a temporary focal point. Are you going alone? Yes, do not follow, I wish to be alone. At that moment, a small hand tugged at Yi Linglong's skirt. Hey, don't say I'm lacking in loyalty. I will accompany you. You are only loyal when you can be of use. If you come along while being useless, you will merely be a burden. Step aside, you are less useful than my Zhao Kai. Fathead, infuriated, leapt onto Yi Linglong's shoulder, clenching her clothes tightly. Even if I am a burden, I will still go with you. Very well, but do not regret it. With that, Yi Linglong took Fathead and leapt back into the underground entrance, disappearing from sight. Since the younger junior sister is busy, shall we take this time to rest? Before Ji Zixue could finish his sentence, Dongfang Jin had already settled into a meditative position. I understand, do not rush. I will begin cultivating shortly. At that moment, the others began their familiar routines of cultivation. Was it truly necessary to be so disciplined? Ji Zixue internally lamented for a moment before resigning himself to join the ranks of those practicing diligently. Time passed incrementally, night fell and dawn broke anew. Early in the morning, as everyone sat cross-legged, drawing in spiritual energy, a piercing scream from Fathead suddenly echoed, startling all the birds in the forest into flight. Help! I want to go back, I can no longer bear to be with her, who will save me? When everyone opened their eyes, they beheld Fathead sprawled on the ground, desperately reaching forward as if grasping for a lifeline. Awaken! You are back on the surface, Hua Shiqing said, pinching its chubby face to encourage it to open its eyes and see clearly. I'm back, I'm actually alive. Fathead immediately sprang to its feet, joyfully darting about, exuberantly leaping up and down. Just then, Yi Linglong appeared behind it, wearing a smile, looking refreshed, as though she had not encountered any great troubles. Younger junior sister, how was the situation inside? The green wooden hairpin is connected to the elder's power. He has expended most of it, and the hairpin has little left, but it can still last for a while longer. We will have to wait until we find a wood-type treasure to replace the focal point. If none can be found, we may have to sacrifice Fathead instead. Absolutely not, I vehemently oppose. Your opposition means nothing. If you continue to protest, I will confine you in a box to serve as a companion for Zhao Kai. Fathead fell silent immediately. With all matters settled, Yi Linglong and her companions departed from the location, and with Fathead leading the way, their exit was remarkably smooth. However, the entire journey was marked by Fathead's incessant chatter. Do you know what Yi Linglong did for an entire day and night in there? She actually used my fruit juice to lure those spirits out to feed her Zhao Kai. And that is not all, she was even worried that Zhao Kai would go hungry later, so she captured many spirits in those cages and stored them in her ring. Isn't that outrageous? Moreover, she constantly berated me for being useless, unaware that if it weren't for my old Bai, could she have harnessed the power from the green wooden hairpin while using it as a focal point? It was this power that allowed her to break through from her stagnant cultivation level to the mid-foundation stage. Yet she remains ungrateful, not only insulting my dear old Bai but even asking me to help her with Zhao Kai, that is my lifelong rival. Wait, what? The younger junior sister actually reached mid-foundation stage. Your focus is misplaced. I did not intend to discuss that. I was wondering why the younger junior sister was in there for so long. Turns out she broke through. That is not the crux of the matter. Please listen carefully to what I am saying. Chapter 84. A fresh meat delivered to your door. Throughout the journey, Fathead chattered incessantly, oblivious to the fact that squatting on someone's shoulder and whispering slander about Yi Linglong would eventually be discovered. The more it spoke, the more reckless and absurd its claims became, until Yi Linglong could no longer tolerate it. She seized Fathead from Ji Zixue's shoulder and casually tossed it forward. Go on, Pikachu, find somewhere cool to stay. You needn't return.
After being thrown, Fat Head rolled on the ground before coming to a halt. Just as it was about to rise and complain about Yi Lingluo's cruelty, it suddenly sensed a presence behind it and whipped around. Upon seeing the figure behind, Fat Head trembled and pointed a quivering finger. Lu Yuanxiu, you're still alive, help! Fat Head shouted as it hurriedly dashed back towards Yi Lingluo, leaping back onto her shoulder in an instant. Lu Yuanxiu, accompanied by disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace, glared at Yi Lingluo with a dark expression that he had waited here for a full 7 days, and at last, she had emerged. Despite his severe injuries, chaotic internal energy, and damaged meridians, he was unfettered by any cultivation suppression here. For a nascent soul like him to crush Yi Lingluo and annihilate this swarm of ants was as simple as breathing. He was determined to make her wish he had never been born, to exact a 100-fold price for her foolish actions. At that moment, upon seeing Lu Yuanxiu, Yi Lingluo gasped in astonishment. Lu Yuanxiu! You still alive? Didn't he expect that, did you? Those cocoons could never bind me, and your childish explosive talismans couldn't kill me either. This is the strength of the chief disciple of the Hidden Moon Palace, an exceptionally powerful nascent soul. Lu Yuanxiu declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he regarded Yi Lingluo as if she were a mere corpse. However, why, as he looked into her eyes, did he perceive excitement and anticipation? Shouldn't she be terrified at his survival? Wasn't she supposed to scream in fear and flee, begging for mercy in the end? Wonderful! I was pondering where to find such a rare opportunity, and here you are, delivered right to my doorstep. Lu Yuanxiu, failing to notice any significant enhancement in her power, thought. Isn't she's still just a foundation establishment cultivator? What tricks could she possibly have up her sleeve? It couldn't be. Suddenly, a twinge of unease gripped the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace. For some inexplicable reason, despite facing a mere foundation establishment cultivator, they felt an overwhelming fear. Should they prepare to flee? Just stand there, do not run. Lu Yuanxiu's expression darkened further. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator dare to provoke him, a nascent soul? Even in his injured state, he was far from someone she could contend with. Bluffing and boasting, do you think I fear you? Come, let us settle this. Lu Yuanxiu shouted, drawing his sword and charging at Yi Lingluo. Come on, I'm right here. Yi Lingluo replied as she charged towards Lu Yuanxiu, simultaneously retrieving a box from her ring. Fresh meat delivered to your door. Go, my Zhao Kai. As Lu Yuanxiu beheld the box in Yi Lingluo's hands, it abruptly transformed, releasing a terrifying ghost with a fearsome visage. A powerful malevolent aura surged forth, revealing long fangs, sharp claws, and blood-red eyes. Clearly not an ordinary ghost, but a formidable ghost king, extraordinarily powerful. Seeing the fresh prey, Zhao Kai charged forward with fervor, dragging Yi Lingluo along. Lu Yuanxiu had never encountered such a scene. A ghost king of this caliber, even if he were uninjured, he would never recklessly provoke it. Thus, he turned on his heel and fled without hesitation, only to realize that his fellow disciples had already distanced themselves. If they hadn't been prepared to flee from the start, how could they have reacted so swiftly? How could they cover such distance, leaving him behind? These useless cowards dared abandon their senior brother. Lu Yuanxiu ran swiftly, but Zhao Kai was swifter still. It had never tasted fresh meat before, and merely the scent was far more enticing than anything it had encountered. More importantly, these beings were unlike the usual figures it saw in its visions, meaning they were all food, all were edible. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kai was upon Lu Yuanxiu, ready to swallow him whole. In desperation, Lu Yuanxiu drew a life-saving talisman from his ring and tore it apart. The moment he did, he vanished from his spot. Upon witnessing their senior brother's disappearance after tearing the life-saving talisman, the disciples of the Hidden Moon Palace wasted no time in doing the same. At such a moment, hesitation could mean death. In an instant, all targets vanished, and the frenzied Zhao Kai came to a halt. It turned around, disappointment etched on its ghastly face as it gazed at Yi Lingluo, a hint of sadness flickering in its monstrous features. Yi Lingluo gently patted its head. Don't fret, next time I catch them, I won't let them escape. Zhao Kai, unsure if it understood, lifted its head and spotted Dongfang Jin in the crowd, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Another unfamiliar figure, another potential meal. With that, it turned and dashed towards Dongfang Jin, who, terrified, spun around and bolted. No, Zhao Kai, he has an ally. But Zhao Kai was oblivious, relentlessly pursuing Dongfang Jin. Yi Lingluo could not restrain it and was forced to retract Zhao Kai back into its coffin box. Dongfang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, his legs trembling in fear. Why would anyone keep such a creature as a pet, especially one that looked so adorable, yet was so terrifying in nature? Couldn't she engage in activities more befitting her age and appearance? Meanwhile, Yi Lingluo sighed. It seemed Zhao Kai was still difficult to train. Unless absolutely necessary, she must not release it, or else the righteous sects would undoubtedly unite to deal with Zhao Kai. What infuriated her most was that Lu Yuanxiu had escaped yet again. How could those prominent sects possess so many means of escape? Life-saving talismans, protective mirrors, 9th-grade spirit pills. It's as if they're indestructible cockroaches. Precisely because they have such means and strength, that's why they are prominent sects, Xinlan replied. We can't fall behind in the Qingxian sect either. When we return, I'll craft life-saving talismans for all our senior brothers and sisters. Each must have a stack. Yi Lingluo declared. That's a good reminder. When we return, I'll attempt to refine 9th-grade spirit pills, so that each member of the Qingxian sect will have a vial, Hua Shiqing added. I'll also research protective mirrors. Everyone should have a few on hand, and if one breaks, it can be replaced promptly, Mo Roland stated. Dongfang Jin, sitting on the ground, felt a pang of bitterness as he listened.
Gradually, his eyes turned red. He had thought the Qingxian sect was much like him, struggling as a loose cultivator, but it turned out the real fool was him. Little junior sister, where shall we go next? Yiling Luo raised her hand to calculate the days, and in the next moment, she exclaimed in excitement, oh no. They had spent 7 days in the Elder's secret realm, and before entering, they had already spent 3 days. Today was precisely the 10th day since her parting with Yi Rongyue, and the day she was to lead everyone out of the secret realm. According to the original description, she was to open the secret realm's gates at noon, when the sun was at its zenith. There was still an hour until noon. That was ample time, sufficient to finish her tasks and hitch a ride with her convoy out of the secret realm. Senior brothers and sisters, let us go. Where to? To seek vengeance. Aside from Xiaolini and Lu Yuanxiu, whom else could she possibly have grievances against? Which unfortunate soul had caught her attention once more? Chapter 85. From this day forth, let us bury the hatchet. Before following the junior sister to this place, they could never have anticipated that her nemesis would be none other than this. Gazing at the alluringly fragrant ice mist flower, along with the enormous beehive perched upon it, the 5 individuals hidden behind the thicket felt utterly incredulous. Junior sister, I had thought your target for vengeance would be that silver-scaled giant python's 7th brother. Striking against one's adversary is only feasible when one possesses the strength to do so. Otherwise, it would merely be courting death. I have never engaged in irrational pursuits. It is simply a matter of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. There is no need to speak so solemnly about it. 7th brother, let us adhere to our customary division of labor. Ji Zijua's expression instantly darkened, his body radiating resistance. Junior sister, with your intelligence, I am certain you can conceive of a more prudent approach. 7th brother, I find the previous method to be most impeccable. At this moment, the other 4 turned their curious gazes toward Ji Zijua, pondering what method could evoke such aversion in him. 7th brother, the spirit beast is still rather unruly. Who knows, it might harm me in the future. The ice mist flower is of paramount importance to me. If you truly feel burdened, then I shall take on the task myself. Upon hearing this, Ji Zijua gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed himself. After all, this type of situation was not one he had not faced before, and embarrassment was not a new experience for him. Do not, I shall go instead. Just as he was about to rise, he turned to his companion in adversity. Your brother Dongfang, would you care to accompany me? Dongfang Jin was taken aback. Although he did not know what the task entailed, it did not appear to bode well. No, Ji brother, since the plan is to split into 2 teams, you shall lead the charge, and I will merely follow your junior sister. I trust you will not assign me any additional responsibilities. Some individuals may remain silent in everyday life, yet in critical moments, they can be more cunning than anyone else. Ji Zijua affixed 2 acceleration talismans to himself and stormed off in a huff. He dashed toward the ice mist flower, and before he could reach it, he was detected by the level 3 demon wasps guarding it, which immediately launched an assault against him. In an effort to maximize their ire towards him, Ji Zijua recklessly charged forward, reaching the ice mist flower and squeezing out a few drops of its nectar. This provocative act thoroughly enraged the demon wasps, which came at him like a swarm of fury. Terrified, Ji Zijua conjured his spiritual power to defend himself while turning to flee, calling for help. Though it was unclear to whom his cries were directed. In the midst of his escape, he was unfortunately stung several times, and his frantic flight, marked by both itchiness and pain, was simultaneously pitiable and comical. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jin, hidden behind the thicket, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting on impulse, otherwise, he would have been met with the same fate as Ji Zijua. Once the level 3 demon wasps had been successfully drawn away, Yi Linglong emerged from the thicket with her companions. Approaching the ice mist flower, she drew out her Xining and pointed it at the level 4 bee queen that had yet to depart. Indeed, it is her. Last time, this level 4 demonic beast mercilessly pounded me, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, chasing and beating me, a true bully of the weak, utterly shameless. Upon spotting Yi Linglong, the bee queen took flight from the ice mist flower in a flash, recognizing her and astonished that she dared to return. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to fight me again? Behold, I am not alone. Senior sisters, brother Dongfang, let us strike together without holding back. The bee queen, unable to contain her eagerness, charged forth, and Yi Linglong met her challenge with equal fervor. Behind her, Dongfang Jin and the other 4 felt a mix of emotions, yet they followed her lead to pummel the bee queen. Though the queen was formidable, she ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of so many, and she fell beneath Yi Linglong's sword. Having successfully avenged herself, Yi Linglong bound the bee queen with rope, tying her to a nearby tree and adorning her chest with a bough. 4th senior sister, do you know how to cultivate ice mist flowers? I have seen an introduction in books, but I have never cultivated them myself. Seeing is akin to learning. Let us take this ice mist flower back to Qingxian sect for nurturing. After speaking, Yi Linglong rushed to uproot the ice mist flower, soil and all, as the bee queen writhed in a frenzy, her eyes aflame with rage. Before departing, Yi Linglong approached the queen once more to reinforce the knot. From this day forth, our grievances are hereby settled. The others, witnessing the scene, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the bee queen. After the ice mist flower had been uprooted, they hurried to the pond to retrieve Ji Zijua. Upon their arrival, they found him floating on the surface, surrounded by numerous fish corpses. Upon closer inspection, they realized these fish were all level 2 demon beasts, with some even being level 3. 7th brother, are you here fishing in the pond? Believe it or not, the offspring of that level 5 Qing carp I previously slain came seeking vengeance. Just how many innocent beings had these 2 inadvertently harmed along their journey? Once the matter was settled, Yi Linglong looked up at the sun, which was nearing its zenith. Hurry, we must not dawdle. With that, Yi Linglong yanked Ji Zijua from the pond and led the charge with fervor. After a frenzied sprint, they entered a vast cavern. Upon their arrival, they found that individuals from various sects had already gathered within, encircling a central area as if awaiting something. Seeing that the others had not yet departed, Yi Linglong exhaled in relief. We have finally made it in time, junior sister. What is the purpose of this, to exit the secret realm? Do you wish to remain trapped here for eternity? The exit of the secret realm is here. As they spoke, the other individuals in the cavern turned to face them upon hearing their commotion. Linglong, a familiar voice called out, and all heads turned to see Xingzhou racing toward them, accompanied by Su Jifeng and a few others. You were truly pulled in as well. How come I did not see you on the way here? This secret realm is vast. It is not surprising that we did not encounter one another. No matter. It is better late than never. By the way, we have met up with our sect's chief disciple, Yuan Su. You can journey with us, with him around. You shall have safe passage out of here. After Xingzhou spoke, he joyfully called out, Senior brother Yuan Su, I have found my friends. He then proceeded to introduce them. This is Yi Linglong, and behind her are her fellow disciples, under Xingzhou's warm invitation. The disciples from Yinyu Palace and Qingxian sect, who had parted ways that very morning, found themselves reunited. As their gazes met, emotion surged within them like a tempest. Yinyu Palace disciples, how have we encountered them again? Yet, with so many people present, they surely would not dare unleash the Ghost King. Remain calm, Qingxian sect disciples. Our paths have crossed in misfortune, yet with so many present, they would surely not dare to take lethal action. Maintain composure. Thus, amidst the sparks of mutual resentment, both parties exchanged greetings. Qingxian sect, Yi Linglong, a pleasure to meet you. Yinyu Palace, Lu Yuanchu, I have long admired you. Do you both know each other? Chapter 86. Regrettably, you cannot join us? Unfamiliar. The two spoke almost in unison. No matter, now that makes us acquainted, shall we proceed together? We shall not. There is no need. Yu Xingzhou paused, sensing that something felt amiss. Xingzhou, we have other arrangements. You should return with your companions. Disappointment clouded Yu Xingzhou's face, and just as he was about to respond, Lu Yuanchu called to him. Xingzhou, behave yourself. I would rather not face your father's ire for failing to protect you. Yu Xingzhou complied, reluctantly rejoining the ranks of Yinyu Palace. As anticipated by Yi Linglong, Lu Yuanchu would undoubtedly keep silent about the incident where he was mercilessly pursued and assaulted by a mere foundational cultivator. After all, he could not afford to lose face. Even if he sought vengeance in the future, it would be on his own terms, never seeking assistance from Yinyu Palace, which would never act against a righteous sect for a disciple's personal vendetta, especially one so humiliating. To avoid a confrontation in front of so many witnesses, Yi Linglong decisively led the others to a different location. Just as they settled into a more comfortable spot, they were startled by exclamations. Qingxian sect. Yi Linglong. Upon raising their eyes, they spotted disciples of the Qixing sect not far off, led by the resentful Xiaolini, who glared at her with clenched teeth. What a coincidence, we meet again. As she approached with a smile, the disciples of Qixing sect instinctively took several steps back. What do you mean? Our esteemed senior brother Yifan is waiting outside the secret realm to escort us. If you dare to act recklessly, before Xiaolini could finish, Yi Linglong interrupted. How could that be? I wouldn't dream of such audacity. She gestured towards Si Yuchen, who stood beside Yi Rongyue. No need to go outside, the esteemed senior brother from Kunhua City is here to protect you. I am not foolish. Xiaolini was not appeased, rather, her expression grew even darker. It seemed that Si Yuchen, having caught wind of the conversation, turned to Yi Linglong with a furrowed brow. Qingxian sect, Yi Linglong? Here I am, hello, brother-in-law. Si Yuchen was momentarily taken aback, his frown dissolving into an oddly nuanced expression. At that moment, Yi Rongyue, having heard the exchange, turned back, her cheeks flushed as she scolded, Linglong, what are you calling out so recklessly? Stop speaking nonsense. Exactly, mind your words, my junior sister is not yet married, and your slander threatens her reputation. I will not let this go. Xiaolini exclaimed, clearly agitated. I understand your urgency, but do not fret, even if I haven't defamed her, I am still owed a debt, you know. How about settling some of that now? Xiaolini was left almost speechless with indignation. I've been in the secret realm for days, where would I find the time to earn money? I will repay you, just stop asking, I cannot afford this humiliation. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, then treat the disciples of our Qingxian sect with a bit more respect in the future. Fine. And remind your fellow disciples as well. All right. Such a compliant one. After acknowledging, Yi Linglong found a somewhat more secluded spot to sit down and began to display some ordinary talismans from her ring, such as speed talismans, deceleration talismans, and binding talismans for sale. Initially, the other sect members merely watched. After all, the quality of talismans was a reflection of the talisman maker's skill. Merely knowing how to write or draw was insufficient. Talismans were typically procured from reputable merchants or well-known talisman masters, and few would purchase talismans from an unknown child. Who on earth sets up shop here? Shouldn't she be observing how Yi Rongyue opens the gate? Is she out of her mind? Who would buy her talismans? As the discussions continued, a sneaky figure scurried over. How much for the speed talisman? 30 medium-grade spirit stones. At this, the onlookers couldn't help but scoff. So expensive? She's lost her mind, who would buy that? Yet, before they could finish their mockery, the inquisitive buyer dropped 90 medium-grade spirit stones and promptly took 3 speed talismans. Those who had just been scoffing were left dumbfounded. That person looks like a disciple from Yinyu Palace. Though wrapped up tightly, I saw a crescent moon on their sleeve.
As they spoke, several more individuals rushed over to inquire about the price, and upon learning it, they bought without haggling. These ones are even more obvious. They are disciples of Qixing sect. What is going on? Inuit Palace and Qixing sect are two of the four major sects. Their disciples are so willing to pay for this child's talismans, even at such a steep price. You all clearly do not understand. I overheard everything. What did you hear? This child is from Qixing sect, Linglong. How do you know? I was following her closely and overheard the chief disciples from Inuit Palace, Lu Yuanshu, Kanwo City Si Yuchen, and Qixing sect's elder Zhao's top disciple, Xiaolini, all address her by name. Wow, she has quite the connections. Even these prominent sect members recognize her. Qixing sect, Linglong, I am enlightened. In a way, if they are buying her talismans, I must too. They are likely quality items. Purchase what? She has limited stock. It has likely been snatched up by the disciples of the two sects already, leaving none for you. I just don't understand why they are all so sneaky and cover their sect robes with their cloaks. Indeed, why? Linglong merely intended to earn a little pocket change while waiting for the gate to open, never expecting to genuinely sell anything of value. Once her business was concluded, she would pack up. Little did she realize that those who had been most affected by her earlier misfortunes were the ones most eager to support her. It brought her a small sense of warmth. Soon enough, Yirong Yue opened the gate to the secret realm at noon, allowing everyone to depart. Once outside, watching the crowd disperse, Linglong couldn't help but reflect. This journey into the Dajing Mountain secret realm had brought both joy and sorrow. Some had gained while others had suffered losses. While Yirong Yue had acquired the Qi Yin fruit, Si Yuchen had found love, and Xiaolini had secured an IOU. The three of them had profited immensely. In contrast, Lu Yuanshu had lost a 9th grade spirit pill, a heartguard mirror, a life-saving talisman, and all semblance of dignity. He alone faced a significant loss. As for Linglong, she had acquired a money-attracting trinket, though unfortunately it had been claimed by a chubby creature. Balancing her gains and losses. As she lamented her luck compared to others, Yu Xingzhou stealthily approached to bid her farewell. Linglong, see you in 3 months at the Peak Martial Arts Conference. With 3 months until the conference, she needed to seize the time to cultivate diligently, striving to elevate Qixing sect's reputation, ensuring that her senior brothers and sisters would no longer be bullied as if they were mere loose cultivators. With everyone departing, it was time for them to return to Qixing sect. Dongfang Jin stepped forward, addressing the disciples of Qixing sect. It has been a privilege to have your companionship and assistance along this journey. I am immensely grateful, and parting now fills me with reluctance. Dongfang Jin was eager to finish his pleasantries and depart, as this sect was truly absurd in every regard. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of Qixing sect were taken aback. He was genuinely reluctant? Brother Dong, are you suggesting that you are itching to join Qixing sect? Did they have some misunderstanding about their own sect? I am afraid that will not be possible, Xinlan replied. Your talent is rather ordinary, Mo Wolin added. Your specialties are unremarkable, Hua Shicheng remarked. Most importantly, your appearance does not meet our standards, Ji Zizhua stated. Thus, regrettably, you cannot join us. Linglong chimed in, do not cry. Stand tall and leave with strength. Dongfang Jin, who had not uttered a single word and was preparing to make a discreet escape. Chapter 87 I have returned with your beloved little junior sister alive. Dongfang Jin stood frozen for several seconds, fearing that if he were to explain his lack of intention to join the Qixing sect, they would merely perceive it as a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity. He departed under the sympathetic and apologetic gazes of the disciples from the Qixing sect. Alas, he would henceforth refrain from speaking, for he felt like a dog. With the expedition to the Dajing Mountain secret realm concluded, Linglong and her companions soared back to the Qixing sect. They had set out with 2 individuals, but returned as a lively group of 5, engrossed in animated discussions about how to custom tailor a comprehensive set of equipment for the disciples of the Qixing sect, befitting a major sect. Just the variety of talisman papers alone warranted a lengthy list from Linglong. Were it not for the necessity of a foundational knowledge of runes for most of their applications, she could have penned an entire tome. Ultimately, she deemed it imprudent to present an overly intricate array of runes to the senior brothers and sisters lacking a background, as such detail would overwhelm their memories. After much trimming and optimization, she settled on 10 types of talismans, and upon finalizing her decisions, she commenced the crafting process. Similarly, Hua Shicheng meticulously selected 10 types of elixirs to concoct. Among them, Mo Wolin was the busiest, for the art of weapon forging required more time and complexity than alchemy or talisman crafting. She could only produce a batch of heart-guarding mirrors for the moment, planning to create other types of spiritual implements later. As the need arose among her fellow disciples. Inspired by an educational film on financial prosperity, Xinlan discovered that she could embed the illusions she created into a vessel. This way, when her comrades found themselves in peril, they could summon a simple visual illusion for assistance. In critical moments of escape, even an extra second could alter the outcome, leading her to believe it was essential to prepare a collection of illusions embedded in vessels for everyone's protection. As for the content, she thought the lively scenes of her little junior sister, drums beating, red flags fluttering, and songs of unity would suffice. At the very least, it would invigorate the spirits of those who beheld it. Observing her junior sisters diligently devising protective gear for the disciples of the Qixing sect, Ji Zizhua felt a surge of emotion. Although the relationships within the sect were amicable, prior to the arrival of the little junior sister, there had been a distinct lack of cohesion. It had truly resembled the solitary existence of wandering cultivators, each pursuing their own cultivation and adventures, seldom proclaiming the name of the Qixing sect when venturing forth, leaving no one to offer aid in times of trouble.
Now, it seemed the entire Qingxian sect was evolving towards a brighter future, announcing their affiliation with the sect would no longer be met with ignorance. At the very least, the disciples of the Seven-Star sect and the Hidden Moon Palace would courteously yield them passage. Should they indeed dominate the upcoming peak martial assembly in 3 months, the mere mention of the Qingxian sect's name would surely compel those with ill intentions to reconsider their actions. With the little junior sister present, the eldest senior brother would undoubtedly participate in the assembly, and if the eldest senior sister were to appear as well, bringing the presence of a core formation expert, the Qingxian sect would indeed be a force to be reckoned with. As for the master, he was of little use. There was no need to inform him of such matters. Other sects had their leaders and elders at the nascent soul stage, and his presence as a golden core cultivator would only bring disgrace to the Qingxian sect and unwise endeavor. Ji Zizhua had meticulously planned everything in his mind, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to make a significant impact. Their flight was swift, and before long, they returned to the territory of the Qingxian sect, ready to surprise their fellow disciples stationed at the sect with a momentous revelation. Upon crossing through the grand gates of the Qingxian sect, the 5 of them headed directly towards the residence of Qinglan Peak. Just as they arrived at Qinglan Peak and had yet to land, Ji Zizhua could no longer contain his excitement and shouted, "Eldest senior brother, 6th senior brother, I have returned with your beloved little junior sister alive." After his exclamation, the entire Qinglan Peak fell into an eerie silence, rendering him a fool in that quiet atmosphere. To mask his embarrassment, Ji Zizhua cleared his throat and posed a puzzled inquiry. "Strange, eldest senior brother and 6th senior brother have always been in the Qingxian sect. Why are they absent at this moment?" His excitement was palpable. Finally, he had brought back the little junior sister, yet no one had come forth to share in his joy. "Indeed, I conveyed our return to the eldest senior brother. He should not be absent," Xinlan remarked, scratching her head in confusion. Ji Zizhua's expression instantly transformed into one of disbelief. "Second senior sister, you informed the eldest senior brother of our return beforehand?" "Of course, shouldn't I have given a heads up?" "Second senior sister, you do not comprehend, you truly do not understand. I intended to surprise them. Now, alas, with no one to greet the little junior sister, what am I to do?" "Seventh junior brother, it seems I overheard you expressing disdain for the little junior sister." Mo Wolin interjected, narrowing her eyes at him. "Wait, I shall inform the little junior sister of your grievances." Hua Shirqing promptly turned and dashed off to find Yi Linglong. At that moment, Yi Linglong was vexed by the incessant curiosity of the chubby creature, which, in its naive enthusiasm, was captivated by everything it encountered, leading her to feel overwhelmed. Balancing the accounts had become a far more serious deficit than anticipated. Little junior sister, just as Hua Shirqing was about to voice her complaints, someone beat her to the punch by calling out to Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong swiftly tossed the chubby creature into her courtyard, preventing it from causing a ruckus in the other senior brothers and sisters' residences. Upon turning around, she beheld a youth clad in a flowing azure robe standing at the entrance of the left courtyard. The young man exuded a sunny and gentle demeanor, with a simple azure ribbon adorning his head, lending him an air of elegance and ease. It was apparent he was a person of great kindness. His soft-spoken words and graceful manners were endearing, and his smile brought forth a refreshing breeze. "Oh, who might this be?" Ji Zizhua rushed forward upon recognizing the newcomer. "Little junior sister, this is your 5th senior brother, Mu Xiaoran. He excels in beast taming and has gifted each of our sect's disciples a spirit pet. He surely has brought you a present upon his return." Mu Xiaoran chuckled softly at the enthusiasm of Ji Zizhua. "It has been a while since we last met. 7th junior brother has become even more spirited than before. Little junior sister, do not take offense. 5th senior brother, I have long since ceased to be offended. Have you truly brought me a gift?" "Indeed, I heard that our sect has welcomed a new little junior sister of merely 11 years, and I specifically captured a long-eared rabbit for you. This first-tier spirit beast is gentle and adorable. You will undoubtedly cherish it." Upon finishing his words, Mu Xiaoran produced a fluffy, light-pink long-eared rabbit and presented it to Yi Linglong. "Oh, it is actually a pale pink, such a beautiful color. Yes, I was fortunate enough to encounter a rare variant. Thank you, 5th senior brother, I adore it. I am glad you like it. Though it possesses a gentle temperament and is somewhat timid, it is still a spirit beast. Should it inadvertently harm you, bring it to me, and I shall tame it for you once more." Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong abruptly lifted her head, filled with exhilaration. "5th senior brother, you can tame spirit beasts?" For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Yi Linglong's sudden surge of excitement, Ji Zizhua and the others felt an unexpected sense of apprehension. Of course, I happen to have a newly caught pet that is rather unruly. Could you assist me in taming it? Absolutely not. The 4 of them spoke in unison, leaving the 6 individuals present utterly stunned. Even Mu Xiaoran, though puzzled, maintained his gentle smile. "What is the matter? Why can't you?" Chapter 88. A 5th senior brother, I respect you as a warrior. At this moment, Ji Zizhua leaned closer to Mu Xiaoran's ear. "5th senior brother, the little junior sister is still young and naive. She merely picked up something by the roadside to play with, not realizing it cannot be a spirit beast or a spirit pet." "I see, it's quite normal for a young junior sister to be unable to distinguish such things," he replied. Simultaneously, Xinlan leaned towards Yi Linglong. "Little junior sister, Zhao Kai is not a spirit beast, it belongs to the ghostly realm and is beyond 5th senior brother's area of expertise." "Oh, what a pity." Both of them promptly abandoned that notion, and the other disciples could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, a remarkably swift figure leaped down from the wall, landing in Yi Linglong's embrace, and with a kick, sent the pink-eared rabbit tumbling to the ground. Then, with a bound, it mounted the rabbit, tugging at its ears. "Yi Linglong, is this the new mount you prepared for me? It may be a bit foolish, but riding it feels wonderfully soft and fluffy. The illustrious fathead, quite like it. At last, you have done something commendable, fulfilling old Bai's request." Mu Xiaoran gazed in astonishment at the rotund figure before him. Little junior sister, is this the spirit pet you caught? It's actually a plant-based one and can speak human language. How impressive. However, it seems a tad too fierce. With such a temperament, it may become a tyrant. I should help you tame it. Linglong squatted down, grasping Fathead's green leaves and lifting it up, while simultaneously cradling the pink-eared rabbit in her arms. Fifth senior brother, it is not my pet. It's come to collect a debt, but no matter, I shall stew it in a few days. Ah. If you dare to show your face again, I shall summon Zhao to play games with you. Fathead's arrogant demeanor vanished in an instant, and it smiled sheepishly. Before it could utter a word, Linglong casually tossed it back into its own yard. Little junior sister, is this truly acceptable? That spirit beast looks quite ferocious. You misunderstand, fifth senior brother. It is not fierce, merely a bit mentally unstable. Linglong, wishing to change the subject from Fathead, posed a question, is there only you at Qinglan Peak now? This inquiry struck a chord with the others, pondering why the usually stationed senior brothers, the first and sixth, were absent. Yes, the first and sixth senior brothers went into seclusion in the secret realm of Qingxian sect yesterday. Yesterday? Indeed, I was puzzled as to why they did not wait an extra day for the little junior sister to return. They were so eager to enter seclusion. What could be the reason? Zhizhua exclaimed excitedly, second senior sister, you should not have sent them a message. Kashinlan was momentarily stunned, not having anticipated that the little junior sister would wreak havoc on her own sect before causing trouble for outsiders. I shall know better next time. What do you mean? Mu Xiaoran, confused by their riddles, inquired. Fifth senior brother, do not fret. This matter is not easy to explain, but you will soon understand. Zhizhua then asked, did they give you any instructions? They said nothing specific, only to take good care of the little junior sister, Mu Xiaoran replied with a smile. She does not seem as fragile and timid as I initially thought. She appears rather charming, and caring for her should pose no challenge. Your perception is quite accurate. Zhizhua could not help but give him a thumbs up. Then I shall entrust the little junior sister to you. I must go into seclusion for my own cultivation. Seventh junior brother, you are going into seclusion? Mu Xiaoran exclaimed in shock. I in Qingxian sect, who did not know that this lively and combative junior brother would rather challenge other sects than sit quietly for a day. Previously, their master had received numerous complaints and even visited personally to remind the seventh junior brother to refrain from stirring up trouble, yet the seventh junior brother would endure punishment rather than quiet down for cultivation. Thus, hearing he was going into seclusion left Mu Xiaoran utterly bewildered. How had the usually boisterous junior brother suddenly changed his temperament? Indeed, I have just broken through to the mid-stage of the golden core. I need to calm my mind and solidify my foundation. Mu Xiaoran nodded, finding this reasonable. Not just the seventh junior brother, but also myself, along with the third and fourth junior sisters. We have all gained significantly from this experience and need to enter seclusion to break through. Koshinlan added. This is excellent news, the two junior sisters are about to reach the golden core stage. Yes, once they reach the golden core stage, they will be able to enter the secret realm of Qingxian sect for cultivation, sparing them the hardships of constant travel. Therefore, the responsibility for the little junior sister will rest solely on you. Zhizhua said excitedly, you can manage that, right? Rest assured, I will look after the little junior sister. Mu Xiaoran said, smiling at Linglong. Little junior sister, do not worry. Although the outside world may be perilous, I will ensure your safety. Linglong nodded earnestly, pleased to have new company for her outings. Fifth senior brother, where are we headed? First, we shall visit Luan City. The fifth junior sister sent a distress signal yesterday, and the first senior brother asked me to assist. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp arose from behind them. Zhizhua's expression was particularly exaggerated, and even the usually well-behaved Mo Roland and Hua Shiqing appeared utterly astonished. Fifth senior brother, you intend to take both fifth senior sister and the little junior sister with you? Zhizhua asked incredulously. Indeed. I respect you as a warrior. Seventh junior brother, although fifth senior sister's temperament is, it matters not, for there is also the little junior sister. She is gentle and lovely, surely fifth senior sister will be influenced and temper her disposition, besides, she will have to consider the little junior sister and will certainly restrain herself. I shall say no more. I have some unused spirit fruits here, take them all. Zhizhua pulled out a bag of spirit fruits and stuffed them into Mu Xiaoran's embrace. Fifth junior brother, take this heart-protecting mirror I just made. Fifth junior brother, keep this box of elixirs. I have labeled the contents. Fifth junior brother, take this bead, it contains my newly crafted upgraded love education. As for its usage, the little junior sister will explain it to you. Faced with the generous gifts from everyone, Mu Xiaoran gratefully accepted them all. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. You may focus on your cultivation at Qingxian sect, and I shall take good care of the two junior sisters. Due to the urgency of the matter, Mu Xiaoran decided to set off the following day. That night, Linglong lay on her couch, applying an SPA talisman to relax her mind, while Fathead strutted about in a secluded corner, riding the long-eared rabbit and boasting. Zhao Kai was placed in the yard, enjoying the moonlight while watching a film. A piercing scream nearly shattered Yi Linglong's eardrums, causing her to bolt upright, only to see her second senior sister, third senior sister, and fourth senior sister standing at the gate, their faces pale with fright. Look, Zhao Kai is not only capable of fighting but also excels at guarding the premises. After a moment of adjustment, they cautiously entered Yi Linglong's room, following the yard's edge. Senior sisters, what brings you here?
You are heading out again tomorrow.
We were concerned and came to bring you some supplies. Since we will be entering seclusion for cultivation and won't be going out anytime soon, it would be wasteful to keep these items with us.
Better to take them with you. Thank you, senior sisters.
Did you not mention that there is to be a peak martial arts conference in 3 months? We are eager to participate. We have long grown weary of being bullied as loose cultivators, so we must prepare diligently in the coming days.
Indeed, even if Jingxian sect's reputation may invite enemies, so what?
At least we have our names, our standing, and our fellow disciples. We must prove ourselves. And you too, take good care of yourself and return safely. If you truly find yourself in danger, just summon Zhao Kai. If a real catastrophe occurs, return immediately. Although our Jingxian sect may be in decline, the protective formation left by some senior is quite formidable and will surely keep you safe.
If the sky should fall, let Master go out to face it.
Yi Linglong nodded in agreement and summoned Xianing from her ring.
Senior sisters, I will have Xianing take you to the lotus pool in the secret realm of Jingxian sect for cultivation. It is rich in spiritual energy and very safe.
Very well, we shall go tonight. It will not delay your journey tomorrow. Xianing led the 3 of them away, leaving the room quiet once more. At that moment, her wrist suddenly twitched. Chapter 89. As Yi Linglong lowered her head, she noticed that the little black snake had awoken, seemingly unaware of when it had done so, now lazily coiled upon her snow-white wrist, gently shifting.
You're awake?
The little black snake lifted its head, extending its tongue to lightly lick her fingertips, expressing its delight. Earlier, in the secret realm of Daijin Mountain, while I was using the Qingmu hairpin as the focal point of the formation, I absorbed a great deal of wood-based energy from it. At that moment, I sensed your reaction, but I was too preoccupied with my breakthrough to pay you any heed. By the time I completed my breakthrough, you had already fallen back asleep. The little black snake circled her wrist once, then revealed a charming smile.
Is it possible that as my wood-based energy increases, your healing rate accelerates?
The little black snake nodded.
Do you feel much better now?
The little black snake nodded again. When do you think you will fully recover? The little black snake paused for a moment, tilting its head as if earnestly pondering the question, before slowly shaking its head. Yi Linglong was taken aback. Even it did not know when it would heal. At that moment, the little black snake flew onto the table, using its tail to dip into the cup of tea, drawing a long line on the surface.
Is this Xianing?
The little black snake nodded, then drew a circle on the table.
Are you saying that it doesn't matter if you're not healed, as Xianing will protect me?
The little black snake understood her immediately, happily nodding its head, then seriously flicked its tiny tail against a sword lying nearby, as if delivering a slap.
Are you implying that if Xianing misbehaves, we should discipline it?
The little black snake was elated that she comprehended its intentions so easily, and it rubbed its little head affectionately against her fingertip. Seeing its adorable demeanor, Yi Linglong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Since you're awake, would you like a taste of my blood? It has been quite a while since I last fed you. The little black snake gazed at her extending finger, hesitated for a moment, then shook its head.
Why one tea you drink?
Are you afraid it will affect my health? That one tea happen? I'm stronger now, even more so than before. Besides, you must recover soon so we can go out and play together. The little black snake dipped its tail in the water again, this time writing several words.
No matter what, I will stay with you. Yi Linglong was touched by the words. The little black snake felt it wasn't enough, so it added 2 more characters, forever.
Yi Linglong stared at the line of text, her heart swelling with an indescribable happiness.
Do you know how I've spent my days lately?
The little black snake nodded.
Then how can you still say forever? Did you not see how senior brother and 6th and 7th brothers were frightened away?
The little black snake dipped its tail in the water again, its expression serious as it wrote. They cannot. Yi Linglong couldn't help but burst into laughter at those 4 words. If her brothers saw this, they would surely be furious on the spot. Strong, capable, and formidable young men, reduced to being deemed inadequate by a tiny black snake who could endure such a thing. Yi Linglong laughed uncontrollably, while the little black snake maintained a serious countenance, as if its gravity was to convey that it was indeed serious and not jesting. Your writing is remarkably beautiful, vigorous, and crisp, flowing like a river and grand in spirit.
They say a person's character is reflected in their handwriting. You must have been an extraordinary individual in the past, right?
The little black snake tilted its head, deep in thought, and after a long while, it ultimately shook its head, having no recollection.
It's all right if you don't remember. We have plenty of time ahead.
The little black snake shook its head at her, then dipped its tail in the water, writing 4 characters on the table to correct her: eternity and time.
Yi Linglong smiled. She accidentally sliced her fingertip with her nail. Oh dear, I bled. Could you help lick my wound?
The little black snake looked at her with a hint of reproach.
It hurts so much. Don't you care for me at all?
The little black snake sighed helplessly, extending its tongue to gently lick her fingertip, but the sweet blood surged into its body, bringing immense comfort, inciting an uncontrollable desire for more. But as soon as this thought emerged, it swiftly snapped back to reality. It retracted its tongue, just as Yi Linglong's fingertip produced another large droplet of blood. Oh no, I squeezed it out by accident. Don't waste it, come here. The little black snake shot her an annoyed glare but ultimately continued. Yi Linglong felt the softness at her fingertip while also sensing the dwindling power within her. The little black snake truly drew upon the strength of her blood, but what did that matter? As long as she was happy, that was enough. Moreover, she would grow stronger, strong enough that one day, even if she were to give it a large mouthful of blood, she would feel no pain. Perhaps it was the blood feeding that made Yi Linglong feel a bit weak. She leaned on the table and, in the midst of feeding, fell asleep. The next morning, as the morning sunlight streamed onto her face, she jolted awake with a gasp. Oh no! I accidentally fell asleep, my Zhao Kai. She cried out and dashed out of the courtyard, only to find that Zhao Kai, tied to a tree, had its head flattened on one side from the sun. Oblivious to the discomfort, Zhao Kai was still engrossed in the educational video she had set up, looking like a silly yet earnest child, which tugged at her heartstrings. She hurriedly covered Zhao Kai with the special cloak her third senior sister had made for it, and after securing it, she led Zhao Kai back inside. Upon reaching the doorway, she spotted the pink long-eared rabbit being ridden by Pang Tu, who had trained the rabbit overnight and was now adeptly guiding it on a walk. At that moment, Pang Tu was even more audacious, tugging at the rabbit's ears, demanding it maintain balance while jumping, lest it be thrown off of the long-eared rabbit, now subject to Pang Tu's training, had tears glistening in its eyes, appearing utterly pitiful. Yi Linglong frowned and said, Long-ear, you're a rabbit, why aren't you biting this large carrot in front of you? Come to your senses, even if it puts on airs, it's merely a carrot. Immediately, Long-ear's eyes brightened, its long pink ears perking up. At that moment, Pang Tu was still oblivious to Long-ear's transformation, its thoughts fixated on Yi Linglong's remark about the carrot. It pointed an angry finger at Yi Linglong, exclaiming, do you have any culture at all? I am a snow spirit fruit, not a carrot. Seeing Long-ear standing up, Yi Linglong chuckled softly. Long-ear says you are, thus you are, let us hope you can still bask in the midday sun. Just as Yi Linglong brought Zhao Kai back inside, she heard Pang Tu's deafening cries echoing from the courtyard. Help! Rebellion! Sitting in her chair, Yi Linglong took out the little ghost stored in her ring and placed it before Zhao Kai. Missing such a large chunk of its head, it truly pains my heart. You must help it recover. Mu Xiaoran had not yet stepped into Yi Linglong's courtyard when he heard Pang Tu's cries. As he entered, he was met with the sight of Long-ear, once gentle and obedient, now chasing after Pang Tu with bared teeth. His heart skipped a beat. What was happening? Why was Long-ear exhibiting such aggression? Had it been possessed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he raised his gaze to see a heavy aura of malice emanating from Yi Linglong's room, as if a ghostly shadow lurked within. Oh no, something has happened to my junior sister. Chapter 90. No one has touched this place yet, come here. Little junior sister, be careful. Mu Xiaoran shouted as he rushed into Yi Linglong's room. At that moment, Yi Linglong had just finished feeding the little creature, placing it back into its box, and was momentarily taken aback by Mu Xiaoran's sudden entrance. What's the matter, fifth senior brother? Only then did Mu Xiaoran notice that his little junior sister was sitting innocently in her chair, seemingly unharmed, and her room appeared unscathed, as though the shadow he had perceived moments ago was merely a figment of his imagination. However, the lingering malevolent energy in the air, coupled with the sudden frenzy of the long-eared creature he had tamed, indicated that something sinister had undoubtedly intruded. Yet, seeing the bewildered expression on his junior sister's face, it was clear she was oblivious to the disturbance. Perhaps it was for the best, given her tender age, it would be wise not to burden her with such unsettling news. Nothing, I must have been seeing things. Are we about to set off? Wait a moment, I still have some matters to attend to. Come with me. Originally, Mu Xiaoran had intended to take Yi Linglong out, but encountering such an incident left him no choice but to act. He decided to take her to find Ji Zizhua, hoping to inform him to return and investigate the situation in the room. To his surprise, upon arriving at Ji Zizhua's courtyard, he discovered that he was not present. Strange, usually 7th junior brother enjoys sleeping in, yet today he seems to be diligently cultivating. No matter, we can find 2nd senior sister just as well. 5th senior brother, 2nd senior sister left last night with 3rd and 4th senior sisters to cultivate. It seems we are the only 2 left on Qinglan Peak. Mu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. Why had everyone departed so hastily? No matter, since they were all absent, he would leave a note. Thus, he penned messages for his elder brother, 6th junior brother, 7th junior brother, 2nd senior sister, 3rd senior sister, and 4th senior sister, informing them of the ghostly presence in the little junior sister's courtyard and requesting them to investigate whenever they had the opportunity. Having finished, he summoned a long-feathered spirit bird and invited Yi Linglong to ascend with him. This 3rd-tier long-feathered spirit bird was magnificently large and beautiful, its wings fluttering gracefully as its long feathers danced in the air. There was ample space for both Yi Linglong and Mu Xiaoran to sit comfortably. Little junior sister, although elder brother and 6th brother did not have the chance to meet you, they still hold you in their thoughts. After speaking, Mu Xiaoran retrieved 2 bags from his ring and handed them to Yi Linglong. This bag contains spirit stones from elder brother, and this one holds spirit fruits from 6th brother. Your portion is slightly more generous than what was given to the other senior and junior sisters, which is why I refrained from presenting it in front of everyone yesterday. Thank you, esteemed brothers. Yi Linglong accepted the spirit fruits and stones, recalling how the other senior sisters had also secretly visited her the previous night to offer gifts, though she felt too shy to mention it to Mu Xiaoran.
How have elder brother and sixth brother been faring in their cultivation? You wouldn't believe it.
Upon my return, I was astounded by their remarkable progress. I have no idea what has driven their newfound diligence. I can't help but envy them. I wish I could cultivate with such fervor as well.
Oh, do not fret. Your aspirations will soon materialize.
Little junior sister, you are truly gentle, always remembering to comfort your senior brother.
At that moment, the loud wailing of the rotund creature abruptly shattered the warm atmosphere shared between them. My bottom.
Yi Linglong, that silly rabbit bit my bottom. Wah wah. Both Yi Linglong and Mu Xiaoran turned anxiously to face the source of the commotion. I'm sorry, little junior sister. It was my fault. I was concerned it might harm you, so I tamed it repeatedly to ensure it was gentle. I never anticipated that it would bite after merely spending a day with you. In a swift motion, Mu Xiaoran scooped up the long-eared creature.
How peculiar.
What could have gone wrong? It hasn't been possessed, has it? Is my taming technique inadequate? Perhaps I should take it back and prepare a gentler one for you. Yi Linglong extended her hand to reclaim the long-eared creature from Mu Xiaoran's embrace.
It's all right, fifth senior brother.
It didn't bite me. Besides, after this bite, it's no longer an ordinary rabbit. Its value has skyrocketed. Why would I ever part with it? Yi Linglong lifted the long-eared creature to examine it closely.
Let me see if my bunny has leveled up. Level up?
It is merely a first-tier spirit pet. Unless it encounters a significant opportunity, it's impossible. Before Mu Xiaoran could finish his sentence, the smile on his face froze.
Huh, why have its ears grown longer, its eyes larger, and its muscular strength seemingly enhanced?
The long-eared creature suddenly zipped around Yi Linglong several times before joyfully returning to her embrace.
Oh my. Its speed is astonishing. Has it perhaps comprehended the wind gale skill?
Mu Xiaoran sprang to his feet, exhilaration coursing through him as he took the long-eared creature to inspect it closely. He had raised numerous spirit beasts, yet he had never witnessed one level up from a mere deus interaction, especially one as seemingly unremarkable as this adorable long-eared rabbit. How could this be? At that moment, the rotund creature wailed even louder.
Do you even care about me? I've been bitten on the bottom, yet you're coddling the culprit.
Old bye, you left too soon. Not if you were to see your precious darling treated this way from the heavens, it would surely break your heart. Before the rotund creature could finish, Yi Linglong seized it by the green leaf atop its head, lifting it up. If you keep whining, I won't provide any more healing for your bottom.
Yi Linglong, why don't you take a bite out of me as well?
My leg has been nibbled, my bottom bitten, my head has been sliced, and I still need these hands. After much thought, the rotund creature puffed out its chest.
This area remains untouched. Come on, let me offer you my fruit.
Yi Linglong flicked its puffed-up chest, causing it to recoil in pain.
What are you trying to do? Speak plainly. Do you think I want to? It's simply that I fear you might disdain me for being nibbled on so many times and abandon me.
Yi Linglong couldn't help but question whether these bizarre traits were truly instilled by the esteemed elder Bai. He did not appear to be the type, however. If this was indeed the rotund creature's true nature, she had no further comments to make. At that moment, Mu Xiaoran turned back, a look of concern in his eyes. Little junior sister, is your plant-type spirit pet alright? It has issues. Its mind is beyond saving.
Ah, let me take a look.
What is there to see? I'm missing a chunk from my bottom. Do you think I'm fine? The quality of your rabbit is abysmal, yet you sent it off without proper training.
Have you reflected on this at all? Rotund 1, enough already. Do you not understand why you were bitten?
Mu Xiaoran was taken aback, never expecting to be chastised by a plant-type spirit pet.
I'm sorry. This is my fault.
Both the rotund creature and Yi Linglong froze in astonishment. Why Yi Linglong thought to herself, a fifth senior brother, your temper is far too gentle.
He seems nothing like the one before.
As a token of my apology, please accept this small vial of sweet syrup. It is a favorite among plant-type spirit beasts, and I believe you will enjoy it as well. The rotund creature's eyes lit up, quickly snatching the vial as if fearing he might change his mind. Once in its possession, it wore a confused expression, unsure how to use it.
I'll assist you.
Mu Xiaoran smiled as he reclaimed the vial, rummaging through the leaves atop the rotund creature's head until he found a fruit stem. He then channeled his spiritual energy to pour the sweet syrup into the rotund creature's stem. The fruit became soft and tender instantly. It turned out fruits could also absorb nutrients. Yi Linglong, your senior brother certainly knows how to handle matters.
I hereby declare my reconciliation with his rabbit.
Yi Linglong, but Mu Xiaoran smiled warmly, having successfully managed such a troublesome spirit pet. It seemed caring for the little junior sister would not be too arduous after all.
He felt a surge of confidence for the journey ahead. The long-feathered spirit bird flew swiftly, and before nightfall, they arrived at Luan City. This was Yi Linglong's first visit to a great city in the realm of cultivation. Under the cloak of night, Luan City sparkled with vibrant lights, bustling with crowds and lively festivities.
Little junior sister, let us find an inn to rest for the night.
Ah, didn't we come to rescue fifth senior sister?
There's no rush. We can visit tomorrow during the day. Before Mu Xiaoran could finish his sentence, a sudden explosion echoed, followed by a surge of flames illuminating the sky ahead. Passers-by looked up, exclaiming, the Lu residence has exploded again. A look of alarm crossed Mu Xiaoran's face as he abruptly grasped Yi Linglong's sleeve. Little junior sister, this is urgent. Come with me. P.S. Due to the author's lack of mathematical prowess instilled by the physical education teacher during their school days, it is established that the male and female disciples of Qingxian sect are categorized separately. Aside from the fact that the eldest sister is older than the eldest brother, 6th junior sister, Yi Linglong, is younger than 7th senior brother, the rest follow the numerical order, with the default assumption that males of the same number are older than females. If this is unclear, it matters not, for the author is equally perplexed should any reader's mathematical understanding be diminished. The author accepts no responsibility, wishing everyone an enjoyable reading experience. May you excel in all examinations and never miscount your coins. Chapter 91. If you have the ability, go ahead and strike him. Mu Xiaoran seized Yi Linglong's hand and sprinted from the city gate to the entrance of the Lu residence. The Lu family was the foremost clan in Luan City and one of the 8 great families of the cultivation world. The status of the Lu family in the realm of immortal cultivation was comparable to that of the 4 major sects among the various schools of cultivation, possessing profound strength and heritage. Thus, when such a significant commotion erupted within the Lu residence, it was only natural that a multitude of onlookers gathered outside. Flames still flickered within the estate, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of fierce explosions. Were it not for the fact that such disturbances occurred with alarming frequency, they might have suspected that the Lu residence was facing a vendetta, perhaps even a complete annihilation. The crowd at the main entrance was too dense for Mu Xiaoran and Yi Linglong to push through, but just as they noticed the flames spreading sideways, he hastily led Yi Linglong towards a side entrance. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed as the side door was blasted open, causing the onlookers nearby to quickly retreat to avoid the impending danger. Out of the side door dashed a striking young lady clad in purple, wielding a sword in her right hand and a talisman in her left. Behind her, a throng of individuals dressed in Lu family attire surged forward, encircling her once more. The leader commanded, "Drop your weapons and cease your struggles." Unmoved, the purple-clad maiden raised the talisman in her left hand, seemingly contemplating something. With your meager combat prowess, had you not pilfered a stack of talismans from the 4th master, how could you have fought your way here? Now you possess but a single talisman, how could you possibly escape? Oh no, how could it escalate to this extent? Mu Xiaoran furrowed his brow, squeezing through the crowd while devising a solution to the situation at hand. Senior brother Wu, is that my senior sister up ahead? Indeed, she is your senior sister, Lu Baiwei. Yi Linglong nodded, realizing that senior sister was being besieged. This won't do. I must swiftly intervene, lest this matter spirals out of control. With that, Mu Xiaoran pushed past those in front of him and approached the Lu family members. Manager Lu, what on earth has transpired? We are all family, there is no need for such a ruckus. You dare to return to my Lu residence, our family head has decreed that the young lady shall not return to the Qingxian sect. Abandon all hope, were it not for you, how could she oppose the Lu family daily? Manager Lu, let us discuss this amicably. I am aware that my junior sister has a tempestuous temperament, and I intend to counsel her. Let us sit together and converse civilly. Very well, I shall grant you this one chance, given your usual propriety. If you can persuade her to cease her opposition to the Lu family, then Manager Lu's words were abruptly interrupted as his eyes widened in horror, and he hastily retreated. Duck, he bellowed, just as a plethora of explosive talismans were hurled towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions this time were even louder and more potent than before, sending Manager Lu and his entourage reeling backward. Who said I had but a single talisman left? Open your eyes wide and see clearly, I have several stacks, come on, strike me, I fear you not. When Manager Lu turned back, he was indeed taken aback to see that Lu Baiwei, who had seemed to possess only one talisman, was now clutching a large stack of fresh talismans. His breath caught in his throat, a mixture of anger and urgency swelling within him. A glance at the pink rabbit nestled in Lu Baiwei's arms clarified everything. Well done, Mu Xiaoran. I was foolish to trust you, only to discover you feign peace while secretly supplying the young lady with talismans. You may present yourself well, but your heart is as dark as they come. Mu Xiaoran, bewildered, turned to see indeed that his junior sister had acquired a stack of talismans, along with a long-eared rabbit in her embrace. No, it wasn't Ni who sent her the talismans. Still daring to deny it. Not long ago, you captured a mutated pink long-eared rabbit, and when someone offered a hefty sum to purchase it, you refused. This matter has spread far and wide. Who does not know that this rabbit belongs to you? Mu Xiaoran was momentarily speechless, having never encountered such an irrefutable scenario in his years of wandering. Well done, Mu Xiaoran, gifting such powerful explosive talismans. Your intention was clearly to obliterate us. Manager Lu trembled with rage. And what of it? It is you who incites my ire. What good does it do to rant endlessly? If you have the ability, go ahead and strike him. Very well. So you wish to provoke us, do you? Wood guards, seize him. As the Lu family members charged towards him, Mu Xiaoran's eyes widened in alarm. I did not, do not misunderstand. I truly did not come here to brawl. Seizing the opportunity while the Lu family members mistook Mu Xiaoran for her accomplice, Lu Baiwei turned and fled. As she dashed away, she noticed the pink rabbit escaping her grasp, racing towards another young lady. Ah! Yi Linglong picked up the long-eared rabbit and smiled at Lu Baiwei. You must be our new junior sister, right? Indeed. The talismans were sent by you? Yes. I knew it. Senior brother Wu always seeks to resolve conflicts peacefully, how could he possibly send me talismans? So it was you. Lu Baiwei blinked and exclaimed, well done.
It seems Senior Brother Wu is being besieged. Do not worry. Senior Brother Wu can handle himself. Let us depart quickly and find a place to hide. After speaking, Lu Baiwei grabbed Ji Linglong and they sprinted away from the Lu residence. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Baiwei led Ji Linglong into a bustling tavern. This establishment occupied one side of the street, and at the entrance, numerous alluring young women were on display. Upon entering, one could find various entertainments, some engaged in pet fights, others in gambling, and still others in life and death duels, with many embracing women amidst boisterous revelry. Lu Baiwei guided Ji Linglong into a private room, casually ordering 8 lavish dishes and a bottle of fine wine. Junior sister, our introduction was rather abrupt, and I did not prepare a gift for you. Pointing out the window, she asked, do you see that general store across the street? I do. From her ring, Lu Baiwei retrieved a scroll and placed it into Yi Linglong's hands. This is for you. It is the contract for the store. With this contract, you may withdraw the monthly earnings of spirit stones from the Lu family's bank. Yi Linglong's eyes sparkled as she opened the contract to examine it closely. It bore specific markings, and the scroll even allowed real-time tracking of the store's income and expenditures. Within moments, several new income entries updated on the scroll. How fascinating. She mused that she too would like to acquire a few of these for herself to play with. No wonder the cleaning staff at Qingxian's sect were hired by Senior Sister. She truly was quite wealthy. At that moment, the door to their private room was forcefully swung open. Standing in the doorway was her usually gentle and refined Senior Brother Wu, now appearing disheveled, his clear eyes swirling with a multitude of emotions as he gazed at them. Chapter 92. Never anger, never fume, never. You see, I told you so. He must be fine. Lu Baiwei took a sip of her drink and poured some more into Yi Linglong's cup. Fifth Senior Brother is indeed impressive. Yi Linglong nodded in agreement, reaching for the cup brimming with wine. Mu Xiaoran, feeling a surge of anger, strode into the private room and shut the door behind him, casually snatching the wineglass from Yi Linglong's hands. Fifth Junior Sister, how could you let the little junior sister drink? She's still so young. Lu Baiwei looked at Mu Xiaoran in astonishment. Having known him for quite some time, this was the first instance she had witnessed the usually gentle and refined Mu Xiaoran so enraged. And you, little junior sister, how could you send fifth junior sister so many explosive talismans? UVE created a crater at the entrance of the Lu residence. After voicing his concerns, Mu Xiaoran realized his tone had escalated, and his emotions had spiraled out of control. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he softened his voice, aiming for a calm dialogue, reminding himself to never lose his temper. At that moment, Yi Linglong earnestly inquired, is it true that all those explosive talismans only created a pit? Did no one get hurt? Mu Xiaoran, prepared to amend his earlier outburst and patiently educate the junior sisters, found himself interrupted by Lu Baiwei's quick explanation. I didn't throw them at anyone on purpose. After all, they're from the Lu family. I merely intended to scare them off, not to actually harm anyone. Oh, I thought my explosive talismans were ineffective, Yi Linglong remarked. How could they be? They were far more effective than the ones I pilfered from the estate. Little junior sister, did you create these talismans? You're truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, fifth senior sister. You are quite impressive yourself. Watching his junior sisters focus stray further into oblivion without a hint of remorse, Mu Xiaoran sighed. This is not the time for such discussions, fifth junior sister. Why must you defy your family yet again? Can't you communicate your thoughts without causing such chaos? Fifth senior brother, you cannot blame me this time. My father wishes to fulfill the marriage contract and marry me off to his hiding. I simply cannot agree. Didn't old Master Lu previously consider withdrawing the engagement? Indeed, so when his hiding caught wind of it, he rushed to the Lu residence to tell my father he would seek the fire continuation pearl for me. My father fell for it immediately, promising that if he finds the pearl, he would arrange our wedding. It infuriated me. Fifth junior sister, the last known location of the fire continuation pearl is in Zheyun City, a place that has become a perilous hell on earth for over a decade. His willingness to risk himself for you indicates he truly cares for you. Lu Baiwei, hearing this, became both furious and anxious. Look at that, another person deceived by his hiding. Does finding a pearl mean he truly cares for me? Yi Linglong nodded, adding, he might also be interested in fifth senior sister's wealth and power. Little junior sister, you don't understand. Fifth junior sister and his hiding grew up together, and their families are well acquainted. The Yi family is one of the 8 great clans in the cultivation world. As the young master of the Yi family, his hiding would have no reason to covet fifth senior sister's wealth and influence. Lu Baiwei's frustration mounted further. It seemed everyone shared the same misguided belief, including her father. The Yi family is wealthy and powerful, and that doesn't preclude coveting fifth senior sister's family's status. Even if I were to inherit a fortune, I would still pick up a spirit stone if I stumbled upon one. Little junior sister, seeking the fire continuation pearl is not as simple as picking up a spirit stone. It is fraught with life-threatening dangers. Who among those on the path of cultivation has not faced life-threatening risks? Furthermore, if he succeeds in this endeavor, not only will he possess the pearl but also gain fifth senior sister as a bonus. It is quite the deal. Upon hearing Yi Linglong's words, both Mu Xiaoran and Lu Baiwei widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it really be viewed in such a manner? Lu Baiwei, with excitement, grasped Yi Linglong's hand, exclaiming, little junior sister, you truly understand. What more, my father, in a moment of emotion, lent him our family's heart distraction mirror. Mu Xiaoran and Yi Linglong exchanged a startled glance. The heart distraction mirror is a treasure of your family.
Your father lending it to him signifies his deep trust and approval of Heiziding, essentially acknowledging him as a son-in-law. Wow, if he receives the heart distraction mirror as well, that is quite the profit. Indeed. You are absolutely correct, little junior sister. Mu Xiaoran rubbed his temples, deciding to reorganize his thoughts. Heiziding's family has an admirable reputation, and they grew up together, bound by a marriage contract. Old Master Lu has watched Heiziding grow, having managed the Lu family's affairs successfully for many years. His judgment is astute, and he seldom makes errors. Pausing for a moment, Mu Xiaoran continued, it is well known that Heiziding has harbored feelings for fifth junior sister since childhood, having done countless things for her. He possesses remarkable talent and high cultivation. In every regard, he is worthy of fifth junior sister, leaving no grounds for criticism. Linglong nodded thoughtfully in response. Seeing her ally slipping away, Lu Baiwei's expression turned frantic. I must be unworthy of him. Surely that would suffice? Fifth senior sister, if others cannot find fault, it is simply because they are not discerning enough. I shall be the one to point out his flaws. I guarantee he is flawed in every aspect. Both Lu Baiwei and Mu Xiaoran were momentarily taken aback. Moreover, fifth senior sister, have more confidence in yourself. If you do not like him, that alone renders him unworthy. Mu Xiaoran pondered, bewildered by the warped reasoning of the young junior sister. What teachings had the seventh junior brother imparted to her? Lu Baiwei marveled, heavens, finally, divine providence has bestowed upon me such an extraordinary junior sister. Little junior sister, your perspective is misguided. Fifth senior brother, which side are you on? At this, both Lu Baiwei and Linglong fixed their intense gazes on Mu Xiaoran. I am, of course, on fifth junior sister's side. Did you hear that, fifth senior sister? Fifth senior brother supports you. Let us journey to Zheiyun City, teach Heiziding a lesson, and reclaim the heart distraction mirror. Yes. Lu Baiwei exclaimed, rising with excitement. The heart distraction mirror is crucial. We must retrieve it. We must also secure the fire continuation pearl. Indeed, we must acquire the fire continuation pearl. Let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow. Agreed, we will depart tomorrow. Lu Baiwei excitedly pushed open the private room door. Waiter, prepare 3 of the best rooms in the heavenly waiting pavilion, and reserve the finest one for my little junior sister. Certainly. As the two made their plans and ascended the stairs to rest, Mu Xiaoran stood frozen in place. Wait a moment, has this been decided already? It seems he hadn't consented yet. How could they venture to Zheiyun City, a place so perilous? Fifth senior sister, my SPA talismans are exceptionally effective. Allow me to give you a few to try when you return to your room. And this, little junior sister, you are simply amazing. Little junior sister, fifth senior brother, don't worry. Each member of Qingxian's sect receives a SPA talisman, you need not fret. That is not, I shall escort you to your room shortly. By the way, fifth senior brother, what exactly is the fire continuation pearl? Mu Xiaoran felt his composure begin to waver. Chapter 93. With her leading the charge, every trap will be triggered. Linglong's decision to venture to Zheiyun City was not a spur-of-the-moment whim. After all, while she relished stirring up trouble, she was not one to recklessly offer herself as a sacrifice. She recalled that in the original narrative, after Yue departed from the secret realm of Dajin Mountain, her next destination was Zheiyun City. Since Yue had gone there without delivering any treasures, it suggested that perhaps she could procure some herself. However, the original text made no mention of the continuation fire pearl, as Yue's acquisition in Zheiyun City was the divine fire sword, a magnificent blade left behind by the lord of Zhetian City, which had just begun to awaken its sword spirit upon her obtaining it. Suddenly, Linglong felt as though there was some unseen destiny at play. Although she had not followed the original storyline to align herself with Yue in the same sect, their paths seemed to intertwine nonetheless. Nevertheless, this posed little concern. With her at the forefront, every trap would be set off in advance. Upon leaving, she could hitch a ride with her convoy, thus sparing herself the arduous task of seeking an exit and allowing her ample time to seize wealth. Rather to focus on her development and remain composed. Furthermore, she had faith that her fifth senior sister's intuition was not solely based on emotions, but grounded in some semblance of reason. The original text did not clarify whether Heiziding had genuine feelings for Lu Baiwei, but it did allude to the complete annihilation of the Lu family, one of the 8 great clans of cultivation. The Lu family was wiped out because a member fell into demonic corruption, leading to a massacre at their hands, after which the perpetrator escaped with their treasures, leaving nothing but ash behind. Ultimately, the demon was vanquished by Yue's sword, from which she obtained the long-hidden, unparalleled treasure, the Eclipse treasure scroll. Although Yue was yet to comprehend its usage, she had faced several assassination attempts after acquiring it. While those who pursued her met their demise without fail, it indicated that others had already set their sights on the Eclipse treasure scroll. During this period, none of the other 7 great clans offered assistance. No one sought vengeance for the Lu family's downfall, nor did anyone express profound sorrow over their extermination. Yet, when the demon emerged, the other 7 clans felt it their duty to take action against it. Alas, despite their arduous efforts, it was Yue who ultimately seized the day, owing to her formidable protagonist aura. This illustrates that while some may struggle to discern whether someone truly loves them, those who genuinely do not love themselves are often acutely aware of it. After years of companionship, if the fifth senior sister does not feel that Heiziding truly loves her, it is highly probable that he indeed does not. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the slim possibility that the fifth senior sister is simply oblivious to the fervent affections of others. But so what? Dislike is dislike. Why should one feel compelled to marry someone simply because they are exceptional or have done a few commendable deeds? What era is this, still adhering to the archaic notion of arranged marriages? It is utterly absurd. Casting aside outdated beliefs, I shall lead the charge for renewal, striving to become an exemplary youth of the new era and contributing to the construction of a great sect. Linglong tore off a used SPA talisman and replaced it with a new one. The more she got to know her fellow disciples of Qingxian's sect, the more she realized that none of them seemed to achieve a favorable end. Why was that? The original narrative referred to Lu Baiwei by her status as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, without mentioning her affiliation with Qingxian's sect. It was only upon her arrival in Luan City that she confirmed the annihilation of the Lu family was connected to her fifth senior sister. Had she known she would traverse the pages of a book, she would have patiently read through to witness how Heroine exhibited her prowess, thus avoiding the multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Alas, such matters could wait for another time. For now, rest beckoned. As Linglong turned to enter the realm of dreams, a sudden chill pierced her warmth as something cool burrowed into her bedding. She instinctively reached out and pulled out the rotund creature, who clung to her hand, refusing to let go. Linglong, do you think it would be effective if I bit myself? I can't contend with the upgraded long-eared creature. It relentlessly chases and gnaws at me. I cannot endure another day of this. Why not give it a try? The rotund creature paused for a moment, raised its hand but found it ineffectual, then contemplated and lifted its leg, yet still failed to bite down. Can't you just return it? Why keep a rabbit when you have this fruit? Am I to forfeit an entire forest for this fruit that is merely for show? Do you hold yourself in such high regard? The rotund creature's eyes widened, its expression one of wounded innocence. Old bye. Silence. Then let me sleep beside you. Without waiting for Linglong's consent, the rotund creature dove into her bedding, revealing only its small head. Move over a bit. Do not encroach upon my space. Seeing she had not expelled it, the rotund creature obediently shifted away. While Linglong cast a glance at it before closing her eyes, not yet asleep, she felt the icy touch of the fruit against her arm. Moments later, it shifted from her arm to her bosom, adjusting its position several times until it found a comfortable spot against her warm body, finally settling down. The rotund creature's intelligence was indeed concerning. It had barely been a minute since she closed her eyes. How could she possibly fall asleep? It should have waited a while longer to sneak in. Truly, she could not fathom how this rotund creature had managed to survive until now. Linglong tugged the blanket to cover the rotund creature's belly and drifted into slumber. The following morning, the trio of disciples boarded the Changyu Spirit Sparrow, departing from Luan City. After careful consideration, I believe Zhiyun City is too perilous. We should instead journey to the Great River Forest, which boasts vast regions teeming with first and second tier spiritual beasts. It would be most suitable for both of you to train there, as you are both at the foundation establishment stage, Mu Xiaoran reiterated, still attempting to persuade them to reconsider. Fifth senior brother, do you understand why traveling to Zhiyun City poses a danger? Linglong inquired. Because our strength is insufficient. Exactly. Your insight is commendable, fifth senior brother. Linglong retrieved a stack of spell techniques from her ring. She had contemplated this during her time in the library, knowing she might encounter various fellow disciples under unforeseen circumstances. She had prepared corresponding spell techniques for each to avoid the headache of gift-giving. After all, material gifts were ephemeral, but empowering them to enhance their strength was a lifelong benefit. She handed a portion to Mu Xiaoran and another to Lu Baiwei. Junior sister, I have no lavish gifts to offer you. These spell techniques are meticulously selected. Each of you will receive a copy, and should you require more, do not hesitate to ask me directly. Focus on your cultivation and strive to improve, and you shall no longer fear the dangers of Zhiyun City. Mu Xiaoran and Lu Baiwei were momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of spell techniques in their hands. Such valuable items were indeed rare, but this was rather excessive. Junior sister, it's too late to start cultivating now. Fifth senior brother, with determination and perseverance, it's never too late to begin. I calculated it. The journey from Luan City to Zhiyun City will take a total of 2 days. If you devote this time to relentless cultivation, mastering the first layer of the new spell technique will surely be within reach. Relentless cultivation? Why not? You need not fly on your own. What else would you be doing? What a compelling argument. But a fifth senior brother, you promised the senior brothers before you departed that you would protect us. If you are unwilling to cultivate now, what will happen if we encounter danger? As she spoke, Linglong's voice trembled, nearly bringing her to tears. Startled, Mu Xiaoran quickly gestured for her to calm down. No, I do want to cultivate, but the spiritual energy in Madare is insufficient, and the effectiveness may be compromised. Linglong immediately flashed him a smile, her swift change in demeanor catching both Mu Xiaoran and Lu Baiwei off guard. Do not worry. This is a problem I can solve. Chapter 94 of The Flame of Struggle never extinguishes. The spirit of cultivation is passed down through generations. Linglong, well acquainted with the surroundings, deftly retrieved various talisman papers from her ring, some inscribed, others blank, and arranged them in a circle around them. While she meticulously set up the formation on the back of the Linglong spirit sparrow, she elaborated to them, during my previous outing, I discerned that while time is abundant, spiritual energy is not always readily available. Yet, we cannot afford to delay our cultivation, so what shall we do? As long as our resolve remains steadfast, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. In adverse circumstances, even when conditions seem lacking, we must learn to create our own opportunities. The flame of struggle never extinguishes, and the spirit of cultivation is passed down through generations. The flourishing era of the Qingxian sect will be ushered in by our efforts. As she spoke, the formation was nearly complete, her skilled techniques indicative of rigorous practice. Upon completion, she poured a hefty bag of spirit stones into the formation's core, emptying the entire pouch bestowed upon her by her senior brother before their departure, an act that exuded a sense of grandeur. Afterward, a steady stream of spiritual energy surged forth from the formation, enveloping the space around them. In an instant, the previously sparse spiritual energy transformed into a rich cultivation environment.
See, isn't this splendid?
Fifth senior brother, why are you dawdling? Begin at once. Every moment you waste is a precious resource squandered from senior brother. If you do not seize this opportunity, it is not only I and fifth senior sister who will be disappointed. Senior brother will never forgive you. With the atmosphere charged, Mu Xiaoran found it difficult to justify any reasons for abstaining from cultivation. Thus, he swallowed his words and resignedly closed his eyes. Cultivating atop the Longyu spirit sparrow was an unprecedented experience for him, and the pressure was considerable. On the side, Lu Baiwei observed Yi Linglong's actions, flowing seamlessly like water, leaving her utterly stunned.
Is this truly permissible? Fifth senior sister, let us commence as well. But have you forgotten how your family's steward berated you yesterday? He looked down on you with every word, belittling your meager skills. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, can you tolerate this? I cannot endure it.
Moreover, we are set to confront He Ziding, who foolishly aspires to attain what is beyond his reach.
If your cultivation is insufficient, your strikes will be ineffectual. Would you be content with that? I would not.
Additionally, fifth senior brother mentioned that the fire continuation pearl is a treasure lost in Jiyun City.
As its new master, should you not strive to elevate yourself to avoid bringing shame upon it? Indeed, you are right. Let us cultivate. I shall commence immediately.
Fifth senior sister, I have high hopes for you. As Lu Baiwei too closed her eyes and entered a state of cultivation, Yi Linglong settled down with a sense of assurance. After separating Fat Head and Long Ear, she released them, instructing, you two should absorb spiritual energy diligently and enhance yourselves. Do not squander this opportunity, spirit stones are costly, otherwise, when I encounter superior companions, you shall be cast aside. Upon hearing this, Long Ear twitched its rabbit ears and promptly shut its eyes to absorb spiritual energy. As for Fat Head, though it lacked the ability to cultivate, it was adept at reading the situation. It understood that it should play along for now, biding its time to slack off once Yi Linglong was engrossed. Seeing their compliance, Yi Linglong felt immense satisfaction. Had it not been for the fact that Zhao Kai absorbed malevolent energy rather than spiritual energy, she would have released it as well. What a pity. Once she arranged everything, Yi Linglong began her own cultivation. Thus, over the course of 2 days and nights aboard the Longyu spirit sparrow, the three of them, along with one pet, cultivated tirelessly. They only opened their eyes upon landing. Jiyun City was once a grand city, ruled by the Yin family, a formidable presence in the realm of cultivation. In its heyday, the Yin family was among the foremost of the cultivation clans, wielding substantial power. However, a calamitous event struck over a decade ago, transforming Jiyun City into a ghost town, shrouded in ominous clouds and thick malevolence, exuding an aura of danger and eeriness. Following the fall of Jiyun City, the demonic beasts from the Qiyun forest surged into the area, many perishing due to the harsh environment, while those that survived morphed into terrifying creatures. Various prominent families and sects once sent disciples to investigate the cause, but they uncovered nothing and suffered significant losses. Subsequently, they abandoned their inquiries, allowing Jiyun City to gradually devolve into a hellish landscape. As Mu Xiaoran descended from the Longyu spirit sparrow and beheld the perilous Jiyun City, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Hadn't he previously resolved to dissuade his junior sisters from pursuing this venture? If they insisted, he had planned to divert the Longyu spirit sparrow elsewhere, forcibly extracting them from the situation. How had he ended up here, having unwittingly entered a state of cultivation? Junior sister, fifth junior sister, do you see how perilous Jiyun City is? Junior sister, come quickly, there is a demonic beast at the city gate that looks rather infuriating. Lu Baiwei brandished her sword and charged forward. After 2 days of cultivation, I feel ready, do not hinder me. I shall slay everything in my path. Fifth senior sister, please ensure to leave the remains intact, I intend to collect them.
Ah, why would you want something so hideous? To sell for profit. Are you in need of money? I can provide you with more shops later.
Thank you, fifth senior sister, while I accept the shops, I still wish to claim the remains. Lu Baiwei found herself at a loss for words, yet it was clear that her junior sister was determined. Thus, she charged ahead while contemplating where to strike with her sword. Before she could thrust her sword, the demonic beast leapt out and lunged at her. Witnessing this, Mu Xiaoran was struck with terror. That was a third-tier demonic wolf, and in the treacherous environment of Jiyun City, it had become even more ferocious than usual. Fifth junior sister, merely at the foundation establishment stage, would be offering herself as prey. In a flash, he summoned a soaring white tiger, its massive wings propelling it swiftly to shield Lu Baiwei, ready to confront the demonic beast. As Mu Xiaoran saw Lu Baiwei was now safe, he was about to exhale in relief when, in the next moment, his heart nearly stopped. The demonic wolf had bypassed fifth junior sister and was charging directly toward junior sister, its target evidently fixed upon her. Realizing this, he saw the beast was already barreling towards her. This was disastrous, neither the soaring white tiger nor himself could intervene in time. His junior sister, newly initiated into the foundation establishment stage, was even more fragile than fifth junior sister. This was dire. It could very well cost her life. To make matters worse, junior sister appeared frozen in fear, paralyzed and motionless, which sent Mu Xiaoran into a frenzy. Junior sister, run. At this moment, Lu Baiwei was equally dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that the beast would be a third-tier demonic wolf altered by the malevolent energies of Zheyun City. It appeared so drastically different that she initially thought it merely a first-tier ugly cat. As the beast lunged toward Yi Linglong, Lu Baiwei's heart raced, nearly ceasing altogether. Junior sister. Chapter 95. I have an excellent idea to get rich instantly. Calmly, Yi Linglong retrieved Xianing from her ring. It was merely a third-tier demon beast. She had slain dozens, if not hundreds, in the Dejin Mountain secret realm. After such an extensive period of training, how could she not demonstrate her prowess? Thus, under the horrified gazes of her senior brothers and sisters, she unsheathed her sword and struck, instantly distorting the demon wolf's face, which tumbled to the ground, losing a few teeth in the process. The demon wolf, clearly taken aback by Yi Linglong's strength, could not fathom that this seemingly frail human was so formidable. Had it misjudged her, this single strike not only stunned the demon wolf but also left Mu Xiaoran and Lu Baiwei, who were screaming in terror, utterly bewildered. Was this truly their newly initiated, delicate, and tearful junior sister? At that moment, the demon wolf, refusing to concede, scrambled to its feet and shook its injured face. IT had merely been testing the waters. This time, it would engage seriously. IT was determined to prove that it could overpower this human child. With a sudden surge of malevolent energy, its sharp claws extended, and it lunged at Yi Linglong, roaring in a frenzy. Yet, Yi Linglong remained steadfast, unperturbed as it charged. When the demon wolf approached, she swung her long sword, delivering a deep gash across its chest. Dark crimson blood splattered forth as it crashed heavily to the ground, truly unable to withstand her might. Breathing heavily, the demon wolf struggled to rise, cautiously retreating on its limbs. This is bad. The demon wolf is cunning. It intends to flee, Mu Xiaoran exclaimed. Quickly, block its escape. Realizing that its intentions had been uncovered, the demon wolf pivoted and dashed away. However, Yi Linglong had already anticipated this move. She intercepted it just a few steps out. She had faced countless third-tier demon beasts before. She was well aware of their intelligence and could easily discern their intentions. Not wishing to waste time, Yi Linglong raised Xianing, poised to strike it down. Junior sister, quickly slay it. Wolves are pack animals. Its companions must be nearby before it signals them. Eliminate it swiftly. If we are surrounded, we will be in grave danger. Upon hearing these words, Yi Linglong hesitated, retracting her sword. What? It has companions? Yes, Mu Xiaoran urged frantically. You must kill it without hesitation. At that moment, Yi Linglong's pause afforded the demon wolf a moment to breathe. It let out a loud howl, its voice echoing through the air. After howling, it turned back to Yi Linglong with a triumphant glint, seemingly taunting her. Prepare for your demise. I have summoned my allies. Hearing the howl, Mu Xiaoran felt his heart race with panic. The signal has been sent. It's too late. Quickly, get on my cloud-soaring white tiger. We must leave at once. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Baiwei scrambled onto the cloud-soaring white tiger. They were ready to take flight when they noticed that Yi Linglong stood frozen in place, wearing a peculiar smile. Junior sister, I have an excellent idea to get rich instantly. What riches? What idea? Wasn't he a time to flee? Fifth senior sister, come help me cause some chaos. Called by name, Lu Baiwei paused for a moment but then promptly leaped off the cloud-soaring white tiger and dashed towards Yi Linglong, her face alight with excitement. Cause chaos? What kind of chaos? Yi Linglong pointed towards a flagpole on the city wall. Oh, you see that flagpole? I see it. Please help me hang the demon wolf up there. That is simple. I'll get it done immediately. With that, Lu Baiwei obediently rushed over, hoisting the nearly unconscious demon wolf and flying toward the city wall. Yi Linglong then produced a long needle from her ring and handed it to the chubby spirit perched on her shoulder. Fathead, this task is entrusted to you. Fathead's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly accepted the needle from Yi Linglong. I understand. This is my specialty. It shouted, long ears, let us get to work. Fly me up there. Once the arrangements were made, Yi Linglong dashed to the base of the city tower to set up an array. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xiaoran, who was preparing to escape on the cloud-soaring white tiger, was left dumbfounded. Junior sister, what are you doing? Hurry and run. The demon wolf's companions will. Before he could finish, a piercing scream echoed from the city tower. He looked up to see the demon wolf's tail tightly bound and suspended from the flagpole. Beside it, Yi Linglong's plant-type spirit was perched on the wall, poking it with the needle. Aren't you going to call your companions? Go on, shout loudly, call out with all your might. Don't stop until you summon your entire clan. Whoa, Fathead jabbed it. Your voice isn't loud enough. Woo. Fathead poked it twice more. The ending isn't prolonged enough. Woo. Fathead continued to poke it several times. Your emotions aren't rich enough. Mu Xiaoran's emotions became exceedingly complex. He could not fathom why such absurdity was unfolding. Before his eyes, several demon wolves were indeed gathering at the city gate, and not just one. There were at least 7 or 8 in sight. Mu Xiaoran felt a surge of panic, realizing that these were third-tier demon beasts, influenced by malevolent energy, and were extremely ferocious. This was no trivial matter. He dashed towards Yi Linglong, who was still applying talismans on the ground. Junior sister, the demon wolves are coming. We must leave. Fifth senior brother, you arrived just in time. I need your assistance. Mu Xiaoran, determined to forcibly extract her, was taken aback. Without hesitation, Yi Linglong grasped Mu Xiaoran's sleeve and led him in a wild dash, shoving him through the city gate and into the line of sight of the gathered demon wolves. Never did Mu Xiaoran expect to confront over a dozen demon wolves face to face. A dozen beasts and one human locked eyes for 2 seconds, each observing the other warily. Just then, a talisman flew from behind Mu Xiaoran and landed before the demon wolves. With a resounding boom, the talisman exploded. In an instant, all the demon wolves gathered at the city wall were enraged. They let out a furious roar at the human who had provoked them and extended their claws, charging wildly and viciously at Mu Xiaoran. Mu Xiaoran, who had never contemplated facing over a dozen demon wolves alone, was left speechless.
As the demon wolves lunged toward them, Musharan's spirit nearly left his body in terror. He turned on his heel and sprinted towards the city gate. As he fled, the demon wolves, even more enraged, pursued him. After provoking them, he thought he could escape. Human. Musharan glanced back, overwhelmed by despair. Why was this happening? Chapter 96, A Revelation. There is such a way to play as Musharan fled from the city, pursued by a horde of monstrous beasts. Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved at him. Fifth senior brother, run this way. Although he was reluctant to heed his junior sister's instructions, reason compelled him to comply. Consequently, Musharan led the throng of beasts to the designated spot indicated by Linglong. In the next moment, a golden radiance surged forth, ensnaring all the creatures within the formation behind Musharan. He was indeed saved. With a sigh of relief, he leaned against a nearby stone and sat down. And before him, within the confines of the cramped formation, the beasts were frantically battering against the barriers in their desperate bid for escape. In their chaotic thrashing, they inadvertently injured one another, their eyes reddened with rage as they turned to attack their companions. The scene was one of utter brutality, as the ferocious beasts engaged in a savage brawl. One would tear at another's jaws while it gnawed at another's legs. Witnessing such carnage caused Musharan's heart to ache painfully, for he had narrowly escaped a similar fate. Fifth senior brother, are you all right? Though uninjured, he could hardly claim to be unscathed. Junior sister, please refrain from undertaking such perilous endeavors in the future. Alright, I won't do it again. Musharan's immediate reaction was skepticism. Throughout their journey, his junior sister had never heeded his advice, so how could she so readily acquiesce? True to form, her next words came swiftly. But first, let us finish what we started. Fifth senior brother, look over there. Musharan turned his gaze toward the city gate and indeed spotted several more beasts just entering. The memory of the previous chaos sent a shiver down his spine. Junior sister, you've already captured so many, perhaps I should go this time. Fifth senior brother, you must be exhausted from your earlier efforts. Let me take this one on. Although I am merely a novice at the foundation establishment stage and face the constant danger of being devoured, it's fine. In cultivation, one must expect casualties. If I perish, remember to bring my remains back to Qin Xian sect for the other seniors to see. No sooner had Linglong spoken than Musharan sprang to his feet, extending his hand towards her. Hand me the explosive talismans. Linglong swiftly produced a stack and placed them in his palm. Senior brother, take care. Taking a deep breath, Musharan charged into the city. Though the beasts were indeed fierce and terrifying, and their combat prowess formidable, he, as a golden core cultivator, felt that while he might not triumph in a brawl, escaping was not an insurmountable challenge. Overcoming his internal resistance, he successfully completed the task multiple times, growing increasingly swift and adept with each endeavor. It was only once all the beasts had been thoroughly dealt with by his junior sister that the mission concluded. Lu Baiwei captured one beast that had been hanging on the city wall and casually tossed it into the formation. The moment it entered, Linglong declared to the creatures within, the emissary you have called upon has arrived. Express your gratitude for its guidance. Upon hearing her proclamation, all the beasts ceased their frantic attempts to escape and their brawling, turning their attention in unison to the subdued beast. Howl, howl, howl. As the creature was besieged by the others, Musharan, eyes wide with terror, thought to himself that his junior sister was perhaps a tad too ruthless. Meanwhile, Lu Baiwei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I've learned something new. This is a fascinating way to engage. As the beasts descended into chaos, yielding to their mutual exhaustion and gradually ceasing hostilities, Linglong began tossing explosive talismans into the fray. Each one ignited a storm of bloodshed. Ultimately, when they were all severely wounded and unable to continue, she opened a small gap in the formation. Both Lu Baiwei and Musharan grasped their swords, ready to strike down any beast that emerged, until they had slain the very last one. Linglong then began gathering the corpses in a sack, singing joyfully as she worked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all safely collected. How delightful. Observing her, the act of gathering corpses seemed to transform into a wondrous affair. Thus, the typically delicate and sheltered young lady of the Lu family, Lu Baiwei, joyfully joined in. Junior sister, let me help you collect. Are you having fun? Absolutely, I had no idea we had killed so many. We are truly impressive. Let us keep our perspective, we are destined for greater feats, these few are but a trifling matter. Watching the two of them merrily gather the bodies while engaging in lively conversation, Musharan felt a mix of emotions and decided to join in. After all, he could not simply stand by his two junior sisters' collected corpses while he, a grown man, watched. As they continued, he suddenly realized, oh, it seems we could actually fetch a considerable sum for these. Once they finished, he resolved to have a serious conversation with his junior sister. They needed to leave Jiyun City. Such dangerous ventures could not be repeated. Just moments ago, he had nearly been driven mad with fright, and he had never encountered such terror during his own training. He was about to speak when he turned to find his junior sister and the fifth senior sister applying talismans to themselves, resembling two children playing with stickers. Musharan's heart softened. After all, they were both young girls at the foundation establishment stage, and it was evident that this battle had drained them considerably. Very well, let them rest for a moment. He would address matters once they were rejuvenated. Just as he settled down, he saw them both suddenly dart back into the city, causing him to spring up in alarm. Jiyun City was already fraught with danger, with the beasts at the city gates being of the third rank. What awaited them within was undoubtedly far more perilous. How could these two foundation establishment cultivators charge in like that? Were they courting death? Musharan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he hastened to pursue them.
Just as he began to run, he saw them darting back to the spot where they had just rested. He halted mid-stride, utterly baffled. So, that is how you write the acceleration talisman to make it faster than before. Got it, I'll improve upon that. Junior sister, this talisman is incredibly fun, may I apply 2 of them? After Lu Baiwei spoke, she affixed 2 talismans and vanished in an instant. While Linglong abruptly raised her head, realizing with horror that she had forgotten to inform the 5th senior sister that applying 2 would result in double speed. Have you 2 finished playing? If you're done, come over here, I have something serious to discuss. Mu Xiaoran resolved to assert his authority as a senior brother. If he didn't adopt a stricter demeanor, he truly would be unable to rein them in. 5th senior brother, the 5th senior sister has vanished. I am aware. We will discuss it when she returns. No, she may not come back. Mu Xiaoran, who had failed to grasp their line of thought. She applied 2 talismans, turning it into a superspeed talisman. She should have already dashed into the city a fair distance, who knows what she might encounter. Mu Xiaoran, whose heart had just calmed, was now in a state of panic. 5th senior brother. With both acceleration talismans activated, we must hurry after her. In an instant, Mu Xiaoran's composure shattered once more. At Chapter 97, a mutual strike, grudges cancelled as Yi Lingluo and Mu Xiaoran activated 2 acceleration talismans and pursued their way in. They covered quite a distance. So considerable was the distance that even Yi Lingluo could not help but marvel at her 5th senior sister's extraordinary bravery, daring to venture so far into the depths alone. After traversing a significant stretch, they stumbled upon Lu Baiwei, who was being besieged and beaten by a group of people amidst the ruins of a shattered wall. At that moment, Lu Baiwei was desperately dodging amidst the debris, utilizing the speed granted by the acceleration talismans. However, she miscalculated her evasive angles while being attacked by 3 individuals wielding spells, resulting in her being struck on the arm and leg, causing her to tumble down from the wall. As a large blade descended ominously towards her head, Mu Xiaoran felt his heart nearly seize with terror. Stop, do not harm my 5th junior sister. At that moment, a sword was flung from behind him with great force, clashing with the descending blade with a resounding clang, diverting both the person and the weapon away. Mu Xiaoran swiftly dashed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Lu Baiwei, while Yi Lingluo hurried to help her up from the ground. 5th junior sister, are you alright? I am not. Everything is wrong, my hand is injured, my leg is broken, and my spirit has suffered a significant blow. Lu Baiwei exclaimed upon inspecting her. Yi Lingluo and Mu Xiaoran noted that while she was indeed injured in several places, she was not gravely harmed. Had they arrived any later, her life might well have been in jeopardy. Mu Xiaoran patted Lu Baiwei's shoulder reassuringly. Do not fear, you are safe now. Yi Lingluo retrieved a medicinal pill from her ring. Do not worry. They will soon have their own troubles. At that moment, their assailants swiftly encircled the trio, clad in standardized sect uniforms and brandishing long, menacing blades. They exuded an intimidating aura. The sect's garb bore a golden sun emblem, unmistakably identifying them as disciples of the Liang Hall, one of the 4 major sections. The Liang Hall was notably a peculiar sect among the 4, as while other sects adorned themselves with righteousness and morality, Liang Hall was unabashedly brazen in their malevolence. They openly bullied disciples from other sects during their trials, and on occasion, they would brazenly slay wandering cultivators they encountered. The Liang Hall operated with an overwhelming sense of dominance, disregarding any attempts at reasoning. There had been proposals to expel Liang Hall from the sect alliance, relegating them to the status of a nefarious sect deserving of punishment. However, this proposal ultimately failed, for without even the guise of being a righteous sect, Liang Hall would only become more rampant. To eliminate them collectively would severely deplete the strength of the entire cultivation community, rendering it an unwise endeavor. Furthermore, while their misdeeds were numerous, they had not yet escalated to a level that threatened the stability and peace of the cultivation world. Later, the leader of the sect alliance convened a meeting with the heads of the 4 major sects, after which Liang Hall exhibited slight restraint, and the alliance tacitly agreed to turn a blind eye to their transgressions. Thus, disciples from all sects, when encountering Liang Hall disciples outside, would typically avoid confrontation whenever possible. I question how a mere foundational-level rogue cultivator dared to intrude upon Zhaiyun City and disrupt our affairs. It seems she has 2 accomplices, one of the Liang disciples remarked. Meanwhile, Yi Lingluo continued to tend to Lu Baiwei's wounds, while Mu Xiaoran stepped forward to shield them. We are all here in Zhaiyun City for training. May I inquire why you are so ruthlessly attacking my junior sister? Why, you ask, do you not see what she has done? The Liang disciples glared at Lu Baiwei with fury. Having been singled out, Lu Baiwei quickly lifted her head to defend herself. When I rushed in, I encountered a terrifying shadow on the road, and in my fright, I applied an additional acceleration talisman. I was moving so swiftly that I could not see anything clearly before crashing in. It was not intentional. This revelation shocked not only her assailants but also Yi Lingluo and Mu Xiaoran, who were tending to her wounds. 1 acceleration talisman was already quite fast, 2 would be dangerously rapid, and 3, was she attempting to ascend to the heavens? Junior sister, did you collide with them? No, I merely collided with a beast. Lu Baiwei pointed to the corpse of a 4th-level black demon leopard hanging from the shattered wall, its body flattened, clearly having made a significant contribution in cushioning her abrupt stop. While she sustained minor injuries, the beast had perished first. Is it not just a collision with a beast? You did not strike them, must you, a group of men, surround and assault a young girl? Mu Xiaoran expressed his disdain for the Liang disciples, especially after their egregious bullying of his junior sister.
Do you think this is merely a matter of colliding with a beast?
We require the leopard's gallbladder for alchemical purposes, and we searched for 3 days in Jiyun City to finally find this one, yet, she smashed it flat, shattering the gallbladder.
Mu Xiaoran frowned.
If that were the case, it indeed implicated his junior sister in their misfortune. If so, I can compensate you.
Compensate, the gallbladder can be replaced, but what of the injuries suffered by my fellow disciples? Mu Xiaoran was taken aback.
Had the disciples of Liang Hall also been injured, in such a brief span of time, the narrative had taken an unexpected turn.
You mean to say you two were struck by my junior sister?
No.
She only collided with the beast, and that was the end of it.
Indeed, she did not directly collide with us, however, we were in the midst of hunting this black demon leopard. When she suddenly crashed into it, we lost our target, and in the chaos, our disciples inadvertently wounded one another. As he concluded, he gestured towards 2 of his comrades who bore injuries, one with blood streaming from his shoulder, the other with crimson staining his waist. Though injured, their wounds did not appear life-threatening.
Can I be held accountable for that? Lu Baiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. That cannot be laid at your feet, should it fall to me instead?
That is unnecessary, as neither of us participated in the fray.
They exchanged wounds, and grievances thus cancel each other out, is that not sufficient? The Liang disciples glared in outrage, their eyes bulging as one stepped forward with his weapon, clearly intent on violence.
Lu Baiwei nervously retreated behind Mu Xiaoran, who furrowed his brow, positioning himself protectively in front of her. What do you intend to do? I too was injured by your group, my wounds may even be worse than theirs.
What do you think we intend?
She ruined our gallbladder and injured my 2 comrades. Given this transgression, it is only fair that you stay here to face the consequences alongside her. At that moment, Yiling Luo, having finished treating Lu Baiwei's wounds, suddenly let out a derisive laugh, tinged with mockery.
Chapter 98 I
have a fresh new approach. Are the 3 of us supposed to sacrifice our lives for the 2 of you? Can you even count? Upon hearing Yi Linglong's words, the gazes of all the disciples from the Liang Palace turned towards her. At that moment, the leading disciple sneered at her mockingly.
You wandering cultivators have brought a child along for your training, is it so that your entire family can perish together in the end?
As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 or so disciples behind him erupted into raucous laughter, their jeers filled with arrogance.
What nonsense are you spouting?
If your eyes are so poor, perhaps you should gouge them out and eat them with your rice. You're the child here, your whole family is a bunch of children, playing in the mud and blowing snot every day.
And furthermore, at such a close distance, not a single disciple from Liang Palace has managed to land a fatal blow?
How can you even utter such disgraceful words? No wonder it took you ages to kill a black demon leopard, your strength is utterly pathetic. The moment Yi Linglong's words left her lips, the laughter from the Liang Palace disciples immediately ceased. They had never anticipated that this seemingly cute and easily bullied little girl would possess such audacity, speaking with such bravado. Mu Xiaoran was equally taken aback. He expected his little junior sister to be fierce not only towards beasts but also towards people, her bold words starkly contrasting with her adorable appearance. With both sides having exchanged harsh words, a fierce battle was inevitable. He quickly composed himself, calculating all his trump cards, contemplating how to protect his 2 junior sisters from harm.
Little girl, you certainly have some guts. Have you considered the consequences of provoking us? Ugly uncle, do you know what happened to the last person who bullied my senior sister? Oh, what was their fate? You'll find out soon enough.
Now, let us go through the motions. State your names.
State our names?
The disciples of Liang Palace laughed derisively.
Do we really need to remember your names? You'll soon be dead.
Who becomes the dead one is still uncertain. Before you die, shouldn't you at least know which powerful deity you've offended? Enough with the nonsense, state your names. The disciples of Liang Palace chuckled. Then listen carefully. Liang Palace, Luo Yanzhong.
Qingxian sect, Yi Linglong.
As her words fell, the disciples of Liang Palace erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter.
Qingxian sect? What a pathetic sect, I've never even heard of it. Yi Linglong joined in their laughter.
It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it before, you'll soon find it unforgettable. After saying this, she turned to look behind her. 5th senior sister, take a break to the side and watch how we easily defeat these little golden cores.
5th senior brother, grab your weapon, it's time to fight.
Mu Xiaoran stepped forward to stand beside Yi Linglong, drawing his long sword while summoning his combat spirit beasts, a cloud-summoning white tiger and 7 long-haired snow wolves. Seeing the 2 of them with their 8 beasts, Luo Yanzhong sneered. No wonder you dare to provoke the disciples of Liang Palace, it turns out you're a beast tamer with 7 long-haired snow wolves. Quite impressive. However, even if all of you and your spirit beasts combine, you still can't match our numbers.
With that, Luo Yanzhong waved his hand to the disciples behind him. Let us do this.
To ensure fairness, since you have 10 in total, we'll send only 5 to fight you. Today, let us show you the might of a Liang Palace disciple.
At this moment, Yi Linglong turned in surprise. 5th senior brother, you actually have so many spirit beasts to fight. Don't worry.
Although they are all golden cores, we should be able to withdraw without issue.
Withdraw? They're not allowed to retreat. I don't believe it. After capturing so many people, they've always managed to escape each time.
Ha?
Mu Xiaoran was confused.
Yi Linglong smiled sweetly.
I have a fresh new approach.
Though he was uncertain of his junior sister's intentions, he had a nagging feeling that her words heralded great misfortune for someone. Have you had enough of your nonsense? Charge at them, let them understand that failing to promptly retreat upon encountering the disciples of Liang Palace is the gravest mistake of their lives. With Luo Yinzhong's shout, the 5 disciples of Liang Palace surged forward towards Yi Linglong and her companions. As they charged, Yi Linglong immediately turned to flee. Mu Xiaoran, who had been prepared to fight alongside his junior sister, was left bewildered. The disciples of Liang Palace, charging fiercely, remarked, "Oh, the one who shouts the loudest is also the first to run." Fifth senior brother, hold on a moment. I'll join you shortly. As Yi Linglong's words faded, the disciples of Liang Palace had already reached him, prompting him to swiftly raise his sword in counterattack, while his spirit beasts joined the fray. At that moment, seeing fifth senior brother being surrounded while his junior sister had yet to return, Lu Baiwei quickly began to channel her spiritual energy, swiftly deploying her enhancement field. A pale yellow field rapidly unfurled, spreading beneath Mu Xiaoran's feet, enhancing his and his spirit beast's defensive capabilities, making them far more resilient than before. Simultaneously, she cast a grey enhancement field beneath the feet of the Liang Palace disciples, diminishing their agility. With Mu Xiaoran commanding his beasts and Lu Baiwei activating her enhancement field, they found themselves in a stalemate against the disciples of Liang Palace. While they were locked in this standoff, Yi Linglong swiftly affixed talismans around them, establishing a simple barrier. Once completed, she dashed back into the battle. Fifth senior brother, I've set it up. Having witnessed her array skills while battling the demon wolves, Mu Xiaoran could hardly contain his anticipation, recalling how those demon wolves had been firmly ensnared by her formations. Lu Baiwei shared in the excitement. If she had succeeded, the main event was about to unfold. What kind of trickery are you playing at? Luo Yinzhong, who was still unable to subdue Mu Xiaoran, felt exceedingly vexed. He had assumed that defeating a single golden core and 2 foundation establishment cultivators would be a mere blink of an eye. However, to his surprise, when the battle commenced, the 5 of them couldn't even subdue a single golden core. But having just made a bold proclamation, he couldn't bring himself to call for his disciples to join him now. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Yi Linglong declared, immediately darting through the 8 spirit beasts surrounding Mu Xiaoran, affixing talismans onto them. The instant the talismans adhered, the 8 spirit beasts suddenly expanded in size, growing to 10 times their original dimensions. At that moment, what was once a claw aimed at the disciples of Liang Palace transformed into a massive paw that swatted down, giving them no chance to evade, sending one disciple flying. Simultaneously, what was to be a charge towards the disciples of Liang Palace became a towering wall that pressed down upon them, leaving one unfortunate disciple crushed beneath its weight before he even realized what was happening. Hearing the anguished cries of the disciples from Liang Palace, the spirit beasts, now aware of their increased size and the power they wielded with a single swipe, became exhilarated. At this juncture, Yi Linglong kindly reminded them, "What need is there for fairness now? All of you should charge in together." Luo Yinzhong completely failed to anticipate this turn of events. Although the levels of these spirit beasts hadn't changed, their sizes had. Humans typically fought with weapons and spiritual energy. Even if their sizes increased, it might not make much of a difference. However, spirit beasts were different. They relied heavily on strength and physical prowess in battle. Their sudden increase in size was akin to a person's cultivation level surging dramatically, resulting in a terrifying boost in combat capability. "Charge, this time, we'll let you off, let us run." Luo Yinzhong shouted, leading the charge to retreat at breakneck speed. However, the next second, with a loud bang, he collided forcefully with the barrier Yi Linglong had erected. The impact was so powerful that it cracked his skull, crimson blood oozing down. What on earth is happening? Chapter 99. How dare you undermine us? With a forceful collision, Luo Yinzhong created a shimmering halo of golden light around him, forming an insurmountable barrier that encircled them all. Is this a formation? Have you just set up a formation around us? Luo Yinzhong was utterly astonished. A prodigy skilled in formations is a treasure in any sect, let alone someone who could casually arrange such a formation. It was nothing short of ancestral prowess. He fumbled through his ring, retrieving a pill and hastily swallowing it, desperately evading the onslaught of the colossal spirit beast. Even in such a dire predicament, he could not resist extending a sincere invitation to Yi Linglong. "Would you be interested in joining our Liang Hall?" Rejoining the fray, Yi Linglong was decisively overpowering the Liang Hall disciples at the Golden Core stage with her foundation establishment prowess when she heard this inquiry. Her sword veered off course, slicing through the air. Surely not. Could someone truly invite another to join their ranks while being soundly beaten? How audacious. I've heard of the saying, if you can't defeat them, join them, but I've never heard of someone inviting others to join while being trounced. Is the philosophy of your Liang Hall more reckless than mine? Unwilling to relent, Luo Yinzhong disregarded his own disheveled appearance as he pressed on. If you were to join our Liang Hall, we would wipe the slate clean today. I would also earnestly recommend you to the elders, ensuring you become a key protege of our sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Baiwei, standing nearby, immediately pointed at him in indignation. How dare you undermine us in front of our faces? Even if you wish to poach, what absurd terms are these? Recommend her to the elders for cultivation. How ridiculous. Our junior sister is the personal disciple of the sect leader. Luo Yinzhong's eyes widened in realization. It was true, talents skilled in formations were indeed rare, making their leader's decision to take her as a personal disciple quite understandable. If she is willing to come, it would be no trouble for the leader of Liang Hall to accept her as a disciple. But our junior sister was personally brought back by the sect leader when she entered, who introduced her to the sect himself. Would your leader do such a thing for her? The moment these words were spoken, the disciples of Liang Hall were struck dumb. While disciples adept in formations were indeed precious, it seemed excessive to go to such lengths for one. Their leader's sacrifice appeared far too significant, and their demeanor far too humble. If she wishes to join Liang Hall, I will certainly petition the leader to publicly accept her as a disciple, granting her the highest honors. This statement was, in truth, laden with exaggeration. While public acceptance of disciples was feasible, the notion of highest honors was nebulous at best though unrealistic. This was the grandest boast they dared to make, and such temptation was enough to stir anyone's heart. What does it mean to be publicly accepted as a disciple for all to see? After our junior sister entered, the sect leader personally instructed all fellow disciples to care for her diligently, to respond to her inquiries, to teach her techniques, and to guide her in her training, with all others revolving around her. At this, the disciples of Liang Hall were rendered speechless. They had lost. For a sect leader to bestow such attention upon a disciple spoke volumes of their significance. They could hardly imagine their leader treating even his own daughter with such attentiveness. How could they compare? There was simply no comparison. Though they had speculated that their side might exaggerate, they soon realized that it was she who had initiated the conflict and dictated the terms of engagement. The other two were merely following her lead. Since you are so oblivious to your own worth, do not blame us for being impolite. Come, fight. Do you think we fear you? Very well, today you shall witness the might of Liang Hall. All disciples, heed my command, form the earth-breaking formation. With a commanding shout, Luo Yanzhong summoned over a dozen golden core disciples of Liang Hall who swiftly gathered around him, forming an imposing battle array. Yi Linglong vaguely recalled the last time a fellow disciple had forcefully commanded an array. After completing it, they had used it to make their escape. At this time, Liang Hall was forming an array. Surely it would not be employed merely for retreat like that of the Seven-Star sect? Surely, it must possess some earth-shattering, awe-inspiring effect. As she awaited the display of a grand sect's formation, she contemplated how she might later adapt it for her own Qingxian sect, envisioning her senior brothers and sisters setting up a formation that would intimidate their opponents into retreat. The thought alone was exhilarating. However, just as Yi Linglong brimmed with anticipation, the disciples of Liang Hall steadied their swords, channeling their energy, and with a mighty roar, they forcefully drove their blades into the ground. The force unleashed split the earth, sending shockwaves toward Yi Linglong and her companions. Reacting swiftly, they soared into the air to evade the ground-shaking assault. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the earth erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling into the sky, prompting them to instinctively shield their faces. In the next moment, Yi Linglong quickly realized something was amiss. She employed the water as benevolence technique, causing delicate droplets to fall and settle the airborne debris. As the dust cleared, she beheld a dozen craters on the ground, each oriented in different directions, yet the once formidable disciples of Liang Hall had vanished without a trace. Yi Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. She had only considered using formations to seal off their surroundings and overhead, never anticipating that these individuals could also burrow underground. What was wrong with these major sects? Instead of teaching their disciples practical skills, they trained them in elaborate formations for the sole purpose of escape. How utterly absurd. Infuriated, Yi Linglong wasted no time. She affixed 2 acceleration talismans to herself, retrieved the corpse of the black demon leopard from the wall, and hastily chose a tunnel to plunge into. Even if she couldn't catch them all, capturing one unfortunate soul to extract information about the other Liang Hall disciples would suffice. Seeing Yi Linglong charge down without uttering a word, Mu Xiaoran and Lu Baiwei exchanged glances before promptly following her lead. In a dimly lit courtyard, beside a withered tree, Luo Yanzhong burst forth from the earth with a resounding crash. He glanced around to ensure he was alone and, sighing in relief, settled beside the desolate tree. He had never anticipated that the golden core disciple from Qingxian sect would be so formidable, able to command beasts in battle and take on multiple opponents. He was equally taken aback by Yi Linglong's strength. Not only was her combat ability exceptional, but she also possessed knowledge of runes and formations, a truly fearsome intellect. Her demeanor suggested she aimed to eradicate them all. Fortunately, their earth-breaking formation allowed them to escape the confines of that barrier. Otherwise, they would not only have faced death but would have also been thoroughly humiliated. After a brief respite, Luo Yanzhong took out the communication jade tablet of Liang sect to summon his fellow disciples. Soon, his comrades received the call and rushed to his location. Just as they were about to arrive, Luo Yanzhong suddenly sensed something amiss beneath the ground. He stood, approached the very hole from which he had just escaped, and bent down to peer inside. In the next instant, a piercing scream resonated throughout the entire area. Ah! Chapter 100. Hey, don't come any closer. Luo Yanzhong, upon catching sight of the hole from which he had emerged, noticed Yi Linglong waiting below, unaware of how long she had been there. This sudden encounter was more terrifying than meeting a ghost. It was well known that all disciples of the Sunlit Hall combined could not match the strength of their trio and the 8 beasts. Now, with the disciples of the Sunlit Hall not yet fully assembled and only himself present in the courtyard, along with just 7 or 8 individuals nearby, it was evident they would still be outmatched. Thus, he instinctively shouted, "Yi Linglong is back." At this exclamation, his fellow disciples, who had initially been gathering towards him, immediately turned and fled. Luo Yanzhong, isolated and defenseless in the courtyard, was swiftly brought down to the ground by a kick from Yi Linglong. After 2 trials of experience, he had encountered sycophants and fools, but he had never encountered someone with a thought process like hers. She struck his head sharply with the hilt of her sword. "Are you really that foolish? By shouting, you scared off all your comrades. Could you not have waited for them to arrive, and then, unbeknownst to them, utilized them to delay me while you made your escape?" Luo Yanzhong was taken aback. Was that a possibility? Why hadn't he thought of it? Who would have guessed, you are a bully to the weak, despicable and shameless in character, yet you can still consider the interests of the sect, tirelessly working for your fellow disciples. With the atmosphere at such a critical juncture, he could not confess that it was merely his own foolishness that had led to this predicament. In an effort to salvage his reputation, he changed the subject. Why are you so intent on pursuing me, with so many paths available, why choose this one? I chose at random, perhaps the heavens simply disapprove of you. Luo Yinzhong felt like crying. I merely injured your senior sister. You hurt me as well, let us call it even. Yi Linglong tapped his head with her sword hilt once more. Brother, did you not cause that injury yourself? This is not how one engages in a scam. What do you want from me? Fifth senior sister, where are you hurt? Lu Baiwei hurried over, her demeanor lively. My arm is injured, my leg is hurt, and my face is disfigured. Luo Yinzhong stared wide-eyed in shock at Lu Baiwei. That little scratch on your forehead will heal by morning. How can that be considered disfigurement? How can it not be? I have no other talents, I rely solely on my looks. Then how about you rub some skin off my face? Lu Baiwei, infuriated, raised her fist and struck him. After about a quarter of an hour of relentless blows, she finally paused, exhausted. At that moment, Luo Yinzhong's face was so battered that even his parents would not recognize him, his arm slashed by a sword, and his leg swollen from kicks. Little junior sister, how shall we deal with him next? Luo Yinzhong noticed that Yi Linglong, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. If it was her turn to deal with him, he would rather endure more of Lu Baiwei's blows. You can't kill me, my fellow disciples witnessed everything. If you were to kill me, they would immediately notify the Sunlit Hall, and our sect leader would not let you off easily. Your statement reminds me that you do indeed have comrades. Yes. How many are there? Where are they hiding? Is there any way to contact them? If it were not for the precariousness of his life being in her hands, he would rather not converse with Yi Linglong at all. Are you planning to kill all of us? That is not out of the question. Are you insane? We are from the Sunlit Hall, and you belong to the Qingxian sect. Both are sects governed by the sect alliance. If you kill us, your entire sect will face dire consequences. Yet when you sought to kill my senior sister, did you not consider that you would be held accountable? How was I to know she was also a member of the sect? She looked like a rogue cultivator. Can one kill a rogue cultivator at will? Why not? There are no rules against killing rogue cultivators. Moreover, we are not the only ones who would kill. Other sects would do the same, merely pretending to be righteous. While we are too lazy to put on a facade, there is no difference. Though you are wicked, I must admit your honesty is quite refreshing. Can I afford to be anything but honest? If I were even slightly cunning, I would not have been left to bear the brunt of the beating while all my comrades fled. Yi Linglong chuckled. At the sound of her laughter, Luo Yinzhong felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard and hastily spoke. You truly cannot kill me, please let me go. If this drags on, it will soon be dark, and you will not fare well either. Let us put this misunderstanding behind us, considering it was your senior sister who instigated the situation. Why would it be a problem if it turns dark? Luo Yinzhong was momentarily taken aback. You don't know? I do not. You just entered the city today. Even if we just arrived, surely you have done your research before coming for the trial? Is it really that reckless? Reckless as it may be, we still managed to crush you lot. Why must he belittle others while speaking? This person was truly annoying. Furthermore, we did not come for a trial. We came seeking revenge. Luo Yinzhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this for real? A Foundation cultivator daring to seek vengeance in a place filled with golden core practitioners? He wouldn't even dare to boast like that. What are you staring at? Answer me, what happens when it gets dark? When night falls, the evil spirits of Jiyan City will emerge and roam the streets. These spirits are not to be trifled with, they are powerful and terrifying. It is precisely because we need to conserve our strength to deal with them at night that we chose to flee when we realized we could not defeat you, rather than engage in a futile battle. Weapons cannot harm them, requiring continuous use of spiritual power instead? Luo Yinzhong's eyes widened. How do you know? With one stroke, could it not split into two? Luo Yinzhong's mouth fell agape. You understand this too? After sustaining a wound, malice would seep from it, requiring high-quality spiritual medicine for healing? Yet you claim you did not do your research. How is it that there are people who can boast even better than I? Yi Linglong tapped Luo Yinzhong's head once more. Hearing this, Lu Baiwei hurriedly moved closer to Yi Linglong, nervously clutching her sleeve. Little junior sister, what should we do? Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Little junior sister, this matter is serious. I have seen in books that such ghostly entities are extremely difficult to deal with. You must not take it lightly. As Mu Xiaoran spoke, Luo Yinzhong nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Have you reached a decision? Can you let me go? It will soon be dark, truly? Earlier, you mentioned that you had wandered around the city? Indeed, I have visited most places, but not all. Very well, you shall remain to guide us. Luo Yinzhong's eyes widened in excitement. What? The fighting is done, the grievances have been aired, and misunderstandings resolved, yet you do not intend to let me go? Little junior sister, this person is exceedingly wicked, keeping him around is undoubtedly a risk. Mu Xiaoran stated. Indeed, he has numerous escape routes. If he does not willingly stay, we would likely have to engage in a battle of wits with him along the way, which would be quite exhausting. Lu Baiwei also supported Mu Xiaoran this time. At this moment, Yi Linglong smiled charmingly, revealing a delightful grin. Do not worry, he will soon be more than willing to stay. Luo Yinzhong trembled in fear. What are you doing? Hey, don't come any closer. Don T forced me to beg you, ah.